discussing it. Some people call it geometry, God, gnosis, genesis, generation. But in fact, it's all of these things. And all of these things relate back to one concept that links them all. And in this video, you will be discovering this secret force, which pretty much creates everything in your reality, in your life, and has done unconsciously, whether you are aware of it or not. The Freemasonic G is the 7th letter in the English alphabet. This is important because the number 7 has many mysteries inside the esoteric and occult traditions. Some people say the number 7 represents the 7 colors of light, the 7 major planets, or the 7 musical tones, 7 days of creation. The number 7 is a massive mystery. But what we have to understand is that in the context of Masonry, Freemasonry is all about building the self. Every day we wake up, we are either building our prison of our mind or freedom of our mind. Everything inside of esoteric Freemasonry is about building the self and reconstructing our consciousness, our inner dialogue, the inner voice. We're transforming the mind from low awareness to high awareness. This is why Freemasonry uses the allegory of stonemasonry, stones, chipping away at stones. The stone is in fact you, and we are perfecting the stone, which is your very own mind. Because the universe is a mental construct. Life is happening to us inside our minds. We are all the universal mind expressed and clothed in a different body. Therefore, now we understand that everything is about the internal inside of Masonry. This G relates to something inside of you. Hence why you see the G inside of the square and the compass. It's something internal in you. G is the 7th letter of the English alphabet, and the number 7 symbolizes the 7 cognitions of the mind. In esoteric and initiatory traditions, the 7 psychological cognitions of the mind refer to the 7 distinct modes through which human consciousness perceives, interprets, and transforms reality. Different schools use different names, but across Hermetic, occult, Gnostic, and mystical systems, the same underlying pattern emerges. The mind has 7 functional powers, each representing a layer of awareness and a stage of inner development. Number 1 would be perception. The first cognition is the raw reception of sensory and subtle impressions. It is the gateway where the outer world enters the inner world of our minds. Perception involves learning to see without distortion, to notice the symbolic dimension behind ordinary appearances in an occult interpretation of perception. The second one is interpretation. After perception comes the act of making meaning. The mind organizes impressions into patterns, beliefs, and judgments. Esoterically, this cognition determines whether a person interprets life through the ego or through the higher insight of their higher consciousness. The goal is to purify interpretations so that the intuition can speak through it, to clear our minds of the clutter, master it, and let our higher consciousness shine through it. Number 3 is the imagination. This is the creative faculty that produces images, symbols, and visions in the mind's eye. This is associated with the astral plane. We live in a mental universe of thought. Thought wraps itself inside of imagination. The thought alone has no true form, but then the thought wraps itself in a vehicle of consciousness, what we call imagination, and we give form to the thought. Imagination becomes active. Imagination becomes active imagination, the foundation for rituals, alchemy, meditation, and visionary insights inside of occult traditions. Working on your imagination is a key part on developing your consciousness, as it is literally the sight into the astral plane, your internal vision of the mind. The fourth cognition of the mind is emotion. Emotion is energetic response that gives intensity, direction, and magnetism to thoughts. Emotion fuels the magical will. Unrefined emotion binds us to lower impulses. Refined emotions become devotion, compassion, and the inner fire to transform thought into a tangible reality, to become a conscious creator. The fifth cognition is will, the faculty of intention, decision, and directed energy. Will is the power that aligns personality with the higher self. It is the driver of discipline, transformation, and the capacity to act consciously rather than react unconsciously. Most people walk through life as an unconscious zombie, living day to day, running off subconscious programmings, never actually using their conscious mind. We develop our will and try to align our will with the highest will possible so we can align our will with our higher mind. So the higher mind can manifest through us in the material plane. The sixth cognition of the mind is memory, the storehouse of experience, impressions, and archetypes. It shapes identity, determines how one repeats and transcends past patterns. Memory includes not only personal memory, but also a deep strata of the subconscious and the collective subconscious field, what we call the Akashic records. Memory is a massive quality that you must work on inside the Masonic system. You are required to remember certain rituals and certain things so that you can regurgitate them to pass on along the degrees. Based off my research, I myself personally am not a Mason. The seventh cognition of the mind is intuition, the highest cognition possible. It's direct knowing. It bypasses the linear reasoning and reveals truth as the inner illumination. Intuition is the voice of the soul. It is the guiding force, guiding our physical vehicle of consciousness through this physical experience, providing revelations, insights, and even sometimes gnosis and higher understandings. They are the seven principles and cognitions of the mind that we should work on. Sometimes they're symbolized as seven luminary planets, because lumen is light. The planets are light. Light is consciousness. Consciousness is light. Now moving on to the true understanding of the G, the higher understanding of the G, as I mentioned previously. This is what we call the generative principle, the care principle, the human heart principle, the female aspect of consciousness within yourself. All creation is built upon a care. All action is built upon a care. You only act on what you care about. You care about paying the bills and staying inside your house and looking after your family, for example. Therefore, you take the action to generate the reality and generate money to pay the bills. Them actions are driven by the force of care. If you care about a plant, you take the action to water the plant and it grows. If you care about your partner or relationship, you give them attention and care and love and you grow the relationship. As soon as you stop providing care, watch the relationship crumble and the reality destroys itself. Care is the generative force of reality. This is the generative principle that generates your experience in this world. We are in a continual state of becoming. Each cause gives birth to an effect, and that effect gives birth to a new cause. The G is the generative principle that drives creation in the present moment. Reality is creating, unfolding in the present moment, and the G is the force inside of you that generates your experience. You're watching this YouTube video right now because you have a care in your heart for the information I have provided in the past, and you have a care about watching this video. As soon as you don't care, you take action to do something else with your time that you actually care about. The G is the generative force of the heart. It is the love energy. You only take action on what you love or care about. The whole world is built upon this principle. This is why we say money makes the world go round, because the whole world has a G or a care for money, and it's making everyone wake up in the morning, take actions, and make the world go round. It is the G, the care for that principle or money object to generate that reality. It is the force that drives you, hence why the G is sometimes surrounding with light rays, because it represents a force, emanation, something that is invisible but driving the physical body. The G is the internal force that focuses thought into an action. We can think many thoughts, but the thoughts you don't care about, you don't take action on. But the thought you care about, that you have a G for, intensifies that thought, focuses and directs it into an action to generate that experience and reality. The whole world is built upon this principle. The sun is a perfect example of the generative principle. The sun gives all of its life, light, never asking for anything back, making everything grow and generate on the earth. Everything in your life is built upon this principle, and gaining control over your care gives you control over your actions and your reality and what you generate. Once you see this, It is truly beautiful that the world is actually built upon love. This is why they say love is the force of God. It is. Truly. This is the reason why God begins with a G. It's about Genesis. Genesis means creation. G, generation. Anything that generates and creates is all to do with a care or a love energy. But don't get me wrong, people can love sick and twisted things, and they act upon them sick and twisted things. This is why purification of ourself is important by understanding this principle, as it is a very powerful principle to understand. This is the reason why the word gift begins with a G. You're giving something. I care. I'm going to give you something, a gift. Or guidance. This is what guides you into becoming something, what you love. This is why also gnosis begins with a G. Gnosis is not actually knowledge. Gnosis is knowledge obtained, attained by direct experience or through direct experience. For example, you're not believing you're watching this video right now. You know you're watching this. Know, gnosis, same phonetic sound. It's about knowing. Gnosis is about gaining knowledge of the self. Self-knowledge through direct experience. Instead of believing in God, I seek to know God through direct experience by altered states of consciousness, transcendent meditations, understanding human anatomy, understanding the laws that govern my mind, understanding creation. That is direct gnosis, knowing that God exists instead of believing he exists. By going within the self, questioning the self, and gaining a deeper relationship with the inner observer, you start to gain gnosis, self-knowledge through direct experience. And in order to gain gnosis, you have to care, because gnosis requires action. It requires you to meditate and go within yourself. It requires you to study yourself. It requires you to go within yourself. And in order to do that, you have to care. If you don't care about knowing yourself, you won't take the action to generate the gnosis. If we take a look at this piece of Freemasonic artwork, we can see a whole lot going on here. But if we focus down here with the temple with the letter G on, and when you walk through the temple, there is a pathway leading up a hill towards the light. The light reveals things. If something is in darkness, you can't see it, but the light reveals something. It's symbolizing truth, the light of gnosis, knowingness. And in order to walk this path, you have to go through the temple, which means entering in yourself. This is symbolic of the path. The Masonic path is about the self, reconstructing and learning about the self. In order to walk up that hill, it takes a lot of effort. It's not easy walking up a hill. You're going to be tired. It's not easy. It's horrible. Who likes walking up a hill? I know I don't, but people like hiking and stuff. I understand that, but it's symbolizing this is hard work working on yourself, because the labor of working on your mind is the hardest labor you will ever do. It's called the great work or the Masonic work. And in order to climb that mountain, you go through the G. You have to have the care. If you do not have the care, you will not walk up that mountain. You will not generate the gnosis. You will not get close to the light. You have to have the G to walk that path of self-mastery and working on your mind. This is very, very important. If you want to gain the light, you have to have the G inside of you. You have to have the care to generate a higher consciousness. If you want to earn more money, you have to have the care, or else you will not take the action necessary to generate that reality. This is why we have to master ourselves and write down everything you love. It could be even the bad things. It could be lust. It could be anything you're wasting your care energy on. Try and remove them one by one. Master them and become disciplined. And then you'll have more G energy, care energy to direct towards something else in your life to generate and grow that experience or reality. Again, the word grow, G. It is a growing force. What you place your love and care into grows and expands. What you have a G for is what you spend your time and attention on, your two spiritual currencies. So this is the Masonic G, and I hope you gain a deeper understanding of this. So that is pretty much everything about the Masonic G that you need to know, and hopefully this has helped you. If you wish to learn more and gain guidance through your life and understand yourself on a deeper level, the book I've used today is called The Book of Symbolism. I'll leave a link in the description. Religions were made to hide the truth about yourself, God, and the universe. You see, religion teaches there is a God separate from you. He created the universe separate from himself. They did this to truly disconnect you from consciousness, from God, and from yourself. Now let me explain. It's going to be very difficult to understand this from a left hemisphere dominated perception. The left hemisphere sees everything individual. The right hemisphere sees the whole. For example, if you're walking through a woods, the left hemisphere sees individual trees, leaves, twigs, and branches. The right hemisphere sees the interconnectedness of the whole woods. We've been trained our whole life to be trapped in the left hemisphere, to think logically, scientifically, with evidence. This way of thinking traps you in illusion, division, and separateness from everything. Plus, in science, they teach you the universe exists outside of you. You exist in a universe, and the universe exists whether you exist or not. This is completely false. You are the universe experiencing itself. There is only one person in the universe. There is only one awareness in the universe, and that is God. That is your consciousness. Not your name, your job, your reputation, your thoughts, your beliefs. That is not God. God is the infinite awareness that you are, the alertness, the essence of life. You are an individual. You have a dual nature, an inner world, consciousness, and an outer world, this physical body. The inner world is the immortal, consciousness, awareness. This physical reality is for the immortal within us to experience and enjoy. And the immortal consciousness, the immortal self, the individualized expression of the only thing that is truly real, which is God, consciousness, is seeking a way to understand itself through infinite vantage points. The same consciousness inside of you, inside of the dog, the squirrel, the plants, the stars, the same awareness is in absolutely everything. Only the right hemisphere can see this connection. The universe is one mind separated into the infinite bodies and life forms. This is why scientists tell you that the universe is forever expanding. It's truth in plain sight. Because the universe is the mind, and the mind is always seeking more vantage points to understand itself. And the mind is always expanding into new realms of thought. The mind cannot be filled up. It does not exist in space. However, human awareness, human consciousness is very sacred. And the reason why I say that is because humans possess a two-way consciousness, unlike a dog, an animal, or a squirrel, for example. The dog looks in the mirror. It is not aware of itself. It doesn't look in the mirror and see that it needs to improve something. However, humans, we can look in the mirror and say, who am I? Where do I come from? And I need to change this aspect of me. I'm lacking in this area. Dogs do not have this awareness. They function only on their immediate surroundings, on survival and instinct. Human awareness is special because we have the ability to reflect on the self. We can question our consciousness. We can question, who am I? Where do I come from? And where am I going after this? The human mind has no limitation. We can surpass our animal nature and rise to a godly nature. This is the whole purpose of reaching Christ consciousness, which is just an ideal consciousness where we have control over self and we know who we truly are. Humans have been given the tools to awaken. Our five senses are locked only to perceive the physical world, but the mind holds the gateway to understand the unseen aspects of reality. The mind holds the secrets to the universe and consciousness. We just have to study ourselves to understand God. We are all individualized aspects of consciousness. There is only one pure consciousness in the universe, but we're fractaled into infinite life forms, experiencing this consciousness in a different form, molding this consciousness into individual egos and individualized consciousness. Me and you are made of the same fabric. However, I have thought different things, believed different things, experienced different things, which has conditioned my consciousness to be my own individualized aspect of God. And that's what makes me, me, and you, you. God is the creative power within us to turn thoughts into physical reality, to create things. We are a creator. Each one of us is a miniature earth, creating and building in this physical 3D reality. Our consciousness holds power over the 3D reality. We can mold it and create anything we wish. However, we have been conditioned to live like an animal, living in our animal nature, eating, surviving, lusting, and these low-level desires keep us trapped from figuring out our creative power. This is why the ancients always depicted God inside of the brain. Even in ancient Christian artwork, William Blake, Anton Raphael, all depict God inside of the brain. Why is this? Because God is our creative power. The spinal column acts as a type of ladder of consciousness. If you just think about sex and act on sex, eating, consuming, and living in a survival animalistic state, then your consciousness is functioning on the lower end of the spinal column, where your reproductive organs are and your gut organs are to consume food. In order to activate the God within us and to us to truly know God, we have to be aligned with the God consciousness. We have to unlock the God within us so we can truly actually experience God and understand it. However, God exists beyond our personal consciousness, beyond our human identity. In secret societies, satanic rituals and satanic societies, they are seeking a way to escape the human identity through ritual work, meditation, and trance-like states. A trance-like state is like the state that you enter just before you fall asleep, where there is no thought present in your mind, because you are not the mind, you are the observer, you experience the thoughts. And when we escape the human identity through rituals, meditation, or trance-like states, we can actually experience beyond the veil of this material world. However, satanic rituals do this in a negative way. Satanic rituals include ways to make the human mind tap out by pushing the human minds to the limit through pain, suffering, and even torture, to allow the mind to pass out so you can temporarily pass on the veil of the physical world and escape the limitations of the human identity and the human thinking mind. Now, you do not have to do it this way. You can experience the divine and beyond your human identity through many different ways, such as deep, deep meditation, rising above your thoughts, and setting 3 alarms, one for 6 a.m., one for 6:30, and one for 7:30. And when you wake up at these times, what you need to do each time you wake up is allow your mind to stay awake but your body to fall asleep. And you will enter this trance-like state. And you can gain ideas, experience lucid dreams, and maybe even astral project. All of these rituals in secret societies and satanic societies is all about escaping the human identity and experiencing the divine planes beyond the physical. To wrap all of this up, this is all about consciousness. Consciousness is the infinite awareness of the universe, just fractaled into separate bodies. And this consciousness is seeking a way to understand itself in infinite angles and vantage points. And religion was made to cut off your connection to the divine planes beyond this world and beyond your self-identity. Therefore, if you want to know God, you have to study the attributes and qualities of God, such as geometry, numbers, consciousness, the mind, the subconscious, human anatomy. All of these things are aspects of God. We have to study ourselves and study nature so we can see God. God is the infinite awareness of the universe. If you love this video, please leave a like and share it with a friend. I'll leave a link in the description for the Book of Wisdom, Volume 2.
bookofwisdom.com. Visit today.
How are we all doing today, people? It's Revival of Wisdom, and today we're going to get real deep. This video is going to get real deep. A lot of people are not going to be ready for this sort of knowledge. Okay, you really have to do is to really deprogram the mind, because everything we've been taught is a complete lies to keep us trapped. Okay, this is really advanced knowledge. Now, let's get straight into this. All of the ancients depicted other worlds, and they called this place Midgard. Midgard is the mid-garden, the middle garden. This is why the Masonic symbolism on the floor is always a black and white checkered board, symbolizing the polarity here, the good and bad, because we're in the middle garden, the heart. Earth rearranged spells heart, because we're in the heart of this system, or whatever it is. a super quantum computer, whatever you want to call it, simulation. Now, in the Quran, it talks about the 7 layers of heaven. All of these ancient artworks are depicting these different layers of reality. Okay, and look at the Egyptians here with the boat outside of the firmament. Boats travel on water, and this is exactly what the Masons are doing. So they're still using the same symbols. Why? Because it's the same knowledge, just hidden. The Egyptians have the same knowledge as the Freemasons. It's just hidden. Now, this cosmology that they're showing here, which is probably made maybe 100 years ago, this painting or artwork, is the exact same as the one we see here with the arch, the boat. It's similar because the boat is symbolizing traveling these other worlds, because the ether is also symbolized as water. Because if you look up at the stars through a telescope, it looks like it's water. It's shining through water because this ether, whatever this substance is outside of this world, was symbolized as water. Okay. And look at all these ancient depictions showing these different layers of reality. Now, we are being trapped within this 3D dimensional world, which is the cube, the Saturn cube, because there are 6 sides to everything in this world: front, back, left, right, up, and down. 6, which is the cube, because we're in the Saturn's world. Okay. Now, always been depicted as a tree of life, the tree of the universe has always been depicted as this tree. Because let's get a bit deeper. Now, the cosmology of this reality is the sun, the moon, and Polaris, always in the Masonic art. The sun, the moon, and Polaris, the all-seeing eye. If you go inside of the temples, of the Masonic temples, they always have this star in the middle, shining light beams. Okay? Look here. The light beams coming from the big star in the middle, which is Polaris. This eye is God. It's God's light shining down from his abundance. Now, when you astral travel, you will see this big ball of light above you, and this big ball of light is God. But you cannot travel towards it until you are pure. It doesn't work like that. You have to become formless. You have to become pure before you can become one with the light. In all these Masonic artworks, it's all depicting the star in the center. This star is Polaris, because Polaris is the way out of this place. And this is why you see the stairway to heaven all the way up to the light beam, the light source. What does it say in the Bible? God is light, because everything is made out of one substance, and that substance is light. And it symbolizes the eye because God is an eye. All things that are alive have an eye. And we all say, I am. We all see these realities through eyes. God is an eye. He's the all-seeing eye. He sees all things at all times. And he is projecting this light. And this light comes down to create all the different levels of the worlds. And this is what the 2 pillars symbolize the number 11. 11, the number 1, is just a vertical line. It's the 1. It's a 1 point. 11 symbolizes the mirror nature of reality. Everything's mirrored. As above, so below. Now, the 11 also symbolizes openings, doorways. And as you can see here, an opening to the all-seeing eye. And you see here again, an opening to the stairway all the way up to the light. This light is the light of God in the astral worlds beyond this world. Now, Polaris has also been symbolized as the UFO. They put the truth in plain sight. So you know in the films how the UFOs suck people up. That's what Polaris is doing. If you ascend beyond this world, if you do not ascend beyond this world, you will be reincarnated in this world. The whole thing is to outgrow this consciousness to the plane above. And I'm not just making this up, I'm going to be bringing in scriptures after this. But you can see with the Christmas tree, we always put a high, big star at the center, at the top, which is the star of Polaris, which is exactly what the Masons are doing here. The star at the top. And it's on top of our Christmas trees. And all of these symbolize the other stars because Polaris is the most high star. And all the other stars are wrapped around the firmament lower than Polaris. And that's exactly what the Christmas tree is. And it's a triangle. It's a triangle, just like light beams travel from one point in the triangle, just like the all-seeing eye. It's a triangle. The light is coming from one point and sending its rays downward. You see, it's kind of like you see here with the water. And the lower you go, the darker it gets, the more evil it becomes. And this is what the ancients would call hell. Now, this all-seeing eye is Polaris. And below Polaris is Mount Meru, the North Pole, the magnetic North Pole. The Tower of Babel, which is in the Bible. The etymology of the word Babel, Ba meaning spirit, which gives the ability to move the soul through the worlds, which is that's the ancient Egyptian description of the word Ba, meaning of the word Ba. You have the Ka, the Ba, the Ak, but the Ba is the one that gives the ability for the soul to move through the worlds. Your soul can't speak into a world without incarnating into it. Now, the Tower of Babel symbolizes Mount Meru because it's the word Ba is the spirit which gives the ability for the soul to move through the worlds. The Tower of Babel is the magnetic North Pole, Mount Meru, which gives the ability to move through these different worlds. And you can see the ancient Tibetans always showing this depiction of these different worlds coming from the center. Because we have to ascend our consciousness. It's not about how good you are to reach heaven. It's about how you expand your consciousness, you expand your mind. So they teach now that you have to be good in order to reach to heaven. It's about expanding the mind, expanding your consciousness to these different planes, these different realms. So that's what it's about. And Jesus was known as the fisher of man. Now, Jesus is a massive part of this. He was known as the fisher of man because he was fishing. He could have been fishing. He could have been one of these deities that had come down from these different higher realities and pull people up. So they would so they called Jesus the fisher of man. And he says unto them, follow me and I will make you fishers of men. So these deities that we see in the past, like Buddha, Krishna, Hermes, Thoth, Jesus, could all be these entities who were coming down to pick up the minds that were worthy enough to see the higher planes of reality. And this is why they called him the fisher of man. Now, when Jesus walks on water, there is a parable with Paul. And he says, but Jesus immediately said unto them, take courage, it is I, don't be afraid. He's talking about astral travel here. He's talking about leaving the body. Because when you leave the body in astral travel to see these alternative realities, you can't be afraid because fear is a bondage, which is what the Emerald Tablets talks about. Lord, if it's you, Peter replied, tell me to come to you on the water. The water. Come, he said. And Peter got down from the boat, walked on the water, and came towards Jesus. But when he saw the wind, he was afraid and began to sink. When you become afraid in astral travel, you sink back into your body. Lord, save me. So this is talking about Jesus pulling people up into different realities. And you can see the fish is the symbol of Jesus, is another symbol of Jesus, a fish. Because fish symbolize deep occult knowledge, because fish travel the depths of the ocean. And they symbolize us because we are fish underneath the ethers. And Jesus was pulling people up. You see, so the Bible is a people today believe the Bible is a book telling you how to reach to heaven, how to become godly and reach heaven. But you've got to become the Jesus Christ to see these alternative realities. Now look at the Emerald Tablets is a massive part, and it speaks so much about these different realities. Look what it says here. This is in Emerald Tablet 3. Then in my heart grew a great longing to conquer the pathway that led to the stars, which is exactly what the Masons depict in all of their art. Look, the ladder to the stars. And then he goes on to say, years after years, I sought after wisdom, seeking new knowledge, following the way, until at last my soul, in great travail, broke from its bondage and bounded away, broke from the bondage of the body. Free was I from the bondage of earth men. Free from the body, I flashed through the night. The stars. The stars are a massive part in the astral world. Each star is a different reality. And the true astrology is the star that you came from. You came through a star to reach this, to reach here. There is a reason why you are here. There's a reason why you have the personality traits, because your soul came from a specific star. This is why we call them stargates, because they are gates in and out of this reality. And Polaris is the way out to the higher worlds. Now look, far into space, my soul traveled freely into the infinite circles of light. Beyond knowledge were some planets and great gigantic beyond dreams of men. Then he goes to say, lift up your flame from out of the darkness, fly from the night and ye shall be free. Lift up your flame. Your flame is your soul, because it has to be lifted up out of the darkness. This is the darkness, this world, this body is the darkness. Because it's a bondage. You need to break free. You need to learn how to astral travel, people. You have to learn this. If you want to get out of this world, you have to learn how to astral travel and see the other realities. Traveled I through space-time, knowing my soul at last was set free, knowing that now I must pursue wisdom until at last I pass to a plane hidden from knowledge, known not to wisdom, extension beyond all that we know. So he's talking about he went to a place where we cannot even comprehend here, a place that is not even known to Earthmen. He's telling you he's ascended out of this world to the planes that are beyond. And it says here in the Emerald Tablets, man is in process of changing to forms that are not of this world. Grows he in time to the formless, a plane on the cycle above. Know ye, ye must be one, ye must become formless before ye are one with the light. The light, the same light that I was talking about, the Masonic light with the triangle, God, the one source. Ye must become formless before ye are with the light. Formless, you have to leave the body. You have to leave the body. You have to gain the ability to leave this body and travel to these other worlds. Now, it says here, not as man am I, for free have I become of dimensions and planes. In each I take on a new body. In each I change my form. Know I now that the formless is all there is of form. You see, all things created come from the things that, all things that you see come from the things that you cannot see. All of us have the same spark of consciousness, the same I am. Every dog, every animal, every human has this same I, this same thing which sees through the eye. It's formless. It it takes this formless entity is the same entity of us. We are all the same entity in different bodies. And this entity it was represented as the flame, the cosmic flame, which is inside of all of us. And this is why the Masons depicted your spine as a candle or the Holy Grail. You would either see this or a candle with a flame on the top, because the Holy Grail is your consciousness, which is on top of your spine, which is the candle. Now, Jesus, Thoth, Buddha were all these deities which were coming down to lift people up because they were fishermen of men. And he would lift you up to the higher worlds, out of this world, to the ones above. Now, Thoth, you can see him here, he's leading the way. He's holding someone and he's leading the way with knowledge and power. He was leading the way to other worlds, out of this world. There's no point trying to change this world. This world will stay the same. It will stay the same. You have to get out of this world. And that's what they're telling you. That's what they're keeping you from. They're keeping you stuck within this thin layer of reality. So what the Masons are doing, they have the ability to astral travel. They're living not stuck and bound to one reality, but living within the different layers of reality. And this is what Morpheus was doing in the Matrix. Morpheus was going into the Matrix to go and get Neo, which is exactly what Jesus was doing, pulling up people out of this world to the ones higher. And that's exactly what Morpheus is doing in the Matrix. If you haven't watched the Matrix, go and watch it. It will blow your mind. Everything I'm saying in this video, you will see it. Except that you don't need to use a machine to enter the Matrix. You just use your body. Well, you use your consciousness to leave this body. You see, Neo was also uploading himself into the simulation to pull people out of the simulation. And this is exactly what all of these gods were doing. The fisher of man. Look, he was pulling people up out of this reality with the knowledge. Now, Jesus was always depicted with the mushrooms. Look at all this mushroom art. Mushrooms were literally the origin of Christianity. You can see it everywhere. There's mushrooms in all of the ancient art. Every single one of these paintings you see here, there's mushrooms on them. Mushrooms have the ability to see alternative states of consciousness. Now, if you go and do them and you go to sleep, if you pop mushrooms, you go to sleep and you will wake up in another reality. You will wake up in another reality. Don't try it if you don't want to do it. But if you've got the heart to do it, do it. Eat them and go to sleep. You'll wake up in another reality. And Jesus was handing out mushrooms to the bright minds, to the minds that he wanted to fish out and pull up to the higher realities. He was giving them mushrooms to see themselves in an alternative state, in an alternative reality. This is why there was so much mushroom art, and it's not just ancient Christians; it's Sumerians, it's the Mayans, the Celtics, the Egyptians, all used mushrooms, all of them. Look at all this art; it's on stones, it's everywhere, because mushrooms. See, everything in nature is a micro macro. Look at the form of a mushroom. It's literally your spine and brain because they alter your consciousness. Your body is just a radio receiver. Everything that you're experiencing is a program being ran by the central nervous system, and your consciousness is experiencing this program, these electrical impulses of the nervous system, because it's all feeding back to one point, which is the pineal gland. And this is the candle with the light on it. Type in Masonic candle and you'll see it. It's your spine with your spark of consciousness on top of the spine. And it's a mushroom because this sends you to alternative states of consciousness, alternative realities. Now, they were all doing this, the Egyptians, the Mayans. Now, there's more symbolism which goes into this. Look at the Christmas trees we use. The Christmas tree with the presents underneath them. Magic mushrooms grow under trees. And these are the presents under the trees that we symbolize today with Christmas. Santa's red and yellow for the red and yellow mushrooms. The same mushrooms Mario has to collect. And when he gets enough mushrooms, he levels up. And then what does he do when he go past the world? When you win that world in Mario, you go to another reality. You go inside of another world. It's truth in plain sight. And it's using mushrooms. It's using mushrooms. Everything, all of the characters in Mario, well, a lot of them are mushrooms. Look at this one. The presents, black, yellow, and red and white. Red and white mushrooms. And the bow on the top is the mushroom head. That's a bit of a reach, but you know, the symbolism never lies, is what you need to understand. And it's as above, so below. Now look at the Sumerians. The Sumerians were also multi-dimensional beings. Okay, look at how they have the double faces. They had one foot in this reality and one foot in another reality. And look at this one, a double-headed god inside of like a portal. You see? Because and look at these with the wings, the astral travel. Birds, ancient birds symbolize the soul because the soul is a bird. It flies to different worlds. It flies around the cosmos. And mushrooms gave you the ability to see these alternative states of consciousness, these alternate realities, because you exist in infinite realities. You exist in infinite realities. Now look at the 33rd degree Ordo Ab Chao badge. You get this badge when you become a 33rd degree Freemason, and it's a double-headed eagle. A double-headed eagle. And you can see this in Sumeria first. Sumeria have the same symbol, a double-headed, bird. You can see it here as well. And the Masons are still using this symbol today. And when you become a 33rd degree, 33 vertebrae on the back of your spine, above the vertebrae is your consciousness, and it's a double-headed eagle. One reality in one, you become a multi-dimensional being in the 33rd degree. And I've heard many interviews of Masons say it becomes Luciferian. You see, they speak in code. These Masons can't tell you about what they learn about, but they will speak in code. They said it becomes Luciferian. The word Luciferian is lucid. The root word of Luciferian is lucid, and lucid is lucid dreaming, alternative realities, dream worlds. You become a god. Luciferian means you're becoming your own god, pretty much. Because you are becoming a multi-dimensional being living in between the different layers of reality at the 33rd degree of Freemasonry. And look at the double-headed eagle, because the birds symbolize the soul. And they reach high, they fly high, just like the soul wants to fly high to the light, to become one with the light, like the Emerald Tablet says. Now look at Janus. Janus was another god, and he's known as the god of doorways. Janus always depicted with a double head. Janus is why we say janitor or January. And January is entering a new year. Janus is known as the god of doorways with keys, always got a key, because keys open doors. That's why the janitor holds all the keys. And Janus always has double heads, because he had one foot in this reality, one foot in another. He was a multi-dimensional being, a Luciferian, living between the different layers of reality, instead of being stuck in one like we are. Well, a lot of people. And that's the whole point. You see, all of this stuff is about like changing the world and stuff like that. This world will probably never ever change. It's probably been like this forever. Well, forever, for a long time. But it's about moving out of this reality to the higher states. And the Masons always depict the ladder to the luminaries, the stars, with a key, the same key of Janus. The Vatican is a key, and it's in charge of all the religions. Why is it a key? Because they're holding back the key. They're keeping you stuck within this reality, keeping you stuck as identifying yourself with the body, identifying yourself with this world. You are not in the world is within you. This is a program being ran by your central nervous system, and your consciousness is experiencing this reality. Now, this is going to be a mind-blowing video for some people. You have to have an open mind. You have to let go of all the programs. I'm repeating what the ancients are talking about and the ancient symbolism. Look at Janus with the double-headed god. He was just another god coming down, giving keys to people who had the worthy mind to be pulled up out of this reality, to be pulled up to heaven, just like Jesus was teaching how to reach heaven. But really, it's an encoded scripture. But anyways, hope you all gained some insight on this video. Have an amazing day. Please like, share, comment. All the links are in the bio for the PDF, for the Manifestation Mastery course, and all the other amazing stuff. And if you want to support the channel, I'd greatly appreciate it if you became a Patreon member. Hope you'll have an amazing day, people. God.
bookofwisdom.com. Visit today.
Welcome to Revival of Wisdom.
What is good, people? It's Revival of Wisdom. We're back with another video. Today we're going to be talking about the importance of Saturn and the occult. Let's jump straight into this. So Saturn is the god of the earth, right? It's the time of God, change, destruction, physical matter. He creates and destroys because the energy of Saturn is the key to crystallization. It wraps things in physical matter, right? He creates everything, all life forms, and he takes things back because the day that you're born, that's the day that your expiry date is coming. The time is ticking until Saturn takes your life. This is why he's known as the Reaper. Okay? As he's personified as eating his child here in this ancient Roman painting. As you can see, he's eating the child. We are all children of Saturn, right? He creates physical matter, our physical bodies, right? He's the god of time because he's the slowest moving celestial body. He's the Lord of the Rings, as you can see here. He's the last one on the ring. He's the slowest one moving, okay? So he is the Lord of time, destruction and creation, okay? This is why his name is Saturn, Satan. He's the devil, okay? But I'm not saying Saturn's evil, guys. It's a part of life. Everything lives and dies, right? He's the key to crystallization. Now, as we have the clock here, our god Saturn, or Chronos in Greek, just means time. He's also the god of time, as I've already said. 60 seconds in a minute, 60 minutes in an hour, 24 hours in a day. Add 2 plus 4 equals 6. 60 seconds, 60 minutes, 2 plus 4 equals 6. That's 666. Okay? And as you see on the clock, 6 take away 12 equals 6. 7 take away 1 equals 6. 9 take away 3 equals 6. 6 is the number of Saturn. It's associated with Saturn, right? He's the god of time, of justice. Everything goes back to the Reaper in the end. Everything lives and dies. Now, the artwork of him, he's always got the Reaper staff. You see, it's personifying death. Now, when you see this, the Romans were not saying Saturn was a real person, a real god in human form. No, this is personification. This is what the ancients always did. They personified, just like the Bible. It's all personification. So the personifying Saturn eating its children because it eats. It's the Reaper. No one can escape the Reaper. No one can escape death. Now, Saturn is 666, which is in the Bible, the number of the beast, right? The number of the beast, Satan, 666, right? So on the North Pole of Saturn, you have a hexagon, which makes a cube, right? Now, this hexagon, when you join up all the corners, creates the 6-pointed star known as the Star of David, right? In the Jewish religion. Now, as you can see, the 6-pointed star has 6 points, 6 mini triangles, and a 6-sided hexagon. That makes 666. And also, your Saturday is named after Saturn, the 6th planet, the 6th day of the week, and has a 6-sided polygon in its north pole. That's also 666. Now, this Star of David, this symbol goes back thousands of years, and it originates from Saturn. It's not the Star of David, right?
It originates from Saturn. It symbolizes the physical and spiritual aspect combined into one, which makes us humans, right? Also symbolizes the male and female combined into one. These two sacred energies create the human. We consist of both male and female energy, also known as the Seal of Solomon. And we all know if Solomon was a real person, he talks about communicating with 72 demons. He could apparently, in the text, he could communicate with 72 demons, and this is sorcery. This is black magic. Now, this symbol is associated with hexing people. When you place a hex on someone, that is a form of witchcraft, which a hex is just a curse. When you're cursing someone, this is black magic. Now, the black magician would stand in the middle of the symbol and cast his spells onto other people. Now, this symbol is obviously on the $1 bill, twice on the $1 bill. And it's a very, very ancient symbol. And it originates from Saturn. And let's keep going. So the cube. So I've just said how you see the cube on the North Pole of Saturn, right? The cube is limited. It's a 3D shape. It symbolizes limitations to the physical 3D dimension, the third dimension, the physical realm which we are in. Now, as you can see, the color associated with Saturn is black, right? Black is infinite potential. Black is the creation of all things before there was light. Light is born out of blackness, darkness, okay? Now, black is physical matter. And as you can see, the black cube, black symbolizing physical matter, the cube being limited, as the physical realm that we are in is limited. It's not like the fourth dimension where everything can exist in a thought. The third dimension is limited, right? And this is what Saturn is. It limits you to the 3D 666. Your body limits you to your physical body. Now, these black cubes are placed everywhere. As you can see, Australia, Denmark, Manhattan. There's one in New York. As you can see, the Apple have a cube. The Nintendo GameCube. Trump Tower is a black cube. This is worshipping the energy of Saturn, the god Saturn. Okay, it's not a god, it's a celestial energy. However, it rules over Earth because it pretty much created the physical realm. Now, as you see, when you go to a funeral, you wear black, a black suit symbolizing Saturn, which is the color associated, black. And as you see in Mecca, they walk around the black cube in rings. As you can see here, they're stood around in rings, like the rings of Saturn. The Mercedes symbol. You probably wouldn't notice that, but yes, it's Saturn. And when you graduate from university, you wear a black cube on your head. This is all symbolizing Saturn. Okay. Now, as you can see, the Jews here have a black cube on their third eye whilst they pray. Notice how he's shutting his eyes into blackness, darkness, and he's wrapped around a black strap around his arm. This is symbolizing the wrapping of physical matter, of how physical matter wraps things into existence. And as we all know, the Star of David is a Jewish symbol. So he has the black cube and the Star of David, right? So all of these religions are secretly worshipping Saturn. Okay, this is all Saturn worship, Kronos, the god of time and destruction, the physical reality. Now, as you can see, it's symbolized everywhere in all major corporations. Pepsi, internet, that's obvious. NASA, of course, NASA. NASA means to deceive in Hebrew. Universal, Walkers, that one's so obvious. Nike, Toyota. So many different ways they symbolize it. You either see the rings of Saturn or the black cube, as I just showed you here, the Nintendo and the Mercedes, right? It's absolutely everywhere. Now, they also use 666 to symbolize it, as I've just broken it down to you. 666, the World Economic Forum. We all know how they're trying to enslave us into this new world agenda. Google Chrome, CERN, Disney, Coca-Cola, Cadbury's, all of these have 666. Now, every UPS barcode has 666. And even www. Is Hebrew for 666, as you can see here. Monster. It's the same Hebrew letter that means 666. Drake, 6 God. That's his God, Saturn. Why? Because they love physical realm. They love the physical dimension, the third dimension. Because they can rule here through riches. They can build an empire here. It's not like the fourth dimension. They don't want to ascend. They want to stay down here in the physical realm. Okay? Now, this is why they're cloning. They can move their consciousness into other clones to live forever. This technology exists. This is why they love the third dimension. As you can see, all of these sellouts here, Drake, Leonardo DiCaprio, you know, all of these people doing 666 because this is their God. This is their God. They love the physical realm. They sold their souls for wealth and fame in this physical realm. So why would they leave? You see? Now, this isn't all just evil, okay? So you have 7 chakras, right? You have 7 days of the week, 7 solfeggio scale notes. These are frequencies, the solfeggio scale. Now, it's called the Saturn moon matrix because the moon symbolizes your mind, because you're created out of the Holy Trinity, which is body, mind, and spirit, right? That's the triangle, the equal triangle, body, mind, and spirit. Now, the 3 main celestial bodies are Earth, Moon, and Sun. The Earth being your physical body, the Moon being your mind, and the Sun is your soul, hence why it's called solar. It's a solar soul. Now, these symbols are alchemical symbols. So when you're doing alchemy, you use these symbols to obviously symbolize what we're talking about. Now, as you can see, these are all the symbols of the planets. Now, Saturn is created out of the moon on top, the moon on the bottom and the earth on top, as you can see here. You see? And this creates the number 5. Now, with the moon being your mind and the earth being your physical body, this is mind over matter, because the earth is your body's matter. This is a matter over mind. You don't want to be matter over mind. This is low states of consciousness. You won't be mind over matter. You see, to manipulate matter, to create your own reality. Now, obviously, we all know Saturn is associated with the lowest chakra, which is the root chakra. This is to deal with your animal instincts. When you're down here, you identify as the physical body. You don't know anything spiritual. You're you have a pure physical mind. You don't believe in anything spiritual. This is survival mode, consumption. They want you trapped down here, which is matter over mind. They don't want you to create your own reality, which is mind over matter. You see? Now, that's what Jupiter is. Saturn is the moon on the bottom and the earth on top. But Jupiter is the moon on top with the earth on the bottom. That's mind over matter, you see? So, these chakras are an ascension process from spiritual, from matter, physical matter to spiritual. This is the ascension. This is the stairway to heaven. This is Jacob's ladder. You see? Now, the number 5, which is obviously associated with Saturn as well, which create the symbol for Saturn, created the number 5. You have 5 senses, 5 elements, 5 physical elements. As we all know, Saturn crystallizes everything into physical matter out of the 4 elements. 5 fingers and toes, 5 points of man. Okay, the number 5 is the number of justice. Saturn holds things back. He restrains things from you, makes you learn the lesson. Now, 666 is not all evil. 666 is the atomic structure of the carbon atom. 6 protons, 6 electrons, 6 neutrons, right? We are carbon-based life forms. All life forms are based on the bonding properties of the element carbon. Because Saturn crystallizes everything into physical matter. Now, the Masons symbolize this with the checkered boards. They have the black square, which is obviously matter, as I just said, the black cube. And spirit is the white square, because white is eternal light. White and light, you see? Black is physical matter. Now, this is what we are. The point of our soul is to transmute from matter to spirit, but these are interchangeable. This is the constant cycle between spirit and matter, spirit and matter. High vibrational matter turns into spirit. Low vibrational spirit turns into physical matter. You see? Now, we are carbon-based life forms. This is what 666 is, the number of the beast. When I say we, the physical body is the beast. It's the animal. It's the carbon suit to operate in this physical dimension, in this physical realm. See? It's the vehicle used to operate in this physical realm. But your mind isn't from this physical realm, you see? The brain is the physical manifestation of the soul. Okay? So, as you can see here, the spine is an extension of the brain. Everything goes back to the brain. This is literally what your physical body is. You see, this is the nervous system, and everything reports back to the brain, and everything's controlled from this control center. And this spinal column, at the top of the spinal column, is your third eye, which is known as the pineal gland. And this is the seat of consciousness. It's the center of consciousness. That is your true self, pure consciousness. This body is just a physical body. This body is mortal. This body runs out, but your consciousness lives forever. They don't want you knowing this. This is why they keep you down here in your lower chakra. They want you to believe everything is just physical. They don't want you to believe in the spiritual side of reality. Because this way they can manipulate you, right? They want you matter over mind because they know your mind creates reality. They know your mind is the root cause of reality. You manifest your own reality from the inside out. So this is why they control your perception of reality. They control your information. in order to manifest their new world order. You who are ignorant to knowledge and wisdom, you who are ignorant are manifesting their agenda because you accept their information and their perception of this reality. Now, this is why they tell you the globe model, the heliocentric model, to trap you into physical matter. Now, if you understood about this true form of this realm, you'd understand that there's a spiritual side behind everything. The spiritual side, something has to exist. The root cause of reality is higher planes of existence. It happens in the mind before it happens on the physical plane. You see? They don't want you knowing this. They want you matter over mind, which is the symbol for Saturn. Moon over Earth. The Holy Trinity. Now, as you can see, the cube also makes IXXI. This is Roman numerals. This is Roman numerals, and when it's translated from 9/11. Yes, 9/11. This is the secret code of the one world order. The two twin towers, when the two become one. Okay, when the two become one, this is how you reach the higher states of consciousness, the physical and spiritual. Now, as you can see, the 9/11 memorial are two black cubes. It's two black cubes. This is all Saturn worship. Now, I'm not saying that Saturn is an evil celestial body, right? No, everything has a good side and a bad side, right? It's duality. The spirits of Saturn on the dark side are the most evil demonic spirits. Now, these are the spirits that these are invoking through these rituals, right? Yes, 9/11 was a massive ritual. It's a satanic ritual, okay? Now, we all know Elon Musk. Elon Musk is coming with the mark of the beast. And English gematria, this equals 666, right? 666, as I said, is the number of the beast. You are the beast, your physical body. You see how the Bible twisted things up to make things more confusing, right? But it's there. You just have to have the knowledge to be able to read the Bible properly. As we all know, we had this virus. I'm not going to say the name because I'll get flagged. This virus adds up to 666 because this is all part of the New World Order. It's all part of keeping you in this physical dimension. Okay? Now, as you can see here, Novus Ordo Seclorum on the back of his shirt, on Elon Musk's shirt, this is also on the $1 bill, Novus Ordo Seclorum. This means New World Order. Yes, New World Order. This is on the back of Elon Musk's shirt. And as you can see here, he owns Neuralink, which is the brain chip, which they're going to be putting into implanting this onto your brain. This is the New World Order to connect you and merge your consciousness with AI. Neuralink and Meta, he owns Meta as well, which is the metaverse. These are going to be linked in, hence why they have the same symbol, but just in a different format. It's the infinity symbol. And the infinity symbol comes from the torus field, as you can see here, your electromagnetic field from around your body. Now, the end goal is for this New World Order is to trap your consciousness inside of an alternative reality being projected from the metaverse. because the metaverse will be the reality. Neuralink will be the brain chip inside of your brain, projecting your consciousness into an alternative reality while they harness your energy of your physical 666 body. Now, this stuff gets real deep, people. Now, this is the end goal of the New World Order, is to connect you with AI. This is why they're trapping you and keeping you in these lower states of consciousness in the Saturn associated root chakra. So you don't find out about the spiritual side of reality, because if you knew the truth of this reality, you wouldn't connect to AI. You see, you have the power within you to travel to other worlds, the astral plane, for example. You travel to different worlds when you are sleeping. Okay? They want you to know it's just a dream. However, their end goal is to trap your consciousness and feed off your energy, spiritually and physically. Okay? I don't know why these people are just pure evil. As I said, evil love bondage. They love the physical dimension. They don't want to ascend to other realms. These evil love the third dimension. This is why evil spirits will inhabit bodies, exorcisms, because they miss being in the physical realm. They miss it. Evil love bondage. So this is why they're cloning and putting their consciousness in clones to stay in this third dimension, to stay as further away from the source as possible. Okay? This is why they're doing it. And this is how it's all linked in. So I hope you all enjoyed this video. Hope you gained some wisdom. Please feel free to join the Telegram. And please leave a like and a subscribe. Thank you all, people. God bless.
bookofwisdom.com. Visit today.
The Pope is supposedly opening 5 portals on Christmas Day. Now, I know this video is a bit late, but I'm going to be commenting on what I think this symbolism and this ritual truly means and what they are trying to do to society with this symbolic ritual. So the first thing we must understand is that everything these people do on a mass scale, all of these major events that they take place on, are all symbolic. They're all ritual. They all have purpose. Okay? So when we look at the locations of these 5 doors that are in Rome, we actually see the sigil of Lucifer when we connect the dots of all of the 5 door locations. This is the sigil of Lucifer. Lucifer is not what you think. Lucifer, sigil of Lucifer, represents the outline of the human brain and our visual perception field. Now, the human perception field is how our brain interacts with the external reality. Our external reality is not physical. The only thing that exists outside of you is pure energy, formless, vibrational energy and light. Your brain is an energy decelerator. Your brain decelerates this light, this energy, into a material reality or perception that you can interact with. You don't look into the external world. The energy, the light, enters the eye retinas, goes through the optic nerve, and travels to the back of the brain called the visual cortex. And the visual cortex is what shapes your visual screen. Now, if you are seeing the screen, this means that you are not the body, you are not the brain, you are the perception observing the screen that you are seeing. You are the I behind that, you are the person behind that. So, what this is actually symbolizing is perception. This is a symbol of perception, of perceiving the material plane, of how spirit interacts with matter. Now, what's Lucifer? Now, the word Lucifer means the light bearer. He's known as the light bearer. The word Lucifer originates in Latin. Luci means light, and fer means to bring. It's the light bringer. The eyes, the visual perception of the light bringer to your reality. You see, everything outside of you is light. You are made of light. The word hue man means light. Hue means color, which is a form of light. And man means manifest. We're light manifested into material form. Every single one of us is Lucifer. When we fall for the material world, the external world, is an illusion. It is the false world. It can elude you. It can make you fall in love with the material things, material pleasures, lust, money, fame. These things make you fall. This is the fall of Lucifer. This is the mythological story. This is the symbolism behind Lucifer. It's you. Are you falling for material pleasure because you are a divine spiritual being from the higher planes, not from this plane? Now, if you let your divine being fall for this material plane and fall for the evil that can take place in this plane, then you are Lucifer. It represents the false light, the false reality. This symbol, the sigil of Lucifer, it symbolizes the interplay between light consciousness and the perceptual experience of the physical reality. The external world is truly internal. What we visually perceive is essentially light waves carrying information, which then gets processed by our brain, the central computer of our nervous system. Okay? So, how many doors are open? 5 doors. So 5 is the number of perception as well. 5 fingers on each hand, 5 points on the human body, 5 toes on each foot. We have 5 senses. 1, 2, 3, and 4, they're spiritual numbers. 6, 7, 8, and 9, they're material numbers. 5's the gateway. 5 is the middle bridge of how our spiritual self interacts with the physical self, how spirit interacts with matter. So this ritual is symbolic of perception. This is maybe bringing in a new perception. A new event will happen after this, a new perception of the world. Or personally, I think this ritual was to obviously shape the collective consciousness, because your reality is an externalization of your inner consciousness. It's simply just a mirror. Your material life, your material world outside of you is simply a mirror reflecting with mathematical and geometric precision of your internal consciousness. Your consciousness is creating and causing the effect called reality, physical reality. Your life is a result of every thought you thought in the past. Therefore, with that being said, everyone who perceives this ritual of, the Pope's opening 5 spiritual portals, who's letting in demonic energy into the world, they're going to let demonic energies and demonic spirits all in the world. Well, what if I told you the only portal they're opening is a portal in your own mind for negativity? By you believing in negative forces coming into the world and going to possess everyone, that's opening up your own mind. The collective spiritual community has been brainwashed in thinking there's going to be demonic energy. Therefore, what will happen? There will be demonic energy. Not because the Pope opened up a portal to the demonic energy, it's because everyone opened up their own minds to the demonic energy. Therefore, we as a collective consciousness shape the external world on a macrocosm scale. For example, the microcosm is your personal life. Your personal life. You have created it through consciousness. Your belief system is just externalized in your world. But on a collective scale, we all believe in money, for example. And because we all believe in money and we believe that this piece of paper holds value in our minds, okay, in the mental plane, this has an effect on the physical plane by shaping the physical plane by being ruled by this belief as on a macrocosm scale. Yes, I know that money doesn't exist. It's just a belief in my mind. But that doesn't have an effect because the collective consciousness believes that money has effect, has power. When it doesn't, it's just a piece of paper with the belief behind it. If the collective consciousness stopped stopped believing in money, then the collective consciousness would have broke the spell and we would have no longer had a material plane ruled by money. You see, our beliefs is ruling and shaping our physical plane. This physical world outside of you is truly just an effect of the mind, an effect of our consciousness, our inner world. So I believe this ritual was done to change our perception, to make us think the Pope is bringing this spiritual energy and negative forces into the world. And it's just simply us creating the negativity in the world by believing in this, by thinking this. Remember, they have the power to send messages into millions of people's minds through media. And then messages are then believed, and that belief is shaping our world. What have I told you? That the New World Order is not manifested by the elite, it's manifested by you and us. We're all manifesting the New World Order. They can't manifest it. We can, because we are the ones believing it. We believe it. It is reality. It shapes our own prison. We're all shaping our own prison by believing in the prison, by believing in money. So this ritual was all to do with perception, creating a new perception, creating fear in our minds to, of course, distract us from what's really going on. This is all a ritual to implant messages in your own mind. So I hope you all understand this video, and I hope you all gain some insight, and I'll see you inside the university.
bookofwisdom.com. Visit today.
What is good, people? We're back with another video, and this is going to be talking about the connection between the micro and the macro. You know, you are the universe, everything is inside of you. So the first thing you need to understand is that the law of mentalism, we are a thought in the creator's mind, everything's being thought into existence. We have a spark of this mind, this same mind of the creator. And everything is a state of mind. Particles or atoms, whatever you want to call them, are a mental thing. They're a product of the mind. Everything's thought into existence. Thoughts influence everything. Thoughts are energetic effects which send out waves into the quantum field around you. And your consciousness is actually the universe experiencing itself, expressing itself, and viewing itself. So we are the creator, but viewing itself in separate bodies. And this is why they call the material world the world of illusions, because everything's separate here, but we all forget that we are all one. We've all been brainwashed to think we're all separate, but we're all one. We're all the same mind, the same consciousness, everything. So everything's created out of toroidal fields. God created the toroidal field. That's the only thing that exists because the atoms are toroidal fields. And it's the basis behind all creation. As you can see it in the owl's eyes, it creates the infinity symbol. And this was the apple. That apple is a toroidal field. And the toroidal field is made out of dielectricity, which is ether. Ether is black light, and this is counter space. This is another realm. This is what creates God to be omnipresent, to be everywhere in one. at one place at all times. He is everywhere because ether is everywhere. And ether is infinite potential. It connects everything together, and that's what energy moves through. It moves through the ether, and that's black light. Everything is light, as it says in John 4:2. God is light. Everything's a vibrational state of light. So the torus field is made out of dielectricity, ether, black light, magnetism, which is white light, which is the center of the toroidal field. And magnetism radiates, it has no vibration. And then when white light splits, it turns into electricity, which is physical material, and that has a vibration. This is the Holy Trinity, the sun, the moon, and Saturn. Saturn, the god of materialism. If you've watched my videos on Saturn, you know that Saturn is crystallizing everything into physical matter. And that's why his old name was El. The ancients called him El. And this is why we get L electricity. This is where L electricity comes from. Because L electricity is only a product of the physical world, which is redshift, blueshift, Adam and Eve. And this is what creates the redshift, blueshift is what is a product of magnetism. When magnetism, white light splits. And this gives us vibration. And this is what creates the toroidal field, which is the basis of all physical creation. The sine wave is created out of the magnetic wave and the electric wave. The electric wave is the blue wave, and the magnetic wave is the straight wave, which is radiation. This is vibration frequency. So the magnetic wave is straight, and then you have longitude and amplitude, which is depth, which is dimension. You see how the electric wave has depth and a dimension. This is why you get the cross. This is the cross of Earth. This is the symbol of Earth, of bondage, of physical matter, because it consists of magnetic wave and depth, which is electric wave. And this is where you get the sun cross or the earth cross, whatever you want to call it. It's the cross of physical matter, and the ancients knew this. This is why they used that symbol. Redshift, blueshift, which is the toroidal field, is the basis of all creation, physical creation. And this is why you have the police siren is red and blue. The Matrix movie, red pill, blue pill. You have red blood and blue blood in your body. The Democrat and Republic, the two parties, red and blue. Like your taps on your taps, you have a red and blue tap. One's generative and one's destruction. Fire, destruction, water, generative. So this is the basis of all things. And electric wave has dimension, like I've already said, depth, material, and it's measured in hertz. It's measured in hertz because it hurts you. It decays because the electric wave has a vibration, and vibration always has to go back to a standstill point. This wave cannot go forever, but the magnetic wave will go forever. It's radiation. Magnetic is radiation. It radiates forever. It pulses, but the electric wave will at some point come back to a standstill point, and that's why it hurts. It decays. That's why our physical body decays, because we contain of electricity. This body is an electric body, and it will return back to stillness like a guitar string. If you vibrate a guitar string, you pull it, it will vibrate, make a sound, and then go back to a standstill point. It's the exact same with every single toroidal field within the body. It will decay, and this is why our bodies decay, and everything in creation decays. So we're born into sin. The sin of Eve. The sin of Eve is us biting into the tree of knowledge of good and evil, which is the systems in the body. And the sin of Eve is biting into the sine wave. We bit into the sine wave. The sun moves in a sine wave. Our DNA is a sine wave. Time is a sine wave. Everything in this creation is a sine wave. This is why the dollar bill is a sine wave. Magnetism and electric waves in one. And this is the sun doing its sine wave, which creates, when you go bowling, it kind of creates that pin that you hit over. That's the pin of the sun. The zodiac sign is a sine wave because the zodiac sign is an expression of the toroidal field, because magnetism unfolds into 12ness. And that's why you have 12 zodiac signs, 12 systems in your body, 12 cranial nerves in your head, in your brain. So if you can imagine this, see where my pointer is, always starts with Aries. Aries is the head. It's the first thing that's created in the womb. And this is Aries, the ram. And this is why it's called a cerebrum in your brain, which is the first thing that creates when you're in the womb. And What's the element of Aries? Is fire. Fire is the first element. FIR, first, because it's the first thing on the wheel, the first expression of energy. As you can see here, my pointer, this is the center of the toroidal field. It would go Aries, Virgo, Capricorn, Pisces, Scorpio, Cancer. Then we go back to Libra. Libra would be center. But you see how the toroidal field is the expression of the 12 energies. That's what the constellations are, the energy expressions of the toroidal field. So it would go outwards, starting from Aries here, all the way back to Pisces, which is beyond the bottom half. But Libra would be the center. That's why Libra is the equinox. It's the equinox. Libra is when it goes from summer over to autumn. It's the equal. It starts to transition into the winter side. Equinox, equal, which is Libra. And that's why Libra has the two scales. It's symbolized with the two scales. That's because of, the sun moving over. It's being judged. It's equal now, but then it's going to tip over into the winter. That's why Libra is here, the center of the sine wave. Like I said before, magnetic energy unfolds into 12ness. Magnesium is number 12 on the periodic table. It's the sacred number. And this is why the scientists are NASA is trying to bring in another constellation to destroy the holy science of astrology. So Aries rules the head, which is Mars. Taurus rules the neck, the lower head. Gemini, the two twins, which is your lungs, your two twins, your arms, two twins. Cancer, the breasts, the chest area. Leo, the heart, which is the sun, which is fire, the center of the toroidal field. Virgo, the belly, which is the intestines. Libra, the kidneys, the two scales, the kidneys, balancing out everything. Scorpio, the sex organs. Sagittarius, hips and thighs. Capricorn, I've missed that out, which is the kneecaps. Capricorn, kneecap. Aries, which is the ram, which is the cerebrum in your brain. And then Aquarius, the calves and the ankles. And the Pisces, the two fish, the 2 feet. So everything corresponds, as you can see here. This is an ancient way of depicting it, of the folded human. And this is everything. Each constellation rules that part of the body, gives energy to that part of the body, makes you do certain things. So magnetic energy unfolds into 12ness, electricity unfolds into 7s. That's why when you get electric, the light spectrum that we see, it consists of 7 colors. Why we have 7 planets. The 7 planets give us our 7 metals and the 7 solfeggio scale frequencies. So the rotor, this is the rotor, and rotor is an anagram for Torah. The Torah, which is I think it's the Hebrew Bible. Don't quote me on that, but it's one of the holy books. Which is the Torah, the Taurus. Everything goes back to the Taurus field because it's the basis of all creation. So the chief cornerstone, it says in the Bible that the builders rejected the chief cornerstone. The chief cornerstone, you are the builder. You decided to incarnate into the physical world, into the electric world, El, the world of El, Saturn. When you are created in the womb, it takes you 9 months for you to be created. So for example, if you went into the womb here, it'd take you 9 months. So let's say you're born in Scorpio. So you'd go back 9 months, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. You consist of all of these 9 energies because it takes 9 months or however long you took to be born. Some people are born earlier. You'd have to find out how many months you were in the womb for. But you consist of these 9 energies, and each constellation has a cell salt associated with it. And these cell salts are vital for your health, and your cells are the optimal health of your body. So the chief cornerstone that you rejected is these 3 cell salts, these 3 constellations. So you're mineral deficient in these 3 constellations. For example, fluoride, magnesium, phosphate, and potassium sulfate. So that's the chief cornerstone. And a cornerstone, people always get it rejected with the cornerstone. The cornerstone is not, it doesn't say the cornerstone in the Bible. It says the chief cornerstone. The cornerstone is a cornerstone of a building, but a chief cornerstone is the top of the pyramid. This is where we get the pyramid of the wheel. So you're mineral deficient in whatever 3 zodiac signs you're not. You were not in the womb for. This is the chief cornerstone you rejected. So the human body is the micro, it is the universe in a physical form. It consists of everything in the universe, just like your consciousness is the universe watching itself, experiencing itself. Your body is the whole universe, 12 systems in the body, 12 zodiac signs, 7 chakras are the 7 planets. The Holy Trinity of you is your Temple of Solomon, the soul and the mind, the sun and the moon. You know, everything is in you. You consist of everything, all the energies, everything. Heaven and hell. Heaven and hell is a mind state. It's a state of the mind. Head, H-E-A, which is heaven, and the heel, the bottom of your foot, is hell. And the bottom of your foot is the soul. So they're basically saying, well, it's wordplay. They're saying that your soul is in hell because, you know, with the elites being in control. So they call the bottom of your foot the soul, trying to say that you're in hell. The Christ is in you. And this Christ is Greek for what Christos. And Christos is Greek for the oil. And this oil is produced in the cerebrum, the Aries, the ram, the cerebrum. It goes down the pineal. Well, the pineal and the pituitary are underneath the cerebrum. Goes down the pingala and the ida. The pingala being the positive charge connected to the pineal gland, pin, and the ida connected to the pituitary. And this is the 2 serpents going down the spinal column. And this is why Jesus goes from Nazareth to Bethlehem, and then Joseph and Mary are waiting for Jesus in Nazareth. Joseph and Mary are the pineal and the pituitary gland waiting for Jesus to come back up the River Jordan, or spinal column. So this is the oil. This is the story of Santa as well. Santa comes from the North Pole. Why? Because the North Pole of the Earth is the center of the toroidal field, and the North Pole of you is your spinal column, which is the North Pole of the toroidal field. The North Pole, he comes from the North Pole. This is the North Pole. This is the South Pole of the toroidal field. Comes from the North Pole, which is your mind. And he goes down the chimney and then back up the chimney. This is the chimney. And he drops off the present, which is the Christos, the oil. And this is why Jesus is crucified at 33, because he crosses over the vagus nerve at the top of your spine. When this oil comes back up the 33 vertebrae, these are your vertebrae here. When it goes up to the 33 vertebrae, it gets crucified at 33 because it crosses the vagus nerve, and he's crucified on the cross at 33. This is the story behind Jesus and Santa. The Ark of the Covenant in the Bible is the 2 hemispheres which cover the vital parts of your mind, the brain side, which is the cerebrum, the pineal, the pituitary, etc. So the 2 hemispheres are the 2 angels, the Ark of the Covenant. This is the Ark of the Covenant covering the 2 vital parts of your brain. So these are the optic thalamus is another part, and it protects the Christ oil, which is inside at the center of the brain. See, the Bible is all a massive metaphor about yourself because you are the universe. You are a microcosm of the universe. Your consciousness is experiencing itself, and the universe experiencing, and your body is the whole universe. Your head's heaven. So Moses crosses the Red Sea. These are the 2 hemispheres of your brain. This is the corpus callosum, the Red Sea. So he's pretty much saying that he's uniting the 2 hemispheres of your brain, because most people in this generation are stuck in the left brain, which is just logic, reasoning, science and maths, writing. You know, this is what school teaches you to do. It keeps you stuck in your left brain. And you want to cross over to you want to cross the Red Sea, which is the corpus callosum, to the right brain, which is awareness, art awareness, creativity, imagination, intuition, insight, you know, using the higher mind, creativity, imagination. If you don't have intuition, then you can't read energy, you can't pick up on bad things. This is what Moses is symbolizing by crossing the Red Sea. And it's also the upper room where Jesus met the 12 disciples. 12 disciples are the 12 cranial nerves in your brain. It doesn't just represent the 12 zodiac signs. The 12 disciples symbolizes many different things. It's like I said, energy the universe consists of 12ness. So you have 12 cranial nerves in your brain, and that's the 12 disciples as well. And they want you stuck in your left brain, which is the 5 senses, materialism. So they say in the Bible that Satan blinds the mind. Satan is Saturn. If you've watched my videos, Satan is Saturn. And you consist of the whole Trinity, which is the sun, moon, and earth. The soul, moon, the soul being your sun, the solar, the moon being your mind, the earth, your physical body. And Satan blinds the mind. Why? Because we enter a soul system. This is a soul system, not a solar system. And Saturn is the Lord of the Rings, which is the outer ring. When your soul enters the soul system, your soul starts to materialize. It hits Saturn. Why? Because Saturn starts to materialize you. You take on the 7 virtues, which are the 7 planets, which are your 7 chakras. And to get out of this soul system, you must get out of your lower nature, your animal nature, which is lust, desire, greed. You know, the number of the beast, 666, which is Saturn, Satan. So you enter the soul system, you take on the 7 energies, which you turn into physical matter. And this is your descension from heaven to, well, to say hell. And then you must raise back up from matter to spirit. They say Satan blinds the mind. Why? Because your mind gets materialized. Your soul and mind get materialized. And when you get materialized, it's an intense experience. You lose the divinity within you. You forget the divinity. So Satan, which is the first planet, the first energy you take on, the material body, he blinds the mind. He makes you forget everything, your divinity. Then you must remember, ascend up Jacob's ladder, the 33 vertebrae to heaven. And this is a microcosm of the macro, because you will ascend back up to heaven if you do this, when you leave your physical body, when your body decays. So when it talks about in the Bible, completely destroy them, the Hittites, the Amorites, the Canaanites, all the ites, this is what God says to the Israelites. It says completely destroy them. It's basically symbolizing saying destroy your lower nature. The Canaanites, cannibals. We're under a Canaanite system now, which is cannibalism. And this is flesh eating, lust, greed, all the demonic stuff, all the lower vibrational stuff, you know, the lower nature, eating, sex, and survival, the lower 3 chakras. You must get out of these lower 3 chakras and return back to spirit, which is heaven, which is spirit, love, being holy, being truthful, being passionate. Going back to Satan blinding the mind, all of the planets are made out of these 3 symbols. Satan blinds the mind, and that's why Satan's symbol, this is the symbol for Saturn, Satan, this symbol for Saturn is the cross, which is physical matter, the earth, over the moon is your mind. So the Saturn symbol saying matter over mind, he blinds the mind, Satan blinds the mind once you enter the soul system. And you must remember, in the Bible, it talks about the Genesis, which is Eve, the sin of Eve, which is biting of the tree of knowledge, with the serpent, which wraps around the tree. It says the serpent placed himself on the tree. Well, the serpent is the spinal column. It's the serpent telling you eat from the tree of knowledge of good and evil, which is your nervous system. And eating from the tree of knowledge of good and evil is doing bad things. For example, over-sexualized, overeating, eating the wrong food. That's eating from your nervous system. It's decaying you, and it's preventing you from achieving the God self, the God consciousness. This is the symbolism of, you know, the tree on the serpent, telling you to eat from the left brain, with the left brain being the sinister. Sinister is Latin for left. That's sin. Sin is left. And left is lefty Lucy, Lucifer, right, righteousness, right, God, godly. The tree of knowledge of good and evil, which is your nervous system, because it determines good or bad. You know, that's the only thing you experience in this world is your nervous system. And then the tree of life is the cardiovascular system, and the Garden of Eden is your body. So that's it for this video, people. I hope you've got a greater understanding of how you are the universe and everything is inside of you. Just keep in mind you are the universe experience in itself, and your body is a reflection of everything. The 12 constellations, the 7 planets, everything's inside of you. This world is an expression from the inside outwards. You can't affect the outside world to manipulate reality. Everything's inside of you. I hope you got a greater understanding of this. God bless.
bookofwisdom.com. Visit today.
Religions were made to hide the truth about yourself, God, and the universe. You see, religion teaches there is a God separate from you. He created the universe separate from himself. They did this to truly disconnect you from consciousness, from God, and from yourself. Now let me explain. It's going to be very difficult to understand this from a left hemisphere dominated perception. The left hemisphere sees everything individual. The right hemisphere sees the whole. For example, if you're walking through a woods, the left hemisphere sees individual trees, leaves, twigs, and branches. The right hemisphere sees the interconnectedness of the whole woods. We've been trained our whole life to be trapped in the left hemisphere, to think logically, scientifically, with evidence. This way of thinking traps you in illusion, division, and separateness from everything. Plus, in science, they teach you the universe exists outside of you. You exist in a universe, and the universe exists whether you exist or not. This is completely false. You are the universe experiencing itself. There is only one person in the universe. There is only one awareness in the universe, and that is God. That is your consciousness. Not your name, your job, your reputation, your thoughts, your beliefs. That is not God. God is the infinite awareness that you are, the alertness, the essence of life. You are an individual. You have a dual nature, an inner world, consciousness, and an outer world, this physical body. The inner world is the immortal, consciousness, awareness. This physical reality is for the immortal within us to experience and enjoy. And the immortal consciousness, the immortal self, the individualized expression of the only thing that is truly real, which is God, consciousness, is seeking a way to understand itself through infinite vantage points. The same consciousness inside of you, inside of the dog, the squirrel, the plants, the stars, the same awareness is in absolutely everything. Only the right hemisphere can see this connection. The universe is one mind separated into the infinite bodies and life forms. This is why scientists tell you that the universe is forever expanding. It's truth in plain sight, because the universe is the mind, and the mind is always seeking more vantage points to understand itself. And the mind is always expanding into new realms of thought. The mind cannot be filled up. It does not exist in space. However, human awareness, human consciousness is very sacred. And the reason why I say that is because humans possess a two-way consciousness, unlike a dog, an animal, or a squirrel, for example. The dog looks in the mirror. It is not aware of itself. It doesn't look in the mirror and see that it needs to improve something. However, humans, we can look in the mirror and say, who am I? Where do I come from? And I need to change this aspect of me. I'm lacking in this area. Dogs do not have this awareness. They function only on their immediate surroundings, on survival and instinct. Human awareness is special because we have the ability to reflect on the self. We can question our consciousness. We can question, who am I? Where do I come from? And where am I going after this? The human mind has no limitation. We can surpass our animal nature and rise to a godly nature. This is the whole purpose of reaching Christ consciousness, which is just an ideal consciousness where we have control over self and we know who we truly are. Humans have been given the tools to awaken. Our five senses are locked only to perceive the physical world. But the mind holds the gateway to understand the unseen aspects of reality. The mind holds the secrets to the universe and consciousness. We just have to study ourselves to understand God. We are all individualized aspects of consciousness. There is only one pure consciousness in the universe, but we're fractaled into infinite life forms, experiencing this consciousness in a different form, molding this consciousness into individual egos and individualized consciousness. Me and you are made of the same fabric. However, I have thought different things, believed different things, experienced different things, which has conditioned my consciousness to be my own individualized aspect of God. And that's what makes me, me, and you, you. God is the creative power within us to turn thoughts into physical reality, to create things. We are a creator. Each one of us is a miniature earth, creating and building in this physical 3D reality. Our consciousness holds power over the 3D reality. We can mold it and create anything we wish. However, we have been conditioned to live like an animal, living in our animal nature, eating, surviving, lusting, and these low-level desires keep us trapped from figuring out our creative power. This is why the ancients always depicted God inside of the brain. Even in ancient Christian artwork, William Blake, Anton Raphael, all depict God inside of the brain. Why is this? Because God is our creative power. The spinal column acts as a type of ladder of consciousness. If you just think about sex and act on sex, eating, consuming, and living in a survival animalistic state, then your consciousness is functioning on the lower end of the spinal column, where your reproductive organs are and your gut organs are to consume food. In order to activate the God within us and to us to truly know God, we have to be aligned with the God consciousness. We have to unlock the God within us so we can truly actually experience God and understand it. However, God exists beyond our personal consciousness, beyond our human identity. In secret societies, satanic rituals and satanic societies, they are seeking a way to escape the human identity through ritual work, meditation, and trance-like states. A trance-like state is like the state that you enter just before you fall asleep, where there is no thought present in your mind, because you are not the mind, you are the observer, you experience the thoughts. And when we escape the human identity through rituals, meditation, or trance-like states, we can actually experience beyond the veil of this material world. However, satanic rituals do this in a negative way. Satanic rituals include ways to make the human mind tap out by pushing the human minds to the limit through pain, suffering, and even torture, to allow the mind to pass out so you can temporarily pass on the veil of the physical world and escape the limitations of the human identity and the human thinking mind. Now, you do not have to do it this way. You can experience the divine and beyond your human identity through many different ways, such as deep, deep meditation, rising above your thoughts, and setting 3 alarms, one for 6 a.m., one for 6:30, and one for 7:30. And when you wake up at these times, what you need to do each time you wake up is allow your mind to stay awake but your body to fall asleep. And you will enter this trance-like state. And you can gain ideas, experience lucid dreams, and maybe even astral project. All of these rituals in secret societies and satanic societies is all about escaping the human identity and experiencing the divine planes beyond the physical. To wrap all of this up, this is all about consciousness. Consciousness is the infinite awareness of the universe, just fractaled into separate bodies. And this consciousness is seeking a way to understand itself in infinite angles and vantage points. And religion was made to cut off your connection to the divine planes beyond this world and beyond your self-identity. Therefore, if you want to know God, you have to study the attributes and qualities of God, such as geometry, numbers, consciousness, the mind, the subconscious, human anatomy. All of these things are aspects of God. We have to study ourselves and study nature so we can see God. God is the infinite awareness of the universe. If you love this video, please leave a like and share it with a friend. I'll leave a link in the description for the Book of Wisdom, Volume 2.
This one secret that is hidden and guarded within secret societies grants you profound power, which can fully transform your life and perspective on reality. Today, I'm going to reveal this one secret, which you probably already know, but never realized how deep it truly is. This has the power to change your life. It is the key to your potential. And if you stay with me, this power may be yours, and you could transform your life with this hidden secret that is guarded within secret societies and esoteric orders. And this secret is not really a secret, but something people overlook, that the universe is mental. Everything we experience and interact with and perceive originates within the mind. The universe is a boundless field of consciousness. a mental construct molded and shaped by thought. We do not just live in a physical world, as they want you to believe. There are hidden forces that mold the material world. They want you to believe that you are only a physical being inside of a physical universe. But this is completely wrong. You are the architecture of the universe. Your consciousness is the very fabric of reality, and you create your own universe. The universe is an infinite field of consciousness, a vast and limitless mental construct, intricately woven and shaped by the power of thought. It is a dynamic and ever evolving field where the interplay of awareness and attention gives form to existence. Within the boundless realm, every idea, perception, and belief contributes to the creation and transformation of reality itself. Each thought holds the power to transform reality. Your consciousness is the very fabric of reality. And this is shown in the symbol of the flower of life. The flower of life is a symbol. It symbolizes the interconnectedness of all existence, illustrating how every thought is not merely a fleeting moment, but a ripple that reverberates across every layer of reality. Each action, like the intricate overlapping circles of this pattern in the symbol, extends its influence far beyond its origin, weaving a web of interdependence where every choice impacts the whole. It serves as a profound reminder that everything is connected, bound by an unseen field of consciousness. This symbol represents how one action, one thought is a ripple in the whole vastness of the ether of consciousness. To master your mind is to master the universe, because your mind is a miniature universe. The mind is the very fabric of reality. So if we gain the hook, if we gain the power and the mastery over our minds, we have now gained the power to create reality to your will and intent. You see, most people live in a cycle, and this cycle is the outer world manipulating how they feel on the inner world. People's external circumstances are creating their thoughts and emotion in the inner world of consciousness, which is producing a constant cycle of negative manifestation. For example, let's say something negative happens to me in my external world. Then I start to think negative and feel negative. What that is actually doing is manifesting and projecting more negativity, because our thoughts hold the power to control and weave our own life. Your life is a direct correlation of every thought you thought in the past. What we need to do is stop and not let the mind control you in your reality. You need to control the mind so you can control reality. So what does this actually mean? Reality is an externalization of consciousness. Consciousness and matter are one. They're not separate. They are inseparable and interconnected. Everything we see, experience, and observe is a manifestation of thought, beliefs, and consciousness, shaping the world around us. Now, this ties in with the secret fifth element that they have hid from you. They've hid from you this sacred and very important symbol and pillar to reality. And this pillar, this sacred thing they've missed, is called the ether. And they've held this from you for a reason, a specific reason. This is the true fifth element. Why do they hide the ether? Because the ether has the power to shape and manifest whatever we imprint upon it. Every thought is a vibration interacting with the ether and actively shaping our reality. The ether You could see it as the codes to physical reality. It's like an energetic blueprint which surrounds all physical objects. It is the life force that gives life to all things. All energy comes out of the ether and returns back to the ether. Energy, it's 0 point energy, and it is infinite source of energy. So this is why they hide the ether, because whatever our mind can imprint onto the ether, we can create into a reality. And we imprint the ether through thought and imagination. The mind holds the power. The mind is the very source of reality. The material realm is not separate from the mental realm. Rather, it is intricately shaped and influenced by it through the ether. This subtle, all pervasive medium bridges thought and matter, allowing consciousness to mold and manifest the physical reality. To transform our lives, we must first transform our minds. True change begins within, as our thoughts, beliefs, and perceptions shape the reality we experience. By shifting our mindset, we unlock the power to reshape our world and recreate the life we desire. This is the power of the mind, and this is the power that's been hidden from you. We're not taught these things in schools for a reason, because they don't want us all to be conscious creators. Instead, they feed you your beliefs. They feed you your thoughts through the music, through the entertainment, through the movies, through the news. They're controlling your thoughts with this information. They're installing beliefs and information into your mind. So you are producing their reality. But this is what we need to stop. We need to take control. We need to stop consuming their music, their movies, their information, their news, because all of this is contributing towards your reality. They have the collective consciousness at the tip of their fingers. They do not create the world. We create the world by believing their beliefs and their thoughts and installing their information into our minds. You see, it's mind over matter, and most people live in matter over their mind. Most people let matter, the external circumstances, dictate their mind, when it should be the other way around. It should be mind over matter. This is the mental plane. This is the astral. This is the etheric. This is the physical. The mind holds power over the emotions, over the imagination, over the physical, and over our spirit. It holds power over everything. It's mind over matter. It's the mental body that we must transmute and change. Most of us live in a chaotic state of mind, and this is what we must change. Turn chaos into order. So we need to be mind over matter. We need to install this belief into our subconscious. I, Harry B. Joseph, have created the ultimate esoteric school on the earth. As a member, you'll gain access to live mentoring calls twice a week, along with new lectures, books, and exclusive content released every week. Additionally, you'll have a full access to all my life-changing programs. If you're ready to transform your life and start your journey today with me, join Ethereal University. These are the campuses. We have the real lecture sections filled with lectures that you can watch. Manifestation Mastery, which teach you exactly how to reprogram your subconscious mind so you can live that reality. Sexual Alchemy, the path to empowerment of how you can transmute your sexual energy. The Real Library, where you gain access to powerful esoteric books, PDFs. Symbols of Secrets, an amazing course. The course that allows you to see beyond the veil that has been pulled over your eyes, the language of symbolism that secretly rules the world. I teach you how to read symbolism. Esoteric Exchange, live calls. You get to rewatch all of the old live calls. Mindwave Hub, this is a place of binaural beats where you can listen to infinite amounts of binaural beats. So you can meditate to them. Meditation section, numerology, health section, and electromagnetism. This is a life-changing place. And if you are serious we only accept serious about changing your life and studying the occult and esoteric, this is the place for you. I've been there. I've been on YouTube looking around for valuable information, trying to find good accounts, good channels. It's very hard. I had to go through years of trying to find good information on YouTube. But what I've done is instead of you searching around everywhere for bits of information and connecting the dots, I've put it all into one big place. You get your binaural beats, you get all the programs you need to walk the path of enlightenment to transform your life. I will connect with you on the inside, and I hope this lesson, this lecture, you gained some information, you gained some power from it. Please like and comment, or don't. It's up to you. If you have any reviews, if you have any ideas of lectures that you know, if you don't understand certain things, make sure to leave a comment and I can make a lecture about it. I can make a video about it for sure. I don't mind taking recommendations for videos. So I thank you all, people. Have an amazing day.
bookofwisdom.com. Visit today.
Left and right hemisphere, and what are they doing? How does it contribute towards your perception in this world? And this is what we're going to be talking about in today's video. We're going to be breaking down the two hemispheres of the brain and how they function in your life. So first, we have the left hemisphere. This is the logical hemisphere. This is the analytical, divided, scientific, or verbal hemisphere. The right hemisphere is creative, wholeness, artistic, symbolic, and metaphorical. The right hemisphere does with non-verbal things. It produces a holistic perception. It is more to do with creativity. Because what you must understand is that we are not in the external world. The world is produced by our brain. We see with our brain. Our eyes are a part of the brain. What we touch is the brain's interpretation of electrical signals on the nervous system. What we smell is the brain's interpretation of smell through the nose. What you taste is your brain's interpretation of chemical reactions on your taste buds. So what you are experiencing is the brain. The brain is a computer creating a simulation. And you have two hemispheres which breaks down this reality. So essentially the brain is the perception creator. It creates perception. So if the brain is creating this, who is the one experiencing the brain? Well, that is you, the consciousness, the mind, the all-seeing eye. You are the all-seeing eye experiencing the brain, the observer behind the brain, behind reality, behind the emotions. So if you're walking through a woods, this left brain sees individual trees. The right brain sees the whole woods. It sees the biome. It sees the bigger picture. So when you are walking through this woods, the right brain picks up a holistic perception of reality. It creates the woods as one unified woods. The left brain's job is to break this down and analyze it so that we can see individual things. And this is also necessary for humans to have the ability to break things down and manipulate things in this world. So without this left hemisphere, we could not manipulate things and break things down. So this right hemisphere is important because it sees the whole woods. It sees humanity as one unified consciousness. However, the left hemisphere sees individual egos. So the left hemisphere is the place of the ego because it only understands, it sees the world very divided. Okay, so for example, here's another example of the left and right hemisphere. If someone pulls out in front of you in traffic, your left brain is going to start going crazy and analyzing them, calling them names. The right hemisphere, however, sees the bigger picture. Maybe he didn't see you. Maybe it's just a mistake. Maybe he's in a rush. You see how the two brains are very different. They do the same thing, but they function in different ways. The right hemisphere is feminine, the left hemisphere is masculine. So, like I said, this person pulls out in front of you, you start to think with the left. If you start to perceive that in the left brain, you're going to start analyzing them, you're going to start going crazy and calling them names because you're analyzing it. You're not seeing the bigger picture behind it. You're not seeing it from his perspective. So there is a crossover. So the left hemisphere of the brain controls the right side of the body, the right ear, the right eye. Everything to do with the right side of the body is connected to the left hemisphere, and the right hemisphere controls everything on the left side of the body, including your eyes, your arms, your legs. So everything is crossed over, and even your visual field is crossed over. So this is your visual field, as you can see here, and even the left side of your visual field goes to the right brain. There's a crossover. No one really knows. There's not really a reason for this. However, this is how the human body is designed. As we all know, the human body is the most advanced piece of technology on the face of the earth. They cannot replicate the human body. And they tell you it has no creator. This is crazy. People are that brainwashed, they can't even understand that their body is the most advanced piece of technology. Your body is so advanced, the computers that you use are mimicked of the body. Everything they create is mimicking nature, but they don't show you how intelligent nature is because they don't want you to understand you're in an intelligent design. So anyways, let's get back on track. There is a crossover in the brain, and this is why they teach you to write with your right hand. And I was speaking to someone who's in a nunnery, or whatever you want to call it. They were a nun, or they knew someone who was who was a nun, and they forced these people, these nuns, to write with their right hand. You had to write with your right hand. This is why, I'd say at least 70% of the world, or 80%, is right-handed and right-legged, because they taught us this to activate the left hemisphere more because of this crossover that happens in the body. So when we are using this right side more, we are using that left hemisphere more. Why? Why are they doing this? Well, they also called it writing. Writing is a spell, to cast a spell on you to use that right side of the body so that you use this left hemisphere, because they want you to see the world as a divided perception. They don't want you using the right hemisphere, using that left side of the body to activate the right hemisphere to see the bigger picture and see how everything is all one and everything is created. This left hemisphere domination keeps you from seeing the connections between everything, because that left hemisphere analyzes, it breaks things down. So when we are left hemisphere dominated by using the right side of the body, we are essentially seeing everything as divided. And this is why so many people will not understand my work, because my work connects dots and connects fields of knowledge, and makes you see the bigger picture. So people who are left hemisphere dominated will see my work and think this guy's crazy. But it's all about activating that right hemisphere. So they called it writing because every word you say is molding your mind in some sort of way. The things you see is molding your mind. Everything you take in through the five senses is molding your mind. And language is a massive spell, especially the English language. They called it writing so that you use that right side. It's a spell because your subconscious mind picks up everything you say. And 90% of your daily basis behavior and thought patterns is produced by these subconscious programs within the subconscious mind. Essentially, your conscious mind is only the 10% of you. The conscious mind is just what you're aware of, what you're wearing, how you're feeling, what you're thinking. That's your conscious mind. The subconscious mind is controlling every system in your body. It's telling your heart to beat without you being conscious of it. So essentially, this is what they're programming. They're programming this system in the back of the mind, which is controlling everything through the words. And this is what spells are, because it's all about creating perception in the subconscious. So they want you to use that right side more. I truly believe the ancients, they were balanced. They used the left and the right side of the body. They didn't have a stronger side because they understood this science of the body and how the body works. So this is actually called phonetics. It's not etymology. Etymology is the study of root words. Phonetics is the study of how words sound similar. The way words are spoken. So phonetics, phone, is why we call them a phone. Because you speak into a phone. So this is write and writing, to use that right side to activate the left hemisphere more. So your hands are a manifestation of your brain. The left hand is the right brain, the right hand is the left brain. And as a child, we were always taught that when you place your hands together like this is the size of your brain, which is true because your hands are a part of your brain. They're an extension of your brain. Every part of your body other than your brain is an extension of the brain. Everything's working and feeding back information to the brain because you're experiencing the brain. So another trick that you can do, or another exercise, is looking in the mirror and closing one eye at a time. If you close your right eye, if you take your top off, for example, you'll analyze your body if you close your right eye because you're using that left hemisphere. Sorry, other way around. If you look at yourself through your right eye, you'll use that left hemisphere, which will analyze yourself. You'll see individual body parts. If you close the right eye and use the left eye, you'll see your body as a whole. You won't really analyze it. This is how you can analyze yourself using these two hemispheres. So this whole system is created to keep you thinking logically and to restrict you from creating and restrict you from understanding symbolism, allegories, metaphors, and teamwork. They want you stuck in a logical way of thinking and a logical way of seeing the world. This is why when you go to school, you are told exactly what to do. You're told to think this way and no other way. You're told to do orders, do this. It's a very left-brained system because if we all started to open up this right hemisphere, we'd all see, wow, everything is all one, everything's all connected. And this is what my work is doing. I'm showing you everything is one. The physical world is an illusion of duality, but everything comes from the one source, the one mind. The universe is a giant mind. I am mind, you express mind. We all possess mind. Behind the physical body is the same mind consciousness. And we are all expressions and fractals of this infinite consciousness called mind. And this is what they don't want us to figure out, is that we are all just one consciousness expressed. It's an infinite consciousness. It's even in the squirrel, it's in the dog. All of these different animals, they're just different bodies, but behind the bodies is the same consciousness, which is mind. That's what the pineal gland is. The pineal gland is not the mind, and it's not the third eye. The third eye is your mind. If you have a closed third eye, it just means you have a closed mind. If you have an open third eye, it just means your mind has expanded from beyond physical things through astral projection and mystical experiences. This is how you gain an open third eye. It's just an open mind. A mind that has astral traveled, has explored the realities within the mind. So everything they do is to keep us in a divided state. Divide and conquer, right? That's their motto. All to keep you thinking how everything is divided. Everything they've done is division. Postcodes, countries, everything is divided. Like football teams and all this stuff. It's also a natural process when you grow up, because as you grow up, your brain is constantly analyzing the world. So this is sort of a natural process of how you become more left hemisphere dominated, because your brain is always analyzing. And unless something awakens you, you can awaken that right hemisphere where you can start to see the bigger picture. Even the music, all tuned to 440 hertz, shuts down the right hemisphere of the brain. 440 hertz, Spotify, Apple Music, the radio. Every time you turn on the radio, it's tuned to 440 hertz. This was specifically tuned. It never used to be tuned to this. It was in the 1950s. It was changed. The standard music tuning was changed to 440 hertz because it shuts down that right hemisphere of the brain. They don't want you thinking, seeing the world in this way and perceiving things as one. I'm going to show you. It tells you this in the Bible. Cast the net onto the right-hand side of the boat and you will find the fish. What was Jesus saying? This is, you see, people read the Bible and they don't understand it. If the Bible is not talking about you, then it has no meaning. The Bible, everything you read in the Bible is about you and how it can better your life. It occurs to you. So if Jesus says, cast the net onto the right hand side of the boat, this is an allegory. The boat is your body. Cast the net. It's the awareness, the perception onto the right hemisphere of the brain, and you will find the fish. What's fish? What do fish do? They swim deep in the ocean. It represents the knowledge, deep knowledge. Cast the net onto the right hand side of the boat, and you will find fish. You will find the wisdom. You will gain understanding when you cast that your awareness into that right hemisphere. You will see that I am you and you are me. We are all one consciousness. You will see everything. You'll see that the trees are the same patterns as the nerves in your body. You'll see everything is connected. Everything is a fractal of the one infinite consciousness. And how many fish did they catch? 153. That adds up to 9. This is now numerology. The Bible's filled with numerology. Adds up to 9. What's 9? Human consciousness. It represents consciousness. You're in the womb for 9 months. Feminine. It's all about consciousness. And in Revelation 14, and I looked, and behold, the Lamb standing on Mount Zion. That's the spines, the mountain. With him, 144,000. 144 adds up to 9. It represents consciousness on top of the spine. You see? And he had his name the name of his Father written on the forehead. What's the Father? The higher mind, the higher consciousness within you. Where is that? In the forehead, the pineal gland. The pineal gland is the radio receiver for the higher consciousness. Because every body part of the body has consciousness. Your heart has consciousness. Your gut has consciousness. You are thinking with these different consciousnesses. You think with the gut. You think with your penis. You are thinking with all these consciousness. And it's about raising your consciousness to the higher consciousness, which is the Father, the mind in the head. Don't think with the lower parts of the body, because that is your animal nature. Think with the higher parts of the body. It's all representing consciousness. How to activate the right hemisphere of the brain? Well, it's all to do with non-verbal things. So music will activate the right hemisphere. Make sure it's tuned to the right frequency, though. 432 hertz, 528 hertz. Any frequency that adds up to 3, 6, or 9 is good for you. Meditation, turning off the thoughts, and you raise yourself to the higher brain. Symbolism. Symbolism is all right hemisphered. Reading between lines, metaphors, determining the Bible, it's all right hemisphered. Seeing the bigger picture, it's reading between the lines. So tithing in the Bible. These people in the churches are giving 10% of their money to the church. It's nothing but a scam. What these people have done is they have externalized the Bible. They have taken the Bible and literalized it so that they can make a business out of it. So what they're doing is 1/10 of the produce of what it says in the Bible, 1/10 of the produce of the land, whether grain or fruit, is the Lord's and is holy. So what's that saying? The 10th of it's basically saying give the 10% to the Lord, to God. What does that mean? Well, what's the land and the fruit? This represents physical things, the physical things that you have. The 10th of the physical things that you have. What's that? That's your ego. All the physical things that you have is all to do with your ego. That's the lower self. The ego, what is the ego? It's the mind's perception of the physical self. You had no ego when you were a child. Okay, when you were a child, you had no ego. As you grew older, you created the ego. The ego is the full self. It's the echo. Ego, echo. It's the echo of the full self. So it's saying give the ego over. Take away the animal self. In that left hemisphere, it's all to do with the left hemisphere. That left hemisphere sees the ego. It sees individuality. It's divided. So it's saying give that 10%. Give that 10% of you over to the right hemisphere. the 90%. The 90% of you is in that right hemisphere, the higher self. Now, I'm not saying the left hemisphere is bad. Okay, I'm not saying that at all. But it sees it sees things divided. It's like I said, the left, the hands are manifestations of the brain. So when these Christians are praying, they're putting their hands together. What are they doing? They're syncing the brain hemispheres. What you're doing, because everything's an extension of your brain. So if you put your hands together, you're putting the two hemispheres together. And what's happening when you place the hands together? All the electricity in the body is now running in a circuit. So once you connect these two hands, the electrical energy is now running in a circuit, and energy can move around the body quicker and more efficiently. So when you pray, when these people are praying, they don't realize that they're engaging in ancient forms of meditation, of balancing the two hemispheres. So now we're talking about balancing the hemispheres, not the right hemisphere. This is what Israel is. Look at the symbol for Israel, the up triangle and the downward triangle. What's that? The up triangle represents male. The downward triangle represents female. Okay? This is talking about the brains. Israel is Ra. Isis, which is female, the Egyptian god. Ra, El. El means God. Electricity. That's the force of the physical world. It's the force that runs this world, electricity. It's the force of God. El, consciousness. It means God. Is Ra, El. Isis, Ra, and El. It's the two hemispheres of the brain, the holy land of Israel. It's the holy land, it's the brain. Once these two hemispheres are synced, this is how you unlock your consciousness. This is the easiest way of astral projecting. Hemisphering, I forgot the word for it. Hemisphere syncretization, something like that. It's about syncing the hemispheres. This is how you unlock your consciousness. Once the brain is running as one electrical system, this is how you balance the two masculine and male opposing energies. Once these opposing energies are no longer in war with each other, the brain, they come together to work as one. You unlock your consciousness. You are born again. What happens when a male and female have sex? It creates a new child. It becomes one. You are born again. Once the two hemispheres of the brain, you are born again. You can then have an out-of-body experiences. So this is why the symbol of the Holy Land, Israel, is the up and down triangle back combined together, because it represents unification of the male and female, unification of the hemispheres. You're born again. You unlock consciousness. And you can get this for free. It's called the Gateway Tapes on my website. Basically, it's a audio track from the government, and they did this in the Gateway Experience. It's a CIA document, and what they do is there are different forms of meditations you go through. I think there's about 5 waves of meditations you do, half an hour each one, and it will teach you. It will sync your hemisphere, because what does it do? They understood that playing one frequency into one ear and another frequency into the other, they understood that the right ear is connected to the left hemisphere, the left ear is connected to the right hemisphere. So when you play 2 different frequencies into both ears, what happens? The brain picks this up, the 2 hemispheres of the brain picks this up, and it syncs it. It syncs these 2 hemispheres, these 2 frequencies together. So now the brain is working as one to sync this frequency. So this is how you can sync your hemispheres, through listening to these frequencies. Okay, you can get them for free and do the meditations yourself. This will definitely help you. This is an easy way to astral project. So it's all about syncing the hemisphere and seeing reality from a unified perception. We should all aim to get out of that left hemisphere. I'm not saying don't use it, but we should now start to see. We should now start to read between the lines of the Bible, read between the lines of the symbolism they're showing. Study symbolism, study allegories, and myths? What are they trying to tell us through these allegories? And, you know, this is how we start seeing things in a better way. Once we understand that we are all microcosms of an infinite consciousness, we can all come to one, because love is the unifying force of this infinite consciousness. We are all divided. We are all disconnected from our hearts. Once we all connect with our hearts and see that everything is one, we can all start to love and come together as one, because love is the unifying force of consciousness. So if you haven't already seen, I now have launched the Ethereal University. I will be doing lectures like this one, but even better, deeper, and even releasing knowledge that I can't talk about online as they are censored. I'll be doing lectures every single week. I'll be doing live calls every single week. You also gain access to my library, which is filled with over 45 occult books, filled with knowledge. Okay, I'll show you now. Plus, you get my book, The Book of Wisdom, PDF form, and the Human Health Guide, PDF form. You also get all of this stuff, the health section, Q&As, Ethereal meditations. We've got some celestial studies, cosmology, numerology coming soon. You also get the brand new Manifestation Mastery course, plus the library. And there'll be new books, new lectures, new live calls every single week. Or you can get the Book of Wisdom, use the code WISDOM in all capital letters to gain 40% off. This sale will be ending very, very soon. So if you're watching this, be very quick to get yourself a physical version or a PDF of my book. You can get it in all these languages. Hope you enjoyed this video, people. I'll see you inside the Ethereal University, the real university. Have an amazing day.
bookofwisdom.com. Visit today.
So depression doesn't actually exist, and in this video I'm going to show you how depression is actually a choice. And I'm going to give you some solutions on how to deal with it. And this is probably going to change your life forever just by doing this alone. Okay, so the first thing you need to understand about depression is that it exists in your conscious mind. It exists in your thinking mind. So what is inside your thinking mind? You have your body, your name, your reputation, your trauma, your memories, your family, your worries, your interests, your bills, your passion, dislikes, goals, right? Most people identify their lives with this. They identify their lives with their thinking mind. They think they're their name, their job, their reputation, their memories. But this is not who you actually are. Who you actually are is the observer of that. What happens if you stop thinking? What is left? You're left with unconditioned consciousness. You're left with the self, which is what we refer to as I. We are the consciousness, not the thinking consciousness. You are not these labels. You are not your thoughts. You are not your job, your name, your reputation. Okay? And the reason why I'm telling you this is because it's very important, is that we are something beyond this body, beyond this name, beyond our thoughts. We are the consciousness. So depression exists inside of the thinking mind, the conscious mind. Okay? So if you want to get rid of depression, you must learn how to escape the thinking mind. And not only just escape, but that's step one. In meditation, you do meditations, right? We sit still and we have to learn how to control the mind and turn off the thoughts. And when we turn off the thoughts, depression goes out the window because there's no thought present in your mental field of consciousness to be depressed. Okay? You must understand, who is the one suffering from the negative thoughts? Who is the one suffering? Your mind is not suffering because the mind is producing the thoughts. Your body's not suffering from the negative thoughts. You are suffering. And who is you? You are a soul. You are that feeling. You are that person beyond the thoughts, beyond the feelings, beyond that. You are the one experiencing. You are that. Meditation gives us the ability to turn off the thinking mind. This allows us to escape our thoughts, okay? And it gives us, over a long period of time after meditation, you'll be able to turn this switch, and this switch will be able to turn off your thoughts. And by doing this, we will be able to control our conscious mind directly by the hand. So when you notice yourself gaining them negative thoughts, we can then turn off the switch of turning off the conscious mind and rising to our authentic self and knowing the thoughts are just illusions. Now, let me tell you something that's very powerful. Most of your thoughts are coming from beliefs. Most of your feelings are coming from beliefs. So if you have a feeling of lack, this is coming from a belief that you don't have much. If you are feeling alone, this is coming from a belief that you are alone. So what we must do is restructure ourselves. We must restructure the subconscious mind, and we do this in many different ways. We can do this with meditation. We can do this with visualization, visualizing our desired reality as if we are living it. We can do this with affirmation. Now, a lot of people think, oh, I'm trying to speak something into existence with affirmation. No, you're not using vibration to try and change reality with what a lot of these new age people will teach you. Vibration, your words will not have much an impact on reality. That's the truth. But what they do have an impact on is reprogramming and recrafting and refining your mind. If you repeat, I am wealthy all day long, your subconscious mind, that word will be lingering inside your subconscious, and you will start to mold that into your conscious. You'll start to be consciously thinking about this. Most of your thoughts are coming from your subconscious. So if you want to get rid of depression, you got to figure out the trigger. What are you depressed about? What are you feeling? What are the beliefs that are making you feeling and thinking this way? And that's what you must restructure. You must restructure your subconscious mind through visualization, meditation, and affirmation. You do these all the time. You do these every single day, and you will slowly, if not surely, restructure your subconscious mind. While by doing the practice of meditation, you'll gain the off switch as well. Sometimes depression comes from not living in your authentic self. You're not doing the things that your soul is telling you to do. We all know what we should be doing at all times. I don't care what you have on. We all know we should be doing something. We all know that we have there's a higher aspect of our mind that tells us, oh, we need to be doing this, but I'm actually sat here on my phone. Oh, I shouldn't be eating this, but I'm doing it anyway. There's always that higher voice. And that is the voice that has to be connected to. And when your body's not acting out the voice of the soul, then the soul becomes sadder, and suffers more and more and more. There has to be a connection between the soul, the mind, and the body. They have to work in unison. Okay? So I hope this video helps with depression, with whatever you're going through mentally. Watching pornography makes you see people as objects. It does a lot of psychological damage to the human mind. And if you truly want to progress in life, your spiritual journey, mastery, whatever it is, mastering your sexual urges is essential to become powerful, successful, and become the best version of yourself. And there are some occult practices that I used to help master this urge. They're not really techniques, they're more mindsets, which will definitely help you overcome your urges. So if you want to quit pornography today, this is the way forward that I used to create this version of myself. Before we go into the tactics, we must understand that whatever we do in darkness comes into light some way or another. If you watch pornography, you know you have a problem, you keep this to yourself. We all naturally do. These things are private, and what we do in our private time molds our subconscious mind, and we keep it away from people. But whatever we do in darkness always comes to light. If you're doing things you don't want others to see, such as watching pornography, it will come out through a subconscious force. It will come out in your eye contact. You won't really be able to make eye contact with the person you're attracted to. It comes out in your energy, your aura, your presence, your confidence. All of this plays a role in molding your consciousness. And especially women can pick this up so easily. Females are more subconscious, males are more conscious. Females speak indirectly, males should speak directly. If a woman is hungry, they will say, I'm hungry. Are you hungry? But a male will say, let's go get some food. You have to see the underlying subconscious messages in women because they speak in more of a subconscious language. Men speak in a direct language. And maybe even men will pick this up. If you want to be taken seriously in the business world or your career, whatever it is, this is essential for your body language and your personal power. So you must master your sexual urges. Releasing your sexual energy, your sexual fluids, removes the life in your eyes. A lot of people get dark bags underneath their eyes. I used to have them years and years ago. My eyes were always half shut. There was no life in my eyes. But as you purify yourself, the life and the energy comes back into your glaring eyes. The first tactic on mastering your sexual urges is understanding that thoughts produce emotions. Whatever we think about inside of our mental body directly corresponds to what we feel in our emotional body. What we see here is a piece of alchemical artwork showing you the light of the mind shining down into the heart. This represents the mental body with the clouds. This represents the human heart, the emotional body of consciousness. What we think about, if we think about sex, or if we watch things that are stimulating to us on Instagram, TikTok, that thought goes into the mind and the feeling gets then produced in the heart and the body becomes aroused. What we think inside of our brain becomes emotional energy in our heart. As above, so below. And what becomes in our heart is what we take action on. We take action on emotion. Human action, human behavior pretty much comes down to what we feel. We only act on what we care about or what we love. If you love that feeling of watching pornography, that is the reason why you're taking the action. So keeping this in mind at all times is very important in your journey of self-mastery. What you think is what you feel, and what you feel is what you act upon. Remove stimulations that can possibly produce that thought of watching pornography. Unfollow the people. Purify your environment so these thoughts do not enter your mind. And if you do become stimulated, remember, thoughts produce emotions. Change your thoughts. Think about something else instantly. The more you think about it, the more you feel, and the easier it is to take action upon it. And the second tactic that I say to myself is that it's all mental. World, the universe, life is all mental. For example, unfortunately, my brother passed away recently. I've never gone through something like this in my life. It's tough. It's horrible. It's not nice losing a loved one. However, if I sit around and focus just on the negative side of that, yes, of course, I'm going to have my moments. But if I just sit there and focus on the negative, it will destroy my life. It will pull me down. The only thing that I can do to benefit from this situation is to become a better family person out of this. Become more loving. Spend more time with the people who mean a lot to you. You can always change and transmute the mindset of every situation in your reality. There's a famous saying I like to say, if you can change it, change it. But if you cannot change it, change the mental attitude towards it. Never just sit there focusing on the negative side of reality. This helped me with mastering myself watching pornography. It's all mental. You hold the power over the mind. And the next tactic is probably the best one ever. And I still use this today in everything in my life. Before I make any decision in life, I always say to myself, what is the effect of this cause? Is that effect going to push me towards who I want to be? Or is that effect going to pull me away of who I want to be and become and where I want to go in life? If the effect is not pushing me towards who I want to be, I will not take the action which is the cause. Consciousness cannot escape the law of cause and effect. It is an immutable, inchangeable law that is governing your consciousness and your mind. You have to keep this law in mind because it is the law that is creating and crystallizing your reality. Any decision you make, what is the effect of this cause? The law of cause and effect is a force that you cannot escape. So you have to work with this law and become conscious of the law. So before you do take the action, what is the effect? Is watching pornography going to push me towards who I want to be and where I want to go? If it's not, do not take the action. That's where willpower comes in. You can do little exercises for willpower, meditation for 30 minutes of not thinking. You can do rituals that strengthen the connection to your mind with your willpower. At the end of the day, the willpower is the most essential force in the consciousness. Another thing is remove any music that talks about it. Even the words will be producing thoughts in your mind. What you feed your consciousness is ultimately what you project back outwards. Don't listen to the rap music. Don't listen to any music that talks about it. Try and remove this from your environment. These tips that I've given you don't just work in quitting pornography. These work in every aspect of your life, and they will dramatically change your life if you become conscious of them and actively use your mind. Don't fall under the spell of becoming unconscious. Never act unconsciously. Never think unconsciously. Never feel unconsciously. Stay on top of your mind. Be the observing eye in your mind. Never fall unconscious. Of course, we all need to sleep, but I mean in the waking times. And this is why learning about yourself or consciousness is essential for every aspect of life. Business, your career, money, whatever it is. Whatever you're doing in your life comes down to understanding human consciousness. And that's why I wrote these books, so you understand yourself, so you gain your understanding of the functions of your own mind, body, emotions, and how you are creating reality. That's why I wrote the book of symbolism, because symbols are not just symbols. These symbols represent forces and aspects of the human psyche themselves, and they are veils, they are keys that help you remember and become conscious of what has fallen unconscious in your mind. We're simply just becoming conscious of what we are unconscious of and becoming conscious of them and using these powers. You want to take your life to the next level? Feel free to get the book of symbolism. I'll leave a link in the description. Take care, everyone.
bookofwisdom.com. Visit today.
What is good, people? It's Revival of Wisdom. Today we're going to be talking about Saturn. I've done this video in the past. However, this video is going to contain a lot more in-depth explanation of Saturn. So the 33rd degree Mason, Manly P. Hall, said, Saturn is the key to crystallization, physical matter. Light is matter, matter is light. They are interchangeable. Low vibrating light turns into matter, high vibrating matter turns into light. And Saturn is the god of this world, this physical world. He crystallizes light into matter. This is symbolized as the Masonic checkerboard, matter and spirit, matter and light, light and matter. He's also the god of time, destruction, justice. He creates and destroys, because all things in time die. He creates and destroys you. So, because we live in this physical world, which is the electric world, this is why we say electricity, because it comes from the root word of El, Saturn. They used to call Saturn El, E-L. This is why we used to say Elohim is God. The real God of this world is Saturn, but it's being hid. This is being hid. Jesus is Saturn. All of this is Saturn. It's all Saturn worship. It's the real God of this world, So, physical matter is a result of two opposing forces equalized on the plane of inertia, because everything is created out of electromagnetic toroidal fields. And these two poles equalize on the plane of inertia, which gives you planet Earth, plane of inertia. The plane of inertia is what Saturn is. It's the ring around the center of the plane of inertia. Thank you to Walter Russell saying, physical matter is a result of two opposing forces on the plane of inertia. This is what Walter Russell says, so please check out his work. He's got many books, many many books on light and electromagnetism and stuff like that. So I advise you to check him out. So the torus field gives you the binary code 0 and 1, the female vagina, and the male phallus. This is the code for this world. Saturn crystallizes physical matter. Now Saturn is the most outermost layer of the 7 layers of heaven, where it says in the Quran, it says, Allah, it is He who created the 7 layers of heaven. Saturn is the outermost layer. He's the top. He's the most high. So when we say the most high, we're referring to Saturn. He's the most high before the firmament, before the stars. So Saturn is the god of this world. He's the Lord of the Rings. He wears the crown. The crown is the rings. Crown, Kronos. So the planets are luminaries. They are lights. They are beings. They are energy, conscious energy. And we're in the heart of the solar system. Saturn is the outermost layer. He is the one of this world. He's the god of this world. Now, on the North Pole of Saturn, you have the hexagon. Add up all the sides. It creates the 6-pointed star. Or it can be created as a cube. The cube is very important. The 6-pointed star is very important. 6 points, 6 triangles, 6 side, 6, 6, 6. Black cube adds up to 6 in gematria. Now, what did I say in the beginning? Saturn crystallizes the physical world. He creates physical things out of light. You are a light being. This is why we say human. Hue means the light spectrum. Hue, man, we are light manifested into physical forms, human. And we are incarnated through Saturn. Satan, same thing. The number of the beast is 666, and the 666 comes from the 6.6 triangle, 6 sides of Saturn, 666. We are all known as carbon-based life forms. Carbon, the atomic structure of carbon, is 666, 6 protons, 6 electrons, 6 neutrons. We are materialized into our physical bodies through Saturn, through the number of the beast. These bodies are the beast, it's the animal. The divine, the Christ, is the consciousness within, because you are a physical, spiritual being combined into one, hexed into one. Hexagram. This is a hexagram. You're hexed into physical matter, spirit and matter, light and dark, combined into one. Now you contain of the mark of the beast, the mark of your body. Your body's the beast. It says in the Bible, Satan, who is the god of this world. This world. There are many different worlds, but this world is run by Saturn, and it says that in the Bible. Saturn is Satan. It's the same thing. And look at the crown of thorns are wrapped around the heart. The soul is in the heart. The mind is in the brain. The soul is wrapped around the rings of Saturn. You're wrapped in physical matter. This is what it's showing you. This is symbolizing the rings of Saturn wrapping you. And the cross on top is the cross of the cube. The cube, the black cube of Saturn, unfolds into a cross. So Satan, who is the god of this world, Corinthians 4:4 in the Bible, Satan, who is the god of this world, has blinded the minds of those who don't believe. Saturn blinds your mind, because the god of this world materializes you, and he blinds your mind when you incarnate into physical matter. When you enter this soul system, not the solar system, you hit Saturn first. He materializes you. And look at the symbol for Saturn. This is the symbol for Saturn. All of the planet symbols are created out of the Holy Trinity. The Earth, Moon, and Sun. Body, mind, and soul. The sun is your soul, the moon is your mind, the earth is your body. Your body's made out of the 5 elements. The sun is your soul, because the sun is life force. gives life to everything. Your sun is a soul. Your soul is the sun of your body. The moon is the mind. The moon is the moon of your body, the mind of your body. Intelligence. So all of the symbols of the planets are created out of these. The Saturn symbol is created out of the Earth cross, matter, and the moon crescent, moon, mind, matter over mind. This is why Satan, who is the god of this world, has blinded the minds of those who don't believe. He blinds your mind. Look at the symbol, it's showing you. The Saturn symbol is matter over mind when it should be mind over matter. So we descend into a soul system, into our 666 Saturn carbon suit bodies, and we are matter over mind. Then we have to move up the spine to go back up to spirit, to mind over matter, where you manipulate your own reality. Now look at this. It creates the number 5. 5 is the number of change. You're moving from this side of the number sequence over to the right side. You're moving from the spiritual into the physical world. You're incarnating into the 5 elements, the 5 senses. So the cube, the black cube of Saturn, is another major symbol. Very important symbol. Here you see the cube, and the color black is associated with Saturn because Saturn's associated with death. He creates and destroys, light and dark. Death is associated with black, spirit, because you can't see spirit, which is blackness. So the black cube is black because Saturn rules the nighttime, which is dark, blackness, and he rules the winter, which is death, blackness. So Saturn is the black cube. Cubes have 6 sides: up, down, right, left, back, and forward. Cubes are 6-sided. Everything is 6-sided inside of this creation because you're incarnating, you're materializing, crystallizing into the cube, the world of the cube. Everything's a cube. Everything's got 6 sides. Here's Leonardo da Vinci showing you that you're in the cube. Leonardo da Vinci did this famous painting. You're in the cube, you're hexed into physical matter, where you're incarnated into the 3rd dimension, the 3-dimensional world, which is a cube, 3D. And black cube adds up to 6 sides of the black cube. The Kabbalah means cube god in Arabic. And look at what they do. They worship the cube, the black cube, and they stand in rings like the rings of Saturn. Australia, Denmark, Manhattan, Santana all have these black cubes. You go to New York, you will see the black cube there as well. These black cubes are everywhere because it is the real God of this world, So look at the cross. The cross unfolds into the cube. Xbox, Nintendo GameCube, Sega Saturn, anything to do with a simulated gaming reality, they put Saturn in it because we're in the simulation of Saturn. This is a simulation. And this is why they reflect this through the Xbox, GameCube, Sega Saturn, anything to do with gaming, simulations, is all Saturn. Because we're in the cube of Saturn, the black cube. We're in the GameCube, the Xbox, the Sega Saturn. As above, so below. So they reflect it through the simulations that they create inside of this simulation. Cubes have 8 points for the 8 points of time and space. 8 is the number of time. Everything's cycling, infinity. So look at the cube. The cube is symbolized as in Judaism. The Judays have the black cube. They wrap themselves in a black band and they cover their eyes into blackness. The black cube, for the black cube of Saturn, they use the star of Saturn and they worship their god on Saturn Day because it's all Saturn worship. Look how the Saturn god is wrapped around with these thorns or leaves, just like Jesus is wrapped around his heart. And Jesus on the cross is us on the cross. We are in the cross. We are in the cube. The cross is the cube. And the cross is even in the Saturn symbol. This is another symbol for Saturn. There's two symbols. You got this one, the one I've just broke down. And there's this one. This is the cross of Saturn, the cube god, the simulation, the game cube. Now, Chronos is another word for Saturn. Chronos means time. When you clock into work, you go to the Chronos machine. Well, I did anyway. And I'd tap my card on the Chronos because Chronos is time. Anything to do with time is Saturn. He creates and destroys. Look at the artwork of Saturn with the sand, the time. Look at this, how he's cutting off the baby's wings. He's crystallizing the spirit into matter. He's cutting off your wings. Satan, in the Bible, he falls from heaven into earth and he loses his wings. He becomes a serpent. You see that's it's all symbolic for us. We are the fallen angels, fallen angles of light. We're fallen angles of light. We are light beings. Now we're fallen into physical matter. Saturn's chopped off our wings. He's chopped off our spirit wings because when you astral project, you can fly. You will fly around. He's got the Reaper staff here, always depicted with the Reaper staff. Now look at the clock. Saturn day is the 6th day. The number of the beast, 666. Look at the clock. 6 take away 12. 12 take away 6 equals 6. 7 take away 1 equals 6. 8 take away 2 equals 6. 60 seconds in a minute, 60 minutes in an hour, 24 hours in a day, 2 plus 4 equals 6. That's 666. Everything's 666 because it's time. Saturn. All goes to Saturn. He's the god of time. We're in time now. We're in time. We're in the time, which is God, the god of this world, the god of time. Now look at this. The Reaper is also depicted as the Reaper with the staff, the black cloak, black symbolizing death, spirit. Judges wear black because Saturn is the law. He's the god of this world. He's the law. This is why they wear black cloaks. When you graduate from university, you wear a black cloak and a black cube on your head. You've been hexed. Funerals, you wear black because it's all to do with Saturn, Father Time, Father Crystallization. Now, Saturn, here's another one of him cutting off the wings of a child because he cuts off the wings. He creates and destroys your body. We're in the electrical world. Everything that is electrical vibrates. All vibrations have to come back to a standstill point, which is death. This is why your body dies. Your atoms stop vibrating. Corona. Look at the crown. The crown is the corona. Corona means crown. And look at this is an alcohol brand for beer. You can see the staff of Saturn in the symbol with the moon crescent. Corona, which is the crown, Saturn, the crown on Saturn, the rings. And then you've got the staff. It's all Saturn worship. Is the black cubes of 9/11. 2 black cubes. This was a ritual for Saturn. It's all ritualistic. And look at the Star of David, the Star of Saturn. It's not the Star of David. Creates IXXI, the sigil of Saturn. IXXI means 9/11 in Roman numerals. 9/11. It's all a ritual for Saturn, and they have the 2 black cubes of Saturn. Now look, XX. There's more symbolism of Saturn now. We're going deeper. XX is more symbolism for Saturn. The sigil of Saturn is XX, as above, so below. Same with the Star of David. You split it in the middle, as above, so below, as above, so below. XX, this is a Knights Templar cross of Lorraine. XX, Knights Templar, high order of masonry. They all worship Saturn. Well, Saturn's the real god of this world. X Eon with the XX. XXL magazines, which is all to do with famous rappers and stuff like that. When you die, you put XX on the eyes because it's Saturn. He's the Reaper. Is Jesus with the XX crown with the thorns around his heart, around his soul, with the cube on the top, the cross cube. Lil Uzi Vert with the XX cross of Lorraine. Jay-Z with his alcohol brand, XX cross of Lorraine. The X Factor with the rings of Saturn. All Saturn worship. The seal of Melchizedek is also Saturn. This is the cube. This symbolizes the cube with the 8 points for the 8 points of space and time. And this is the cube. It's another ancient symbol for Saturn. Here you see the star of Saturn with the Melchizedek symbol around it, which is all to do with Saturn. Here you see an altar, the Holy Grail, the Melchizedek symbol on it, and they're worshipping it. This is why we wear rings, wedding rings for the rings of Saturn. It all goes back to Saturn. Earrings. The 8-pointed star of the ancient Sumerians is all Saturn. It's all Saturn. So the ancients, the symbols of Saturn goes on forever. It's in all of the major corporations. You can see it everywhere, the rings of Saturn. Toyota is an obvious one. Internet, Nike, Target, Sega, Saturn. All Saturn worship. All Saturn worship. Because he is the real god of this world. Here's Kanye West's album with a Saturn here. Here's Michael Jackson's album saying X, escape. There's the X again. The X, escape. You have to escape this reality. Maybe that's what he's pointing at. Here you see it on the dollar bill. The star of Saturn. Here you see it again on the dollar bill. So that is it for today's people. I hope you all gain some insight on Saturn. Please like, comment, and share if you can. Subscribe if you like the channel. Please have an amazing day. God bless.
bookofwisdom.com. Visit today.
Greetings everyone, it's Revival of Wisdom. I facilitate human enlightenment through occult and esoteric teachings. I hope this video expands your mind into a new field of thought. In this video, we're going to be discovering the true esoteric meaning of the 7 planetary energies. So let's jump straight into this. In order to fully understand this, you must understand the esoteric teaching of as above, so below, and as within, so without. Our inner world is mirrored into our external material reality. We have a physical voice, which you are hearing right now, and I also have an inner voice, which no one else can hear. The inner world is invisible, and the external world is visible. In other words, the inner world is the spiritual world, and the outer world is the material world. The inner world of ourselves reflects and projects our outer world, which means everything in our external reality is somewhat reflection of our internal self. You are made in the image and likeness of God. You yourself are the universe experiencing itself in a 3-dimensional physical form. The Newtonian science has programmed you to believe that you are a physical being inside of a physical universe. They did this to limit your mind to only believing there is a physical universe and that you are separate from the universe or God. But you yourself are the divine essence of the universe, experiencing itself in a physical plane. which means everything you see is inside of you, including the stars, the planets, and the elements. As above, so below. As within, so without. An example of this is the 4 physical elements: fire, earth, water, and air. In the external world, these are physical elements. In our internal world, they represent the 4 bodies of consciousness. We have 4 different bodies. We have a material body, we have a spiritual body, an emotional body, and a mental body. The mind is not made out of the same substance as the body. The emotions is not made out of the same substance of the mind and the body. These bodies exist in 4 different dimensions, 4 layers of consciousness. With that being said, the 4 physical elements are inside of us. The earth is our material physical body. Fire represents our spiritual astral light body. Water represents our transformative and emotional body. Air represents the mental body, the communicative and thinking body. This is the teaching as above, so below. If that resonates with you and you can comprehend it, please leave a like and a subscribe to this channel to see more content. And feel free to leave a comment on any video suggestions. Okay, so now we've gone over the 4 physical elements and how they correspond with your inner world of consciousness. This is going to make it easier for you to understand what the planets actually are. The planets are a bit more in-depth and more detailed aspects of our consciousness. The 4 physical elements are generic, but the 7 planets go deeper. They are deeper aspects of ourselves. On a macrocosmic scale, the 7 planets rule the material realm. Every object, every animal, every plant, every stone, everything we see in this plane is governed and created under one of the 7 planets. I don't really like calling them planets. They are energies. They are spiritual forces that drive things into existence. An example of this is if we look at a tree. The roots of the tree are governed by Saturn. The stem of the tree is governed by the sun. The leaves of the tree are governed by the moon. Any offspring or fruit of the tree is governed by Jupiter. Any defense mechanisms of the tree is governed by Mars. The communication and networking of the tree is governed by Mercury. The smell and the look of the tree is governed by Venus. Everything we see in this material plane is governed by one of these specific energies. Everything material has a spiritual force that brings it into physical existence. This is the reason why we have 7 days of creation in the Bible. The 7 days of the week, all governed by the planetary energies. Monday is Moon Day for the moon. Mars governs Tuesday. Mercury is Wednesday. Jupiter is Thursday. Venus is Friday. Saturn is Saturn Day. And Sunday is for the sun. This is the reason why there are so many 7s in this physical plane. 7 days of the week, the 7 colors, the 7 chakras, the 7 diatonic musical notes, the 7 lamps on the Jewish candlestick, the G inside of the Masonic square and compass. G is the 7th letter. Now let's go a little bit deeper into every planetary energy. Saturn in the external material plane governs the foundational and enduring aspects of existence, such as roots of plants, the bones of our body, and even the insects that dwell beneath the ground. Saturn represents the dull, hard, and unyielding forces of life, symbolizing structure, limitation, and conditioning. Under Saturn's influence, things become rigid, bound by restrictions and boundaries. This is the reason why Saturn is known as Father Time, because Saturn rules anything that is a restriction and a limitation, which is time. The whole of this material plane is governed by time. You will be born and you will die. This explains why there is so much Saturn symbology in this material plane. Saturn is one of the most important planetary energies. You are a spiritual being in a physical body. Your light, your consciousness is bound to the physical body until you learn how to escape the physical body. The body is a limitation for our infinite minds and spiritual bodies. Our infinite mind is stuck in this material body, governed by Saturn's limitation of time, matter, and space. Now let's dive into what Saturn means to our consciousness within our internal world. We've gone over what Saturn means in the external world. What does it mean to our consciousness? Internally, Saturn embodies the conditioning within our consciousness. When the Saturnian aspect of our consciousness dominates, we become overly rigid, fixated, and restricted in our thinking and actions. For example, Saturn's influence is strongly felt in today's world, where many people's minds are confined to societal norms and conditioned responses. Saturn is the aspect of our consciousness, our minds, such as limiting belief systems and limiting thoughts and emotions. This is the negative thought that you can't get rid of, that's holding you back. This is a Saturn aspect of our consciousness. However, this is not a negative thing. The Saturnian aspect of our consciousness is a great teacher, guiding us through difficult life lessons that ultimately lead us to growth and expansion. Saturn's energy allows us to experience and overcome fears and limitations so our minds can expand into new fields of thought, into new life. Although Saturn's energy is harsh and often challenging, it helps us develop resilience, discipline, and wisdom. However, in the modern day, this Saturnian energy has overpowered the minds of the masses, fostering excessive rigidity and limitation. This is why we see so much Saturn symbolism. It's literally everywhere because our minds are being dominated by the Saturnian limiting aspect of our consciousness. Now, let's move on to the moon. The moon, or lunar energy in the external material macrocosm plane, governs the elements of water, influencing the natural cycles such as the ocean tides, which rise and fall in harmony with the moon's phases. Beyond water, the moon also guides instinctual behaviors such as animal migrations. Birds, insects, and other creatures rely on the moon's subtle energies to navigate their journeys. For example, dung beetles use polarization patterns in the moonlight to orient themselves and travel safely home. The moon creates the months. M-O-N is moon. There are 28-day cycles, and this 28-day cycle of the moon is reflected in the woman's body, known as the menstrual cycle. The moon is a feminine energy, governing the feminine elements such as water and the feminine cycles of the body. The moon is the womb. This is why eggs have the same color as the moon, because eggs are ruled by the moon's energy. Now that's the external world. The internal world, the moon symbolizes the emotion aspect of our consciousness. It represents the subconscious mind, the seat of intuition and psychic abilities. Just like in the external world, things are born out of the moon, such as eggs and the womb. The subconscious mind acts as a womb for our conscious mind. Our deep subconscious emotions and programs are born into light into the conscious mind and controls the conscious mind. The moon represents our hidden psyche, our shadow self. Now let's go on to the sun. The sun represents the life force. In the material external world, the sun is ruling over pretty much all life. The sun gives life to all things. Without the sun, animals could not exist, the human body could not work, and plants would not grow. The sun is the life force. It's the soul of the world. Now, in our internal world of consciousness, the sun represents our passion, our drive, our conscious mind. The aspect of our internal world that wants to drive things and give life to physical manifestation. Now we go on to Mars energy. Mars is well known for being the god of war. Mars energy manifests into the material plane through anything that seeks to protect or defend itself. For example, the holly tree. The holly tree leaves are very sharp and they defend itself. Anything that is protective in the material world has Mars energy and is governed by this specific aspect of consciousness. For example, any predators or animals such as hedgehogs with spines on their backs for protection. Mars represents all things that is driven by conflict, aggression, and defense. Now, internally, inside of our inner world, Mars symbolizes the aspect of our consciousness that is focused on self-preservation and protection. Mars governs our ego, the instinctual urges of anger or maintaining reputation. Mars is not evil, it's necessary Sometimes it's necessary for us to protect ourselves. Mars is the aspect of our consciousness that is anger, rage, the desire to fight or conquer. When this energy is activated within our consciousness, we become defensive, assertive, and even combative, ready to dominate others and destroy obstacles in our way. Now let's move on to Venus energy. Venus in the external material world manifests its energy through the aesthetics of creation. This planet governs the beauty and harmony found in nature, including the nurturing environment of a mother's womb where life begins. Venus embodies the essential love, not only in romantic relationships, but also in the bonds between family members and all living beings. Venus represents relationships. We have relationships between plants, animals, they all depend on each other to give life. Plants provide food and medicine, while living creatures contribute to their own growth and pollination. Internally, Venus represents the aspect of our consciousness that yearns for relationships and connections with others. This is an aspect of our consciousness that encourages to care for our physical appearance and embracing beauty. Aesthetics play a role in our interactions and self-expression. This is why there is a beauty brand called Venus. Now let's move to Jupiter energy. Jupiter in the material plane manifests its energy as forces of fortune, abundance, and wealth. This energy manifests itself as plants, as fruits that we can consume and eat in abundance. Anything that is nourishing and cultivated by the earth for humanity and animals. Jupiter embodies the giving energy that provides for and sustains life, fostering growth and ensuring that resources are available to all. Its influence is seen in the natural cycles of abundance, where fruits must grow and ripen before they are enjoyed, symbolizing the importance of effort and patience. Internally, in our spiritual world, Jupiter represents the aspect of our consciousness that yearns for abundance and seeks growth in various aspects of our lives, including wealth, knowledge, and personal development of the mind, spirit, and the soul. This is the aspect of our consciousness that wants to gain wealth, that wants to gain expansion and abundance in our lives. However, when Jupiter's energy dominates our consciousness excessively, it can lead to feelings of stinginess and greed. It represents material possession. The last planet is Mercury. Mercury in the external world governs the vital elements such as seeds, air, communication, education, and electricity. Known as the messenger of the gods, Mercury rules over intellect, communication, and the transmission of knowledge. Mercury's state of consciousness manifests itself in the material plane as the network between trees and plants, how they all communicate together. It represents the intelligence behind all physical things. It's the intelligence behind the seed that allows it to grow into a plant. Mercury's creative energy is manifested in the nervous system of the human body and all living animals. The intricate messenger that transmits signals from the body to the brain and then to the mind. This intelligence within us allows us to facilitate thought and movement. Internally, in our spiritual aspects of consciousness, Mercury is the state of consciousness that seeks knowledge, understanding, and intellectual growth and expansion. This part of us is curious, eager to learn, and driven to communicate ideas and information. It represents our mental body. The Roman god Mercury is often depicting flying because this symbolizes the air. Air represents our mental body. When the Mercury aspect of our consciousness dominates, we become highly intellectual, constantly seeking information, analyzing situation, and communicating our ideas. While this can enhance our understanding and ability to interact with the world, an excess of Mercury's influence can lead to overthinking, excessive analysis, and focus on intellect over emotions or intuition. Okay, so they are the 7 planetary energies in the external world and your internal world of consciousness. These energies are manifested in the Roman mythology as human beings. They are depicted as human beings, but this is nothing but symbolism. These gods never existed physically. They represent aspects of our consciousness and spiritual forces
that govern the material plane. Every material object, every intelligence, every piece of life in this universe is governed and brought into existence by one of these spiritual forces. Now, I hope this video has expanded your mind into a new realm of thought. Make sure to leave a like, a comment, and subscribe to the channel for more occult and esoteric information. You can read more about this topic and many more occult and esoteric teachings inside of my books, the Book of Wisdom Volume 1 and the Book of Wisdom Volume 2. I honestly advise that not everyone reads these books. These are books which will completely transform your view on reality. You will feel a lot better reading these books because you will find a connection with yourself and the universe. Understanding truth and knowing thyself gives you a sense of well-being. Like I said, this is not just a book. This is a beginning of your journey of expansion and growth. Reading them can be life-changing. Inside my university, I host live calls where you can ask me questions, and you can watch all the pre-recorded live calls. You also gain the ability to manifest your own reality through the Manifestation Mastery course. There is also a library with all of the PDFs that I've read in the past of occultism, symbolism, and esotericism that you can gain access to. There is a whole lecture section where you can watch all of my occult lectures. This is a place of transformation. The price of the university will be going up very soon. If you join now, you will gain a free sexual alchemy course which will teach you how to transmute sexual energy into creativity. I'll leave all the links in the description for the university and also my website where you can get my books. I hope you enjoyed this video. Take care.
bookofwisdom.com. Visit today.
What if dreams aren't random at all, but messages from a deeper part of yourself trying to show you things? In this video, you're going to learn exactly what dreams are from an esoteric view, how to control dreams, and how to dream more frequently. Dreams are not nonsense. They are expressions of the subconscious mind. In the daytime, we're using our conscious mind, what we are aware of. This represents the daytime, the sun, the external world. We're operating in the external, outside the body in the day. But when we go to sleep, we return inward. Everything does this breath. We breathe in through the nose and out through the nose. Everything does this in and out process in the universe. We live, we die every single day. We wake up, we express things in the external. Then at nighttime, we return back to darkness, back to the internal. This is the breath of the universe. We have summer, we have winter. This is the breath of the sun and the seasons with the earth. You have an internal world and an external world. External is physical, the internal is spiritual. Like I said, when we go to sleep, we are returning back to the internal world of your own consciousness and subconscious mind. Your subconscious mind holds everything about you, your memories, your traumas, everything you've ever learnt, your language, your name, your job, everything you identify with is stored within this vast network of the subconscious mind. It is your own personal consciousness. Therefore, when we dream, we return back to the subconscious mind, and we are in fact thinking, but in a subconscious way. The subconscious does not speak the same language as the conscious mind. The conscious mind uses language, thoughts, and all things that are very logical and very easy to understand. The subconscious is the complete opposite. It is very indirect, metaphorical, and symbolic. The subconscious communicates and works in symbols. Ultimately, symbolism is the language of consciousness. This is why in occultism and esotericism, it is filled with occult symbols, because symbols are used to communicate directly with the consciousness within, the subconscious mind, and the subconscious mind is ultimately connected to the collective consciousness. We are all connected and tapping into the mental plane, where we receive thoughts, ideas, depending on what we attune our mind to. That's why we call it a mindset. But getting back on topic, the subconscious mind is your own personal network. It is like a net an interconnected web of your thoughts, memories, traumas, emotional blockages, and all the things you identify with and have experienced in your life is stored within this network. It can be seen as a web. One example of the subconscious mind using symbolism is this next story I can tell you. Let's say I was in a very traumatic car crash as a young child. I experienced a lot of emotional trauma in that car, and that deeply impressed my subconscious mind with that trauma of emotion that I felt. Therefore, every time I see a car in my external world, that car is now a symbol that represents the state of consciousness I was feeling in that particular time of the traumatic car crash. The car is a symbol for a state of consciousness within my subconscious mind. Just like when you see a word, that word triggers what you believe that word to be in your subconscious mind. Symbols are the language of the subconsciousness. Therefore, when we dream, we are basically seeing symbols of our own personal subconscious mind. Our higher mind, which is basically our subconscious, the higher version of you that exists beyond your human thinking mind, communicates using symbolism. The higher mind does not speak human thoughts, human language. It speaks the language of symbolism. Therefore, when we dream, every event, every person, everything that happens, and everything you see is your own personal subconscious mind materializing within the plane of the astral plane. This is a dimension that sits just above the physical world that everything is pulled out of. For example, look around you. Everything you see around you was thought, then imagined. Imagination is the astral plane, and this astral plane sits above the physical world. As above, so below. These objects were thought, imagined within someone's mind, and then pulled into a physical reality. Therefore, the imagination is what you're experiencing within a dream. It is your subconscious mind thinking and materializing within the imaginative plane. For example, let's say you are a Christian, you believe in Jesus your whole life, you have lots of emotion towards Jesus. This deeply impresses your subconscious mind. You believe in him so much, you go to sleep, you have a dream that you meet Jesus. You did not meet directly with Jesus, you met with your own belief. It was your own belief materializing within the imaginative plane and revealing itself to you. Dreams are materializations of your memories, your subconscious beliefs, traumas, and anything that could be inside the subconscious mind. It is your subconsciousness revealing itself to you in a material form. Let's say you have a nightmare. There is a big dark figure chasing you and you are running away in fear, away from this dark figure chasing you. That dark figure is not an external entity. It is not a spirit or a jinn or a demon. It is in fact an aspect of your own mind. It is a symbol that represents maybe a fear, a trauma, or something you are running away from internally, inside your subconscious mind. Something that you are not addressing, but something that is fearful, something that can be controlling you on a subconscious level. Let's say you have a fear to address something in your personal life. You want to address someone who is getting on your nerves at work. You continuously put this off and you fear doing that situation. Over a long period of time, this can slowly control you subconsciously. You start to avoid the person, avoid any contact. It is subconsciously controlling you. This is not the best example, but you can see what I mean. Hidden fears and traumas in the subconscious mind can subconsciously control your actions and ultimately lead you to low states of consciousness, keep you from reaching your higher potential, and ultimately create blockages within your own consciousness. That figure in the dream is a materialization of something that you are fearing and running away from and not addressing. This is why people always have dreams of traumas that they have experienced as a child or when they were younger, or maybe from a year ago or two. It's because that emotion is deeply impressed in the subconscious, and the subconscious is always trying to reveal things to you, communicate to you that you need to change, purify, and maybe heal within your own consciousness. This is how the higher self communicates to you, through the language of symbolism. Once you understand this, dreams can become a very powerful tool, not just entertainment at night time. Your consciousness never rests. Your consciousness is eternal. It is the very spark of the divine. Your body needs rest. Your consciousness is not physical. It does not need rest. So this is a way you can identify what your dreams are trying to show you is by writing them down. A dream journal. Every single dream that you have a book placed near your bed. Every time you wake up, first thing you should do is pick up the book and write every single detail that you can remember about the dream. The people that you met are all symbols or aspects of yourself. Maybe it is a friend you saw in your dream. That friend represents a state of consciousness that is within you and is trying to reveal something to you. It's about making the subconscious into the conscious, to become conscious of the unknown. Write down every detail, everything you saw, every event that played out, even the details of the clothes that they were wearing. Everything is symbolic within dreams. Write everything down and then analyze the dream. Don't analyze it from a logical mind. Analyze it with the right hemisphere of the brain, which allows you to see metaphors, read between the line. Try and gain the message that it's trying to show you. What does this overall mean to you? And what could this reveal about aspects of yourself that you need to heal or maybe take action in your life and world? Because your higher self is always guiding you towards awakening and fulfilling your mission in the manifested physical world. Dreams speak in symbols, not logic. Ask about your dreams. What is this trying to tell me? Don't take things literally. Look for an emotional tone and symbolic resonance. With practice, you'll begin to understand the personal language of your subconscious mind. Now that you understand that, again, please leave a like or a comment on this video. This is now a technique for lucid dreaming and dreaming more often. This is not going to happen overnight. This is not an easy method. It simply takes practice and dedication. Every morning, choose 3 time slots. For me, I choose 4:30, 5 a.m. and 6 a.m. 3 alarms that are going to go off at these 3 times, half an hour apart from each other. Each time you wake up, stay awake for 5 to 10 minutes. Turn off the alarm. Try and keep your conscious mind awake, but drift back into sleep. There's no other better way for me to explain that. It's very difficult, but try and keep the mind awake, but the body falling back asleep. More than likely, you will drift off back to sleep. Then the next alarm will go off half an hour after. This will wake you up again, guaranteed. You will probably drift back to sleep by repeating this process. After the 3 alarms go off, each one of them times, you're either going to have a dream or a lucid dream, but definitely you will have a dream. And if it doesn't work one time, keep trying it. I've been using this method for a very long time, and I can tell you 70-80% of the time it triggers a dream, and a very vivid dream. And it's ideal for lucid dreaming because keeping the conscious mind awake while letting the body fall asleep, you can become conscious within these subconscious realms of your mind. But when you are conscious inside the dream world, you can do what you want, but you also want to let the dream naturally unfold. If you try and take too much control, then you will wake back up. If you feel any fear in your dream, you will wake back up into the material world. Another tip to dream more often is to meditate before bed. Simply close your eyes and think about nothing for 5 to 30 minutes. Detach from everything outside you, your name, your job, work, thoughts. Mentally detach from the world and the physical pleasures and become pure awareness before you try and go to sleep. This will help you become conscious while being within the self. If you wish to learn more about consciousness, yourself, the Book of Wisdom Volume 2 can definitely help you. I'll leave a link in the description. Thank you for watching this video, and I'll see you in the next one. The Freemasonic square and compass is not just a symbol that represents Freemasonry, a lodge, or a secret society. It is a symbol of gaining your own personal power. Now, in this video, I'm going to be breaking down this symbol in the most detail I can possibly go into. Most people live in a state of illusion. They live their life impulsively, acting based on their 5 senses, tasting. They want to feel a certain thing like an orgasm, or they're basically just slaves to external things and their 5 senses, which leads to a very dark path where you'll never actually become a conscious creator and you'll never actually be internally happy. The Freemasonic square and compass reveals some deep wisdom about this. Now let me break this down. If you want to gain your personal power, listen up. The Freemasonic square and compass is a compass which is used to create circles. Now, if you notice something about the circle, they have no beginning, no end. You can't tell where it begins and ends. It's eternal, which means this represents consciousness. Now, if you don't know what consciousness is, if you close your eyes, you have an internal world. You have thoughts, emotion, visualization. This is all consciousness, spiritual. Then we have the square. The square creates squares or lines, which represents matter. It has a beginning and an end. You can quite see where the beginning of the end is, right? So We can even link this to Leonardo da Vinci, the Vitruvian Man. We see the man in the square with the circle. The circle is the eternal consciousness, and the man is the square, limited to the physical world. But consciousness is not limited, that's why it's outside the square. This is eternal, the body is mortal. The body will die, consciousness will never die. If we look even closer at the symbol, we notice in this particular symbol, we have the compass overlapping the square. This is very, very symbolic. This represents spirit over matter, also known as mind over matter, consciousness over matter, the circle over the square. Like I mentioned earlier, most people are slaves to their senses. They go through their day and all they do is chase validation and feelings. They eat all day to feel good, which means they're a slave to their taste. They're slaves to their feeling. They masturbate, which means they're a slave to orgasms and external things. They're literally being governed by the external world controlling their internal world. They're literally living life on autopilot. And don't get me wrong, I was guilty of this too. We're all guilty of this when we join this world because we're not taught this sacred knowledge. Until you actually stop and recognize this, you'll be living life on autopilot, literally not even living. You'll be running off subconscious programs, seeking external validation and being ruled by these five senses. The square underneath the compass represents consciousness on top of matter, which means the internal world is controlling the external world. It is the mind controlling matter and not matter manipulating the mind. In the occult and esoteric world, it's very important that you are conscious of every action that you are taking in your day-to-day life. Never act subconsciously. Always be conscious. What are you thinking? What are you acting? What are you giving your attention? All of this is contributing towards creating because you are a creator. Consciousness is a creative force. You need to make sure that the compass is on top of the square, that your inner world is controlling the outer world and not the outer world controlling the inner. As I've mentioned in many videos before, the internal world of consciousness is what's producing the external world. Your life is just a result of every thought and emotion that you felt in the past. Everything you own, everything you possess, your friends are all reflections of your consciousness. They're all reflections of what you are thinking about. When you change your thinking, your external world starts to rearrange itself. On a basic level, this symbol represents the combination of spirit and matter. You are a spiritual being and a material being. You are heaven, the sky, and earth, the ground. You are heaven and earth, spirit and matter infused into one. You are a bridge between the divine and the earthly worlds. And you can bring down these higher realms of consciousness, thought, imagination, and emotions into a physical, tangible reality. To do this consciously, we need to make sure the external world is not manipulating the inner world. Because if your internal world is being controlled by external circumstances, for example, you have a circumstance happen in your reality, an emotion triggers inside of you, and that emotion is a command to create more of that. And the thoughts that you think are creating more of that negativity. So it's a constant cycle of negative manifestation if you let the external world control your internal world of consciousness. So we need to make sure the compass is on top of the square, that the internal world are commands and not reactions to create your external reality. And not only just to create, but to actually enjoy life. If we let the external world bother our internal world, this means that we have some sort of mental or emotional attachment to the external world. We need to detach from the external world. Why do I say that? Because it's temporary. It's an illusion. We are going to die one day, and none of this will matter. You need to understand that everything in this world is temporary. You have to be okay with losing things, losing family, losing things in this world, because it's guaranteed to be temporary. We need to make sure the internal world is order and not chaos, commands and not reactions. Now, at the back of the Book of Wisdom, Volume 2, the book that I've wrote here, I go over the different meanings of the different arrangements of the square and compass. Sometimes we see the square overlapping the compass, which is the opposite of what we've just broken down. Or sometimes we see one leg of the compass on top of the square and one leg of the square on top of the compass. These are all highly symbolic. When we see the square overlapping the compass, this pretty much represents the beginning of the Freemasons' journey, when their internal world is being controlled by the external. They have a lot of spiritual growth and a lot of learning and inner work to do. Now, when we see half and half, one leg of the square on top and one leg of the compass on top, this represents the Masons' gradual emergence from the material realm into the spiritual. This interplay of symbols reflects the process of gaining greater light and knowledge as the Masons ascend from material concerns towards spiritual enlightenment. And of course, we've just broken down what this means. This represents spirit over matter. They're not chasing external physical things anymore. They're actually chasing and gaining validation and happiness from spiritual growth, more knowledge and deeper understanding of consciousness and themselves. Most people chase external material things, which actually don't make you happy in the long run. You could be given £1 million today. In a week's time, you would be back to the same original state of consciousness and actually chasing more and more millions of pounds. It's because nothing physical in this tangible world will ever satisfy your internal world of consciousness. So through spiritual growth, we can actually become happy and seek higher understanding, higher consciousness, which actually satisfies us eternally. So when we see the compass on top of the square, it symbolizes the triumph of spirit over matter. This arrangement not only signifies the mastery of spirit over the material realm, but also represents the resurrection, ascent, and dominion of spiritual principles over all earthly conditions. It's all about gaining personal power and spiritual growth. It's all about spiritual evolution, going from matter to spirit. The external world controlling the internal world, to the internal world ruling over the external world, where the mind becomes a powerful tool to actually create and command reality. The mind cannot create and command reality if it's being governed and tossed all over the place by external circumstances and thoughts. Here's a quick tip on how to know if your mind is controlling you. If your phone notification goes off and you're working on something and you instantly go to reach and pick up the phone as soon as the notification goes off, that is an indication that your mind is controlling you and you are not controlling it. The mind is the direction of consciousness. The direction, it directs the flow of your attention, your energy, your consciousness. So to practice to gain mind over matter, simply just meditation, allowing the mind to sit still and focus on one thing for long periods of time. And over time, this will gain mastery over your attention and your mind. If you are on your spiritual path, this should be your goal. Your internal world becoming the master. The mind becoming a vessel for you and not a vessel controlling you. It needs to become a command center and not a reaction. Please like, share this with a friend, and subscribe to the channel if you're new. Leave a link in the description for the Book of Wisdom Volume 2.
bookofwisdom.com. Visit today.
Hello and welcome to another video and another lecture from Ethereal University. Today we're going to be breaking down in detail the Freemasonic 33rd degree symbol. Now, of course, this is a complex symbol and it's composed of many symbols put together to create a greater meaning. So, as you should know from my previous videos, a bit of context behind Freemasonry, what it particularly is, and I will give you a brief overview before we go into this. It's definitely important to know what Freemasonry is before we break down this symbol, okay? Because without the knowledge of Masonry and what it is, it's difficult to understand what the symbol truly means. So Freemasonry is all about building. The word Mason means to build. And we're either building with light or we're building with darkness. So that we have good Freemasonry, we have good Masons, people who want to spread the truth, people who want to help people awaken their mind and liberate them and bring them up to higher consciousness. Or we have Masons who want to divide, keep the knowledge to themselves, create walls, build walls in people's minds, construct illusions in people's minds for their own personal gain. Okay? So we're either building with light or you're building with darkness. You're either building with light or bricks, spirit or matter. God and the devil, same thing. You're either uplifting people or dividing people. Each and every single one of you is a Freemason. Well, a Mason. Not a Freemason, but a Mason. You are a builder. And you're either constructing division in you and other people, or you're either creating oneness. Everyone is doing this. Everyone is building. Everyone is contributing towards the world and building our reality. So Masonry is a craft, and that craft is to craft a better mind and heart, a higher consciousness, a higher understanding of the self, building a higher perception of yourself, getting to know who you actually are, why you are here. Every action, behind every single action, behind every single cause is choice. You chose to be here. Whether you know why you are here or whether you do not know. You chose to be here in this time, in this period of life on the earth, on this physical dimension. You chose, the mind of yours chose to be here in this body at this specific time. You are playing a role, you are building in this world at this specific time. So Masonry is all about getting to know the self, to know what you actually are through gnosis. Gnosis is direct knowledge obtained and extracted from direct experience. Knowledge extracted from direct experience. Knowingness. You know you have hands. You don't believe you have hands. You know you have hands. That's what knowing thyself truly means. To go within the self. To dwell in meditation for long periods of time. Not even meditation. To dwell, closing your eyes and thinking internally. Not thinking externally about anything outside you, but thinking and questioning internally, and you shall find answers. Seek and you shall find. If your heart is truly set on knowing, on getting to know true knowledge and knowing yourself, then you will find it. Okay, so because that's what the heart is. The heart is where we find our treasure. That's why it's inside of our chest. Our chest holds the treasure. What is your treasure? Your treasure is your physical manifestation. And whatever you whatever your heart cares about, your body follows. Your body takes action towards what you care about in life. This is why we say follow your heart, because your body follows the heart, what you care about. If you do not care about something, you do not take actions towards it. Whatever your heart loves and has that love energy for, the body follows. If you truly want to become enlightened and truly want to reach higher consciousness, then you will. You truly care for that, then you will find it. You have to go within. Okay, so this is what Masonry is about. It's about going within and finding out your true nature and constructing a higher consciousness by dissolving walls and blockages inside your mind and heart, purifying the self. Because you can care about sick and twisted things. Okay? We can see that in society. People like killing people. It's psychotic, but I know. So we can be corrupted. Okay, so going into this symbol, what does this symbol mean? What is it trying to portray? Okay. Before we go into this symbol, particularly, we're looking at the Scottish Rite Freemasonry. So we have the first degree all the way up to the third degree is Blue Lodge Masonry. Then from the fourth degree of Freemasonry to the 32nd degree is what we call Red Lodge Freemasonry, the Red Lodge degrees. So again, that is that symbolism of that red and blue, the left and right, masculine, feminine, water, fire. It's that symbolism again of the two polar opposites of reality, of masculine and feminine qualities, solar and lunar, the left and right hemispheres of the brain, the inner and out world, inner and outer world, the brain and the heart. These are all polarities, okay? Spirit and matter. We have to unify these. But we're looking at the 33rd degree. This is the end of the Scottish Rite of Freemasonry, and it's considered the illuminated degrees. Illuminated. This is when one gets to know the true self, the true knowledge, when one has gone within, mastered the self, got rid of mental blockages, blockages in the heart, purified the self, and they know who they are. They have higher consciousness. And in this breakdown today, I'm going to show you how they have higher consciousness through this symbolism. Okay, so I was going to say something, but I totally forgot what it was. But anyways, we'll move forward with this symbol. Oh, that's what it was. Water melts, well, ice melts at 33 degrees, symbolizing ice represents solid matter, ego, the physical body, left brain thinking, physical reality identification, identifying self with the ego, the name, the job, the reputation. That's the ice, that's solid, that's ego thinking, left brain thinking. When we identify ourselves with the body, our ego, our name, our job, our reputation, our family, that is ego. That is pure earthly survival base level consciousness. This is the degree, this is the level of state of mind that we need to rise out from and figure out what we are, what you actually are inside you. When you turn off your thoughts, what are you then? If you do not think, you are not your name, your job, your reputation, your family, your beliefs. Because when the mind is turned off, there is still something left. That is you. And that is the substance that we have to get to know through gnosis, through going within and thinking internally and dwelling within. Okay. So Freemasonry is all about learning about the psyche, the true nature of consciousness, how it functions, the mechanics of consciousness, how we can integrate universal law with consciousness. We're going to be going into that. Natural law. How we can become one with God's law. We can become one with the universe and integrate universal consciousness into yourself. Okay, so the first thing I'm going to say about this symbol, straight away, the first thing you probably notice about the symbol is the eagle. The eagle is a bird. Okay, what do birds do? They are high in the air. They are above the earth, which represents rising consciousness, rising the mind out of the lower mind, earth-based survival, impulsive, reactive, egotistical mind. And we're pulling us out, we're rising from that, the earth represents that lower base survival consciousness, ego-driven thoughts, and we're rising up. The bird is free. It's free from the earth. Okay? It's free. It's elevated. It looks down upon the earth. So the eagle is a bird which represents higher view of self, a higher understanding of the self. It's elevated. We have a higher view of myself when I reach the 33rd degree. That is what it's showing you. That is what it's symbolizing. Okay? It's above the earth. It is free. It looks down. When you have higher consciousness, you become enlightened. It's impossible not to look down. You do look down on people, but not in a bad way. Not in a bad way. That sounds bad. I understand if that sounds bad, but that's not a bad way. I don't mean that in a bad way or a bad-hearted way. I mean that as when you have higher consciousness, you can see people who are living and dwelling in zombie mode, low-level earth-based consciousness. They think they're the body, they think they're their name, their job, their reputation, their family. So it represents looking down because I have higher awareness of myself. I know what I truly am. The water is flowing at the 33rd degree. The water melts at the 33rd degree, representing the flowing of consciousness, the flowing of the mind, flowing of light energy entering the body. Because when we reach higher consciousness, when you raise your consciousness, which is just an easier way of saying mastering thoughts, mastering yourself. We no longer give attention to negative thoughts because we understand what thoughts are and why would you let your own mind take away your own power? So again, Freemasonry is about gaining personal power, not in a bad way. Well, it can be used for bad. Gaining mental power, a strong mind. Most people have very, very, very weak minds in this world. Very weak minds. This world is a mental world. We have to gain strength in the mind. It's a mental universe. The stronger the mind, the better your reality. The less affected you are by external things. Nothing external should ever bother you. Okay? So it's about gaining mental strength, mental clarity. So again, the bird is elevated, it looks down, it has a higher awareness, it sees things from above, it sees the world for what it truly is. That's the eagle. Okay? It's the higher view. This is the illuminated degrees. So we're looking at now the sword. The bird, the eagle, the double-headed eagle is standing on the sword. Very symbolic. The sword is not above the eagle. The sword is below the eagle. The sword moves through the air. On a basic breakdown of the sword, it represents power. Power. Because if I have a sword, I hold the power over you. That's what it symbolizes. In war, you have a weapon bigger than someone else and more destructive than someone else, you hold the power. So it's a power symbol. To go even deeper on this, on its true meaning, the sword, I've already broke this down plenty of times. It moves through the air. It cuts the air. It's the mind. Air represents the mind. Water is emotion. Fire is the spirit. Earth is the body. So we're looking at the mind, the power of the mind. And the eagle is standing on top of this, representing, I am conquering my own mind. I am conquering my mind. My mind does not conquer me. My mind is truly mine. I hold the power over it. I stand on top of my mind. The mind does not rule me. Thoughts do not enter my mind that take away my power. I think it, I feel it, I act towards it. It's unity. My mind is the monarch. It is the command center. It is mine. I'm above the mind. That's what it's showing here. I hold full control over this mind. I hold the power. Okay? And I have an elevated view of the mind. The eagle is elevated. It looks at the earth from above. It's the higher perception of the mind. The mind has a higher view of the self. It is conscious. Most people are not conscious. Okay? Most people walk around, they act unknowingly, they don't even know they exist. They don't realize they have consciousness. They think they grew from a monkey. They're born on a spinning ball in the middle of space, and they think they're the body. That is the level of earth-based consciousness. And it's saying, I hold the power. I hold my mind to what I want to direct the mind's forces to. I create with my mind. I carve reality. I shape my reality with my mind and thoughts and my intellect, my communication. Okay? That is what we're looking at here with the sword. It's on top, meaning I control it. When you stand on top of something, you are the top. You are on top of it. You hold the power. You rule over it. When you are the boss of your business, you rule the business. That's what we're looking at here. The sword needs sharpening. It always needs sharpening. You can't use a sword forever. You need to sharpen it. The mind will not stay powerful and strong and and aligned with what you actually want unless you continuously refine the sword. The mind needs to be refined or reminded. If you stop doing affirmations, the mind will fall back to old ways of thinking. If you constantly meditate, you constantly implant the messages into your subconscious mind, you constantly visualize, you are keeping the mind sharpened with what you want in life, what you are trying to create. And the mind will continue to think with that power, with them words, with them visualizations. If you fall off, if you stop meditating, you will lose control of your own mind. Okay? This is symbolizing you have to keep on top of the mind. You have to keep control. This is what the world is. The world is like Minecraft. You ever played Minecraft? You're a builder. Okay? What do? You control the man in the world. That's what you are. You need to control this body in the world. It's all about control. You are in a game. It's like Grand Theft Auto. You don't know how to use the buttons. You're going to create chaos, and you're not going to have that much fun in the world in GTA if you don't know how to work the buttons. Same with this world. You are in a world, and you need to learn the buttons of the body, the mind, the soul, the heart. How will these things function so you can actually live a better life and create what you want in the world? Aligned with natural law, of course, unless you want to walk down the path of Satanism. So this is what we're looking at with the sword. Now, moving on, we're looking at this little banner here. This says "God and my right" in Latin. God and my right. What is your right? Natural law is your right. What is natural law? You already know the natural laws. We all intuitively know the natural law. What is natural law? Do good. We all subconsciously, on a soul level, we know to do good. We know to do right. It is wrong to hurt people. It is wrong to control people. What is your natural law? What are the forces that you hold power over, that you have full control over? You have full control over what you think, what you feel, what you act. Thought, emotion, action. If you start to try and control things outside of them three forces, that is now you breaking natural law. If I try to control and manipulate someone else, that is now breaking natural law. I'm going against my inner law. My soul tells me what is right and wrong through emotion. So it's about aligning the self, my actions, my thoughts with my emotion, my intuition, my natural law. These are your rights. Your rights is to think, feel, and act with the law, with good, with God, with love, with care for one another. Am I building with light to bring good things to the collective? You see, most people are stuck in their left brain, and the left brain only sees me, me. Ego-driven thinking. That's why they trap us in our left brain. They train us to be left brain. They tell us to write with our right hand to strengthen the left brain. They call it writing. Everything in this matrix is to activate your your left brain. Why? They need you in ego consciousness so you can be controlled and manipulated. So you do not recognize patterns. That's the right brain. The right brain recognizes patterns, symbolism, metaphors. They don't want you reading between the lines. They want you logical. They want you divided because the right brain sees the whole. The right brain sees the woods. The left brain sees the trees. And that tree is your ego. And the woods is the collective consciousness. They want you only thinking about you. Because that way you are divided from the collective consciousness. And we're all one consciousness family. We're all God. We're all God experiencing himself. And we are all building this world. So it's about aligning the self with my right, with God, with natural law. It's what Freemasonry is about. True Freemasonry, light Freemasonry, not dark Masonry or evil Freemasonry, whatever you want to call it. The crown, royalty. Royalty wear crowns. And what do the royalty have? Again, this is another power symbol. They hold control. Yes, royalty hold control. And that's why this crown is at the top of the image, not at the bottom of the image. It's at the top, representing I control the left, I control the right. I control my left brain and my right brain, the two eagle heads, the two views. The eagle has one eye on each side. It's looking, it's seeing. And that's symbolic of the left and right brain. We see, not physically see, but I mean perceive. We perceive reality with the left brain and we perceive reality with the right brain. And it's about unifying these two brains so we can see and perceive reality from a true lens. Because if we see reality only from the left brain, and a left brain dominated brain, we see everything as divided. But if we see everything from a right brain perspective, we see everything as whole. When everything is in the middle, you need to see reality from the middle. Yes, I have my own personal consciousness, and yes, there is a collective consciousness. So I need to balance between that. I need to see reality between the line, between the left and right brain, and align this worldview, and align my thoughts, align my actions with this. Because if you're left-brained dominated, you're only going to take action on ego. You're only going to take action on me. You're only going to think about me, me, me. But if you're right hemisphere brained, you're only going to take action for the collective, which is, yes, that's good, but you also need to think about yourself. Why did you come here? Your life has a meaning as well. It's not just about the collective, it's about you as well. But we need to balance this. You see? This is what we're looking at. The crown is in the middle, representing the balance, the power over the two. Okay? It's the balance, it's mastery, it's control. Royalty hold control over society, royal families. So it's about controlling the self. It's control over the ego, control over the sword, over the mind. It's about personal power we're looking at here. Self-control. Now we're looking at a upright triangle, which represents the element of fire, which is masculine. Masculine is all to do with action. Action, the physical body. We're looking at fire, which represents spirit or transformation. Fire is a very transformative element. It transforms things. Okay, so we're looking at self-transformation through action. This is what we're looking at here. Fire is a very, very masculine force. A very penetrating and transformative force. So we're looking at transforming the self, not through knowledge, but through action. We have transformed the self, 33rd degree. I've reached the 33rd degree and I have now fully transformed. Now, there are higher degrees than 33rd degree, but we're just breaking down the symbol. That's a whole of a lecture. But this represents full transformation. 3, another, if you watch my video on numerology, you know 3 is all about what? Transformation. Thoughts, emotions, actions. These are the transformative forces that turn and create reality. Jesus dies and dies and resurrects after 3 days. Transformation from dead to the awakened. Brahma, Vishnu, Shiva. God is threefold. 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3. Electricity, magnetism, dielectricity. The 3 forces that pretty much create physical matter. Transformation is 3. So we're looking at transformation through action. Action is a very transformative force. There's no point learning this knowledge if you're not going to act upon the knowledge. A lot of people join the university, they learn a lot, but they leave because they don't want to take the action. They don't want to do the hard part. They don't want to act towards higher consciousness. They want to dwell in their lower mind. That's fine. That's your path. That's their path. But if you truly want to raise your consciousness, you have to act upon it. You have to actively not take the action. It's about what you do and do not do, because not doing something is also an action. If you are not participating in the low-level pleasures like sex, casual sex, masturbation, going out and getting blind drunk. These are low-level pleasures. It's going to keep you on a low-level frequency and a low-level consciousness. That is also an action, not doing that. It's about what you not do as well, which is very important. You have to act upon it to reach this degree. You will not reach this degree if you have not taken a lot of action towards reaching higher consciousness, reaching self-mastery over the mind, controlling the mind. This is what, again, it's about taking action on actually controlling the mind, controlling the self, gaining your power. Okay. Okay. This is another fascinating part about the eagle head and wings. It also represents the past, present, and future. The crown is, again, symbolic of the crown chakra. This is all to do with knowledge. So we're looking at knowledge of the past, the eagle on the left looking behind, and the eagle on the right looking forward. So we're looking at the crown, knowledge of the past and the future. Looking at your past is very powerful. What has got you, what has led you to this very point in your life? What actions have taken you to this point? And not only you, remember, there is a collective. Remember, you always have to keep that in mind. Every action you take, you have to always align it with the collective consciousness. It's not just you in the world. We have a collective. So, how did you and how did the collective get to this point in life, in this present? How did we get here? How did we get into this mess? Humanity is in a mess. A straight up chaotic mess. And if you think everything is perfect and everything's divine and everything's just, there's some people out there in the spiritual community saying, everything's divine, everything's meant for this purpose. No, there are people actively manipulating and using mind control methods to control this reality. How have we got into this mess? So we have to look into the past to analyze patterns so we can take action now in the present to change the future of the collective and your personal life. That's what we're looking at here. So the eagle looking left is looking in the past, representing analyzing the past, analyzing the actions in my life and the collective life. The actions that led to this mess now, to this state now. And what can I do now with my knowledge to change the future to a better future, aligned with, again, natural law, aligned with goodness, aligned with God, aligned with care and love for one another and the self. So it's all about knowledge of the past and knowledge of the future. And what I can do now to take action, the triangle pointing at the middle, which is the present, what can I do now to change the future? To create a better future, to transform the world. 33, transformation. To transform the future. Okay, this is what we're looking at here with the two double-headed eagles as well. Again, this is more art. This is a lot more complex symbolism here. But again, we have the Earth hemisphere here. And what? The eagle above. It is raised above the earth, above material pleasures, above the material thinking self, above the ego. Not to say get rid of the ego. We need the ego. But balancing, control, power over the ego, power over the two hemispheres of the brain, power over my past and my future, power over time. What am I using my time towards? Time is your spiritual currency. Okay? It's elevated. It sees things from a higher perspective. It is higher consciousness. We're also looking at the astral body. Birds on a deeper level represent the astral body. So symbols have layers of meaning. The deeper you get into the occult. So when you join the first degree, you get, a good interpretation, and the higher degree you go, the more deeper the symbol reveals, as the more deeper you know yourself. So we're looking also at the astral body, the light. What is the light? Light is a massive symbol in Freemasonry. It's knowledge, gnosis. When you're very intelligent, you call someone, they're a bright child. They have enlightenment, light in the mind. Looking at light, a lot of knowledge, a lot of self-knowledge of the self, of the psyche, how I function, what I am, knowledge of the astral body, rising above the earth, astral projection, exploring your true nature, exploring consciousness. This is what we're looking at here. And in order to explore your astral body and explore the astral realm, you have to control the sword, the mind. And you can then explore. You are free like a bird to fly. This is all symbolic of rising consciousness. All symbolic. So I hope this video has gained a bit more clarity on this symbol and giving you some insights. And I will see you in the next one. Thank you for tuning in today.
bookofwisdom.com. Visit today.
Creation demands destruction. Every time you release your sexual fluids, you're destroying a part of yourself to create an extension of yourself. For example, if you want to create a business, you have to destroy your time, attention, and energy in order to create the effect of the business. All creation demands some sort of sacrifice or destruction. This falls under the law of polarity in the universe. It's the same with your sexual fluids. Your sexual fluids, especially as a man, contains minerals, all the minerals in your body. It contains your vitality. It contains your DNA. It contains the blueprint of you, and it can create a whole new human being. You are literally playing with the power of creation if you are releasing your sexual fluids too much. Sexual fluids also extend beyond the physical plane. They contain astral forces because all physical creation is a mental creation. We live in a mental universe. Everything begins as a thought in the mind, then the thought takes the form and the body of imagination, which is an astral force. Imagination turns into etheric emotional energy. Then the etheric emotional energy turns into the physical action and the physical manifestation. We live in a mental universe. Therefore, these dimensions do not exist separately. They are permeating and mixing in with all. Your physical body has an astral body. Everything physical has astral forces behind it. Semen is known as the astral fluid of the soul. It feeds nerves, the channels of life force and consciousness within the body. And every time you release it, you're destroying a part of your vitality, your brain, your nerves, your energy levels, your creativity, and your DNA to create an extension of you. Therefore, it is a sacred fluid within your body and not something to be played with and to be released too much. Think about it. This is a very creative energy, your sexual fluids. It can create a whole new human being. This is how powerful it actually is. It is the power of creation, and the misuse of this power can destroy your own vitality and your life of your body, because that life you are giving in order to create an extension or a child is the same life you could keep inside of you and not waste to recycle and regenerate the body. Sexual energy has been for thousands of years associated with regenerating the body, longevity of life, and maintaining youth. Not only that, every time you release your sexual energy, it floods the brain with dopamine. Dopamine is the brain's reward system, created within the middle of the brain. It releases every time you've achieved something. However, sex or an orgasm is the most powerful feeling you can feel. It's the most amazing, intense feeling and release of dopamine you can possibly feel as a human. Therefore, if you flood your brain with this high amount of dopamine every single day, you are getting the epitome of human feelings every single day. Therefore, you will become numb to everything else in reality. You won't be able to enjoy the small things in life. And I know this firsthand because I experienced this myself. As soon as I stopped, this is when I started to enjoy the little things in life, seeing family, and I actually gained more energy, more ideas. We'll get into this a bit later. It is a creative energy. It creates a whole new human being. Therefore, if we maintain this energy, we can maintain our creative power within us, because that's what we are. We are all creative beings, moving energy from higher dimensions of consciousness, the mind, into lower dimensions of consciousness, the physical world. You hold the power to create. You are not in a world. The world is working through you. You do not possess a life. Life is working through you. You are not in a universe. You are the universe. It's moving through you. There is no past, present, and future. The present moment is you. When we release every single day or frequently throughout the week, like I said, we're triggering the brain's reward system, dopamine, which makes you feel as if you have already achieved something. And if your brain is telling you you have already achieved something by overusing your sexual fluids, then you will not have the motivation to achieve other things in your life. I know this firsthand. I became very lazy. I didn't want to work. I didn't want to do anything because subconsciously my brain felt as if I've already achieved. If we look at the symbol of the Baphomet, we notice the Baphomet has horns and a goat head. Now we look at the word horny. When you become sexually aroused, it's known as horny, which is the horns, representing the lower mind. The lower mind is the mind we use for our animal instincts. We have two parts of our mind. A higher mind, which is contained of higher thought, which chases spiritual things such as love, wisdom, knowledge, and God. Then we have a lower mind, which chases the things of the material world closely associated with the ego, chases validation, material gain, status, and physical sensation, physical pleasures. It is these physical pleasures that can keep you in an endless loop, making you feeling empty inside, because nothing material can ever satisfy our internal world. Nothing. You can achieve millions of dollars. You can achieve your dream house, your dream car, your dream watch. And if that is the only thing you are chasing, you will feel empty inside when you achieve it, because nothing of this material plane can satisfy you. Nothing of the lower mind can ever satisfy you. This is why we must sacrifice the lower mind and overcome the lower mind and the lower instincts. One thing I found amazing when I mastered my sexual urges and my lust is that my mind became a lot more clear. The thoughts and the time and the attention that I used in my mind to go towards lust, sex, and chasing these things was taking up a lot of mental space, time, and energy. But as soon as I removed it and mastered it, my mind became an open vessel for higher thoughts to be received from the higher mind. The mind is like a radio antenna. Whatever we attune it with, that's what we receive. If we're constantly thinking about lust and low-level pleasures, we're going to just receive low-level thoughts. But once we remove all of the lower mind and we conquer our physical body and physical urges, our mind becomes an open channel for divine thoughts and spiritual thoughts. This is what most people call today as downloads. You receive wisdom from your higher self. Not only do you receive more wisdom, you just receive more power to create. The male and the female come together to create a child. That's how you were created. Now, the law of correspondence teaches as above, so below. It refers to everything in the universe. Therefore, in order for you to create a reality, to give birth to something, you have to bring together the masculine and the feminine. Your masculine forces are willpower and actions. Your feminine forces are emotions and imagination. When you combine the willpower, action, emotions, and imagination and combine them together, you can give birth to reality. But it's important to only give birth to things that are spiritual, that are good, that are for the benefit of yourself and humanity, and not for the ego and the lower mind. Killing our lower mind is essential for spiritual ascension when we die. The thoughts that we give the most attention and energy to when we die are pretty much the same thoughts that we're going to think when we die. When you die, your physical body and external world is stripped and you're left with your internal world of consciousness, more than likely be resonating within the lower astral plane before you move on to any higher dimensions of the astral. It's important that we kill any addictions such as sex, food, attachments, emotional attachments to people, any desire for material things before we physically die. The Hindus taught this, Buddhism taught this, the ancient Egyptians taught this. We have to remove the desires in our heart for material and things before we physically die, because when we die, we cannot fulfill physical pleasure. Therefore, we will create our own suffering within the astral dimension. So sex is the biggest part of this. We have to remove the desire for sex or releasing any of our sexual fluids before we physically die to master ourselves. And not only that, it's going to benefit the way you feel, the way you think, the way you act towards people once you have mastered this. Porn psychologically damages you. You are quite literally the person in the corner of a room watching two other people give pleasure to each other. Psychologically, that is not good. And what happens in darkness is always revealed in light. What you do in your alone times will show in your confidence, in your eye contact, in your presence, in your aura, your energy. You cannot hide things that you do in the dark, because they always reveal themselves in a subconscious way, whether physically or through an energetic spiritual way. Sex can be known as sacred energy exchange. You are exchanging energy, bioelectrical energy. It's a scientific fact that when you hold hands with another person, your brain waves of each individual become synced. Your emotions sync. And you exchange electromagnetic energy because you are an electromagnetic being. But when you have sex with someone, you are literally exchanging emotional energy. Your aura is not just an electromagnetic field. It is literally a manifestation of your internal consciousness. Your consciousness contains your thoughts, your beliefs, your traumas, your emotional state. And this manifests externally through the vortex of your heart into an energy presence around your body. This is why you can feel sad when someone else is sad next to you, because their energy is merging with yours. When you have sex with someone, you are quite literally exchanging consciousness, beliefs, traumas, emotions, feelings, vibrations, and your consciousness merges with their consciousness. So be careful with just having casual sex. Now, I'm not here trying to say never release, never have sex with your partner. I'm not saying that. I'm saying take caution with these things. Take my teachings with a pinch of salt. If it benefits you, that's great. I'm not here to tell you how to live. I'm simply giving you my research and the things that have helped me in my life on my esoteric research, awakening, or spiritual path. I don't like calling it a spiritual path, because it's not spiritual. It's simply just life, the knowledge of consciousness and the self. So I hope this video helps. If you'd love to read this book, I'll leave a link in the description. This book I wrote myself called The Book of Wisdom, Volume 2. What if I told you that the Egyptians were trying to give you instructions on how to not reincarnate and come back to this material world and ascend your consciousness, your soul, to a higher plane that exists in the various dimensions of consciousness? This is Anubis, and this is his scales. You can find this image in the famous Book of the Dead, which is a famous Egyptian book and text talking about death, reincarnation, and the different things that go into death and how to prepare our mind, our souls for death. The Egyptians saw this as a massive thing in life. We must prepare our consciousness for the transition from a physical reality to a non-physical, tangible reality. The first thing we must understand in order to understand death is the term as above, so below. We die every single night. Consciousness goes to sleep, which is the withdrawal of consciousness from the material body into the inner realms of the mind. At night time, becomes the darkness, and consciousness goes within itself. When the daytime comes around and the sun becomes more powerful, the rays of the sun increase the brain waves, and the body becomes active again, and consciousness manifests things externally. So the nighttime is the internal world, death or sleep, and the daytime is life, the external world. When we die, it's just a bigger version of sleep. We enter into our inner realms of consciousness. However, this transition needs some preparation. In order to understand the universe, understand what happens after we die, we have to understand that life is mental and the mind is not the brain. The brain is just a physical computer for the mind to operate the physical technology of the physical body. What you are seeing right now in your eyes is a simulation produced by your brain. Light waves entering in your eyes and the visual cortex at the back of the brain producing an image of what you call reality. Therefore, reality is not outside of you, it's a simulation produced by the body. The five senses are just electrical threads of light, all sending information back to your brain, and your brain is interpreting these electrical signals as senses: touch, taste, smell, and hear, and see. So everything you're experiencing right now is a simulation produced by the brain and the nervous system, but you are the observer of that reality, of that simulation produced by the technology of the body. So when you die, the technology, the simulation produced by the electrical system called the human body, is no longer running. Therefore, we don't actually leave anywhere, but the simulation stops running and we are dissolving one layer of ourself. So most people think they leave the body when they die, but we're not. We're simply just removing an aspect of ourself, a different dimension of ourself, and casting off that dimension, removing a veil or a layer. And we're seeing what is behind that layer. And what behind the layer of the physical reality is simply the world of imagination, the astral plane. At the moment of physical death, consciousness withdraws from the physical brain, yet the awareness does not cease. For a short period, the individual may experience a condition of peaceful unconsciousness, similar to deep sleep. Then, once the individual becomes conscious again after death, once the physical body, the etheric body, has fully been split up and consciousness is now operating in the astral plane. This is what the ancients called karma loka. Arthur E. Powell mentions this. C.W. Ledbetter mentions this place as well. Karma loka is a place in the astral plane. The astral plane is the realm of imagination. It is where the forces of the mind manifest desires as imagination. All of your desires, your desired realities, the screen that you have in your mind, that screen you manifest a visualization on, exists in the dimension of the astral plane. It is a realm made of thoughts. It is an object made of thoughts. If you think of a chair, for example, and imagine that chair in your mind's eye, that screen you are seeing in your mind's eye is a thought animated. That thought is an animated desire, and that exists in the realm of the astral plane, a realm of subtle thought forms. Therefore, the physical world has an exact copy of this world, however, in the astral plane. Just like how if you remember the house that you grew up in as a child, if you could sit down right now, wherever you are, and you can imagine, walk around that house in your mind. You can imagine the layout of the street of the house. So in our minds, we have our own layout and map of our house, but then now connect all of the collective consciousness's minds and memories of places on the earth come together to create a collective astral plane, a world made of thought forms, but it's an exact copy of the material world. To go into a bit more detail, this would exist on the lower astral plane. On the lower astral plane, there is an exact copy of the earth, made of everyone's memories, imaginations, and things along them lines. Karma loka is where the word karma comes from. This is the region of desire and emotion and imagination. This place is not a place of reward or punishment, but a state of consciousness corresponding to the emotional nature of the person who passed on, who transitioned from the physical to the astral. Your state of consciousness, the thoughts you think every day, the fears that you face every day, the belief systems you have in your mind every day, still is passed on from the physical into the astral. The astral plane, you will go into an astral plane that directly corresponds to your state of thought, just like a dream. In your dreams, you will see materializations of your fears, belief systems, and things going on in your subconscious mind. You will go into an environment and a landscape when you die in the astral plane that match your desires, habits, and your state of mind. If you believe in Jesus, you will go to a place where them thought forms manifest in the astral plane. If you believe in Buddha, you will go to a place where them thought forms manifest. That is the environment. It's mental. Reality is your level of realization. You are seeing through the lens of your mind, of your beliefs, and you see the world tinged with your belief systems. Karma Loka is a place where you balance out your desires, sensual cravings, ambitions, jealousies, fears, emotional fixations continue to assert themselves in your mind when you die. Yet because there is no physical instrument through which they may be gratified, they gradually burn themselves out. These desires start to be balanced out again, and your mind becomes more balanced. The more refined the individual in physical life, the shorter and gentler this stage becomes. The more desires you have for material things, sex, whatever it is, the longer it will take to balance out the forces in your mind in Karma Loka. Desires weaken through repetition without fulfillment. Emotional attachments lose their magnetic hold. The astral body sheds its lower layers. It's like you're stripping away aspects of yourself. When that last personal desire dissolves eventually in the astral plane, consciousness can no longer maintain cohesion in the astral vehicle. The astral body disintegrates naturally and awareness withdraws into the mental body. The mental body is what the Christians call heaven. The mental plane is heaven, the realm of creative thought forms, the realm of pure mind, pure thought. The mental plane, also called the Devachanic plane, is a realm of blissful, creative, and luminous consciousness. The Devachanic plane is not an illusion, but subjective yet intensely real world, constructed by the individual's highest thoughts, ideas, loves, and aspirations. How does this link in with Anubis? Anubis is trying to give you instructions on how to prepare for life after death in this image. If we take a look at Anubis in this image, we have to understand this is symbolism. This is metaphorical. Anubis is known as the god of the underworld. He symbolizes the transition from awake to death. He is not a real god that you will meet when you die, but he represents the process of death, transitioning consciousness from physical to astral. He's giving you instructions in the Book of the Dead to make your heart as light as a feather, as this is a scale. So he represents death. Your heart needs to be as light and balanced as a feather. The heart is the emotional vehicle of consciousness, as I just explained that emotions are subjective to the astral plane or Karma Loka. We do not want a heavy heart before we die. We do not want addictions to smoking, addictions to pornography, addictions to status, the ego, material gain. If we die with these things, this means we have a heavy heart, and this will manifest in the astral plane when you die and take longer to balance out them emotions and desires. So this is telling you to remove any addictions, any emotional attachments, mental attachments you have to the material plane. This does not mean go full monk mode and don't have anything physical, don't chase after anything material. We should definitely have material things as we are spiritual and material. However, do not place your heart on it. We should all aspire to have the best possible life, have the most possible resources as possible in our lives, have an abundance in everything. That's completely fine. But placing our soul on it, your desires on the material world, will only pull you down in life after death, take you longer to balance out them forces and desires. This is why transformation during physical life is essential. We need to release attachments to master our thoughts and emotions and align with truth. We don't want to die with false identifications, that thinking and believing that we are the physical body. We need to balance out our heart. Yes, have material things. Yes, chase the best possible life for ourselves, but also have connection with the divine and practice detaching from the material world. Maybe even fasting from any addictions that you have, the phone and things along them lines. When this is achieved, when you are fully balanced and have no more addictions and attachments to your mind and consciousness, The scales are balanced. The soul becomes free and rises beyond the lower planes of existence when you die. It transcends the physical body and more than likely enters the mental body. We can't take anything physical after this life. The only thing we can take is spiritual things such as wisdom, understanding, and connection. We can only take internal things. So we have to master our internal world before we pass on to a world where we cannot fulfill our physical desires. Now, this is kind of what heaven and hell is. There is a hell realm in the astral plane. If you desire horrible things, you desire to kill people, or you desire to do horrible things, then you will manifest in a place where that is taking place, with people, with entities that assimilate with that vibration. You might have to watch this video a few times to get a full understanding of this, but Anubis is trying to teach you, make your desires as light as a feather, purify your heart, purify your soul, and place your heart on the spiritual things, knowledge, information, connection, thought. Because if you desire material things, then you will more than likely desire to manifest yourself back into the material world and reincarnate. If you've read the book of symbolism, you already know this information. You can now find this book in the description of this video. Please leave a like, comment, and subscribe to the channel if you like this information. And we also have the book of symbolism available on Amazon.com now. Take care, everyone. I'll see you in the next video. So depression doesn't actually exist, and in this video I'm going to show you how depression is actually a choice. And I'm going to give you some solutions on how to deal with it. And this is probably going to change your life forever just by doing this alone. Okay, so the first thing you need to understand about depression is that it exists in your conscious mind. It exists in your thinking mind. So what is inside your thinking mind? You have your body, your name, your reputation, your trauma, your memories, your family, your worries, your interests, your bills, your passion, dislikes, goals, right? Most people identify their lives with this. They identify their lives with their thinking mind. They think they're their name, their job, their reputation, their memories. But this is not who you actually are. Who you actually are is the observer of that. What happens if you stop thinking? What is left? You're left with unconditioned consciousness. You're left with the self, which is what we refer to as I. We are the consciousness, not the thinking consciousness. You are not these labels. You are not your thoughts. You are not your job, your name, your reputation. Okay? And the reason why I'm telling you this is because it's very important, is that we are something beyond this body, beyond this name, beyond our thoughts. We are the consciousness. So depression exists inside of the thinking mind, the conscious mind. Okay? So if you want to get rid of depression, you must learn how to escape the thinking mind. And not only just escape, but that's step one. In meditation, you do meditations, right? We sit still. And we have to learn how to control the mind and turn off the thoughts. And when we turn off the thoughts, depression goes out the window because there's no thought present in your mental field of consciousness to be depressed. Okay? You must understand, who is the one suffering from the negative thoughts? Who is the one suffering? Your mind is not suffering because the mind is producing the thoughts. Your body's not suffering from the negative thoughts. You are suffering. And who is you? You are a soul. You are that feeling. You are that person beyond the thoughts, beyond the feelings, beyond that. You are the one experiencing. You are that. Meditation gives us the ability to turn off the thinking mind. This allows us to escape our thoughts. Okay? And it gives us, over a long period of time after meditation, you'll be able to turn this switch. And this switch will be able to turn off your thoughts. And by doing this, we will be able to control our conscious mind directly by the hand. So when you notice yourself gaining them negative thoughts, we can then turn off the switch of turning off the conscious mind and rising to our authentic self and knowing the thoughts are just illusions. Now, let me tell you something that's very powerful. Most of your thoughts are coming from beliefs. Most of your feelings are coming from beliefs. So if you have a feeling of lack, this is coming from a belief that you don't have much. If you are feeling alone, this is coming from a belief that you are alone. So what we must do is restructure ourselves. We must restructure the subconscious mind, and we do this in many different ways. We can do this with meditation. We can do this with visualization, visualizing our desired reality as if we are living it. We can do this with affirmation. Now, a lot of people think, oh, I'm trying to speak something into existence with affirmation. No, you're not using vibration to try and change reality with what a lot of these new age people will teach you. Vibration, your words will not have much an impact on reality. That's the truth. But what they do have an impact on is reprogramming and recrafting and refining your mind. If you repeat, I am wealthy all day long, your subconscious mind, that word will be lingering inside your subconscious, and you will start to mold that into your conscious. You'll start to be consciously thinking about this. Most of your thoughts are coming from your subconscious. So if you want to get rid of depression, you got to figure out the trigger. What are you depressed about? What are you feeling? What are the beliefs that are making you feeling and thinking this way? And that's what you must restructure. You must restructure your subconscious mind through visualization, meditation, and affirmation. You do these all the time. You do these every single day, and you will slowly, if not surely, restructure your subconscious mind. While by doing the practice of meditation, you'll gain the off switch as well. Sometimes depression comes from not living in your authentic self. You're not doing the things that your soul is telling you to do. We all know what we should be doing at all times. I don't care what you have on. We all know we should be doing something. We all know that we have there's a higher aspect of our mind that tells us, oh, we need to be doing this, but I'm actually sat here on my phone. Oh, I shouldn't be eating this, but I'm doing it anyway. There's always that higher voice. And that is the voice that has to be connected to. And when your body's not acting out the voice of the soul, then the soul becomes sadder, and suffers more and more and more. There has to be a connection between the soul, the mind, and the body. They have to work in unison. Okay? So I hope this video helps with depression, with whatever you're going through mentally.
bookofwisdom.com. Visit today.
In this video, we're going to be talking about the evolution of consciousness. You are born human, however, you possess consciousness, which is the awareness behind your being, the awareness behind your thoughts, the experiencer behind your five senses, the experiencer, the observer behind your thought, emotions, and senses. You are an eye, an invisible consciousness looking through a lens, which is your body. Your body produces this physical world that you experience. Your brain produces this world. Your brain and body is a technological computer. However, you are an infinite, ever-expanding consciousness behind this physical body. And there is an evolution of consciousness, a cosmic journey of expansion. And this is why we see so much pyramid symbolism in the occult and esoteric world, and especially within Freemasonry. Because the pyramid represents climbing, an evolution, a raising state of consciousness, a journey. Steps symbolize a journey upwards. This is the raising and the evolution of consciousness, our inner world. The transmutation of our inner selves, of our souls and consciousness and our minds. So when we see this pyramid, we're seeing a evolution, a way up to source consciousness. And the eye in the pyramid represents your source consciousness. It represents illumination. It represents divine guidance through this evolution of consciousness. This is why we see the ladder. Consciousness is ever expanding on an infinite journey of evolution. Each individual is a part of this cosmic process, contributing towards the ongoing expansion of both mind and awareness. As we evolve, we collectively explore deeper levels of existence, expanding the boundaries of thought and consciousness. The mind has the ability to expand infinitely into new realms of thought, into new dimensions of mind. The mind cannot be filled up. It is not a physical substance. The body can be filled up because it is a physical thing, but you cannot fill the mind. Therefore, the mind is constantly expanding, ever expanding into new fields of thought. So what we see in Freemasonry, the ladder, is again a journey, an elevation of consciousness. When we are born with an infant consciousness, and as we gain older, we gain an adult consciousness. Our inner world, our inner mind, and our emotional intellect changes and evolves. We are significantly different from when we were very young as an infant. It's because our consciousness evolutes, it changes, it alters like water. So, just like this evolution of your own consciousness as growing up, there is consciousness of beings existing in cycles beyond our own. And their consciousness is unimaginably different from ours. They operate on a higher level of understanding and knowing, experiencing reality in ways that transcend our current comprehension. Our minds right now cannot comprehend the highest states of consciousness. There are entities, there are beings beyond our own, existing in higher dimensions of consciousness that we cannot comprehend because they have expanded. They are on a further way up the ladder of consciousness. However, we are all on the same journey. None of us can take the same journey. There is one ultimate goal, reaching source consciousness. However, this is always ever expanding. However, we are all on a different journey. There is one truth, one source, one goal. However, there are billions in different ways of reaching it, and we are all on these different paths to source consciousness, to this ladder, this evolution of universal evolution. Okay? Their awareness is attuned to new dimensions of existence, reflecting a more advanced stage in the cosmic journey of consciousness evolution. So when you take DMT, you are shot into these higher realms of consciousness where you meet these beings who look similar to these images. They are not speaking to you physically. They don't speak to you three-dimensionally through vibration and words. They speak to you mentally. If you have done DMT, then you know this. And if you have met these beings, then you know this. You might have even met some of these types of beings on mushrooms or any psychedelic drugs. Because ultimately, when you take these mind-altering substances, it's altering your consciousness. It's merging your consciousness with the spirit of that substance. And you are essentially attuning your mind to higher dimensions of consciousness. That's why we say we're getting high when we take these substances. Therefore, when you meet these beings on DMT, you are essentially meeting beings who are attuned to higher dimensions of consciousness, and they speak to you mentally. They speak to you telepathically through thought, because the universe is mental. Everything exists within the mind. The way you are now, your physical existence, is a state of mind. Mind, thought creates matter. Spirit and matter are two opposing ways of thinking. If we have a very spiritual mind, we have an expanded mind, we are a spiritual person through the mind. However, if we have a very low state of consciousness where we think about food, sex, lust, and all physical things, then we have a physical consciousness. Matter and spirit are two opposing forces, two ways of thinking. The mind attunes itself to different levels of understanding in different dimensions. So, Essentially, this is what we're looking at. The body is a vessel for the fluidic, formless consciousness, a temple that houses the essence of our awareness. While the five senses are limited to perceiving only the physical plane, the mind transcends these limitations, capable of perceiving the full scope of reality. It is through the mind that we access deeper truths beyond the material, tapping into boundless nature of existence. Physical existence is a thin band, a thin layer of reality. It's like 0.001% of reality. And your five senses are only tuned into this layer of reality. But the five senses are, by design, only allowed to perceive physicality. But the mind has the power to expand beyond this physical five sense state. The mind has the power to expand and evolute. It is a conscious decision whether you want to take this path or not. You can stay in a three-dimensional way of thinking, or you can expand your consciousness from within. It's not an external journey. There is no God going to save you. You must save yourself. Therefore, behind every single one of these eyes is the same source consciousness. However, we are all different cells in a different journey. The organs in your body, the cells in your body are all alive. They all possess same consciousness, universal consciousness. However, we are all on a different journey of evolution. As above, so below. As the baby is in the mother's womb, when the baby becomes conscious, there is a world outside of its mother. What does it do? It presses and seeks a way out to be born in the other world outside of its mother. It is the same with your consciousness, your mind. When your mind becomes aware that there is realities beyond the immediate surroundings, it seeks a way out. And this is exactly what I'm doing to you now. I am now expanding your mind and telling you there is other ways of reality. There is other dimensions of consciousness which you can access through inner transmutation, through different ways of thinking, spiritualism, and meditating and connecting with yourself and detaching from external things. We can upgrade our consciousness. Your body is a womb. Why Jesus says you must be born again to see the kingdom of God, because you are born physically and then you must be born again spiritually, awakening your inner consciousness. So like I said, as the baby is in the womb, it's the same principle. As above, so below. You were a baby, you were in your mother's womb, and you figured out there is a world outside of your mother, so you seek to weigh out your mother to be born in another world. It's the same now. You must do this now. This is your spiritual evolution. This is the evolution of consciousness. It's ever expanding. When you die, this is a transition. You must learn to not fear death. This is another part of your spiritual journey. You must master death. Therefore, like I said before, the mind has limitless capacity to expand into new realms of thought, continuously exploring uncharted ideas and concepts without boundaries. The mind can ever expand. It can never be filled. It can never ever know everything. There is infinite fields of knowledge, infinite fields of thought. Your current state is just one stage on an infinite pathway. You won't remain human forever. The human experience is a crucial phase where we learn to balance polarities, master the fundamental laws of the cosmos. It is a period of growth and transformation, preparing us for the next stages in our cosmic evolution. The goal is to strive for perfection, yet the true perfection is unattainable. It's like a tunnel, and there is a light at the end of the tunnel. And as you walk through this tunnel, the light is ever moving backwards. You should forever seek to meet that light, but you will never meet that light because consciousness is ever expanding. You should strive for perfection, yet knowing that perfection is forever unattainable. The journey is endless. with each step revealing deeper layers of understanding and experience. The pursuit of growth and expansion is itself the essence of our evolution. You can find all of this knowledge in the amazing book that I have read for years. I have read this book, The Emerald Tablets of Thoth, the Atlantean, by M. Dorial, translated by M. Dorial. I'm telling you now, this book, now that I've told you this, you have some context on the book. The whole book is about evolution of consciousness. He's talking about higher dimensions beings. He's talking about how you can transcend this physical plane. It is truly the most amazing book you will probably read. One of the best spiritual texts you'll see. It's hard to understand, so you must read it over and over again. And the more your mind progresses, like for me, I read this every couple months. And the more I learn about consciousness, the more I expand my own consciousness. And every time I read this book, I pick out something new that just completely blows my mind, because you can only understand this book to your level of consciousness, to your level of understanding. So now that I've told you all this information, go and read this book and it will absolutely blow your mind. And so will the Book of Wisdom Volume 2, which is now available. I released it the other day. I'm just going to read a page out now. This page is called Spirit and Matter. The Earth is not merely a dense, lifeless rock drifting through space. It possesses spirit, a living essence that animates its form. But what do we mean by spirit? Spirit in esoteric terms refers to the energy, the life force, animating the principles infused in matter. So essentially, what this page is talking about is how everything has spirit, consciousness within it. You are the middle, you are spirit and matter. You have the ability to expand your mind to the God self and raise above our animal instinct, our material self, and know the divine and expand. Animals cannot do this. Animals are not self-aware. Humans possess self-awareness. We can observe our consciousness. We can say, why do I exist? We can look in the mirror and know that we need growth. And this is what Anunnaki means. Anu means above. Anu was the supreme god of the sky, which is a metaphor. He represents spirit above, heaven. Anu came down to earth and married Ki, the goddess of the earth, which represents matter. It's a myth, it's an allegory. Anu married Ki and gave birth to the Anunnaki. Spirit came down and infused with matter and gave birth to the human, which is you. You are spirit infused in matter, Anu and Ki, Anunnaki. You are the Anunnaki. And this is just one of the teachings in my book. Honestly, this book is absolutely amazing. If you truly, truly want to expand your consciousness, give this book a read. And obviously, if you're inside the university, I give you this book for free. A paperback version. If you join the university, follow the steps inside of the general chat, you'll be able to download this book. Sorry, not download it. Order a paperback for free. All you have to do is pay for the shipping. You'll also gain amazing knowledge inside of my library, where your mind will just be overblown with the amount of esoteric books. There's over 45 rare occult books, plus you get a PDF of the Volume 1 and Human Health Guide. You get reoccurring updates where I expand on symbolism, occultism, where you will just feel absolutely amazing once you understand esotericism in yourself. You'll also learn how to create the dream reality that you want with the Manifestation Mastery course, where I teach you how your consciousness creates reality. You'll have a real lectures where I post lectures on symbolism, occultism, esotericism. There's a conscious community and live calls and Q&A where you can ask me questions and I'll answer your questions. I just want to say thank you to everyone who has joined the university. Thank you for even liking and watching this video. Any support I just appreciate every single one of you. Please, if you can, leave a comment and a like on this video and let me know any videos you want me to make in the future. And I will start uploading a lot more to the YouTube. So yeah, thank you all for tuning in today. Have an amazing day.
Book of Wisdom. visit today.
This isn't just spiritual fluff. Your words are vibrational commands that teach your subconscious what to believe and what to create in your reality. Now, I'm not going to sit here and tell you how words are these vibrational things that create reality. In fact, they are. However, the power of words does not hold in the vibration of the word. Yes, it has a little effect on plants. Yes, every word is a vibration that speaks to every cell in your body. However, this is not the main power of words. The main power of words is restructuring your consciousness and invoking energy inside of your own consciousness. I'm going to go over these two in detail for you. Your life is an externalization of your consciousness. Your belief system, your internal world, are building blocks to create your external world. What you believe in is how you see reality. It is the filter that you see to see reality. If you want to change reality, you have to change your consciousness first. There's no point trying to create a change, a manipulation in the external world, because it won't last very long. You have to restructure your inner temple, your inside world of thought and emotion. For example, your external reality is an externalization of every thought you thought in the past. Your life circumstances are just a result of every thought you thought in the past. You become what you think about. So if we can control what we think about, we will control who we become. Words are a powerful way to restructure your subconscious mind, which will then restructure what you think about. For example, if I said the word chicken all day long, I'm going to be thinking about chicken all day long. The words we repeat enter our subconscious mind, and our subconscious mind molds our conscious mind of what we are consciously giving attention to and thinking about. And that becomes our emotion. Our emotion becomes the energy, the charge behind our action. And all this creates who you are and your reality. If you want to create a change in your external world, you need to repeat the end result as in an affirmation. I am abundant. I am disciplined. For example, if you're trying to stop a certain addiction, don't say, I am going to stop smoking. Say, I am disciplined. By saying discipline, the subconscious mind accepts the word discipline and not the word smoking. If you repeat smoking, I am not smoking, your subconscious mind will just pick up smoking and then do more smoking. So if you are trying to create discipline in your life and trying to stop something, say, I am disciplined. The reason for this is powerful because you're conditioning your consciousness. You're conditioning your subconscious mind and filling it with the word discipline. And I'm not going to say do this a certain amount of times a day or do this in the mornings. I want you to do this as much as possible. I did this as much as possible. Whenever I had free time, whenever I had a free minute, I would say these words either physically or mentally, just to condition your consciousness. Words are the most powerful way to restructure your belief system and restructure your inner world, which will then mirror in your outer world. Words are also a powerful way to invoke energy. This is why when you see these magic occult rituals, you see people chanting and doing these things. It's because if you slowly chant a word, you can actually invoke the emotion. There are three aspects of creation: thought, emotion, action. Emotion is energy in motion. By repeating a word over and over again, you can actually begin to invoke that energy, that emotion inside your heart. And you can start to feel the reality as if you are already living it. And this is just another powerful way to condition your consciousness to become a certain thing before you have it. This is what magic is. Magic is all to do with reprogramming the subconscious mind, aligning the subconscious with a certain belief or reality, which will then produce an effect in our thoughts, our emotions, and our actions, which will then create that reality. So if you want to create something in your life, literally just repeat, I am something. I am is referring to your consciousness. I am is the highest aspect of you. It is the true self. Whatever you condition your consciousness will be mirrored in your external reality. I am abundant will condition your consciousness to feel and believe you are abundant, which will then seep into your thinking. And then you will start to act more on this because you are thinking about it, which will then change your external reality. Words are vibration, and vibration is powerful. However, if you truly want to change your reality, you have to change your inner world of consciousness. And words are the best way to invoke feelings to become the reality you want. And words are the best way to condition your consciousness to a certain belief or a thought. And by doing this, you're actually creating a root cause. The cause is your consciousness, your mind, and you have to restructure the mind to create that reality. Words are a great way to restructure your consciousness and create reality.
bookofwisdom.com. Visit today.
What if I told you that the seasons don't just change the external world, they also change your internal world? They have a psychological and a spiritual effect on your consciousness. If you're new to esotericism, you may not really understand this. But if you have some deep understanding of as above, so below, you already know this. But today we're going to be explaining it in great detail. So tune in, take a pen and paper, maybe make some notes. So we have 4 seasons. The sun is the main source of life on the earth, and it changes the circumstances on the earth in 4 different ways. Of course, we have spring, summer, winter, and autumn. These are the 4 states of the earth due to the sun's cycle. Not only do they take place on the earth, they also take place on you, your body, your mind, your spirit, your consciousness. They change things internally and externally. The first thing we need to understand is that we have a dual nature. We have a mind, and in that mind, we have an internal self. That's what we call the spiritual self. It is the individual that exists within their own mind, within their own consciousness. It is the self that imagines, thinks, feels. That's the spiritual self. And internally, that self is the true self. When it's detached from the false identifications, of course, such as the ego. But the true self dwells within the mind, and that's the immortal self. That's the self that will never die, never perish, that will always be there, and it always has been there. The internal self. But on the other side of the mind, the outside of the mind, we have this, what we call our physical human body. This is our external physical body. So outside of us is a physical reality, but inside of us is a spiritual non-physical reality. Inside of us cannot be measured. Outside of us can be measured. So we have an internal world and an external world. I think this is the reason why the word individual has the word dual at the end. Dual meaning opposing or two. We have a dual nature. Inner world, in the mind, and a self out the mind. And the mind acts as some sort of doorway. It is a doorway into ourself. So in esotericism, this is what it's all about. It's about we work with the internal world. We try and figure out who we are from the inside out, not who we are outside of us. Because we realize that the external world is nothing but a crystallization of what's happening inside of us. Our lives are a result of every single thought that we thought in the past. So let's not get off track here. Let's carry on. As I was discussing the seasons, we have an internal world in the mind and a self outside the mind. And this is reflected even in the cycles of the heavens. This is how you know the universe is intelligently designed, and the law of correspondence corresponds with everything. The law of correspondence is as above, so below. It's not a Hermetic principle. It's not a Freemasonic principle. The law of correspondence, as above, so below, is just the law of life of the universe. It is in everything. So the daytime, the sun, this is external impressions or expressions, should I say. We express ourselves outside the mind, in the outside world, in the material body, taking actions outside of us during this daytime. The sun represents outward expression, the daytime. This is when we wake up, we're conscious, we do things outside of our mind. But then the nighttime comes around and it becomes dark and the moon rules over the nighttime. And we return back to our internal world. We return back to the darkness. We return back to the internal self, the self in the mind. Really is fascinating. And this is as above, so below. This follows the correspondence. This follows the law. Although that the outside world has a cycle of day and night, so does our own mind have this cycle. As above, so below. As within, so without. What's happening outside of us is also happening inside of us. The mind is also going in a cycle. Because in the daytime, the mind wakes up and we express things externally. But when the sun goes away and the electromagnetic rays of the sun are not very strong, our brainwaves decreases, our body activity decreases. It slows down and we return to the internal self. The body switches off and we return to the internal self in the mind. We enter in the doorway of the mind and return to the internal, the spiritual self. And when the body is less active, this is when we are more connected to the internal world, our spiritual true self. So as above, so below corresponds with the day and night, the sun and the moon. The moon represents our internal world, the world inside our mind, the self inside the mind. And the sun represents the external self in the external world. So not only are these cycles happening in nature, the darkness outside of us when the sun goes away is the same darkness that we go within ourselves when we go to sleep. It's the same cycle. Our bodies are in the cycle of the external world also, as above, so below. But then we can even take this even further. This fractals down even further. If we look at the cycle of the yearly cycle of the sun, which is what we call the 12 zodiac signs, we notice that these 4 seasons also take place in every single cycle of the day. So a yearly cycle can be seen as a big version of a daily cycle, or a daily cycle can be seen as a smaller version of a yearly cycle. For example, we look at Aries, which is spring. This is when the sun springs everything back to life in the spring. This is when the crops start to spring up and start to grow again. But we could see that at 6 a.m. in the morning when the sun rises and just cracks over the horizon and starts to bring light into our day. Aries is associated with the morning time also as spring. Morning time is a smaller version of spring. Then we look at the summertime. The summertime is midday when the sun is at the top of the middle of the sky. This is when the sun is most powerful, most radiant in our day. This could be seen as the summertime. Then when the sun starts to set, this is associated with autumn. Autumn time is the sunset. Then the winter time is associated with the nighttime, the midnight, when everything's very dark. So a daily cycle is basically a smaller version of a yearly cycle. And just how I explained how the cycle of the sun outside of us also happens inside of us with our consciousness falling asleep when the sun goes away, is also happening to us on a yearly cycle also. So the daytime is associated with the summer and the nighttime is associated with the winter. The winter is like the inhale. The summer is like the exhale. It's the breath of the universe, just like how we breathe in and out of our lungs. Everything takes this rhythm and polarity, okay? So winter is associated with the self and the world inside of ourselves, inside of our mind, the spiritual self, the internal. Because the winter is when the sun's rays, electromagnetic rays, are not very powerful. And this decreases brainwave activity, making us more connected to our internal world, inside the mind. But the summer's the complete opposite. The summer is when the sun is very, very powerful. And the sun's powerful electromagnetic rays increase brain activity, making us more actionable in the physical world outside of our mind, in the external world. So summer is the daytime and winter is a big version of the nighttime. Vice versa. Just like how in the winter, we're more in the house. We're inside buildings because it's very cold outside. Animals hibernate. They go inside. They go into little places. They collect all their food and prepare for the winter. They go inside. They go in darkness to hibernate. So does our consciousness, our spirit, the self inside of our mind. We can use these cycles to our advantage, to evolve spiritually, to connect and be more balanced. You know, I've mentioned a lot of this inside the university to my members, to the family inside of there. We discussed this. We had a great discussion about this. And, you know, the live calls we have are priceless. The conversations you can have with someone when they're awake, you never forget them. You always have deep, meaningful conversations. And we discussed this deeply, and we were going into some interesting things about how we can use these types of changes in the seasons for our spiritual growth. We even discussed about spring and autumn and how they're associated with the different spiritual bodies that we have. But anyways, let's not get off track. Lucid dreaming, dreaming itself, and astral projections, I find are more easily accessible during the winter and the night times. Like I said, because the brain activity is decreased due to the sun being not powerful, we are more reconnected with the self inside the mind, the spiritual self, the immortal self. Wintertime is a great time to work on yourself, to start to gaining discipline, to meditating, to really working on the subconscious. Because spiritual work is harder than any physical labor. You really got to dig deep within yourself and be honest and true with yourselves. I think this is the reason why, a lot of people convert to spirituality from religion. They come into spirituality and then they go back to religion because they realize spirituality it's difficult. You have to be honest with yourself. You have to really face the traumas, the negative aspects of yourself, the dark side of yourself, and bring it to light and transform it. And that sort of work is a lot more difficult to do than any physical labor. So the winter time is the time that we go inside ourselves. We reflect a lot more. We need to work on ourselves, on our mind, on our negative habits, on our dark traits, on our things that we have been pushing away and not controlling. The winter time is that time we can really start to connect with the internal self, work on our imagination, work on our mental willpower, work on all of these things like lucid dreaming, astral projections, and purifying ourselves, removing any mental barriers, any negative belief systems that may be subconsciously holding us back. It's easier to access the subconscious in the nighttime and in the winter, especially the winter. That's why I made this video, because we're in autumn now. We're transitioning into the winter. So I thought I'd share this with you all. And it's important to understand that you are a microcosm of God. Like I said, the law of correspondence associates with everything in the universe, people. Everything. And that's the best thing with the law of correspondence. And I've been using this for the past 3 to 4 years, right? The law of correspondence has determined and filtered out so many lies that was given to me, that's given to you, that's given to everyone in the world. The law of correspondence is like a filter. If someone gives you a piece of information, for example, gravity, and it does not apply with the law of correspondence, then you know it's a lie, because it's a universal thing. What happens inside of me also happens outside of me. What happens in my astral world happens in my material world, more than likely. As above, so below corresponds with everything. The same structure in my veins, in my nervous system, is the same structure in the trees, in galaxies, in everything. As above, so below, the universe is a fractal universe. Therefore, the point that I was getting at is that you are a microcosm of God. The same mind that God manifested things through thinking. He thought the stars, the earth, nature, the human body, designed everything with the God mind. He thought everything into existence. And that mind, them powers that God used to manifest everything into physical existence through the power of thought, is the same mind that you possess, but on a smaller scale. God manifested the macrocosm through thought, as the universe is a mental universe. Everything you see around you was thought, then manifested into physical reality. God manifested the macrocosm, the world, through thought, and that same force of thought you use to create the microcosm, to create your own world. You think your life into reality, your world into reality. Your body is a microcosm, a miniature universe. Every thought you think commands 50 trillion cells in your body, and your cells religiously execute on every command that you give it. You're in charge of 50 trillion cells. You're literally commanding a whole civilization inside your body. And this is how you are a reflection of the divine. The God mind created the macrocosm, the world, and you create your own world inside that world using the same power as thought. Very powerful. So everything that happens outside of you is also happening inside of you. The law of correspondence is the most important, the law that you could possibly learn, because it makes everything so clear for you in the universe. Makes life so clear. You see the reality for what it truly is. It's a reflection of the higher dimensions. Just like how reality right now is a reflection of what's happening inside of people's minds and consciousness. We can't blame the elites for all the negative things that's happening in reality, because all the negative things that's happening in reality is the negative things that's happening in people's minds. We need to take control of ourselves. So with that being said, thank you all, everyone. If you wish to read more, 90% of you watching this video have already got this book. I want to say thank you for your support. It means the world to me. It makes me research more and write more books. And the book of symbolism is coming very soon. So thank you, everyone. I'll leave a link in the description for the universe University for the live calls and for the book if you wish to join. Have an amazing day.
bookofwisdom.com. Visit today.
Welcome back, people. We're back with another video. Let's jump straight into this. Make sure to tune in till the end because this has got so much information in this video. So sit back and enjoy. So everything's torus fields. The Earth's a torus field. Everything's torus, which is electromagnetic field, electric and magnetic. The center of the torus field is where the two opposing forces meet in the center. And this is what creates the plane of inertia, the dielectric plane of inertia. Okay? You got red shift, blue shift, positive, negative, south and north pole, right? This is what the ancients were showing with the tree of life. As you can see here, this is the plane of inertia and this is the torus field. Everything consists of this. Everything is a torus field. A atom is a torus field. Okay, now the inertia is the 0 point. So this plane is a 0 point. It's the balance between two poles. Okay, now this creates matter because matter is two opposing forces in motion equalized. So these two forces coming together is what creates matter on this physical plane. And this is why we can't see the electromagnetic field, because it consists of one of the elements, which is either electric or magnetic. But when they combine together, it's what creates this physical plane, which is physical matter, which is light in motion. Now, everything is one. Don't get confused by duality. Duality is two opposing forces, but them two opposing forces are created by the same substance. It's two aspects of the same substance. So, for example, water and ice are the same thing, you know what I'm trying to say, but it's two aspects of the same substance because all is one. The whole universe is one. All goes back to the one, which is God, the creator, or magnetism, whatever you want to call it, because magnetism pulsates. Electricity has two poles, red shift, blue shift. Okay, so red shift, blue shift is electricity, and electricity vibrates, and all vibration always comes back to a standstill point. But magnetism is what pulsates. This is why your heart pulses. You breathe, which is a pulse. This is the breath of the universe, magnetism. Now, this is why the earth is green, okay? Earth can be spelt heart. If you just move the H to the beginning, it spells heart, okay? Because the heart is the center of the torus field, which is the heart chakra for us humans, okay? We consist of the same field, as you already know. Heart being the center, which is green, which is the center of the seven colors. The center of the seven colors. This is the most powerful chakra in your body. People think it's the crown chakra, but it's the heart chakra because it's the center of the torus field. You must align them all and combine them all into one, which is the heart chakra. Now, earth is green. Nature's green. Okay, this is because we live on heart chakra, the plane of inertia. It's the center of the torus field. Okay, and this is what the Egyptians called Isis, which is nature. Nature is balanced, and nature is female, Mother Nature, because it looks after us with the fruit it grows with abundance and the water. It's a female energy, Mother Nature, and this is the symbolism of an equal, balanced arms. This is the scales, it's balanced. Mother Nature is balanced. This is why the sky is blue, because what comes after the heart chakra? Blue. Sky is blue. We live in Midgard. This is what the ancients called Midgard. You don't have to take this tree literally. It's a metaphor. We live in Midgard, where both positive and negative duality here. Now, Mount Meru. Mount Meru was known as the center of the earth, okay, or known as Hyperborea. And this is the North Pole, the electromagnetic North Pole. But when I say Mount Meru, it's not an actual mountain. They weren't saying there was a real mountain in the center of the earth, a magnetic rock. No. The plane of inertia, okay, there's something called a hyperboloid. That's what it's called, a hyperboloid. And this is the center of the torus field. And this hyperboloid is what is in the shape of a mountain, you see? So if I go to this next one, they say Hyperborea on this map. Why do they call it Hyperborea? Because this is the hyperboloid in the center of the torus field. And this is the electromagnetic mountain, a metaphor. Mountain, what they're metaphorically saying, this is the electromagnetic mountain at the center, the double vortex, the center of the torus field, which is the North Pole. Pole of electromagnetic energy. So this is why they call it Hyperborea. It comes from the word hyperboloid. And the center of the earth is so sacred. And they symbolize this with, obviously, the North Star, which is Polaris. And this is where the swastika comes from, because it's the 4 seasons moving around the North Star. This is the Big Dipper constellation moving around the North Star, which is Polaris. There's that pole again. Pole. Magnetic pole of the torus field. And this is where the green, emerald green, aurora borealis comes from. It comes from this center hyperboloid at the center of the earth, where the most electromagnetic energy is stored. The center of the plane of inertia. The center of the plane of inertia. This is the all-seeing eye as well. As you can see, they got the sun, the moon, this is the Masonic cosmos, the sun, the moon, and the all-seeing eye, because the eye is Polaris, the eye of the stars. It's all a big eye. Now, the eye means a lot more as well. It's not just that. There's different ways you can interpret symbols. Now, this is the emerald tablets. Deep in Earth's heart lies the flower, the source of the spirit that binds all in its form. Okay? The flower of life is thine own place of thine spirit, and stream through the earth as thine flows through thy form, giving off life to the earth and its children, renewing the spirit from form unto form. This is the North Pole. That is what he's talking about. He's talking about the aurora borealis. Aurora borealis. It's the earth's aura. Emerald green. Heart chakra. Plane of inertia. Green. Earth. Heart. You see? All related. Now, there's many symbolism of this. So much symbolism of the ancients. The 7 layers of heaven. 7 layers of heaven, which are the 7 planets. Okay? These planets are the solar system. It's the solar system because we are the soul. We are the sun, the soul. And we're inside of a solar system, which is the 7 planets. That's why there's 7 layers of heaven. Okay? The rings of Saturn, the rings of the planets are moving around us. Okay? So this is what the ancients were depicting in their cosmology. Now this is the Hebrew cosmology of the earth. This is the Mayan cosmology of the earth. You see, it's all an enclosed system. We live inside of a giant torus field. All is atum. It's what the ancients said, ancient Egyptians said. All is atum. Atoms are torus fields. Don't be tricked by the modern science today with the current model of an atom. It's completely wrong. They're hiding the torus field. They're hiding the electromagnetic field, which is in everything. Absolutely everything is in motion, and motion comes from this field. And you see, this is upside down, but this is I think it's pretty sure it's candles, but the 7 candles, the 7 planets, the 7 Elohim. You see? It all goes back to the stars and the heavens. Now, this is how the earth really works, with the stars on the outside of the cosmic egg. and then the torus field spinning around the sun and the moon, the positive and the negative charge. The sun gives you energy, the moon takes your energy. The moon controls monthly cycles. Moon is mon. This is etymology. Mon, month, money, demon, monster. Stir is star, moon star. We are all stars. Youngster, minister, superstar, Hollywood star. We're all stars. We come from the stars, which is heaven. Our soul comes from the stars. You see? We are the universe. The image of man is made in the universe. We are a microcosm of the universe. The universe is a macro. We are micro. We consist of everything. The body, mind, and spirit. The sun, the soul. Moon, the mind. Earth, the body. Body, mind, and spirit. We have 12 systems in the body, which are governed by the 12 zodiac signs. Starting at the Aries, which is the ram of God, all the way down to Pisces and Capricorn, kneecap. It all goes back to the stars. We are the stars. We are the universe. Everything is inside of us. Everything. Like I say, the Temple of Solomon, the Temple of the Soul and Mon. The soul, the temple is the body. The soul is the soul. And the Mon is the mind. The temple of the soul and the mind. Body, mind, and spirit. We consist of the 5 elements. Air, spirit, water, earth, and fire. We consist of everything. We are the universe. We're made in God's image, which is the universe. You see? Now, everything goes back to the stars. The ancients worship the stars because the stars govern everything. They govern the systems in the body. They govern your life. This is why your zodiac is so important, your sign. Each zodiac has a specific element associated with it as well. Aries, which is the first sign, the Ram of God, which is a fire sign. Fire, first. Fire, first. F-I-R, this is etymology. The cerebrum, ram, which is in the brain. Aries, the ram, controls the head, the face, and the nose upwards. So it controls the cerebrum. The Torah, which is, I'm pretty sure it's the Hebrew Bible, which is the Taurus. Tornado comes from the Taurus field. You see? Everything's inside of you. It all goes back to the Taurus field, and the Taurus field is everything. Now, like I said, 12 zodiac signs, 12 systems, 12 cranial nerves in the brain, the 12 disciples of the Bible. All symbolic. Have to read the Bible properly. Now, this center, at the center of the earth, right? This is what's stirring the ether. And the ether consists of the 4 elements. Because there's 5 elements. Spirit can be called ether. People call it spirit or ether. Ether is pure potential, pure energy. It's what connects the astral to the physical. It's the dimension between the physical realm, which we're on, and the astral. So it has pure potential. It's pure energy. This is why we say either. I either want to go there or there. It's connecting 2 scenarios. That's what the ether is. It's connecting the 2 worlds, the astral and the physical. The center is like the cosmic womb. There's a black hole in the center. This is the center of the Taurus field. This is the womb of creation. And inside of this black womb with the 5 elements, and everything's being stirred around. Everything's in motion. Light is motion. Everything's motion. Now, like I said earlier, light crystallizes into physical matter. They are the same substance. Spirit and matter are the same substance, but different variations, different aspects of the same substance. Low vibrational spirit turns into matter. High vibrational matter turns into spirit. Or light, whatever you want to call it. Matter is light crystallized. This is where we get the 7 metals from. The planets are light. Specific frequencies and vibrations of light. when these lights or the planets materialize, material metals materialize, they turn into the 7 metals. Saturn turns into lead. That's why lead is red. Saturn is red. The sun turns into gold. That's why the gold is yellow and the sun is yellow. You see, Saturn is the time god. What happens in autumn? The leaves turn red and they die. This is why Saturn, Satan, time god, the reaper, everything is crystallized till it's death and then reborn again. You see, rust, when things rust, it turns to red because it's Saturn. Saturn crystallizes everything. He's the reaper who comes around in winter. You see, he's Satan. Jesus and Satan, the sun and Saturn. They say we live in a solar system. The solar system, I think I've already just broke this down. The 7 planets are the 7 chakras. Everyone already knows this. But I'm going through it anyway. This is where we get the 7 planets from and the 7 metals. You see, all the ancients knew it was an enclosed electromagnetic system. It's not a spinning ball in the middle of space, people. They want you to believe this so you get stuck in this material world. Because if you believe everything's material, you can never affect this plane effectively. You can never create your life effectively if you don't understand the planes of existence. Because the mental plane is a higher plane. And it breaks down and it controls the planes below it. The mental plane, hold on, I've got it here for you. The mental, the astral, etheric, and physical. Etheric connects the physical to the astral, but the mental is what's above them all. You see? Now, it's important to understand this. It's important. However, the ancients always talked about the enclosed system. Only NASA, which is introduced around the Roman times, not NASA, but the globe Earth was introduced around the Roman times. Okay? By these Masons. These Masons introduced this because they wanted to take over the minds of the masses and control them. These people worship the physical realm. They know how it works. They know the ins and outs of it. They know how to do the magic. They know how to do it all. They understand it all. That's why Masonry have to take the oath. The oath of not speaking. You're not allowed to speak about anything you learn about in Masonry because they're discovering the truth about your mind and how it creates reality and stuff like that. So this is the Masonic cosmology, the 5-pointed star, the 5 elements, the checkerboard for duality, positive and negative, the 2 aspects of every substance. This is another ancient painting depicting the firmament, the stars inside the firmament, the sun. You see, the ancients worshipped the sun because it's so important for sustaining our life. It's the only reason we're alive is because of the sun. But then people think it gives you cancer today. They brainwash you to think the sun gives you cancer when it's the #1 source of all life. They want you to believe it's a big, spinning, dangerous ball in space. It's not. It's here to give us life. It's God's son. That's why Jesus is known as God's son. It is the Son of God. God created that to sustain us. You see? So it's important you understand the true cosmology of where you are, because if you don't know where you are depleted of all of your morals. You're depleted. You're demoralized. You're lost. You don't know where you are. You don't know where you exist. Okay? Once you accept the globe model, the heliocentric model, you will subconsciously think that you come from nothing. This is why they implemented the evolution theory just after the globe model was introduced by Charles Darwin. Charles Darwin came in after the globe model. He's a Mason. He was another Freemason, and implemented evolution where we came from monkeys because they want you thinking less of yourself so they can manipulate your mind. You see? They want to manipulate your mind, and they have done since you got here. Since you came through that portal, you were manipulated from that day to believe this, believe that. The true cosmology, the truth will set you free. You'll understand things better. You will feel better in yourself when you know the sun is here for you. You'll feel better in yourself that you know that you didn't come from a monkey. You were created as a human, a manifester, a creator. You're so intelligent. Your mind is amazing. You can manipulate matter, mind over matter. See? Thank you all people for tuning in. Tap in with yourself. Love yourself. Find the truth. Spread the truth. Nothing dies. Nothing in this creation dies. Everything's energy. Everything's light. Light can never die. You're a light being. That's why it says Q. Q man. Q is light in Hebrew or Latin. Either one of the two. You are light. You're a light being. You never die. Ever, ever, ever die. Ever. Stop thinking you're going to die. This body will die because it contains electricity. And electricity always goes back to a standstill point because of vibration. Electricity vibrates. You are pure light. You will never ever die. Thank you all people. God bless. Make sure to like, subscribe and share.
bookofwisdom.com. Visit today.
Welcome back, people, to another occult lecture by Revival of Wisdom. Today we're going to be talking about magic and how it's being used on us for the New World Order. Magic has the word mag within it, which is magnetism. Magnetism is the force. Magic is influencing forces, natural or supernatural forces, and using it for a certain agenda to gain something out of it. Now, magic is not what everyone's being thought. It's not some sort of fantasy thing. It's actually very common, and we all do it, whether you believe it or not. Magic is all to do with the mind. As I said, always say in my lectures, your mind is what creates matter. Your mind is what creates your external world. So it's all about manipulating and planting seeds within the mind, because your mind is a garden, and thoughts and words are seeds which are being planted in that garden. Your life, your physical life, the people you have in your life, your friends, your car you own, the job you have, is all a reflection of the thoughts that you've been thinking in the past. You are where you are in life because of the thoughts that you've been thinking. Therefore, your life is a direct reflection and manifestation of your mind, the Garden of Eden. Okay? The mind is what they are targeting. What you see, say, and hear has a direct effect on your mind. Me talking to you is influencing you. The words I'm saying is planting seeds within your mind. Now it's up to you to consciously act on these thoughts or these words, or to maintain these words. As above, so below. As within, so without. What's inside of me is outside of me. What comes into the storehouse comes out of the storehouse. You have the left, you have the right, you have the up and you have the down. As above, so below. Whatever is in your mind will be expressed in some sort of way, consciously or subconsciously, spiritually or physically. The mind is what manifests everything. And this is what we need to understand. We need to understand is that the mind is not physical. All things spiritual manifest physical. All things seen come from the unseen. the words you're thinking, that everything you have is coming from the unseen. The actions that you do come from the unseen mind. Another expression for as above, so below is you are the universe itself. You are a universe, a mini universe. But just because you are mini does not mean you are the whole thing. If I take a little piece of infinite, let's say there's an infinite light source. Let's say I take a little chunk of that infinite light source. That little chunk I took is still infinite because it's been taken from infinite. You are the universe. Your awareness, your mind is the universe. It's information. You are the universe experiencing itself. This is why we say we are all God. As above, so below. What is in me is outside of me. The sun, the physical manifestation of the sun is your soul. The 12 constellations are manifested in the physical body. The 5 elements are manifested in the physical body. They're manifested in the 5 fingers you have. As above, so below. This is manifested, well, this is a symbolized in Freemasonry and secret societies as the 2 pillars. The mirroring reflection, the reflection of reality, the mirror, as above, so below. What happens in the mind, what happens in the astral, happens in the physical. This is Aleister Crowley. This is all symbolism. This is the 2 pillars with the all-seeing eye and the triangle at the top. Aleister Crowley was a master magician, very powerful dark magician, black magician. There's 2 types of magic. You have white and black, just like the checkered board, the Masonic checkerboard. You have white and black, you have good and evil. White magic is influencing natural forces to gain something that will help the collective consciousness, help the collective, help the earth, help other people. Black magic is something you manipulate something so you can get something personal out of it. Doesn't matter if it's good or bad. It's still considered as black magic because you're being selfish. Everything you do should be contributing towards the collective consciousness and helping others. And this is why the ancients lived in a system where everything was in unity. We understood that I am you and you are me. What I do to you happens to me because I am you and you are me. We are the same mind substance on the inside. We're all the same mind substance being expressed in different bodies. So what I do to your mind will have a ripple effect on my mind because all of our minds are connected within the mental plane. So this is why they know all this knowledge. They know all this knowledge. So yeah, this is the mirroring effect of reality, the 2 pillars, or symbolizes the number 11. The number 11. We'll go deeper into that. The technology we're using is magic. It's a form of magic. Television is tell a vision. They're telling a vision into your subconscious mind, into your memory. And when you turn on the television, you get a program because they're telling a vision to create a program within your subconscious mind. You see, the conscious mind is only 10% of your mind, which is to do with your, what you're aware of, your 5 senses. What are you consciously aware of? Well, I'm aware I'm here, I'm talking. I'm aware of what I'm wearing, the 5 senses, what I can hear, taste, smell, hear. What I'm wearing, I'm aware of what I think of. But the subconscious mind is the 90% of your mind. It's the hidden part of the mind, which is telling your heart to beat, telling your body to breathe. It's storing all of your emotions. It's storing everything you see, storing all the belief systems that you have. It has everything. It stores all of the habits you have, the values. It stores everyone's name that you know. All the words that I'm speaking right now is all coming out of the subconscious. Everything is subconscious, and it literally manipulates 90% of your daily basis behavior. Most people don't know this. What you did yesterday is what you will do today because of these beliefs and mental programs within the subconscious, stored within the subconscious. So the subconscious is what they're aiming at. They're trying to create programs within the subconscious because the subconscious manifests 90% of your thought patterns, 90% of your actions and words. They know all this stuff. So the subconscious mind is the most powerful part of the mind. Another way the subconscious manifests and influences your life is, let's say you were in a car crash years and years ago, 10 years ago. Let's say you're in this car crash, right? And you really hurt yourself. The emotion you felt in that time when you were injured in that car crash had a great impression on your subconscious mind. You see, the stronger you feel something emotionally, the stronger impact it has on the subconscious. You can remember and recall that moment and very vividly because of the impact it had on the subconscious. Another, for example, you become that terrified of cars that it manifests into your life today, that you are wary to go in certain cars. You don't want to go in cars at all, maybe, because of that moment that stood within the subconscious. And it will manifest into anxiety. It will manifest into not going into cars. It will manifest into depression, maybe. These things, these emotional, very emotional, traumatic events have a great impression on our subconscious and they control your life. This is why you need to meditate and let go go deep within yourself and let go of these internal, deep emotions that you may have repressed and keep pressing down and ignoring. But you need to address it and let go of these subconscious impressions you have, which are controlling your life, like anxiety, depression. All of these things are stemming from things that are stored within your subconscious years and years ago, more than likely. Broadcasting. They're casting spells to a broad audience, to news, north, east, west, and south. They're casting spells. No, if you watch the news, everything's red. Breaking news in red writing or the red background, everything's red. Why? Because red's the root chakra, which is all to do with survival. They want to stimulate this root chakra because they want you down there in survival mode. They want you in survival mode because you're easier to control. They control out of fear. And not only they're casting these spells as if, because most of the things they cast in the news hasn't already happened. They're constantly bombarding you with there might be a war breaking out, war this, war that, kill here, kill there, murders. It's impressing, it's casting spells on your subconscious mind. So when the event does turn up in real reality, in physical reality, you're less emotional, you're less surprised. You're not as surprised because you've already heard it before. Your subconscious has already heard it all before. If you never heard of a war and then a war broke out, you'd be going crazy. So they subtly program your subconscious mind through the words, because the words they say is impressing your mind. It has an effect on your mind, which will have an effect on your behavior, your words, your conversations you have with people. They're casting spells to north, east, west, and south. on the telling a vision by broadcasting, by saying spells. This is why we call it spelling. Even the word, listen, the words we say cast spells. Bless. Oh, bless you. That's be less. The subconscious mind only picks up literal things. You see, when I say bless you, your conscious mind picks that up as, oh, thank you, you're blessing me. But your subconscious picks up as be less. You see? Because the subconscious it has no filter. It's just, it is what it is. Everything is factual in the subconscious. Therefore, if I call you an idiot, your subconscious, my subconscious will think I'm talking to myself and calling myself an idiot, and it will take that as true. That is truth. Everything is truth within the subconscious. And the subconscious manifests your behavior. The devices this is the biggest one. Black scrying mirrors, device, the devil's vice, the device. Okay? Black scrying mirrors, black screen is scrying. Black scrying mirrors were used to communicate with spirits within the astral plane in the medieval times. They're still being used now by black obsidian mirrors. And look at your phone, it's a black mirror. And there's some sort of, I'm not saying this is facts, but personally, I believe these are portals for spirits and ethereal entities to come into your life, to come into your surroundings. So this is the next big thing: the TVs, your iPhone, your iPod, all black mirrors. And mirrors are very, very powerful. Even just a normal mirror. Mirrors have an effect. Whatever you say into a mirror, what you say is energy. And when you say something into a mirror, you're saying it into yourself. It's an infinite cycle of words, of energy, because it's being reflected infinite times. When you say something into a mirror, it has a massive effect. You're saying it directly into your eyes, into your mind. So what you say in a mirror should be said with precaution. Never say anything negative into a mirror, because mirrors are very, very powerful ways for you to reprogram your subconscious mind for the good. You can say very positive things into mirrors and it will reprogram your subconscious mind. Okay? Manifesting is all magic. It's all magic. Everything is magic. But consciously doing it is what they're doing. They hid this knowledge. Your phone is magic. It manipulates your mind. The iPhone, okay. See, magic isn't all of this with wands and see, Harry Potter, okay, that was created to give you this perception of a mystical and amazing form of magic with magic wands and all sorts of stuff like that. Yes, that stuff was true when the collective conscious minds were on a higher level and our belief systems believed in these things, because the universal mind, all of our minds contribute to reality. If the masses don't believe in magic, if the masses don't believe in a certain thing, it's going to have an effect on physical reality. So when the collective minds are higher and have more open minds, things like Harry Potter can come true. See, it's all in the mind. The iPhone, the I is the symbol for the mind, the invisible intelligence. The triangle is the ethereal plane. Okay, so the eye in the triangle is the eye that sees into the beyond the ethereal planes. The square is the physical plane. So the iPhone, your phone, is a black box, just like the Saturn black cube. It's a black mirror. It's taking photos of you every 2 seconds. And it's It's your mind. Your mind is in that phone. Everything you like, everything you text, everything you type in Google, everything you say to someone, every conversation is all recorded on the phone. Therefore, it is a direct reflection of your mind. Your mind is imprinted into your phone because your mind, everything you think in your mind, you're manifesting into typing, saying, taking pictures into the phone, and it's collecting it and storing it. And what they're doing, and this is for all forms of magic, it's manipulating the mind. It's all manipulating the mind. Reels, Instagram, TikTok, this is all dopamine. It's all controlling the mind. Every like you get, every follow you get, every share that you get is dopamine within your brain. They're literally targeting your brain and mind. It's all manipulating because what they're pushing through the phones, through the media, through the news, through the televisions is visions and programs. You are the one manifesting the New World Order. They're not manifesting the New World Order. They're giving you the information so you can manifest the New World Order. Everything they say is contributing to your mind. For example, digital money and all the information they put out for you to see is contributing to your enslavement. Your mind is manifesting the New World Order. They know this. They don't manifest it. There's billions of us. We could easily run over them physically. But on a mental level, these people have the knowledge and they hide it from us and they let us manifest reality because we are the collective. They give us the information which manifests their agenda. It's all magic through the phones, the media, the television. So your phone is a manifestation of your mind. It's a record of your mind. Hollywood, holly tree, holy tree. They used to make wands out of holy trees, because it was the most holiest wood, the best for casting and transmitting energy. So they used holly trees to cast spells. That's what Hollywood is. And in Hollywood, they have the red tear, the blood drop next to the Hollywood sign, because it's all satanic. They're all black magicians. They use Hollywood to cast the spells through the music, through the films. You see, music is a form of magic. All of this is magic. Everything they do is a form of magic because they want an agenda behind it. But it's not black magic. They're letting us create our prison. This is what you have to see. Yes, they're evil, but they're not doing anything evil, or else they would face the karma. They let us manifest this agenda through giving in the information by telling you what's going to happen in the movies. Everything that happens in a movie, it's all there on purpose to program your subconscious, to plant a seed within your garden, your subconscious, your mind. Because when the mind is already seen something, when it comes up and turns up in physical reality, you will be less shocked and you won't rebel. So they lure you slowly. They make you aware of these things over time. They make you gradually think it's okay. Like the technology, we never used to use these phones. How did we become so addicted and reliant on them? Well, because first they gave you a little flick phone. Well, no, sorry, they gave you a phone in your house. And then once you got used to that, they say, oh, here's the newest version of a little flick phone. You started texting your friends. Everyone was loving it in high school. They could now meet up without saying, let's meet on the weekend at this point at this time, like your parents probably did. Or maybe some of you watching this, you probably had to tell your friend to meet on the weekend at a certain time because you had no way of communicating. So everyone got these phones and got addicted to them. Then they slowly got addicted to the new iPod with the touch screen. Now they invented touch screen. Then everyone got addicted to touch screens. Then because all of this is producing dopamine in the brain, which creates you to become mentally addicted to things and physically addicted, chemically addicted. Because dopamine's a chemical. Your subconscious becomes a program within your subconscious, and your body becomes chemically addicted to these phones. And these phones are the enslavement of humanity, technology. Without this, we wouldn't be in this mess without technology. Because they're creating a hive mind. We're creating a hive mind. So back on track anyways, they program you. Look at the films, 9/11, 9/11, all produced by Hollywood. Here's the 11, like I said at the beginning, the two pillars which reflect reality. What happens in the mind happens in the physical. What happens in the astral happens in the physical. Okay, what happens in the physical happens in the mind. It's the two pillars, the mirrors. 9/11. 9 plus 1 plus 1 is 11. Flight 11 was hijacked. New York is the 11th state. New York adds up to 111. This is not a coincidence. It's all a form of magic. It's a ritual, energy harvesting ritual, because your mind produces energy. Your mental attention produces energy, and they're feeding off this energy in the astral plane, these demons. Music is the most powerful. Personally, I think the music is one of the most powerful forms of magic they're using. Okay. Music is hypnosis. It puts your brain in a hypnotic state. It influences your electromagnetic field through vibrational energy. It reprograms your subconscious mind. Why do you think you remember the lyrics? You see, your subconscious stores all of the memories. Remember, the subconscious manifests 90% of your behavior. So therefore, the music you're listening to is manifesting your behavior. You wondered why some people wonder why they have drug addictions and they can't get out of violence and they can't get out of all this negative mind space. It's because the music they're listening to is creating a negative mind space. The words you listen to have plant seeds within your mind. So the reason you remember the lyrics is because that song created a program within your subconscious. Yes, that is what happens. You can use magic to reprogram your mind, but you can use music to reprogram your mind because it's all forms of magic. It's using natural mental energy forces to manipulate the physical reality. You manipulate your mind, you manipulate reality, physical reality. Okay. So the music, another very, very big one. When you turn on the radio, it's just all talks about alcohol, drugs, and sex because they want you down in the lower three chakras. They want your mind attached to matter when it's mind over matter. Your mind's not physical. You see, the word spirituality is the new trend. It's not about your spirit. It's not about your spirit. It's about your mind. It's not about, you know, uh, spirituality and looking after your spirit. And they've got you focused on your spirit. Why? Because they hide your mind from you. You see, a lot of people think their mind is their brain, but the mind is everything. There is no physical reality without mind. You can have a brain. Imagine if you had no mind but a brain. It wouldn't work. The mind is everything. The mind controls your avatar. It begins in the mind before it happens in the brain. Then the brain manifests through the body. The brain's just an electrical computer. So that, they've got people scared, or do I have a soul or not, and all this stuff. Listen, if you have a mind, you have a soul, because you are not the mind. This is why everything is sort of an illusion, because beyond the mind is your soul. But what is the soul without a mind? You can't have a soul without the mind. But if the mind didn't exist, the soul doesn't exist. You are the person listening to your mind. I shouldn't say person, because you're not the body. You're the entity behind the mind. But if you didn't have that mind, you couldn't understand what you even were. You would just be an observer who couldn't think. So yes, we all have a soul. If you have a mind, you have a soul. Everything is mind. Everything has mind. Mind creates everything. God is mind. And then manipulating your mind through TV, your phone, uh, every little thing, the school, it's all about the mind, people. Control your mind, you control your reality. Just the last thing, here you go. Aleister Crowley, the dark magician, Kanye West doing the exact same thing because they're implementing magic in the music. Here's the Beatles with Aleister Crowley in the background. Bet you never noticed that. Aleister Crowley was influencing music and placing magic within the music to influence the subconscious. This is what Baal worship was. This is why they kill children. They sacrifice these children. Why? Well, because in order to ascend, in order to raise your consciousness internally, godly, by being good, God, or being in order to be good and raise your consciousness and to get something in the physical world, you have to sacrifice yourself. And what do I mean by that? In order to raise your consciousness and ascend, you have to sacrifice the lower nature of yourself. You got to abstain from having sex to retain your sexual energy, to transmute it, or staying away from some poisonous foods like meat. So, staying away from blood. We shouldn't be consuming other animals' blood. We should be keeping our blood pure. We are humans. We shouldn't consume chicken blood, chicken germs. We are the most divine creatures on this creation. We are the most intellectual creatures in this creation. Therefore, we should keep our temples pure. We are not animals. If you want to associate yourself with an animal, go out in the wild, go and find a wild boar and go and try rip its guts out with your bare teeth, because you can't do it. You're not a cat. You're not a carnivore. Okay? So in order to ascend, you have to kill and sacrifice your lower part of yourself to ascend up to your spirit self, your mind self, the highest version. And the elites don't want to do this. So they sacrifice other things like babies to kill them, to exchange their life over to the astral plane, so these demigods in the astral plane can give them something in return in physical. They don't want to sacrifice their lower self, so they sacrifice other things for exchange, for physical pleasure. But the godly person sacrifices their lower self for their higher self to do good and ascend. So this is what all the Baal worship is, people, and this is why they're doing it. Hope you all had an amazing lecture. If you haven't already, go and get the Book of Wisdom for more information. I don't go into dark stuff in this book, because all I do is enlighten people in this book. You can get it in Spanish, English, German, Italian, and French. Worldwide shipping, you can get the PDF or paperback. there is also a new one called the Human Health Guide 2.0. It gives you a list of all the foods, grains, oils, nuts, everything that's alkaline and positive for the body and not man-made and hybrid. It tells you all the products to stay away from, how to fast, how to improve vision, how to improve everything, literally. So the Human Health Guide has been released. If you want that, I'll pull all the links in the bottom in the description. Hope you all enjoyed the lecture, people. God bless you all.
bookofwisdom.com. Visit today.
Do the elites actually worship Saturn? In this video, we're going to be discussing the occult and esoteric meaning of the 7 planets and the abuse of the Saturnic energy within today's world. This will help you gain a deeper understanding of reality, yourself, how you create reality, and what these 7 planetary energies actually truly are. In order to understand anything within the universe, we have to understand the law of correspondence, the law of as above, so below. There is one consciousness expressed in infinite forms. Me, you, the squirrel, everyone who possesses consciousness within this universe is an expression of the one divine consciousness, what we like to call Source, God, or the grand architect of the universe. We have to understand there is a large scale, but the large scale is mirrored in the small scale. If we look at lightning, this is a large scale. This is the macrocosm. Then we go a bit smaller to the trees. We see the same pattern. Then we look a little bit smaller into the human body. We see the same pattern of the nervous system. Then if we zoomed into the microcosm, brain cells, we still see the same pattern. This reveals the universe is a fractal universe. The large is reflected in the small. And this is the symbol of the Fibonacci sequence, which represents this as above, so below principle. The big spiral represents the macrocosm, but then this spirals into the tiny spiral. This symbol goes for eternity, never touching, never finishing. The large is mirrored in the small. With understanding this, we can realize that we are a microcosm of God. We are our own universe. We are our own world. Your body is the earth. Your mind is the mind of God, just in a smaller version. You are a drop in the ocean of the vast collective consciousness. With that being said, everything you see outside of you is inside of you. As above, so below. The 7 planetary energies on a macrocosmic scale are the 7 energies that form the physical world. The physical dimension is crystallized thought. Everything you see around you was thought made manifest. Thought imagined, then created in the physical reality. Therefore, these 7 planetary energies are 7 astral forces that create and weave the material existence. For example, if we look at a tree has 7 categories of consciousness, 7 creational forces that create the tree. This is the reason why we have 7 days of creation in the Bible. This is the reason why we have 7 days of the week for the 7 planetary energies. Monday is for the moon, Mars is for Tuesday, Mercury for Wednesday, Jupiter for Thursday, which is Thor. Thor is Jupiter. Venus for Friday, Saturn day for Saturn, Sunday for the sun. This is also the reason why we have 7 major energy centers within the body. The 7 life forces that flow through the body to give physical existence to the physical form. Man is a microcosm of the universe. With that being said, if we look at a tree is nature, and nature is the macrocosm, the creation of God's mind. And if we look at the tree, we can see 7 creational categories that go into create the tree. For example, the stem of the tree, the trunk, represents the sun. The root system, the base of the tree, where the tree grows out of, is Saturn. If we look at the fruit of the tree, that represents Jupiter. The smell, the look, the colors of the tree, that's Venus. How the tree communicates with other trees through the root system is Mercury, the intellect, the intelligence, the communication. The leaves of the tree is the moon. The defense mechanism of the tree, how it defends defends itself from infections and other territories is Mars. So we can see all physical matter, all physical creation demands these 7 categories of consciousness, these 7 planetary forces. But again, that is the macrocosmic scale. The macrocosm is reflected in the microcosm, which means you have access to these forces, these 7 planetary energies, and you use them to create anything in reality. You've been using them maybe unconsciously your whole life. For example, this book that I've created, the Book of Wisdom Volume 2, you can find it in the bio if you're interested in reading it. It has the 7 planetary forces that go into this tree, into this book. I used the sun, which is my passion and my drive to take actions. I used Mercury, which is my intellect, my thinking, my communication. I used Venus, the layout, the look of the book. I use Mars, my defense of my work, my trademark, my copyright. I use Saturn. Saturn is my time, my discipline, my attention. I use Jupiter, which is the why, the reason why I created it. I used the moon, which is my care. My care is the generative force. Whatever you create in your reality is because you care. You care about keeping a house above your head. Therefore, you go to work and earn money. Care is the driving force to create anything in reality. What you see right now watching this video is because you care about watching this video. If you lose care about watching the video, you will turn it off and continue to do something else. All creation demands these 7 forces, hence why we have here a midsection. Sometimes we see the symbol of the earth, which is a circle and a cross in the middle, because these 7 forces create earth. But again, this video is specifically aimed to Saturn. We're going to be discussing Saturn's Saturnic energy because there is a lot of misunderstanding in today's world. And I'm going to give my perspective and my research on the energy of Saturn and how we use it and how it's being abused in today's world. Saturn externally, because remember, we have an external world, an internal world, a macro and a micro. Saturn externally in the material plane governs the foundational and enduring aspects of existence, such as the roots of plants, the bones of our body, even the insects that dwell beneath the ground. It represents the dull, hard, unyielding forces of life, symbolizing structure, limitation, and conditioning. Under Saturn's influence, things become rigid, bound by the god of time, bound by restriction and boundaries. In Roman mythology, Saturn is revered as the god of time, ruling over the cycles, beginnings, and endings. This connection with this emphasizes Saturn's role in marking the passages of life, aging, and inevitable constraints we all face. Internally, inside yourself, the microcosm. Internally, Saturn embodies the conditioning within our own consciousness. When Saturnian aspects of consciousness dominates, we become overly rigid, fixated, restricted in our thinking and actions. For example, Saturn's influence is strongly felt in today's world, where many people's minds are confined to societal norms and conditioned responses. The pervasive control Saturnian energy can lead to the sense of limitation, as people become trapped within structure imposed by society and power structures. However, we have to remember that limitation, there is dark and light. Limitation is not bad. This is why Saturn is connected to the god Satan. They are the same being. It's something that restricts, holds back, and keeps you limited, conditions and limits consciousness to its lower power. Saturn is a great teacher, guiding us through difficult life lessons that ultimately lead to growth and expansion and power. Although Saturn's energy is harsh and often challenging, it helps us to develop resilience, discipline, and wisdom. Yet in modern age, this energy has overpowered the minds of the masses, fostering excessive rigidity and limitation. Instead of being ruled by Saturn's constraints, we should seek to embrace more freedom, love, joy, balancing Saturn's lessons with openness and fluidity in our life. So like I said, Saturn rules law. Anything that is limiting or holding back, something that is a restriction or a wall. This is why we see judges wear black robes. The color black is associated with Saturn because Saturn rules over the nighttime and the winter time. Capricorn, they wear black robes. A graduate also wears a black robe with a black square cap on its head because black is associated with Saturn, restriction, limitation. University graduates wear this. Personally, not to offend anyone, these educational systems that we have in today's world are not here to give you power, to find you the power of consciousness consciousness or yourself. They are simply to restrict you, to keep the mind limited in a certain belief system. That's not to say the things in university are completely useless, but what I'm saying is it is a conditioning by the educational system. And if we actually look at the top of the hat, it's a square over a circle. And in Freemasonry, we see the compass on top of the square. In Freemasonry, we see the square underneath the compass on top of the square. The square creates squares and the compass creates circles. So this is symbolizing the square, which is matter, the circle, which is spirit, matter over spirit when it needs to be spirit over matter. This is a symbol of conditioning, limiting the mind into being locked in the five senses and base consciousness. Saturn's energy is keeping people restricted. This is why there is so much Saturn symbolism in today's world, because Saturn is anything to do with limitation, restriction, and time. All of the systems in place are to limit our minds, to keep us on base consciousness, only thinking in a limited box, only thinking and aware of the five senses. In base consciousness, in animal nature, one only thinks according to their senses. When they have a sense, their mind thinks. This is an affect state of consciousness. They're living in the affect. We need to understand that in base consciousness, we have no true power to create. We're simply living in cycles of affect. Now, what do I mean? The physical world is the effect. It's already manifested and cannot be changed. Our consciousness needs to rise to become a cause instead of playing around and being lost in the effect, to become a co-creator. And this is what the system does not want you to do. It does not want you to become a conscious creator. So they keep you in base consciousness, not giving you the awareness that you are literally a god creating a world right now. You are a world and you are shaping the world. Our consciousness needs to be mastered, controlled, and then we can become a conscious creator instead of running around in the world of illusion and effect. As above, so below. What happens in the mind happens in reality. We do not want to be matter over spirit, which means the external world over the internal world. We need the internal world to rule over the external. Saturn symbolism can be symbolized as a black cube. The cube symbolizes this physical world because everything has 6 sides. We can move forward, backward, left, right, up, and down. We are in this cube. This is why we say think outside the box. Thinking outside the box means to become a cause and not an effect. The mind needs to be a cause, an instruction center, and not just thoughts that are reinforcing the effect and lost in the effects of the material world. Instead of reacting, we need to become a commander. This is a symbol of conditioning and the physical plane. Black is dull, lifeless. The physical world is lifeless. It has no power to create. It has no power to do anything. It is simply a projection and an effect. You, the mind, consciousness, are the cause. You can create the effect. In today's system, Saturn's energy is heavily relied on, which is just simply man-made laws, restrictions, time wasting, and keeping people in base consciousness, only aware of the physical 5 senses. Let's get something straight about the elites. They do not worship Saturn. There is nothing to worship. They simply use the energy of Saturn to keep people limited. They're not using the planet Saturn, but they're limiting people in their belief systems and physically where they can go, restricting boundaries, countries, restricting people's minds through mass media, which is all symbolism of limitation and restriction of Saturn. They're not worshipping it, they're using it and abusing it. Saturn could be anything in your mind that keeps you limited. If you have a limited thought that does not allow you to take action on something, that is a Saturnic energy within your own mind. Anything that is indoctrination, anything that is boundaries on you, that is a Saturnic energy. Some people say that the Saturn and the moon are working together to trap our soul. This is highly symbolic. Saturn and the moon are not forming a matrix to trap your soul and keep you reincarnated. Again, this is symbolic, and in the esoteric version and understanding of this, we can see that they do have a relationship. The moon is our subconscious mind, and Saturn is restriction. If we have restrictions and belief systems in our subconscious mind that keep the soul locked and trapped only in these 5 bases, these 5 senses, then we will think and condition ourselves that we are only the physical body and never actually free ourselves from the material world and ascend. Saturn and the moon are not working together, but these are highly linked. By limiting the subconscious, we keep people stuck in base awareness, keeping them locked in the world of effect, never becoming a conscious creator. We have 2 spiritual currencies, time and attention. These are the 2 currencies that we spend. We spend time or pay attention. These are the 2 spiritual currencies that pretty much create our reality. And the system aims to hijack these 2 currencies from you, to limit you, to dominate you, so you do not become a conscious creator. So again, no one worships Saturn. It's simply just a symbol of limitation and restriction. Limitation has good and bad. Limitation can make us learn, overcome, become strong, disciplined. But when it's abused, it can keep people locked in base consciousness and stuck in their lower nature, never figuring out how powerful they are. You hold the power to shape a world. That's how powerful you are, to turn thoughts into physical existence. I'll see you in the next video. Please leave a like, comment, and a subscribe.
bookofwisdom.com. Visit today.
What if God is not watching you every move, not judging every mistake that we make, not deciding in real time who goes to heaven or hell? What if reality does not work through God micromanaging everyone in his creation, but through a law? And what if you are not separate from those laws, but an active expression of them? Once you understand this, everything in your reality will shift. The idea that God micromanages everything and does everything by himself to hold up his creation is illogical. It makes no sense. There are billions of souls and living people in this world. There are plants. There's no way there is an intelligence out there micromanaging everything. If you die and pass on, there's no one waiting in a queue to be judged by God. This is totally, just religion creating up their own version of the Bible or whatever holy book it is. We have to remove that system out of our mind that's being heavily implanted into us. If God were personally judging every soul the moment they died, there would be an endless queue of people waiting to proceed, punish, or rewarded. Reality does not operate like a courtroom with a single judge overseeing every case. Instead, reality operates through systems, through structure, through law. God does not intervene moment by moment. God sets laws into place, and creation unfolds by obeying them laws automatically. Think of like a video game. Reality works like a code, not a control. When someone creates a video game, they do not sit there creating and controlling every character, every movement, every outcome. They write a code. They define rules, gravity, collision, cause and effect. Once the code is set, the game runs on its own. Reality functions the same way. God is not micromanaging existence. There are laws that were written into the fabric of reality itself, and everything operates through them. And these laws are not just in the fabric of reality, like I just said. They're literally ingrained into your own mind. Your mind cannot escape these laws, are pretty much creating everything you call life. We see some of these laws in nature. This is where geometry becomes important. Geometry is not random decoration in nature. It is a law made visible. Spirals, symmetry, ratio, structure appears everywhere because geometry follows rules. These rules govern how plants grow, how crystals form, how cells divide, how planets rotate around the Earth, never ever falling off track. The sun rotates around the Earth. The moon rotates around the Earth. What is the order? What is the law that these intelligences are following? Why do they never distort? Why do they do the exact same thing every day and never fall off path? There is an order. And in fact, the word cosmos comes from Greek, and the word cosmos in Greek means order. This is why we call cosmology or the cosmos, the universe. It is order. It is an ordered, structured creation which contains and recycles and regenerates itself. For example, if we look at the Fibonacci sequence, this sequence is a code written into nature. It's not just decoration. It is an instruction into plants, into everywhere you see the Fibonacci, which is right there in your hand, the Fibonacci sequence. The pattern governs how things grow in the most efficient and sustainable way possible. Leaves, flowers, shells, trees, hurricanes, and even galaxies follow this sequence because it allows growth without collapse, overlap, or waste. The reason the Fibonacci appears everywhere is because it's the law of balance. Each stage of growth builds the one before it. Nothing is forced. Nothing is micromanaged. Growth unfolds naturally because the rule already exists. Without this law, nature would not sustain itself. Plants would block their own light. Branches would compete instead of expand. They would all be fighting for space. Systems would collapse under their own complexity. The Fibonacci solves this by allowing infinite expansions while maintaining order. This is what an actual law looks like in action. A single principle set once, creating harmony across all scales of existence. Nature does not think about how to grow. It follows the code on a subconscious level. And because the code is perfect, growth appears intelligent. This is the same principle that governs reality itself. Without the Fibonacci sequence, plants would be fighting for space, fighting for light, that it would be pure chaos. The reason why there are laws in place is because it allows everything to self-sustain itself, to grow infinitely. These laws, such as the Fibonacci sequence, is pretty much a code to ensure that plants, nature, are eternal and they keep recycling themselves without a being micromanaging these things. Just like how your body works. Your body is running off subconscious programs. You don't tell your heart to beat, you never have. You don't tell yourself to breathe, you never really have. You don't tell your digestive system to digest food. These laws are already in place before you even become conscious as a baby. Who is the one telling your body to grow, to regenerate itself when it cuts? Who is this intelligence? What is this intelligence? Well, this is what we call the universal subconscious mind. The universal subconscious mind, the same power that is making the planets rotate around the earth, the same power that's telling the seed to grow into a plant, the same power that turns your cut into a scab, then into skin, is the same power that is running your heart, that is telling your lungs to breathe. We're all interconnected with this universal subconscious blueprint which sustains reality and creation itself. It's a self-containing system. Now that we've gone over some of the basic stuff, but you see where I'm trying to come from now. There are laws you cannot escape, and one of them laws would be cause and effect. It's impossible to escape this law. It is too powerful for your consciousness to actually escape cause and effect. Every cause will produce an effect, and every effect will produce a cause. It is an endless, infinite circle or cycle. It creates everything in your reality. The way I like to use cause and effect is before I make a decision, I know I'm trying to push my life towards who I want to be, towards my higher mind, but towards my goal. So every decision I make, let's say my friends contact me and say, do you want to come out? Let's do this. Let's say it's, something that's just going to waste my time and it's not very important. Of course, it's good to have time with friends, but let's say it wasn't important, for example. Before I make any decision in life, I say, well, what is this cause going to affect? Is that effect that this cause I'm about to decide on going to push me towards who I want to be, where I want to go in life, or what I want to achieve? Is it pushing me towards who I want to be? If it's not, I will not take that action. I will not produce that cause. I only take actions that I know are going to make positive effects. Now, of course, there are things we can't control, but we can minimize these things. I only take causes, which is just an action, if I know the effect is going to benefit me. I know sitting here, making videos will help me produce value for the world and for yourself, and to help people awaken to these things. I know this is the cause, this is going to benefit humanity and help people awaken even more, because that's all I want to do. I want to help people, provide value, to change people's lives. Another law that you can't escape is obviously time. You can't escape these laws. They are eternal principles that were set into place by some sort of intelligence. We live inside them. We express them. We are shaped by them. But you are not separate from creation, standing outside the system. You are geometry. Geometry is right there in your hand. That's the Fibonacci sequence. You are the law made conscious. You are thought crystallizing into experience. Every object, every person in your reality is pretty much an externalization of your mind. The friends that you have a similar thought process to you, or they maybe have similar thoughts to you, or similar things that you both like. You know, your friends are mirrors of yourself. Reality responds to you because you are part of the same structure that governs everything else. Thought becomes action, and action becomes consequence. Consciousness shapes your environment. This is not punishment or reward, it's simply just reflection. It's either punishment or reward depending on how you perceive things in your belief system. Everything you experience is neutral, it's just your mind's perception on whether it's labeled good or bad, because that's what the mind likes to do. It likes to think it's in control. But in truth, if you just observed it without the mind, just with pure awareness, it's neutral. So there are mainly 8 laws that govern your reality, and I've talked about these before in a previous video on my YouTube. This is what creates the seed of life. The seed of life is 8 circles, and each circle represents a law, and these individual circles come together to create a geometric form, which is a flower. So it's symbolic of how nothingness turns into something. When geometry comes together, it creates physical matter. And the reason why they're circles is because circles represent something that is invisible, something that cannot be measured, such as a thought or a law. Anything that is considered spiritual or unseen by the human eyes is symbolized as a circle inside the occult traditions. The reason for that is because circles' surface area cannot be calculated. You can't find the exact surface area of a circle, which means it symbolizes something that you can't actually measure or see or tangibly touch. Therefore, the seed of life represents the 8 laws that come together to create a flower, the 8 laws that come together to form matter, the 8 laws that crystallize mind into a physical experience. These laws would be the first one, mentalism, the big circle around the seed of life. The big circle. So mentalism just reveals everything is mind. Without mind, there is no existence. Mind is reality, pretty much. You experience life not just outside of you, but mainly inside of yourself. Therefore, all of the laws that come after mind correspond to the mind, because mind is the first law. The second law will be vibration. Every thought has its own vibration, and you attract to you the thoughts that you put out based on the vibration. If you think negative, low vibrational thoughts, you will receive back to yourself more negative thoughts. If you think positive, you will receive more thoughts. If you think about football, you will receive more thoughts based on that vibration that you put out into the mental field. The third law would be correspondence. Everything corresponds, which means everything is just a reflection of something. Your reality is an externalization and a reflection of your mind. The things that you possess, the things that you've achieved, all comes from the internal mind. Everything corresponds to everything. As above, so below. Your reality is just an externalization of the thought loop that you live in every day, because thoughts work in cycles. 90% of the thoughts we thought yesterday, we will think again today. It's the thought loop that manifests our reality. To change our reality, we have to change our thought loop. And once we change the internal, this will be mirrored in the external, which is the law of correspondence. Fourth law would be gender. Everything is masculine and feminine, conscious and subconscious. These two work together to create your reality. You have masculine and feminine forces of consciousness. Masculine forces of consciousness would be physical actions, willpower, thinking. Feminine forces of consciousness would be intuition and imagination and emotion. These are all aspects of the mind, the first law. The next law would be cause and effect. Very simple. We went over that earlier. Every cause produces an effect, and every effect will produce a new cause. It's an endless cycle. The next law would be rhythm. Rhythm is everything is in cycles, like I just said, day and night, winter, summer. The universe works in cycles. And just like I said, the law of correspondence, as above, so below, as within, so without. Because the physical world has cycles, so does your mind have cycles. Thought loops. We think 90% of the thoughts that we thought yesterday. The subconscious mind responds to rhythm. The more you say something, the more you believe it, the more it becomes a program and more suggestible to your conscious mind. And the last law is care. It's impossible to escape care. You cannot not care. It is important. It is impossible to escape. If you hurt someone, you know deep down that that was wrong. And care also corresponds to creation. You only act on what you care about. You care about paying the bills, right? So we take the physical actions to go generate money to pay the bills for our house or whatnot. Or if you love someone, you care for them. You take the actions to message them, to contact them, to see them. Human action is driven by love or care. This is how all reality is created. So once we understand these things, it's life-changing once you work with the law. That's what I mean. Most people are unconscious of the law. The laws are there, but they're just not aware of them. Now that you're aware of these laws, you can consciously work with these laws so they're not working against you so you can actually make these things and work them in your favor. So let's go into heaven and hell, because there's a massive debate. Now that you understand that you are the laws, you are crystallizing reality, not just in the physical, but in the spiritual dimension, in the astral plane. It's the exact same laws. The law of correspondence reveals as above, so below. Your reality is a reflection of your mind. Everything is a reflection of you. That doesn't mean that other people don't exist. I mean, the way you view other people is through the lens of your mind. You perceive what you have in your mind, your beliefs, your traumas, your memories. This is where heaven and hell are misunderstood. No one is sent anywhere by force. There is no external authority dragging souls into destinations. Consciousness determines the environment that you are in. Environment, it's mental. As above, so below. When the body dies, consciousness withdraws from the physical technology of the body. The simulation of the physical world is no longer being ran by your brain. I mean, your consciousness will go into the astral plane, which is the realm that just sits above the physical plane, which is the realm of imagination and desire. The environment that you go to in the astral plane directly corresponds to your state of thought and your emotion and your desires. If you desire hurting people your whole life, then you're going to go to an astral realm, as above so below. You're going to be in an environment where that goes on, but in a non-physical sense. Wherever them thoughts, whatever the strongest thoughts you thought throughout your life, that is the environment that you go to. If you were so caring and loving to your family, all you wanted to do is provide for your family or whoever, and you pass on, you will go to a place where people care. Souls are manifesting them thoughts and them energies. It's vibration. Whatever vibration you're vibrating at, you will reflect and correspond in your reality when you die. Therefore, you create your own suffering by desiring such low vibrational things, or you create your own heaven if you are truly operating from a place of love in your heart. You see, your mind can lie, but your heart cannot. Your heart reveals your true desires, your deepest wants and needs, and it reveals your true self, and that will be projected and responded in the astral plane, because astral matter is very respondable to consciousness. The physical plane is not really. It takes a longer time for things to be manifested in the physical plane. But in the astral plane, whatever you think, whatever you desire, it instantly corresponds to your reality there. So God does not micromanage everything. The law does not judge, it simply reflects. The universe is made of laws. The Emerald Tablet of Thoth even mentions this. He says, the search for the laws that governs man's life are an eternal mystery. Man is always forever searching for the laws that govern his existence. This understanding now changes everything in your reality. It removes fear-based control, it removes blind obedience, and it returns responsibility to where it belongs, to you, your consciousness, yourself. You are not being watched, you are not being mirrored. Reality is not punishing you, it is responding to you. Once you understand that God works through law, not micromanagement, you stop waiting to be saved, judged, or condemned. You realize something far more powerful. You are not separate from creation. You are participating in it. You are the universe experiencing itself. What a fabulous video, and I really enjoyed this today. Please leave a like, comment, and share on the video, and I'll see you all in the next one. And if you wish to get this book, there is a link in the description. Have an amazing day, everyone. Take care.
As above, so below. This is one of the most crucial teachings within esotericism, occultism, or what we like to call it today, spirituality. I don't like calling it spirituality because it's not spirituality. I teach human consciousness. I teach the science of you and your consciousness alone and your being. And in order to fully understand you and this world around you, you must understand this number one principle of as above, so below. There is many misconceptions of this, and there is many simple teachings of this, but I'm going to break it down today from the most simplest to the most complex, and you will see the connections between all things. This is the most important lesson you could ever learn, and I'm going to teach it you today. So what you must understand is with the term as above, so below, it applies with everything you see in this world and about yourself. We have something called the macro, which means the bigger scale. On the bigger scale, we have the whole earth. If we look down from the sky on top of rivers, this is what we see. we see this tree pattern. Then on a smaller scale, we see trees have this same pattern. Then we look even closer. We're going smaller and smaller into the leaves of the tree. We see the same pattern. Then we go even more micro into the human brain and look at the human brain cells, and we see the same pattern. This is proof this is a fractal universe, and everything is in the micro is reflected in the macro. As above, so below. As within, so without. On the macro is a reflection of the micro. So now that you understand this, we can go a bit further. A yearly cycle of spring, summer, fall, winter is a macro. A micro is a daily cycle. So a day is a mini year. The summer is the midday. Autumn is the evening. Night is the winter. And spring is the morning. This is a macro, a reflection. We have a miniature cycle of the zodiac every single day. And this cycle is also reflecting the cycle of life and death. We live, we are born, which is the spring. We live, which is the summer. We then age, which is the autumn. And then we die, which is the winter. And then we are reborn again. This is the cycle of life and death. And you do this every single day. You see, death is a macrocosm of sleep. This is why we say sleep is the cousin of death. Because you die every single night. You do this process of life and death every single day. As above, so below. What's in the micro is in the macro. So when you go to sleep, you are essentially dying. And then in the morning when you wake up, you are then born again. This is a fractal cycle that we live in. Everything in this whole world is fractal. Everything applies to as above, so below. We have the sun, we have the moon, we have the day, we have the night. We have the life, we have the death. We have the conscious, we have sleep. As above, so below. We have the conscious mind, because now we're diving into as within, so without. As above, so below more refers to the external world. As within, so without is referring to your inner world and the outer world. What you must understand is about yourself. You exist in two realms. You're an individual. The dual nature of you. You exist in two realms at once. You have an inner world of your thought, emotion. This is the inner world that no one else can see but yourself. And you have an outer world with a physical body which everyone can see. So you exist in two worlds. You have the inner voice, you have the outer physical voice, which I'm speaking to you with now. But I also have an inner voice, which no one can hear, only but me. So you exist in the light and you exist in the darkness. The sun represents your external self, your physical conscious mind. The moon represents your shadow self, the inner self, the psyche self, the spirit self. There is an as above, so below. The sun is within you. The moon is within you. Everything is within you. Now that you understand as above, so below, what is your body? Your body is a miniature earth. Let me repeat, your body is an earth. Your body is the earth. Okay? Because like I say many times in all of my videos, you are not in the world. The world is you. You are the universe. Your brain is a computer creating this reality. What you see with your eyes is produced in the back of the brain called the visual cortex. You don't look into the world, the brain produces the world. The body produces the world. When you touch something, you're not actually touching something. This is the electrical nervous system. When you touch something, what you feel is actually electrical signals on your nervous system reporting back to your brain. Therefore, when this body dies, you leave the earth because this body is the earth. Okay? As above, so below. You have the mental plane, the astral plane, the etheric plane, and the physical plane. This is essential for understanding reality and the teaching of as above, so below. Everything in this material plane began in the thinking mind. For example, the microphone I'm speaking into, the phone you're watching this video off, or the laptop or iPad. Where did this begin? It didn't begin in the factory. The first ever place this item begun was in the mind of an individual. The invisible realms of mind is where all physical things and physical items begun. Essentially, this physical plane is the effect of the thinking mind. This world is the world of effect. It's the world of outcomes. When you see something, it is already manifest. It is already being manifested. It is an effect. And in the effect of the cause, which is the thinking mind. Therefore, the mind creates thoughts, which is the mental plane. Then after thoughts creates imagination, which is the astral plane. These two are spiritual. They are non-physical. So spirit kind of means non-physical. Then you have the physical planes, the etheric and the physical plane. As above, so below. What happens in the mind is manifest on the physical plane. Like I said, the phone that you are holding, it was a thought, and then it brought down into a physical reality. As above, so below. You change the mind, you change your reality. Your environment, the word environment has ment in it because your environment is mental. So now that you understand this, so what is the world around you? The world around you was created by the mind of God. It was manifested through God's thought. So you are living in the mind of God. You are a thought in the mind of God. God thought you into existence. But like I said, we are all fractals. Everything is fractal. If God exists, this means that you are God, as above, so below. God created you through the thinking mind, and he gave you a thinking mind. So God created the macrocosm. God created the macro, the whole world. He designed the whole world, the sun, the stars, the moving. He designed this. But then he gave you the thinking mind to design your own life and create your own life in his world. You are a microcosm of God's macrocosm. Just like God thought you into existence and the whole world into existence, you are a microcosm thinking your world, your reality into existence. You see this now? Everything is a reflection. Everything is a mirror. Everything is fractal. So in order for you to change your reality, you must change these higher planes. Your thought and imagination are the two key aspects of creating physical reality. Every object you see around you was begun in these higher planes of the non-physical, and they were brought out of spirit into physical matter through the thinking mind and physical action. So now we're going to get a bit deeper. The brain is not the mind. Now that you understand, we have spirit and matter. As above, so below. You have a non-physical side of reality and a physical side of reality. The mind is the spiritual brain. The brain is a physical manifestation, a physical effect of the mind. The mind uses the brain to operate in the physical world. And it's the same with the heart. The soul manifests itself physically through the heart. The heart is a physical manifestation of the soul, of the emotion, thought and emotion, the mind and the soul, the brain and the heart, heaven and earth. So you have the inner world and the outer world, the spiritual, non-physical, and the physical. So we are all on this process of awakening, an expansion of our minds into new fields of thought, into new fields of awakening ourselves. Because essentially we are born into this world. But you are born many, many times. You can be born physically and you can be born spiritually. Like I said, everything is fractal. So just like when the baby finds out that there is a world outside of its mother, what does the baby do? The baby seeks a way out of its mother, and then the baby is now born into a new world, a world outside of its mother's womb. It's the same with you and your spiritual process. As your mind becomes aware that there are other realities beyond your physical body, it then seeks a way out. And this is why you are probably watching my YouTube, because you are now on the path. Something within you has guided you to this path of knowledge, truth, enlightenment, and expanding your consciousness. And it is your soul who brought you here. Your soul speaks through emotion, like guidance. Emotion is the language of the soul. When you feel very bad, this is your soul telling you you're not in the right place. You're doing the wrong things. Because the soul is always unfolding its purpose, which is expansion and learning. That is it. The mastery of the self and the learning of the mind is the only thing that counts in the end after this life. So you are on a journey of expansion, of learning, creating, and spiritual rebirth. As above, so below. What does this body tell you? When I see someone overweight, I don't see the overweight. I don't see the body. I see the mind. I see an undisciplined mind. I see a mind that lacks self-control. I see a mind that seeks external validation. That's what I see when I see an overweight person. I don't see his body. I see the result of his mind. Because what does the Bible tell you? You shall know them by their fruits. It's the same saying as above, so below. You shall know them by their fruit. The fruit is their manifestation. Your body is a direct correlation and manifestation of your mind. Your inner world projects your outer world. As within, so without. As above, so below. Now, what do you see when you see this man's body? I see discipline. I see strength. Mental strength, not physical strength. I see mental resilience of pain. Because all of this man's mental energy has been manifested physically within his muscle. This body is a direct manifestation of this man's mind's pain and suffering, and it shows discipline. This is why people instantly respect you if you are in shape. You walk into a room and you are in shape, people will instantly give you respect because they know that you are mentally disciplined. The body is a reflection of your inner world, and it's the same with your friends, your family, your connections with people. If you think about yourself very negatively all the time, and you don't have a good connection with yourself, you don't have a connection with your true self, this will manifest into every single relationship you have in your life. If you don't have a good relationship with your inner self, you don't have a good relationship with the people and the friends around you. Because as within, so without. If you think negative about yourself, you will only pick up the negative in other people. If I think very highly of myself and I think very happy and good things about myself, I will then see the good things in other people. Because it's as above, so below. As the inner world is, so is the outer world. It's the same with your life circumstances. Your life is a direct correlation of every thought you thought in the past. If you possess millions of pounds, millions of dollars, this is because you have thought this into physical reality. You live the life you are deserved. You live the life that you manifest through your thought. If you live a very poor life, this is a reflection of your mind. This is a reflection of what you have thought into physical existence. Because like I said, everything begins in the mind. As above, so below. And this is even present within the body. So where is the head? The head is at the very top of the body. And where does all manifestation begin? In the mind. That's where the mind is, in the head. And then the thoughts we think travel down the body into the heart, which is the emotion. Every thought we think is in the emotion. Every thought we think creates an emotion. This emotion then drives the action. Where does the action come from? The feet, because the feet move our body. We move with our feet to take action. Our hands. You see, so the body is even a micro reflection. I can't even say it. Reflection of the order of manifestation. This blew my mind when I figured this out. You see, the head, the thoughts begin here. This is the beginning of all manifestation. Then it comes down to the heart. This is the emotion. Then you take the action. The thought and emotion then sparks the action, which is taken with the hands and the feet. And where's the lowest point on the body? The feet, and that's touching the physical earth. So the head is where the thought is, the non-physical, and the lowest point on the body, which is touching the physical earth. So the head represents spirit, the feet represent matter, spirit and matter. Your room, if I walk into your room and I see a messy room, I don't see the room, I see a messy mind. The room is a reflection of the mind. If you have a messy room, this is your mind. It's an externalization of your unsorted mind, undisciplined mind. So like I said, we are all God, and we must find the God self within us. And I teach all of this inside the Book of Wisdom, Volume 2. This is not just a book, this is a revolution. This is the beginning of a new age with this book. If you have read it, I congratulate you. You should feel very proud of yourself if you have an open mind. You should feel proud of yourself for watching these videos, because not many people have an open mind. Remember this, people. You are special if you're watching these videos. You have the mind. You have the ability to see through the illusion. And I take my hat off to you. You want to take this to the next step? Read the book. Or if you want to take it to the serious levels, join the university. The university, you gain access to every piece of my material that I've ever done, all of my books, all of my lectures that are hidden from YouTube, that are hidden from everywhere else, the lectures that give you real power. And if you feel alone on this journey, we have a conscious community where you can connect with like-minded individuals, because I've been there. I've been there when you feel lonely, because you feel like no one else is thinking the way you are feeling. You can't talk to people about these things because people just think you're crazy. That's why I put together this, so we can connect, so we can unite, so you can connect with people, so you don't feel crazy about thinking about this stuff, learning about this stuff. And if you truly want to level up your life, people, and take your studies serious, this is for you. We do live calls, we do lectures. There's a whole library filled with books you can read. It's the perfect place for the truth seeker. I thank you all for joining. Please leave a like, a comment, a subscribe. Let me know any future videos you want me to make in the comments. Thank you all. Have an amazing day.
bookofwisdom.com. Visit today.
The scariest thing about having your first out-of-body experience and leaving your body is the realization that you have after. You realize everything you've been told about yourself, reality, the earth, what you're doing here on earth is a complete, utter lie. Your self-belief of what reality is and what you are is completely shattered. You now fully understand that you are more than your physical body that you inhabit. My first out-of-body experience happened a few years ago, but before all of that, I remember being a child, going to bed and closing my eyes, and I remember as a child feeling like I was floating above my body and moving. And maybe subconsciously this has led me into knowing intuitively that there is more to reality, and I've gone down this path of esotericism, occultism, consciousness. Maybe that has led me to this, I don't know, but I've always had this subconscious intuition in my mind that there's more to reality than what we've been told. And maybe it came from having these experiences as a child. And I'm pretty sure some people in the comments will also have that experience, feeling like you're floating when you close your eyes in bed as a child. I remember this very vividly. But a few years ago, I had my first out-of-body experience, and it completely shattered everything. And it confirmed to me that I am eternal, and there is so much more to the self, to consciousness. I then realized after my first out-of-body experience that our self is not just here in the physical dimension, it's existing in every dimension there is in the universe. However, our mind is focused primarily on this physical time space. When your mind is totally giving its attention and time to this particular time space, it locks in the mind or consciousness into that particular body of consciousness, such as the physical body, right? But for example, let's say you have a daydream and your full focus isn't in the present moment and your environment that you're in physically. Your mind kind of wanders off into a daydream, what we like to call it. That again is shifting time space. Your consciousness is 40% here in the physical plane because your body's there, but then the other 60% is in this daydream, this imagination. So you're shifting time space, and what an out-of-body experience does is allow your mind to reduce that attention to the physical body and access attention to this altered body or dimension of consciousness. So I'm going to give you the story of my first out-of-body experience, because I know when I was researching this, I was always looking for personal stories about someone's out-of-body experience, and there's not many out there, to be honest with you. Well, based off my research, I couldn't find many. You find a few, but I'm going to give you my experience of my first out-of-body experience that happened a few years ago. It was early in the morning. I kept on waking up and falling asleep to my alarms. I went back to sleep after waking up for like the third time in the morning. When I fell back to sleep, that is when I had my out-of-body experience. It's also good to mention that I have been listening before that about podcasts, books about our out-of-body experiences, astral projection, and things along them lines. So this was stored in my subconscious, this topic. And I had a desire in my heart to actually experience this for myself. Long story short, I went back to sleep early in the morning because I kept on waking up, and it began with this tingling sensation, a high energy sensation. It was like bursting, intense, high frequency energy. My attention was no longer in the time space of my body, but my attention shifted into this energy body, which I now understand. I didn't understand at the time properly, but I now understand that as my consciousness started to feel like it was being pulled upwards, right now, our time space, our attention is in our body, and you feel all the data of the senses, right? And that's what I'm feeling right now. That's what you're feeling right now. But imagine that was completely stripped. My attention was no longer feeling the sensations of my body, because my body kind of just dissolved as I fell back to sleep. So this was a natural out-of-body experience. I didn't force it. I didn't meditate. I didn't do anything. This was just a natural out-of-body experience that I had. And a lot of people get these that I've read about. So my my attention started to feel like I was being pulled upwards, and I no longer felt my body, but I felt this intense energy, frequency, sensation all around my body. It felt like this, like it felt like illuminating energy that's moving very, very, very fast. So my conscious awareness was now shifting. I now understand. My whole body faded into this sensation. My whole mind faded into this energy sensation, this tingling free. It was very, very intense. I was not feeling my normal senses anymore, only this energy. This energy was also pulling me up. The more I was lifted up, the more intense the frequency became. So think of it like just a frequency resonator, how it just goes up and down, up and down. But then imagine the frequency resonator just going higher and higher and higher frequencies, and it would just get more and more and more intense. The energy was moving faster. This tingling was faster and faster and faster as I was being pulled up. Part of my mind began to fear this. My arms and legs grew very tense. I started to tense up because at this moment in time of the experience, I was very vaguely conscious. I was half there, half not. And as I was being pulled up, my physical body started to tense. And this is again when I started to feel my body again. But then I remembered what I heard out of body experiences is that you have to submit to the process. If you try and force an out of body experience, it will never happen, because an out of body experience is not truly out of body. What we're trying to do is trying to find a needle in a haystack. If you're trying to find a needle in a haystack, you don't go rummaging through the haystack to find the needle. What you do is you burn the haystack and then the needle reveals itself. It's the same with an out of body experience. We dissolve the senses of the body, so the body falls asleep, but the mind stays awake. As soon as I let go of this fear and I let go of the tensations in my body, I started perceiving through another state in this energy body, but I didn't see my body. It was just like perceiving and seeing, but no body, like a camera. When you look at a camera view, you don't see what the camera looks like. You're just seeing through the camera. It's the same as that. I had no form, but I was just seeing. I was just like a floating eyeball, seeing into this altered state of consciousness. I was just seeing. I first saw my street outside my house with lots and lots of people walking on the street, but I could not see the people directly. Everything was black and green. The background was black, but I couldn't see the people. I could just see a glow of light around people, like an egg shape. They were just walking on either side of the road, other directions. I could just see more and more people moving faster and faster and faster. I didn't realize then, but then I did start to realize later on in my journey that that was more than likely the etheric plane that I saw. The etheric plane is the plane of life force and vitality and electromagnetic auras. So that was my awareness shifting from physical into then the etheric plane, the plane of life force and energy. Now, the etheric plane is very, very, very difficult to actually access consciously. The etheric plane acts as a bridge between the physical body and the astral body. To actually access the etheric plane alone is very, very, very difficult, and only certain trained individuals can do that. The etheric plane is not really a conscious plane where you can stay there and be conscious. It acts as a bridge between the physical and the astral plane. I could see the glowing auras around people moving along the pavement. The people moved faster and faster until the scene started to just dissolve as these people were just moving faster and faster. It was not very clear at first, but I subconsciously knew that I was having an out-of-body experience. This is when I really started to realize that I'm being shot out my body. When I realized this, I submitted even more. I started to just let go. The more and more I let go, I kind of like split through a veil, and everything became super clear. Before, in the etheric plane that I think it was, the ethereal plane, things weren't very clear. I could only just see glowing auras. However, as I split through the veil of the etheric, this bridge, this place that I was going to, I then split and everything just came super, super clear. I was floating in the sky. I subconsciously knew that I was having an out-of-body experience when I realized this. As I was still being lifted upwards, I then split through the layer where everything just suddenly became super clear. But then I was awake, fully conscious, but I was not in my body. I was just like a camera in the sky. I had no body, no form. I could just see. When I entered this plane, there was some sort of voice guiding me through this whole process. It was a male voice, and it was basically guiding me where I was going. It was telling me what I can do here. This voice was pretty much saying, you can fly, you can think things into reality, you can do this, you can do that. While he was saying this voice, there was no being around me, but I felt a presence of another being. But this voice was just speaking to me mentally. Like, you can't hear it, but I just knew what it was saying. It was so weird to describe. It was like telepathy. You couldn't hear it, but I just knew what it was saying. But it was a male voice. It's so hard to describe. I still could not see any form of myself. I was not seeing my astral body or any shape. I was just perceiving a point of awareness like a floating eye, like I said earlier. While this voice spoke to me, I saw fractal patterns as he was saying, you can do this, you can do that. And while he said, you can fly, I remember just seeing this line like splitting and creating fractals. It was like this black line that was just splitting off into duality, creating fractals. But then my physical body just went through this line, split, and then split into fractals again. So strange, very difficult to explain because it's four-dimensional. To explain it in physical language, it's very difficult to actually explain what was going on. So as he was saying what you can do, I was seeing these fractals dividing and then creating fractals. When he says you can think things into reality or something along them lines, my awareness just did a full 360 as if I did a backwards flip. I had no conscious control over this. That's something that you later develop as you keep having these out-of-body experiences. Your first out-of-body experience, you probably won't be able to control what's going on, but you will have an out-of-body experience if you seek them. I could see all around as I rotated. I looked all the way down and then back to my original angle and point of awareness. During that rotation, when I started to turn upwards to do the backflip, I looked up and it kind of looked like the sun in the sky. It was very dark and gloomy. Now I know that was more than likely the lower astral plane because very dark and gloomy. And it was very kind of dense there. I looked up and I could see this. It was like the sun, but it was white, pure white light. And it was shining down over the astral plane. And that was the only light in that place. That's why it was so dark and gloomy there. And I then realized in that particular state, at that time, I thought that was God. I don't know what it was. Maybe it was, maybe it wasn't. Maybe it's the light of the higher mental plane shining through into the astral. But I looked up at it and I realized that was God. That was the source. That was the higher dimension beyond the astral plane, which is the mental plane, the higher astral planes and then the mental planes, the planes of thought. Then once I saw that, I was in complete shock. As I rotated backwards even more, I then get the view of seeing down, completely down, like a bird's eye view. And I could see like an old medieval gloomy town. It was dark, almost night, with very little light. The only light present was the light from above. The town was old-fashioned, gloomy, misty. I looked over it from above. Then the experience began to fade. I don't remember anything after that process. But I'll be honest with you, the process of leaving my body for the first time was extremely intense. The frequency, the energy were overwhelming but powerful. Letting go and choosing to have no fear was the key to that experience. Just to give you a little bit more wisdom on what I actually experienced now, what I realized what was happening, I now understand that the voice that I was hearing was not an external being guiding me. It was actually a higher aspect of myself, a part of my own consciousness that is not focused in the time space of the physical world. My physical mind is focused here in this timeline, but once I exited this timeline and focused elsewhere, the higher part of myself guided me towards that experience. This higher version of ourselves that we call the higher self is a higher dimensional being, but we're just unconscious of it. This being exists beyond our ordinary thinking mind. Our self exists everywhere in the universe, and we can unlock higher versions of ourselves as we progress on our journey of awakening and self-realization. Because let's say right now, only 10% of your awareness is actually in the physical plane. Science tells you that 90% of you is actually in your subconscious mind. 10% of your awareness is your conscious mind. So there's 90% of you that your conscious mind is not aware of. But our conscious mind becomes so addicted with the physical world and distracted with the physical world, it just gets totally locked in with the physical. And we never pay attention to the hidden aspects of ourselves, the unconscious aspects of ourselves. And that's why everyone in the esoteric and occult space talks about gnosis, seeking knowledge of self. Gnosis is not knowledge, it's knowledge of self obtained through direct experience. So gnosis is about rediscovering who you truly are. And another bit of wisdom that I could give you from this is that the observer is the same observer that is observing this video right now. You're watching this video, but who is the one seeing the screen? Who is the one seeing the screen of your reality, of what you call life? There is an inner witness consciousness within you who experiences and observes your thoughts, emotions, and actions, experiences and observes the screen you call reality. And that witness also witnesses your dreams. When you shift your awareness from your time space of this body into your dreams, that same witness is witnessing your dreams. So when you meditate, connecting with this witness aspect of our consciousness really does help to excel the process of having an out-of-body experience. Because a lot of people have out-of-body experiences, but they don't understand what's actually going on. They don't understand the nature of it. But it's all mental. You move mentally in that dimension. You create mentally in that dimension. The same that you do in this dimension, but just on a quicker scale, because things manifest in the astral plane instantly as soon as you think of it. Just like the screen in your mind, you think of something, you have a screen of an object in your imagination. That plane, it manifests instantly, but down here, it takes a longer time for things to manifest and condense. Once you understand that thought rules the universe, thought is the creative force of the universe, you start to understand, these different dimensions and these experiences that you have. But really connecting with that witness consciousness, that part of yourself that observes everything, really does help with excelling the process of having an out-of-body experience, or mystical experiences, or lucid dreams. Because connecting with that witness consciousness just makes you more conscious. Even in your physical life, staying conscious. Most people aren't conscious. They think, feel, and act unconsciously throughout their day, and they unknowingly create their reality. Connecting with that witness consciousness allows you to actually stay conscious over your thoughts, emotions, and actions, because they are giving birth to realities. That's pretty much my experience, my first out-of-body experience. What that did for me was make me so much more confident and powerful. Most of my fears just disappeared overnight. The fears of death, the fears of unknown, the fears of that I had of things shattered, disintegrated, because I understood that I am eternal. No one can use death against me to control me, because I know I am eternal. I now take riskier actions because I know I am eternal. I know that I will never truly disappear or die. So it really, really does help you, and it gives you a lot of internal power, because no one can make you scared of anything. You should not fear someone who can hurt you physically. You should fear someone who can corrupt your soul. That is the worst thing, who can corrupt your internal world, because that is what truly matters. So I hope this helps you understand out-of-body experiences. Hopefully this can help you move along in your journey. It's good to hear other stories, because this is exactly what I was seeking when I was researching this stuff. Maybe in the future I can share some more stories about my out-of-body experiences now I'm a bit more advanced. But yeah, please leave a like, comment, and subscribe on the video, and thank you all for watching.
Geometry. This is the study of nature, of the codes, the mathematical codes behind physical reality. So today we're going to be going deep into geometry and the true esoteric internal geometry, the geometry that no one really talks about, and how geometry relates to human consciousness. So essentially, what we must understand when it comes to geometry, the basics of geometry is everything is vibration. And this vibration is vibrating on a certain frequency. And this certain frequency creates a geometric shape, which is why in nature we see all of these different geometric shapes. All matter takes form in shapes. So if we put sand on a plate and we vibrate the plate on a specific frequency, we see that the sand goes into specific geometric shapes and patterns. So essentially, matter is energy condensed. It's energy vibrating on a low frequency, vibrating at a certain frequency. So matter is condensed energy. And each geometric shape is manifesting and showing a specific energy. Some shapes carry more energies than others. For example, the cube is what traps energy. A square is what traps energy. So geometry and the flowers are basically how energy manifests itself into physical matter. We are in a world made out of energy or light. Light is energy. So everything is vibration, everything is frequency, and everything is energy. Even the words, each atom in our body, everything. So everything in nature has these mathematical energetic codes. So geometry is basically the study of nature and the shapes that are in nature and their energetic principles. Because like I said, matter is energy. So this is what we call cymatics, when we place water in a petri dish and we shine light on top and we vibrate the water. And we can capture, this creates certain patterns. Each frequency, like you see here, has its own pattern. So what we are seeing here in the physical plane is essentially energy condensed into physical reality. We see it in the turtle. We see it in every single form in nature. Now, external geometry and normal geometry, we normally get taught that this is God's way of creating physical reality, which is essentially true. However, it's far more deeper than that. Far, far, far more deeper. Okay, so what geometry truly is, it's not God's codes to reality. What we must understand is what the brain truly is. And what we must understand is that we are not in the world. We are not in the universe. The universe is us ourselves, and the world is produced by our brain itself. Okay? So the way you must understand how the brain works, so what you visually see, so geometry is to do with what we visually see. And what we visually see is heavily connected with our eyes, which are an extension of the brain. The eyes are the brain. And essentially how we see is energy enters the eyes, and each eye goes to the optic nerve. And this energy is transferred into electricity, which travels to the back of the brain, to the visual cortex of our brain. And this is where the image is produced, what we see. Therefore, the world outside of us is truly inside of us. It's a projection from within the brain. The brain is an energy condenser, a decelerator, an energy decelerator. Everything outside of us is basically formless energy. It is formless energy vibrating at a certain frequency. So what the brain is, it's sucking in this energy, this light, and turning that frequency, that code, that light code, into a physical reality. It's condensing the energy and turning it into a visual image inside of the brain. Therefore, everything outside of you is not what it looks like. Everything outside of you is basically energy, infinite energy. And our brain is condensing this into a physical reality and projecting it outwardly, which you experience your visual field. Okay? And the ancients knew this. So this is basically called the sigil of Lucifer. Lucifer is known as the light bringer. Lucifer in Latin means to bring the light. This is the sigil of Lucifer, which shows the visual field and the brain. We also see this in the Google Play symbol. It's a powerful symbol showing you the visual field, which is basically a symbol that tells you that reality is inside of the brain. The brain is what produces reality, but consciousness is not produced in the brain. The brain is essentially a consciousness downloader. It's a computer, and it's a reality simulator. The body is a simulation of physical reality. You are inside of the body experiencing the body simulation. The body produces this reality. It's a piece of technology. So Lucifer is to bring the light. Lucifer is the light being produced in our brains. Okay? So this is why they say Lucifer can tempt you. Lucifer can be the devil because it represents physicality. It represents the false light. Lucifer can trick you because it represents the physical world can trick who you truly are. So now that you understand how the brain is basically an energy decelerator and it creates and simulates a reality to your consciousness, you are no longer a person in a universe. You are the universe itself experiencing itself. Therefore, geometry is heavily linked in with the brain. Geometry is essentially how your brain and how your eyes decode energy. So what you are seeing is the mathematical codes of your brain creating reality. So what they teach you is the external is that geometry is God's way of creating this world, and these are the mathematical codes God's created. But now I'm telling you the internal. This is the truth. Geometry is how your brain mathematically condenses energy and light into a physical reality. So therefore, your brain is a computer program. So now geometry is nothing outside of you. Geometry is not something created by something else. It's created by your brain. Your brain produces these patterns through mathematical codes by breaking down energy into physical reality. And this is why you see geometry in everything around you. This completely changes your view on geometry. It's in your ear, it's in your face, it's in everything. Geometry is everything. Okay? So now that you understand this, now, as we were talking about the visual field earlier, the ancients knew about this. The ancient Egyptians knew about this. We can see this symbolism inside of the casket, the Egyptian casket. See, this crossover represents the visual field. This represents the back of the brain. This is the left hemisphere, the right hemisphere. And now some of the most simplest teachings in geometry is that straight lines are masculine and curved lines are feminine. And we even see this in the human body. The feminine human body is curvy and the masculine human body is liney. And even with the genital reproductive area, we have a line and a curve, 0 and 1, the binary code of all creation, 0 and 1, because that's basically all that exists. Nothingness and one, nothingness and God, nothingness and consciousness. That's all that exists. Now that I've told you that, the basics of geometry and the line and the curve and the feminine and the masculine, what do we have here? You see this stick here? This is a curve. And what's the right hemisphere? The right hemisphere is the feminine, the feminine energy, the feminine aspect of our brain. Then we have a straight line. This is straight lines. Now this represents the left brain. So the Egyptians are showing you the left masculine brain and the right feminine brain because of the curve and the straight line. And this is the visual field, the crossover. So there's a crossover in the brain. The left eye is connected to the right brain. The right eye is connected to the left brain. Okay, so the left eye is connected to the right brain. The right eye is connected to the left brain. The solar and the lunar. So, like I said, everything outside of you is basically energy. Your body is basically a holographic avatar, condensed energy produced by your brain. There's nothing actually outside of you. Your 5 senses are electrical threads of light. And when you touch something, this is basically electrical signals in your nervous system, which are reporting back to the brain. Therefore, what you touch is actually, you're not touching. The feeling that you feel when you touch something is not the true feeling. That's your nervous system you're feeling. You're feeling your nervous system in the brain. It's electrical signals to your brain. So the 5 senses do not decode, well, what you're experiencing as the 5 senses is not outside of you. This is your brain interpreting electrical signals. You don't experience the world, you experience your nervous system and your brain. The nervous system is an extension of the brain. So this is the truth. This is not woo-woo spirituality. This is true consciousness science. but I'm teaching you here. Okay. So nothing is truly outside of you. It is a universe. You yourself are the universe, the fabric of the universe itself. The only thing that exists outside of you is essentially energy. That is it. And your body and your brain condenses this energy into reality. So when we look into architecture, why is architecture, the ancient architecture, so important? Because what did I tell you at the beginning? Shapes and physical matter is condensed energy. Each shape holds specific energy. Some shapes hold more energy, emit more energy. Some shapes condense energy. Some shapes transfer energy. Each shape, each geometric shape has an energetic principle because matter is essentially energy. So when we look into cathedrals and the ancient buildings, they were filled with geometric patterns, geometric shapes, because they understood the energy principle. Architecture is basically solid energy. It's physical energy. If we create this pattern here is an energy code. And if you stand next to it, you're going to gain that energy. It's going to be imprinted on your body. So essentially, they filled their buildings with high energy geometric shapes, points, triangles, pyramids are very, very energetic. This is why you have crystal pyramids made, organite pyramids. They're always in pyramid shapes. That's why the Egyptians built in pyramids, because pyramids hold high energy. They emit high energy. So this is why you see all these different geometric patterns. Okay. So in the real reality, in the energetic plane, this building would basically look like this: lines and grids of energy. Okay. This is what it would look like in the energetic plane, a blueprint of the energy body. So as you see here, these are the different frequencies in a petri dish of water in a petri dish. And you can see they are specifically aligned up with these specific patterns. You can see geometry even within geometry. It's fractal. So essentially, when you would stand inside of these buildings, they would imprint the energy of the building in your body because your body is healed through energy. You have an electromagnetic field around your body. So by creating buildings with geometric patterns, we are essentially increasing the energy of the building because the building itself is energy. Okay. So when we fill it with geometric patterns, we're increasing the energy. We're giving it a certain energetic imprint. So when you stand inside of that building, you're being imprinted with that energy. Okay. So especially with these windows, these stained glass windows. Well, why are they stained glass? Well, color is frequency. So when you have all of these different colors, and not only were they just painted, some of these colors are specific gemstones, crystals, natural stones, which all hold energetic principles. Each crystal is vibrating on a certain frequency. Wood has its own frequency. Metal has its own frequency. What you must understand is that everything in nature is not just a piece of matter. It's vibrating. The atoms of wood are vibrating on a certain level, which give it a certain energetic principle. Each crystal is vibrating. The atoms of the crystal are vibrating on a certain frequency, which give it a certain energetic principle, quality. So each thing, this is why the ancients were obsessed with natural stones, natural things, crystals, natural metals, and they wore different metals, different things like copper on their bodies because they understood the atoms of these natural things are vibrating, which give certain qualities to you if you wear them. So you're not wearing it, you're basically putting that frequency onto your body because they understood this is energy. If I put copper on my body, I'm not putting copper on the body. I'm putting the frequency and the energy of the atoms onto my skin. And that frequency of them atoms are going to vibrate my skin, that frequency, and heal my body. So this is why this is so important. So each building is an energetic code. Okay. So when you stand in these buildings, it can heal your body. This is why when people walk into these ancient churches, they feel like they've met God. They feel a certain way. They feel so amazing when they enter these churches. They feel holy, for example. It's not because God's there. It's not because these man in the sky dwells in these holy places. It's because the energy of these buildings affect our consciousness. They increase your energy. They raise your vibration. They heal your body. They heal your cells. They imprint the water in your body, especially with these stained glass windows. Like I went a bit on a tangent there, but these stained glass windows were encoded. Well, they use different gemstones, different lights, different colors. And when the sun would shine through this window, well, what's the sun? The sun is light. Light is energy. The sun's light would go through this filter of the window of the crystals and the different gemstones and the different colors, and the sun's light would be encoded, imprinted with these crystals, with these colors and these natural glasses, which have healing energetic principles. And when you are inside that building, the sun's encoded energy of the window would be imprinted into your body, into your energy field, and it will heal your energy field, and it would heal your body, your cells on a cellular level. Because your body is what? 60 to 70 to 80, some people say 80% water. And water is encoded with vibration. If you say certain things into water, it gives it a specific geometric pattern, like I broke down in the beginning. If you say love to a water and then freeze it, it will go to this. If you say hate, it will go to a distorted pattern. So when you are in these buildings, you're being imprinted by the energetic codes of these buildings, the energetic principles of the windows, of the structure itself. The ancients never used to build in squares. Their buildings, their insides were never square rooms because they understood squares trap energy. They always had pointed roofs so energy can escape. So there's many little things that we need to look into geometry. For example, when you see magicians, when you look at ancient magic, why do they stand in circles with different geometric patterns? They use different geometric shapes. Why? Because shapes are energy. They hold specific energy. So when the magician stands in a circle with a pentacle, they're working with the energy of that pentacle. You can work with different energies based upon the different geometric shapes that you draw. And you can use this in your structure, in your architecture, in your work, and it can influence everything. So this is the true geometry. I hope you gained a deeper understanding on geometry and how it relates with you and your consciousness. Like I said earlier, your brain produces geometry. It's basically how your brain decodes energy. It's not God, how God creates this reality. And no, you're in this reality. You are the reality itself. Your body produces the reality. Therefore, geometry is one with you. So therefore, if I play with the geometry of the buildings, for example, like the government have, everything's in squares. If you look outside, everything's a square, everything's a rectangle. You go to a city, every window is a rectangle, every building is a rectangle. You live in a box room, everything is boxed and squared off in this reality, in this modern society. Why? Because they're trapping energy. The cube is the most simple geometric shape, which basically condenses energy and it traps energy. And if you subconsciously see squares all the time, your phone's a square, your TV screen, everything's a square, your keyboard, your desk. Go and look at the ancients. They never used to build in squares and cubes. And if you go into nature, you'll never see squares and cubes. Nature doesn't create squares and cubes. Everything in the modern society is squares and cubes to simple your consciousness down, to dumb your brain down. So the ancients built very, very complex structures. Why? Because they understood what we see affects our brains, because our brains decodes reality and creates reality. If you see a sophisticated building, this is going to give you a sophisticated mind and raise your IQ levels over time, subconsciously. I'm not saying if you look at this building, you're going to become smart. I'm saying if every single building in your environment, ment is mind, mental, every single building in your environment was this complex and complicated, it would increase your IQ on a subconscious level. It'd make you more complex, make you more intelligent. So they've dumbed everything down. They've dulled everything down. Look at everything. Everything is being dulled down. So anyways, I hope you all gained a better understanding on this. If you want to gain more occult knowledge and esoteric knowledge, make sure to read the Book of Wisdom, Volume 2. If you're inside the university, you can get this book for free. Go to the general chat area and follow the instructions, and you can order yours for free. Truly life-changing stuff. Because the issue is with the world is that no one really understands who they are, what they are, and why we are here. That is the issue for people's depression, for people's wrongdoings. They don't understand who they are, what their emotions are, what their mind is, what their body is, what reality is. This book gives you that. This book gives you the sense of understanding, the sense of well-being that will give you a better life because you understand life and what life is. And if you truly want to take your studies to the next level, we have the Ethereal University. This is the place for truth seekers where you can connect with like-minded people so you don't have to feel insane, because not many people think this way. I've been there. I've been there when you wake up and not many people around you are thinking the same way, and you start to feel a bit insane and you can't really talk to people about these things. That's why I created this, so you can connect with people and learn at the same time and become the best version of yourself by understanding truth and knowledge. If you join, you'll gain access to free live calls every single week, every single Saturday morning. We do live calls. You can ask me questions and all sorts. So make sure to leave a like and a comment. And thank you all for tapping in.
bookofwisdom.com. Visit today.
Today's topic is the binary code behind the universe. You will learn the fundamentals of the binary code, deeper understanding of reality, which will give you more of a connection to the universe, evidence supporting the existence of this code, and how to use the binary code to shape your reality. This is an important one. We have 0 and 1. This is the binary code of the universe. It underlies everything. It is the source of all creation. The universe is binary in nature, meaning it exists as both something and nothing, on and off, male and female, light and dark. Everything has its polar opposite. At its core, all that exists is 0, representing nothingness, infinite potential, and 1, representing something, order. 0 represents the feminine, vast, formless, and infinite potential. It is the space from which all things emerge, the womb of creation, the receptive and expansive force. 1 represents the masculine, structure, form, and order. It is the active principle, the initiator, the force that defines and shapes reality. Together, they create the fundamental duality that underlines existence, the balance between chaos and order, the void and creation, yin and yang. We see this in the masculine and feminine bodies. This is deeply encoded into the fabric of reality. And once you see this, you will never unsee this. So please leave a like on this video if you love my content and you love the wisdom that I share with the world. So we see this with the masculine genital areas. Remember, this is the genital area. This is all to do with creation. These are the generative principles, the generative organs in the body that allow creation to continually outfold into new life. The genital areas are all to do with the code. The male is the one, the action. He's the initiator. The feminine is the zero, which is the infinite potential, the womb of creation. 0 and 1. This is why we have 10 numbers. 0 and 1. Masculine and feminine. We even see this in the bodies. The feminine body is made out of curves, which is 0, curves. And the masculine body is made out of lines. So please leave a like and comment if you love this. And if you have any lecture ideas, feel free, and I can make a lecture on any suggestions that you have. So look at the word masculine. Masculine, line. Line is just one line, which represents order. 1. Feminine. 9. 1 and 9 equals 10. 0 and 1. The binary code of all creation. Why is feminine? Why the number 9 for feminine? Because the moon has to go around 9 times to create a human in the feminine's womb. And look at this image of nature. All nature is zeros and ones. Now you can tell the stick is a one. It's a line, and here we have curves. It's curves and lines. Curves and lines create reality, creates matter. Everything is 0 and 1. We even see this with the sky. The sky represents zeros. They represent curves, the heavens, the heavenly bodies, the sun. These are circles, the moon, circles, the planets, circles. Down here is matter, representing the square. We have the Freemasonic square and compass, representing lines and circles, masculine and feminine. We see this with Leonardo da Vinci, with the circle representing the spirit, the void, the womb of creation, and matter, which is the body. This is the soul in matter, infinite potential in matter. This represents spirit over matter. This represents the architect of reality, zeros and ones, spirit and matter. This is all the same thing. Understanding this binary nature of the universe, where 0 feminine represents the infinite potential and 1 masculine symbolizes order and structure, can benefit you in several ways. Manifestation and creation is the first way it can benefit you. Now that you understand this, you understand that everything comes out of infinite potential. 0, infinite potential. 1, action equals manifestation equals creation. So you must pull things out of infinite potential. If you have ideas but don't take action, too much 0, nothing materializes. You'll never materialize if you sit there imagining all day, visualizing all day. You have to take action. They both come hand in hand. If you only take action without tapping into intuition and creativity, too much 1, your actions may feel hollow and misdirected. Using both effectively leads to greater success in life, work, and relationships. This is the 33rd degree motto, or this is on the 33rd degree of Freemasonry Scottish Rite logo, and it's called Order ab Chaos, order out of chaos. Chaos is the 0, infinite potential. Chaos is the dimension of the imagination. This is where this all ties in now. Imagination is the dimension of infinite potential, pure potential, formless creativity, and the realm of infinite possibilities. It is the void, the unmanifested energy that contains all that could ever be. That is the imagination. The imagination is the dimension that you are connected to, and you can pull any idea out of and materialize it into a reality. Matter, on the other hand, is order brought out of the imagination, chaos. It is when raw potential is structured, defined, and crystallized into form. This is the fundamental principle of order out of chaos, the process of turning the unseen into the seen, the abstract into the concrete, the dream into reality. That's why we say dreams into reality. Dreams are in the imagination, infinite potential, and the human mind is connected to higher dimensions of consciousness, which we can pull ideas, things out of, and materialize it into our lives. Whether that's good or bad, that's completely up to you. But we have access to higher dimensions beyond the physical plane. And this is the secret that the human mind is connected to, and that you are not just a physical body. Okay? The universe itself was born from chaos. Before form, there was only energy and potential. Our minds function the same way. The mind is a microcosm of the universe. Our thoughts exist in an infinite field of possibility, but they only become real when we take action and give them form. If your inner world is filled with chaotic thoughts and impulsive emotions and negativity, then creating order within is essential for balance, clarity, and growth. What do I mean? Order out of chaos, 0 and 1. All creation comes out of infinite potential. The mind, the imagination, is the infinite potential. The material world is the order. It's the effect. Therefore, if your material world has chaos, if your room is messy, if your body is out of shape, if you do not look after yourself, everything in the physical world is just a reflection of what's going on inside of you, what's going on inside of you. So if you have a messy room in a messy house, this reflects as a messy mind, a chaotic mind, and we must create order in our mind. So this applies to all realms of your life. This applies with your mind, it applies with your emotions, it applies with your manifestation, it applies with the physical world, with the masculine and feminine. 0 and 1 is heaven and earth. It's everything. It's duality. It's on and off. It's everything. So it applies to all realms of your life. Okay. So in order for this to benefit our lives, we must, one, have awareness and observe the chaos. Step back and observe your thoughts and emotions without reacting to them. Recognize that you are not your thoughts. You are the observer of them. You are the soul. You are in between them. You are the midpoint between the left and the right, the 0 and the 1. You are the soul. Journaling or meditation can help you identify patterns and negativity and impulsivity. So it's important that we recognize these patterns, we recognize the chaos within us, and we transmute it. 2, implement structure, mental discipline, mindful practices, meditation, breath work, and slowing down your reactions. Cognitive reframing, replace destructive thoughts with constructive ones. This is so important. For every negative thought that you place attention to, place your attention onto 5 more positive. Never think about something that you don't want to manifest, because whatever you're placing attention on inside that mental field of consciousness, you're giving attention to, which then can manifest into your action, and that will materialize into your world. Routine and ritual. Create daily habits that anchor you. Morning routines, exercise, or creative outlets bring stability. We must master the inner world of thought and emotion. We must bring chaos into order. In order to create anything in your life, you're turning chaos into order. Order out of chaos. You're turning 0 into 1. This is the binary code. All things underlie it. 0 and 1. So it's so important that we master our minds, we master our emotions, we master our inner world so we can produce effect in the outer world. We cannot create consciously and effectively if we have chaotic thoughts and impulsive emotions. So I hope this has made more clarity to you so you can implement this into your life. I know I haven't given you much strategic things to implement into your life, but now that you have a better understanding of how this world is pulled out of infinite potential, you can use that. Everything in your life is pulled out of your imagination. Every text you send, everything you think of, oh, I'm going to do this later, that is your imagination thinking about the future. So you just have to do this on a mass scale to create something big in your reality. So I hope this gives you a better understanding of how the universe works and has benefited your life. If you have any comments or any suggestions or how this video made you feel, let me know in the comments section. I would really appreciate it. And I'll see you all inside of the Symbolism Masterclass on March the 8th.
wisdom.com. Visit today.
In this video, we're going to be decoding the symbol of the double-faced eagle, which is found on the Rothschild's family coat of arms. We see it in the Roman Empire, and we also see it in the 33rd degree of Scottish Rite Freemasonry. So let's get straight into this symbol and decode what this means. Freemasonry is considered a craft, and this craft is about reconstructing yourself. In fact, the word mason means builder, because every day we are building our mind's prison or our mind's freedom. Plus, you are a creator of reality. You are contributing towards the building project on the earth. You are a builder of yourself and reality, a creator. In Freemasonry, they use the allegory to teach the initiate a process of self-mastery. In Freemasonry, the allegory is that the Temple of Solomon is broken, and this broken Temple of Solomon needs to be reconstructed. But this is symbolic. The Temple of Solomon is yourself. You as an individual are the broken temple, as you have forgotten who you are, why you are here on this earth, and your mind has many limiting belief systems and restrictions on it. Therefore, we are the broken temple that needs to be rebuilt and reconstructed. The 33rd degree is the highest degree in the Scottish Rite system of Freemasonry. Therefore, this logo represents the state of consciousness the 33rd degree Mason is operating at. It is symbolic of their level of mind, their level of self-mastery, their level of awareness. This symbol is a very powerful symbol that you can use to also find your personal power. Now, of course, this is my interpretation based off my years of studying symbolism and connecting the dots. If you feel like I miss anything, please leave a comment in the comment section to maybe add to my points. The first of all thing that I see in this symbol that reveals a great power of mind is the eagle. The eagle itself is a bird, and a bird can go on the ground and in the sky. In a symbolic sense, this represents the body and the spirit, the ability to transform from this earth body and then also access astral projection and the spirit. The bird sees things from a higher perspective while it's flying in the sky. If you're only in the physical body, your perception of reality is limited to the ground. We do not see much from the ground. This is all symbolic to a level of mind. The bird can see things from above. It sees the earth from a top-down view and sees the whole, sees things from a higher perspective, symbolic of the mind of a 33rd degree Mason who understands who they are, what reality is, what consciousness is, and the human psyche. Their level of intelligence allows them to see reality from a higher perspective, and they also have the mindset of seeing things as a whole, which is a great truth. We are all part of a greater whole, the unfolding of creation that is taking place in the present moment. We are all unfolding creation as a collective consciousness, and we are part of a greater whole building project. So this bird, or the eagle, is symbolic of seeing things from a higher perspective and possessing a higher consciousness. The double-faced eagle, one eagle looking left, one eagle looking right. This is symbolic of the past and the future, mastering time. The way an individual masters time and masters the power over time and gains their power over it is by using the past and the future. The way we master time is by looking into our past and see what thoughts, emotions, and actions have led us to this very moment in the present moment in our lives. By looking into the past, you can see what thought, emotions, and actions have led you to this very point in your life and see the mistakes in your thought processes, the mistakes in your emotions, and the mistakes in your actions. You can extract wisdom from the past of your past and apply that wisdom in the present moment to then change your future to a better future for yourself and the collective consciousness and your contribution towards the creation taking place on the earth. That is how an individual masters time. You can do this through memory work. Every time you go to sleep, go through your day backwards. Follow the events backwards. What this does is literally create new neural pathways in your brain and allows you to strengthen your memory so you can remember more. Memory work is massive in Freemasonry based off my research. They make you do rituals, memorize rituals, because they're trying to develop these different aspects and cognitions of the human mind. We see that the double-headed eagle is looking left and right, but then joins. This is symbolic of unity of duality, unifying duality. And the only way you can do that is by connecting with pure awareness without distortion of the mind and body. If you turn off your body, it goes to sleep. If you turn off your mind, you go to sleep. But if you can turn off your mind and body, then who are you truly? When you turn off your mind, you're no longer your belief systems, your name, your job, your reputation, your status. You are this pure awareness who's observing the mind. So in meditation, you realize you are not the mind. You are the awareness, and the awareness is singular, and the mind thinks in dualism. So this is symbolic of unifying and seeing things through the lens of the awareness and not the mind, because the mind can produce illusions. So this is symbolic of a state of consciousness of the 33rd degree who sees everything as oneness. We are all one witnessing consciousness experiencing itself. However, this witnessing consciousness is molded differently through the mind. My mind has gone through memories, traumas, events, and belief systems, which makes my mind unique to you. But when we all turn off the mind and connect with pure consciousness, the pure awareness, then we are all, on the deepest level, actually one. The universe is one. This is symbolic of seeing and perceiving that reality and truly maturing that understanding in your consciousness. We also see that the double-headed eagle is standing on a sword, which is a tool. The tools that you possess in life are aspects of your consciousness. Your thoughts are a tool. Your emotions are a tool. Your actions are a tool. These tools are creating and building your reality, and they're also building your soul, building your consciousness. But we see that the double-headed eagle is standing on top of the sword, the tool. The sword is a powerful tool. So this is symbolic of power on the surface level. But if you go deeper and decode the symbol, it reveals something way more powerful. The sword carves through things. It's also a very murderous tool. If you hold a sword towards someone or something, you hold power over it. It is a symbol of power. And that power that you possess is, in fact, the mind. The mind is the powerhouse of control over reality. The mind is the most radiant force in the universe, as all things respond to the mind. The emotions, the body, and physical reality itself responds to the mind. The mind holds power. Matter is a physical manifestation of mind. The reason why the sword is the mind is because it's associated with the air element. When you swing a sword, you're moving this through the air. And if you've read the Book of Wisdom Volume 2, you understand that each element is corresponding to a different body of consciousness. Air is associated with the mind, the mental body of consciousness. Water is associated with the emotional body of consciousness. Earth is associated with the physical body of consciousness. Fire is associated with the spiritual willpower body of consciousness. Therefore, what we're looking at is the intellect. We're looking at gaining control over the intellect, the mind, thought, banishing all negative thought power from the mind. Think of it like this. You are tapped into a live stream of consciousness, and this live stream is flowing into you in the present moment. Your mind directs this creational force, this flow of consciousness and power. You can use that mind to think about negative things, anxiety, depression, or you can use that power that's flowing into you for the positive only. The universe does not create what you want. It creates what you are. What you put in is what you get out. Your reality is a reflection of your mind. So it's about using this tool for the good. For example, no negativity even has any space in my consciousness. There is no negative thought that pulls me down. And if there is, I banish it instantly and remove it. So this is about gaining power over the mind and using the mind as a tool to carve your reality with the sword. This is your power. This is your sword. Below we see a banner that says Ordo Ab Chaos. Most people see this and understand it as order out of chaos. And yes, it is linked to, obviously, molding society, manipulation. However, on an internal understanding of order out of chaos, it's something much more powerful to the individual. Most people see order out of chaos and see the manipulation that takes place on human consciousness, which is very true. The ruling powers create chaos or a problem in society, then they produce an order and a solution to mold society towards their agenda. That's order out of chaos. However, to the individual, this represents something much more powerful that you can take advantage of. Ordo ab chaos, order out of chaos. This is understanding that reality comes from chaos and physical creation is the order of that chaos. The mental plane is chaos. It's just simply pure thoughts, random thoughts. But the physical world is the order out of that chaos, the darkness coming into light. To you, for example, when you first start your journey of self-mastery and spiritual awakening, you are in chaos. My mind was in chaos. My mind had many limiting belief systems. My mind used to think random thoughts unconsciously. I used to take random actions, unknowingly create my reality, and produce chaos. That chaos needs to be ordered. So when there is chaos in ourselves, with different aspects of our minds and subconscious, we need to produce an order so that we can gain power over the mind and over our thoughts, emotions, and actions, the three forces you have 100% control over in your reality. If you try and control anything else other than your thoughts, emotions, and actions, then you are breaking natural law. The only things you have been given power over and to control is your thought, emotion, and action, your mind, your heart, and your body. Order out of chaos is about transforming yourself. When you're in a chaotic state, you have to produce order to transform yourself and change your level of consciousness. If you have chaos in your life, you must produce order. And this is how self-transformation occurs through an individual. Order out of chaos. Now, yes, it is also linked to human manipulation, as this applies to everything as above, so below. Above, we see a triangle with the number 33 and light emanating around it. This triangle is highly symbolic of the element of fire. The upright triangle is fire. The downright facing triangle, the opposite to this triangle, is associated with the element of water. The reason why this is an upright facing triangle with the number 33 in it is because fire is associated with dissolving. If I place this pencil in fire, it will burn this material into its raw form. Fire is about removing the illusions in our mind to gain power over it. It's about dissolving all the illusions in ourself, the false belief systems, the negative subconscious programs and thought patterns. This is about destroying them and producing order out of them. It's about removing the veils of consciousness so you can figure out who you truly are. If I burn this down, it will reveal its raw essence. It's the same with consciousness. If you want to figure out who you truly are beyond your mind, emotions, body, then you have to remove the veils of consciousness. You have to dissolve the mind by meditation and stillness. You have to dissolve the nervous system by keeping very, very still. And you will connect with pure awareness and can connect with lucid dreams and out-of-body experiences. It's like finding a needle in a haystack. If you want to find a needle in a haystack, you don't go looking through the haystack to find the needle. You burn the haystack and the needle reveals itself. That's how you truly connect with who you truly are. And this is why it's associated with the number 33 also, because the number 33 is the symbol of rebirth. Jesus dies at 33 and ascends to heaven. The human mind is fully developed at the age 33. Ice melts into water at 33 degrees. It's symbolic of transforming states from death to rebirth, rebirthing the self. And this is how you rebirth yourself, by figuring out who you truly are. Because when you actually figure out and have an out-of-body experience, or you figure out who you truly are, you go through a mental rebirth. Everything you thought once was true has been completely burnt away, and now you are reborn into a new mind and a new perception of self and reality. So it's about being reborn again. At the 33rd degree, you are reborn again by the understandings and experiences experiences that you've had with yourself. And the crown is a symbol of mastery. People in position of power wear crowns. It is a symbol of power over something. This whole symbol reveals your own personal power, the level of power that the 33rd degree Mason has over themselves, not over other people, but themselves. But of course, once you gain your personal power, you understand how the mind works. You can use that against people. It's how you use the knowledge that determines whether you are bad or good. Again, if you think I've missed anything, leave a comment in the comment section. Please like, comment, and share if you love this content. I'll see you in the next one. And if you wish to get your hands on this book, I'll leave an Amazon link in the description. You're living in 4 planes of existence right now, but most people are only aware of one. And that's why they feel lost, disconnected, and stuck in cycles they can't explain. If you don't understand the blueprint of reality, you'll keep trying to fix the physical, while the real causes lie in the unseen dimensions that you have direct access to. You must understand is that the universe only exists in the mind. Everything is a projection of consciousness. Therefore, consciousness produces everything. Our internal world is consciousness. Our external world is this physical body, physical world. Everything is an externalization of consciousness. For example, this was a thought. Now it's made physical. But before this was invented, it was existing in someone's mind, in consciousness, invisible. Then it was made manifest, made physical. So everything in this physical plane is the effect. The cause is consciousness, mind, the mental plane. So now I'm going to explain these different dimensions of consciousness. You don't just exist in this physical plane. The physical plane, in fact, is the lowest plane there is. It's the illusionary plane. So first of all, we have the Buddhic plane. This is the nothingness. So think of it like this. Absolute nothingness. If you turn off thoughts, there is nothingness. This is the void. And out of the void springs infinite potential, which is the mental plane. Now, your mind has no limitation. It can think anything, be anywhere, anytime, any place. In the whole world, there is no limitation with the mind. This is the realm of infinite possibilities. This is the realm of thought. Thought is a dimension, information and thought. To go a little bit deeper on this, there are pockets of thoughts, what we call in the occult fields of thoughts. Your mind does not think thoughts, it receives them. Your mind is like a radio. Whatever the mind is tuning into, setting its mindset, setting your frequency or setting your mind, you will receive thoughts based on that set, whatever you set your mind to. So there are pockets of thoughts that we penetrate in the mental plane. The mind is the mental plane, the infinite possibilities. This is the spark of creation. This is where all things begin to manifest as an idea in the mind as a thought. So if you want to gain certain information, you need to meditate or do thought exercises where you are penetrating that dimension of thought, that pocket of thought. For example, if you want to find a way on how to make financial wealth, you would use your mind, set your mind on wealth and money and think, close your eyes and think about that specific topic and see where your mind takes you. And you will expand your mind into different pockets of thought and gain information. So this is the mental plane. This is how you can use the mental plane. You can use the mental plane to do this. Then we have the astral plane. We have higher, middle, and lower astral plane. The astral plane is the body for thought. So every dimension, physical, etheric, astral, mental, Buddhic, is a body for a dimension above. Each dimension below is a product of the dimension above. So for example, the astral plane is imagination. This is the lucidic realm of imagination. This is where thoughts begin to manifest into some sort of form. It's not a physical form because this is physical, but imagination is a lucidic form. It's not really physical, but it's there. It's a projection of light. It's astral matter condensed by the willpower of the mind. So, depending on the vibration of that thought will depend whether it manifests in the higher astral plane, middle astral plane, and lower astral plane. If you think about more material things and visualize material things, this will manifest on the lower astral plane because material matter is low vibration. Now, that does not mean it's evil. That does not mean it's bad. Okay? It just means low vibration just means more material. But if you think and imagine more spiritual things, this manifests on the higher astral plane. So the astral plane is the screen in your mind that allows you to vision an apple, that allows you to vision anything. It's that mental projection that's inside of your mind. Now, this is what we call the third eye. It's an eye because the eye is the mind, and the mind can see into the astral plane. It perceives this spiritual world, this lucidic realm that we have access to. This is where also infinite potential takes place. This is the realm of spirits, demons, jinns, whatever you want to call them. Spiritual entities exist in this because this is where thought forms manifest into form. This is where thoughts create bodies. Think of it like this. The mental plane is a thought of a chair. The astral plane is the imagination of that chair and all of the different possible chairs that could possibly be. The etheric plane is the energy double of that chair. And the physical plane is the physical chair. So, as you can see, the higher we go up, the more formless and lucidic it is. The lower we go down planes, the more dense it becomes. This is formless and this is form. Everything manifests through this process. This highlighter is down here in the physical plane, but the idea began in the mental plane. Everything begins in consciousness before it creates a physical body. It goes through this process. Therefore, if you want to start to mold and create your own reality and create things in your world, you can use these planes to your advantage. You can use your mind to do mental thinking exercises by closing your eyes and expanding your mind into a different pocket of thought to gain wisdom, gain information, gain downloads. The way you do that is simply get into a meditative state, close your eyes, pick a topic that you want to think about, and see where your mind takes you, but always remain centered on that topic. And you can do this for maybe an hour or two or half an hour, and your mind will take you places where you will unlock information. You can even use this to make decisions in your life. Think of the topic and see where your mind takes you. You'll gain information. This is how you use the mental plane for ideas. The astral plane is imagination. You have to reconnect with your imagination very vividly. Your imagination, your consciousness is infinite. It's not a three-dimensional plane. It's an infinite plane. You can think and make form anything in your consciousness, in your imagination. You can think anything and you can imagine anything in the most vast details. You just have to reconnect with your imagination. I have a free book on my website. I'll leave the link in the description. It's an ebook. It's called Activating the Inner Eye. This is going to help you reconnect with your imagination. It's a practical guide on how to imagine. So once you know how to use the mental plane and astral plane, thought and imagination, you pretty much need to use the physical plane to take physical action with this physical body that you have and start to manifest these desires you have in the higher planes. Now, it's very important that we master the mind because the mind is the very fabric of reality. We become what we think about. Your life is a product of every thought you thought in the past. It is the mind that directs the flow of consciousness. And wherever this consciousness is flowing is what you will create in your life. Consciousness is the most potent force in the universe, and the mind is pretty much the universe in a microcosm form. It is infinite potential, and your mind will continue to expand into new realms of thought forever and ever and ever. You are eternal. You are not this physical body down here. You are consciousness, literally dreaming that you are in this physical body. So everything begins with the mind. We need to be conscious of the thoughts that enter our mental field of consciousness. There is a level of self-awareness that you can reach where you can become conscious of pretty much every single thought that enters your mental field. Now, we have over 7,000 thoughts a day. You can gain such mastery over your mind where you can become conscious of every thought you think. And that is when you gain superior power. Because when the mind is fully under control of self, you can direct the mind's potent force into a specific goal. Most people's minds are dualistic. They want something, but their mind is thinking something else. They have limiting belief systems. They have the little voice that comes in and says, you can't do this, you're a failure. That is a fractaled mind. The mind needs to be singular. It needs to be on your team and not an enemy. Do not let your own mind take away your power. Your mind should be on your team, giving you power, giving you the best possible thoughts and the best possible beliefs. When the mind is in this condition and on your team and not taking away your power through the destructive thoughts, it becomes a potent, powerful force used for manifestation to create anything. And the way we get the mind on your team is through constant meditation to learn how to control the mind and turn it on and off. Subconscious reprogramming through visualization, affirmations, cultivating emotions associated with your goal. All these three ways we can reprogram the mind slowly over time so that it becomes powerful and becomes on your team and doesn't give you negative contradicting thoughts. When the mind is fully aligned on one thing, it can create massive empires and things in your physical reality. So I hope this video helps, and I'll see you in the next one.
bookofwisdom.com. Visit today.
Neo is plugged in on the back of the neck, which is the reptilian brainstem. The reptilian brain is all to do with survival mode, survival state. It's always scanning the environment for safety, whether that's physically, emotionally, or mentally. It does not think. It is instant. For example, do I smack the guy or run off? If something happens to you, like a car's coming really quick to you, you do not think about this. The reptilian brain is the animal instinct that will instantly move your body on the instant reactions. Hence why it's the closest brain to the rest of the body. It has instant access to the electrical nervous system to control the body at instant reactions. Now, Neo is plugged in on the back of the neck, which is the reptilian brain. Therefore, the matrix is the body itself. It is the lowest state of consciousness. This is what it represents. The word matrix means womb. It translates to womb because your body is a womb. Your body is a vessel for universal consciousness, for God consciousness. And the body is also a womb where you can be born again outside of this body by raising your consciousness, by awakening the neocortex. This is why Neo is called Neo, because it represents the neocortex. This is the higher aspect of our brain. This is all to do with new things, higher reasoning, higher thinking, new learning. You see, the brain is a receiver for universal consciousness. Now, what do I mean? It is a radio receiver. Think of it like this. You have a radio tower which emits frequencies. And each little frequency, 00.1, 00.2, 00.3, each 00 point is a different person. We are all the same universal consciousness, encapsulated inside of a different vessel. This is why our body is the temple of God inside of the Bible. Your body is a sacred temple of the divine essence of the universe. However, consciousness is controlling this physical body. And I'll show you this diagram here. Consciousness consists of imagination, emotions, thought, and memory. All of these things are not physical. They're not made out of atoms. You cannot think with atoms. If I split open your brain while you are thinking of a cheesecake, I would not see a cheesecake. It's because these things exist metaphysically within consciousness. They are not physical. The body is physical. It's part of matter. It's part of time. You see the Leonardo da Vinci, the circle and the square. The square represents limitation, beginning and end, because when you draw a square, there is a beginning and end. It represents the body, the mortal self, the ego, the echo. Then you have the spirit raised above, which represents spirit over matter, mind over matter. Invisible forces create physical forces. Everything physical exists in non-physical. This is also the Freemasonic square and compass, why the square is below the compass, because the compass creates the circle, which is spirit or mind. Then you have the square, which is matter. Mind and matter are the same substance. Mind creates matter through thought. Everything in this physical universe manifested through thought. Everything began as thought. So you are spirit and matter. You have a material body and a spiritual body. And you are right in the middle. This is why humans are very, very important. Because we have an animal nature, the reptilian brain, and a higher consciousness, the neocortex. And we must awaken out of the matrix, which means womb, which is the body. And Neo is waken up from the lower self, the reptilian brain, and moves into the neocortex. Because the brain is a radio receiver for consciousness. Now, what do I mean? I went over this before. Your consciousness is controlling the brain. The brain is a computer. And when our consciousness, our imagination, our emotion, our thoughts, and our memories are all contributing towards just survival things, food, safety, fear, all of these things, and our consciousness is locked into a survival state, we are using the reptilian brain. We're no longer thinking. You don't think with the brain, but the consciousness is thinking, which activates the different parts of the brain. When we think for higher reasoning, we use the neocortex. It stimulates the neocortex. When we think about survival, we're using the reptilian brain. So therefore, when Neo wakes up, he wakes up to the higher aspects of consciousness, which is only utilized by the neocortex, by learning new things, and expansion of the mind and expansions of consciousness. Okay? So the whole matrix is to keep you designed, well, the whole matrix is designed to keep you in a survival state, in the three-dimensional awareness. They want you constantly scanning for safety, scanning for food, scanning for emotional safety in relationships in other people. You see, they do not want you to think. They want you stuck in that reptile, that animal state, that beastly state that most people are in. Most people, all they do is eat, listen to music, consume, have sex, lust, desire. This is all the reptilian brain. So when we say the world's being ran by reptilians, it's symbolic. There is no physical reptilian humanoid beings controlling, manipulating human consciousness. We are all the same consciousness. However, there is a corrupted state of consciousness running this world. And this consciousness worships the physical plane. And they control the physical plane. So by doing that, they keep you stuck in a reptilian way of thinking, the animal state, to keep you stuck in the lowest state of consciousness. Now, this is the god Osiris, which represents the reptilian brain. None of the Egyptian gods ever existed. They are all symbolic for the brain and anatomy of the human body. Osiris represents the reptilian brain, as you can see this anatomy compare to the brain stem and Osiris statue found in Egypt. And we also see an ancient artwork of Osiris with green skin and two reptile crocodile alligators next to him, which also symbolizes the reptilian survival state of human consciousness. and the activation of the reptilian brain. This is what it symbolizes. Now, this is what the Matrix is all talking about. It's talking about the awakening, the expansion of consciousness. The word divine is dive in because you connect with the divine by diving inward. There is no man in the sky going to save you. You must connect with the self. Know thyself. Truth comes from within. All of these things I'm telling you comes from within you. I'm just pointing it out. All of this is self-realization. A lot of people say, well, what are my sources? My sources is knowing thyself, observing thyself, using the neocortex of critically thinking, sitting down and thinking about yourself and having deep realization of yourself. You can realize that your thoughts are not of this physical world. It's quite simple. The brain does not think. The brain does not imagine. The brain does not hold memory. All of these things exist in consciousness, the one consciousness, but we are all fractal, infinite parts of. This is the eye on the triangle, consciousness being given down to the rest. This is separate. Consciousness is separate from the rest of the pyramid. The pyramid is your body. Neo is the one consciousness. This is the Egyptians symbolizing the one consciousness giving Ankh, which is life, to all the different life forms. However, you can see that the central sphere is giving a big Ankh to the humans, because humans, like I said, possess the advanced consciousness, an advanced brain that allows us to turn above our reptilian animal self. For example, we can go against our reptilian lower animal nature and turn to our godly nature. Animals cannot do that. They are stuck in instinct. They are stuck in a reptilian animal way of thinking and operating. Everything they create is to survive. We can turn against our lower nature and create for amazing things like buildings, architecture, technology. We can use our creative consciousness for anything we wish, not just survival needs. And it's the same with your spiritual journey. You can raise your consciousness beyond this animal state that they try to keep you in through fear, consumption, food, and the reptilian brain. We must awaken, start to think critically, and awaken to our divinity, because the mind, the consciousness within you has infinite potential to expand. There are infinite fields of knowledge that you can explore. The mind can never be filled. It can never ever be full of knowledge. It always expands, and that's why you are alive. That's why you are part of this universe. That's why the science always says the universe is always expanding, because the universe exists in your mind, and the mind is always expanding into new fields of thought, new fields of knowledge and information. And that is your whole sole purpose, of expansion of mind and expansion of consciousness, and the exploration of the mind of God. We are living in the mind of God. You are a thought in the mind of God. You must awaken out of this body. This is why Jesus says you must be born again to see the kingdom of God. You must be born again. You must raise your consciousness beyond physical limitation and awaken to your divinity. And this is pretty much it for this video. I hope you all understand this, that this is all symbolic for consciousness.
bookofwisdom.com. Visit today.
Watching pornography makes you see people as objects. It does a lot of psychological damage to the human mind. And if you truly want to progress in life, your spiritual journey, mastery, whatever it is, mastering your sexual urges is essential to become powerful, successful, and become the best version of yourself. And there are some occult practices that I used to help master this urge. They're not really techniques, they're more mindsets. which will definitely help you overcome your urges. So if you want to quit pornography today, this is the way forward that I used to create this version of myself. Before we go into the tactics, we must understand that whatever we do in darkness comes into light some way or another. If you watch pornography, you know you have a problem, you keep this to yourself. We all naturally do. These things are private, and what we do in our private time molds our subconscious mind, and we keep it away from people. But whatever we do in darkness always comes to light. If you're doing things you don't want others to see, such as watching pornography, it will come out through a subconscious force. It will come out in your eye contact. You won't really be able to make eye contact with the person you're attracted to. It comes out in your energy, your aura, your presence, your confidence. All of this plays a role in molding your consciousness. And especially women can pick this up so easily. Females are more subconscious, males are more conscious. Females speak indirectly, males should speak directly. If a woman is hungry, they will say, "I'm hungry." "Are you hungry?" But a male will say, "Let's go get some food." You have to see the underlying subconscious messages in women because they speak in more of a subconscious language. Men speak in a direct language. And maybe even men will pick this up. If you want to be taken seriously in the business world or your career, whatever it is, this is essential for your body language and your personal power. So you must master your sexual urges. Releasing your sexual energy, your sexual fluids, removes the life in your eyes. A lot of people get dark bags underneath their eyes. I used to have them years and years ago. My eyes were always half shut. There was no life in my eyes. But as you purify yourself, the life and the energy comes back into your glaring eyes. The first tactic on mastering your sexual urges is understanding that thoughts produce emotions. Whatever we think about inside of our mental body directly corresponds to what we feel in our emotional body. What we see here is a piece of alchemical artwork showing you the light of the mind shining down into the heart. This represents the mental body with the clouds. This represents the human heart, the emotional body of consciousness. What we think about, if we think about sex, or if we watch things that are stimulating to us on Instagram, TikTok, that thought goes into the mind and the feeling gets then produced in the heart and the body becomes aroused. What we think inside of our brain becomes emotional energy in our heart. As above, so below. And what becomes in our heart is what we take action on. We take action on emotion. Human action, human behavior pretty much comes down to what we feel. We only act on what we care about or what we love. If you love that feeling of watching pornography, that is the reason why you're taking the action. So keeping this in mind at all times is very important in your journey of self-mastery. What you think is what you feel, and what you feel is what you act upon. Remove stimulations that can possibly produce that thought of watching pornography. Unfollow the people. Purify your environment so these thoughts do not enter your mind. And if you do become stimulated, remember, thoughts produce emotions. Change your thoughts. Think about something else instantly. The more you think about it, the more you feel, and the easier it is to take action upon it. And the second tactic that I say to myself is that it's all mental. World, the universe, life is all mental. For example, unfortunately, my brother passed away recently. I've never gone through something like this in my life. It's tough. It's horrible. It's not nice losing a loved one. However, if I sit around and focus just on the negative side of that, yes, of course, I'm going to have my moments. But if I just sit there and focus on the negative, it will destroy my life. It will pull me down. The only thing that I can do to benefit from this situation is to become a better family person out of this. Become more loving. Spend more time with the people who mean a lot to you. You can always change and transmute the mindset of every situation in your reality. There's a famous saying I like to say, if you can change it, change it. But if you cannot change it, change the mental attitude towards it. Never just sit there focusing on the negative side of reality. This helped me with mastering myself watching pornography. It's all mental. You hold the power over the mind. And the next tactic is probably the best one ever. And I still use this today in everything in my life. Before I make any decision in life, I always say to myself, what is the effect of this cause? Is that effect going to push me towards who I want to be? Or is that effect going to pull me away of who I want to be and become and where I want to go in life? If the effect is not pushing me towards who I want to be, I will not take the action which is the cause. Consciousness cannot escape the law of cause and effect. It is an immutable, inchangeable law that is governing your consciousness and your mind. You have to keep this law in mind because it is the law that is creating and crystallizing your reality. Any decision you make, what is the effect of this cause? The law of cause and effect is a force that you cannot escape. So you have to work with this law and become conscious of the law. So before you do take the action, what is the effect? Is watching pornography going to push me towards who I want to be and where I want to go? If it's not, do not take the action. That's where willpower comes in. You can do little exercises for willpower, meditation for 30 minutes of not thinking. You can do rituals that strengthen the connection to your mind with your willpower. At the end of the day, the willpower is the most essential force in the consciousness. Another thing is remove any music that talks about it. Even the words will be producing thoughts in your mind. What you feed your consciousness is ultimately what you project back outwards. Don't listen to the rap music. Don't listen to any music that talks about it. Try and remove this from your environment. These tips that I've given you don't just work in quitting pornography. These work in every aspect of your life, and they will dramatically change your life if you become conscious of them and actively use your mind. Don't fall under the spell of becoming unconscious. Never act unconsciously. Never think unconsciously. Never feel unconsciously. Stay on top of your mind. Be the observing eye in your mind. Never fall unconscious. Of course, we all need to sleep, but I mean in the waking times. And this is why learning about yourself or consciousness is essential for every aspect of life. Business, your career, money, whatever it is. Whatever you're doing in your life comes down to understanding human consciousness. And that's why I wrote these books, so you understand yourself, so you gain your understanding of the functions of your own mind, body, emotions, and how you are creating reality. That's why I wrote the book of symbolism, because symbols are not just symbols. These symbols represent forces and aspects of the human psyche themselves, and they are veils, they are keys that help you remember and become conscious of what has fallen unconscious in your mind. We're simply just becoming conscious of what we are unconscious of and becoming conscious of them and using these powers. You want to take your life to the next level? Feel free to get the book of symbolism. I'll leave a link in the description. Take care, everyone.
The earth has become a realm in order to trap souls within so that they can harness our electricity, our energy. Even the Bible is talking about how this realm is controlled by the wicked one in John 5:19. We know that we are the children of God and that the whole world is under the control of the evil one. Ephesians 6:12. For our struggle is not against flesh and blood, but against the rulers, against the authorities, against the powers of this dark world, and against the spiritual forces of evil in the heavenly realms. So the Bible is telling us that this is not the only world. There are other worlds, there are other realms that we can go to, considered as heaven. Heaven being a higher realm where there is no evil, no darkness. This is a midpoint realm where there is good and evil. Now, we're going to explain how the soul trap is how it's working and how your soul is being harnessed for its energy and how you are tricked to come back to this realm after death. What you need to understand is first is that you are the invisible intelligence behind the physical body. You are the mind and soul. The soul is the true you, the good you. It is pure love, pure bliss, eternal, never dies. The mind can be corrupted though. The mind is the intelligence of the soul. It is invisible. It has no true form. The intelligence inhabits the brain. The brain is the computer to control the electrical machine called the nervous system, which is choice, program, and action. You are the invisible intelligence behind the body, and this will prove it even more. You do not even see into the external world. You are seeing an image produced by the brain because the light is being sucked through the retinas of the eyes. The image is produced in the visual cortex at the back of the brain. What does this mean? This means that we are the consciousness in the center of the brain, in the pineal gland, that is experiencing the program being ran by the central nervous system in the brain. This is the sigil of Lucifer. Lucifer in Latin is Lucy. Lucy is light in Latin. Lucifer is known as the light bearer. This is how the eyes work, people. It's not a demon or a devil. The sigil for Lucifer is how the eyes work, and how the left eye is controlled by the right brain. The right eye is controlled by the left brain. There is a crossover. It's the same with the body. The left side of the body is controlled by the right brain. The right side of the body is controlled by the left brain. There's a crossover with our hemispheres in the brain. Now, this empty chamber in the center of the brain is where this universal cosmic intelligence is held, known as the most holy place in the Bible, the throne of God. Okay? This is above the 33 vertebrae on the spine. As you can see here, you are the being in the center of this point. All of the nerves are being sent back to this one particular point, which is the seat of our invisible intelligence. You can see it's an empty chamber. Our consciousness, our intelligence is not a physical thing. This intelligence is the true voice inside of your head. This is why your head is heaven, your heart is earth, your heel is hell. Your head is heaven because this is the seat, the throne of God. God is in heaven because the consciousness, this divine intelligence that's controlling the body, is sat in the center of the brain. The brain is taking commands of this invisible intelligence. When you close your eyes, you can feel your awareness, your consciousness, your intelligence is all in the brain. Your awareness is not in the feet, the heart, the legs, the arms. It's all in the center of the brain. Now, if you meditate deeply, you will find that you are beyond the mind. You are the being observing the thoughts. You are the soul observing the thoughts. Now, with this being said, you are the consciousness experiencing the program being ran by the central nervous system in the brain, because you're not seeing into the external world. It's an image, it's a simulated image produced by the brain and the central nervous system. You do not experience the external world. You do not feel the external world. You feel electrical impulses on your nervous system. Your nervous system is decoding what you are feeling. So the only thing that you truly feel is the electrical impulses on your nervous system. This is why the nervous system is the tree of knowledge of good and evil, because it gives your invisible intelligence, your mind, the knowledge of good and evil. It can detect good things, it can detect bad things. If it's hot, if it's warm, if I need to go, the nervous system is doing this. It is the tree of knowledge of good and evil. Okay? Now this universal intelligence is symbolized as the single eye. Okay? Matthew 18:9. It is better for you to enter life with one eye than to have two eyes and to be thrown into the fire of hell. What does this mean? It's symbolic, it's metaphorical, people. It is metaphoric. Your universal intelligence is the single eye, the one eye. It's the balance between the two poles, between the left and the right, the good and the evil. It knows the right thing to do all the time. This is our inner guide. The inner self is the inner guide. And when you are operating your life off duality, using your two eyes, you'll be thrown into the fire of hell, lower states of consciousness. Because you're split. You need to live in oneness, even, balance. Matthew 6:22, the light of the body is the eye. The light of the whole body is the eye. You are a light being. Human. Hue means an attribute of a color. Man is the word manifested. We are light manifested into physical form. Depending on your vibration is depending on what color that you are vibrating on, which is a hue, a human. If therefore thine eye be single, thy whole body should be full of light. Again, it's talking about the single eye, oneness, completeness. When you balance the hemispheres of the brain, we'll go over that later. But anyways, the body is the earth. This is what we need to understand, people. The body is running the simulation, the program that our consciousness is experiencing. So when we leave the body during death and astral projection, we leave the earth. This is how it works. The body is the vehicle for the earth, for this realm. Everything exists within our mind. You have the soul, mind, and body. The soul is the observer, the watcher, the true being. This is why she has many different heads, because the soul inhabits different bodies. This is the serpent, which means knowledge, which is the mind, wisdom. And this is the body, soul, mind, and body, Brahma, Vishnu, Shiva. The mind is the bridge between the soul and the body. So what do I mean? When you astral project, you are using your mind to project your awareness, your observing consciousness outside of the physical body. The mind is the projector, projecting consciousness. By using your mind, you can project your consciousness outside of the body, which is known as the astral realms, which is known as walking on water. Jesus was never walking on physical water, people. It's metaphorical. Believing the physical body. The water is the ether, which is the veil between the physical and the astral realm. It's a fluid substance. It's on either side. It's physical and astral. The ether is the fifth element that they hide from us. Why? Because they're trapping you in the physical. They are hiding all of these realms. Etheric, astral, and mental. People think their mind is their brain. It's two separate dimensions. These are completely different dimensions. The mind is way more intelligent. The mind is formless. There is no form to the mind. You can think anything you want. You can manifest anything you want within your mind. It is not a physical object. The physical realm is being controlled by the mind. Everything's being controlled by the mind. Everything exists within the mind. This is why the Egyptian says the universe is mental. So when we project our consciousness outside of the physical, we go to the astral. The ether is the water that Jesus is walking on. This is the veil between the physical and the astral world. The word together has ether within it because it joins the two worlds together, the astral and the physical. The word either is ether because the ether is on either side, physical and astral, physical and spiritual, physical and non-physical. In the astral realm, the mind can manifest anything we want. We incarnate to restrict our minds. This is why Saturn, if you go and watch my video on Saturn, how Saturn is this simulation, okay, our minds can manifest anything we want in the astral plane in the click of a finger. However, when we incarnate in matter, we now have to labor for our manifestations. This is why Saturn's known as the great teacher in astrology, because he teaches you a lesson. When your mind incarnates into matter, it's teaching your mind a lesson, the knowledge of good and evil. This is why the Bible says, you shall be gods and know the knowledge of good and evil. When you incarnate here, you have to know the knowledge, you need to know the knowledge of good and evil to become a god. Okay? Now, the square is the physical plane, the triangle's the ethereal plane, the circle's the eternal plane. The circle has no beginning, no end, it's eternal. The physical plane is the square, it's limited. The square is limited. The cube is the geometric shape which gives rise to matter. Now, the term think outside the box has truth in plain sight. You have to think outside the box to project your consciousness, use your mind to project your consciousness outside of the box, the physical plane, into the astrals. The astral realm is the realm of the stars. Above us is the stars. Through the stars is the astral plane. This is why astral has the word star within it. The devil is the deveil. When you sell your soul to the devil, quote unquote, it's metaphorical. The devil exists in the physical plane. It's the lowest state of consciousness. The deveil, you deveil yourself into the physical when you are the devil. The deveil. The ethereal plane. Now, we all know what the famous symbol of the all-seeing eye, right? The all-seeing eye with the eye in the triangle. Look at the Masonic artwork showing you the triangle above in the sky. This is symbolizing the ethereal planes. The eye in the triangle symbolizes your invisible intelligence, your mind, which has the ability to see on either side. Because the triangle's the ethereal plane. The eye is your consciousness, your intelligence. And this intelligence has the ability to see in the physical plane and to see in the ethereal planes, in the astral planes. This is why it's above the earth. It's above the ground. Because it can see here, it can see in the heavenly realms. Now, the stars are, well, this is known as heaven, the realms of the astral planes. This is some quotes from the Emerald Tablets of Thoth. Out of the darkness ye must rise upwards, one with the light and one with the stars. Man is in process of changing to forms that are not of this world. Grows he in time to the formless, a plane on the cycle above. So there's other worlds. The Bible's telling you there's other worlds, there's other realms. Know ye must become formless before ye are one with the light, the astral light above, which shining through the stars. Not of the earth are ye, earthy, but a child of the infinite cosmic light. You are the invisible intelligence controlling the physical body. The body's not you. It's the vehicle that your soul lands in when your mind projects your consciousness into that realm. Free from the body, I flashed through the night. Unlocked at last for me was the star space. Wow, that's powerful. The star space, the astral planes. This is what it's talking about. We are all a star. We descended from the astrals, which is the star. We are all a star. Look at the ancient paintings of Jesus' birth. It's the star beaming his consciousness down into the physical plane. Here's another one. Here's some Freemasonic artwork showing you, again, the ether, that invisible intelligence, the eye, manifesting itself inside of here, in the physical realm, where the people are. You see? It's the same here. This is Jesus. The bird symbolizes the Holy Spirit, your invisible intelligence, descending into the waters, the ether, the ethereal, everything. The ether is the base of all physical matter. Here's truth in plain sight. Mr. Bean, the famous TV program in England, in the UK, he begins the program like we all begin the program from falling from the stars. He falls down with a beam of light. And this is truth in plain sight. This is false. The aliens don't exist. They're a lie, alien. But this symbolizes the star beaming our consciousness. And when we die, this star will suck us back up, just like this UFO is doing. It's truth in plain sight. So, this is some more Freemasonic artwork, going from duality to singularity. Sun, moon, masculine, feminine. Right hemisphere, feminine, left hemisphere, masculine. The consciousness in the center, the balance point. Here's another more Freemasonic artwork. The two pillars, left and right hemispheres, and the invisible intelligence between the left and right hemispheres, the light of the body. This is why light's coming off it. Because it's light, it's pure light. The blazing star. The stairs go from the checkered board, the duality, up to oneness, in between the sun and the moon, the masculine and the feminine. This is symbolizing going into oneness. What did the Emerald Tablet say? You've got to become one with the stars, one with the one with the self. Balancing the two hemispheres so that you can gain, because when the two hemispheres are balanced, you can gain a more deeper connection with your invisible intelligence. Same with the chakras. When the chakras, the 7 seals in the Bible, these are 7 seals because when you conquer the 7 chakras, when you balance the 7 chakras, you then gain a more deeper connection with your internal self, because your mind is not filled, it's not being ran, it's not being dominated by these 7 deadly sins, the 7 seals, the 7 chakras. These are 7 energy centers which are concealing our true form. Balance makes us have a stronger connection with our true cosmic intelligence. Heaven is even. This is why Jesus is pointing at the heart. The even point is the heart. You got to balance the chakras and live from the heart, because the heart is the earth. You're in good and evil. The body manifests the lower and the higher self. The higher self is in the higher parts of the body. Wisdom, intuition, expression. The lower self is in the lower parts of the body. Sex, food, and power. This is how they are trapping your soul, people. Like I said, the mind is the bridge between the soul and the body. So by tricking the mind, not giving it the right knowledge, and keeping the mind stuck in the lower 3 centers, thinking about power, food, and sex, this is low vibrating energy. It's going to keep your mind addicted to the physical realms. Okay? This is why you need to go even, balance, heaven. Okay? I will explain the soul trap in a second, how it fully works. But I'm telling you all the science behind it so you can understand. When you are doomed, you are domed. This is the dome, the firmament, the firmament, the mind. Ment is mind, firm is firm. A firmament is doomed under the firmament. You must have a loose mind, an open mind to expand your consciousness beyond the stars, beyond the ethereal barrier. You have to vibrate higher than this world. Your consciousness must be expanded more than the physical plane. You need to learn how to astral project. You need to learn how to leave the body, how to operate outside of the body, so that you, when you do leave the body, you will have recognition. You'll have knowledge. You'll have practice. But this is as above, so below. The woman's belly is the earth. It's as above, so below. It's a microcosm of the macrocosm. We are the children in the womb. We are the people in the earth being ready to be born into the heavenly realms. As above, so below. It's a microcosm, macrocosm. Everything is in everything on a bigger and a smaller and a larger scale. Now, when the baby figures out that there is a world beyond its mother, what happens? The baby starts to move around and tries to get out of the mother. Because once it starts to hear the external world, starts to hear people, it's going to wonder, what's outside of why am I in here? What's outside? So the baby will force its way out of the mother. It's the same with our minds, as above, so below. When our minds figure out that there are other realms beyond this world, we will seek a way out. This is the womb, the mother earth, mother nature. It's the mother. We're in the womb. We can be born out of this world, which is being born again in the Bible. When you are doomed, you are domed under the dome, under the firmament, the firm mind. The firm mind will keep you under the firmament. Due to the law of polarity, there has to be other realms. There has to be. Because the law of polarity works in this world, and it will work on every scale possible. It's universal laws. These are universal laws. The law of polarity means that there are other realms polarizing this realm. There is a hell, there is a heaven. There is a midpoint, which is Midgard, which is the one we are in now. Earth, heart. Earth is the heart. Heart is the center, good and bad. The balance between good and bad. Your reality is your level of realization. Your mind realizes other worlds, you will seek a way to them worlds. It's that simple. The soul trap is to keep you stuck in this physical body, which is the earth. This body is the earth. It's running the program, like I said at the beginning. It's running the simulation that your consciousness is experiencing. You are an electromagnetic being, and you're hidden in a cage, your rib cage, and you're stuck in cells, a prison cells. Look, you're in cells. We produce electromagnetic energy. Your soul produces this energy. And by trapping your consciousness inside of this physical realm, they harness this energy within the astral realms. They're using you to manifest demons, because your mind creates demons through emotions and mental thought energy, which is a whole nother video. I can make a video on that. You're manifesting everything for them because they're trying to create a hive mind. This is why they want everyone to believe in one belief system, one government, one belief system, one religion, because they're creating a hive mind. This hive mind will manifest and be summoned within the astral planes, because the mind manifests the astral plane. The astral plane is the realm of imagination. The mental plane is the realm of just thought alone. The etheric plane is the energy. The physical plane is the matter. So all of our minds together are manifesting these demons within these subconscious realms, the astral. Now, how are they keeping you stuck to this realm? Well, when you die and you're stuck in your lower three chakras, okay, when your mind and soul detaches from the body, which is the earth, when you leave the earth, you're still going to have these mental addictions to the food, the sex, the materialism, the phone, the cigarettes, everything. This is why they get you addicted to everything possible. The TikTok, the YouTube, they get you addicted to as many things possible Because when your mind is addicted to these things, and when this mind leaves the physical body, you're still going to have these addictions. Okay? You're still going to have these thoughts. And you will be manifested into the lower astral realms because you're thinking materialistic, you're thinking negative, because your level of realization was your reality. You were manifesting hell on the earth. When you leave the body, you're going to manifest hell in the astral planes, which means you'll be vibrating on the very low, which will put you in the lower astral realms. So guess what? You're going to come back. You're going to come back into materialism. You're going to reincarnate. Because you haven't prepared for life after death. You must detach from the external world. Okay? Moon is mind. The sun is the soul, the earth is the body, the moon is the mind. This is why we say lunatic. In your mind, you have a specific mood. Moon. Money, M-O-N, is the moon. Money exists in the mind. They get you addicted to the money. The Bible's telling you this. Do not conform to the pattern of this world, but be transformed by the renewing of your mind. It's telling you. Of this world, but be transformed by the renewing of your mind. Who knew that the Bible was this deep? Matthew 16:26, what good will it be for someone to gain the whole world yet forfeit their soul? James 4:4, don't you know that friendship with this world means enmity against God? Therefore, anyone who chooses to be a friend of this world, of the world, becomes an enemy of God. John 4:4, dear children, are from God and have overcome them, because the one who is in you is greater than the one who is in the world. It's talking about the invisible intelligence. It's greater than the physical world. John 2:15, do not love this world, nor the things it offers you, because this world will create you to, if your mind has attachments to what this world offers, sex, money, and power, pretty much, you will reincarnate here. You will come back here, because when you leave the body, your mind will still have these addictions. Do not love the world, nor the things it has to offer you. All of this is in my newly published book. The paperback versions are now available. Finally, for all the people who have been waiting, the Book of Wisdom. All of this knowledge is inside of the Book of Wisdom. The paperbacks are available. There's worldwide shipping. You can get it anywhere, pretty much, any country. My new website, it's amazing. There's going to be some amazing products coming on the new website. But I thank you all for the support. Before I leave, I need to explain what is going on with the soul trap. Like I said at the beginning, the mind's the bridge between the soul and the body. The body's the realm. By tricking your mind with false knowledge, they are keeping your soul stuck to this realm. They get you addicted to all the physical things, and that is it. As soon as you're addicted and you die, you're going to come back. So by tricking your mind, which is the bridge between the realms, they keep your mind stuck within this body. They keep you in physicality. They deveil you, the devil, the deveil. Thank you all for the support, people. If you do want to join the Academy, all the links will be posted below this video for the book, The Academy. Thank you all for the support and have an amazing day.
bookofwisdom.com. Visit today.
Okay. Is manifestation real? Of course it's real. You've just manifested that sentence. You turned a thought into an action and then generated a physical experience. You turned the invisible thought into a tangible reality. That is manifestation. You just have to learn how to do that on a mass scale, on a bigger scale, to generate something bigger. you know? So yeah, of course, manifestation is real. That's all you're ever doing. Creation is not created. It's in an ever state of becoming. You are in a continuous state of becoming something in the present moment. You know, so you're always molding creation through thought, emotion, and action. Let's let the Harley Davidson go past my house. It's a very loud bike. It's a cool bike. But yeah, you're in a continuous state of creation. And that's what this symbol ultimately represents, right? Hi, if I order your book today, will it be here before next Friday? You mean not this Friday, but next? Yeah, it should be there, for sure. So, this is what this symbol ultimately represents. Because the snake can shed its skin, which means it renews its layers. It transforms from old layers into new layers. It removes old layers of skin, symbolizing transforming. But the snake is eating its tail. The end gives birth to a new beginning. And this is what the present moment is. The present moment is the continuous state of becoming and unfolding of creation. We're all tapped into the live stream of consciousness, like you're tapped into this live right now. And you are directing them life forces in the present moment through thought, emotion, and action. You direct the life flow, the life force that you're tapped into. And wherever you direct it through thought, emotion, and action, and your time and attention, that is the reality you generate. And you create that reality. And that's what the symbols are here for, people. The symbols are here to awaken you to things that you just realize about yourself. I'm not teaching you anything new. This is just something you realize. This is solid truth that you can't, escape. You can't escape the law of cause and effect. The force is too powerful to escape the force and the law of cause and effect. The law of cause and effect is over you. It governs you. So you have to work with that law consciously. Most people are not conscious of the laws that govern their life. They're not conscious of the laws that's governing their mind. Your mind is governed by laws, not man-made laws, but universal laws you cannot escape. It is impossible to escape cause and effect. So you must work with the law. God law, basically. Yeah, they're called, occult societies, secret societies, they call the laws natural law. Then, of course, you have man-made laws. So you have to work with the law. If you do not work with the law is going to be working anyway. And it will probably work against your favor. But these laws that are in place are there to give you what you want, to create your will, to create your desire. These laws are here for you to create, to give you what you want. Okay? So we have to become conscious of the laws that is governing our mind. Because the mind functions with free will, however, exists in the boundaries of the laws. Without them laws, the mind would not solidify a true creation. Everything would be chaos. The laws make sure that it creates this specific reality that you're experiencing right now. Hello, Harry. I've reached a higher state of consciousness thanks to you and your book. Wow, amazing, Craig. Absolutely amazing. Absolutely amazing. You know, this book, don't read it once, read it many, many times. I'm probably sure you already have, but it just helps you. You know, you pick up new things every time you read it. What do you think about getting a pentagram tattoo or a different symbol? I mean, the pentagram's a great symbol. It's just how you use the symbol. I gifted your book to a friend. Wow, amazing. Which book? The new one or the older ones? So we can influence our reality, of course, through thought, emotion, and action. You have free will. You have full control over them three things. If you try and control anything other than your thought, your emotion, and your action, you are going against natural law. God has given you the permission to only control your thoughts, your emotions, your actions. If you try and force anything on anyone else, you are then breaking natural law. They are the forces that consciousness expresses itself through the mind, mentalism, through thought, imagination, through emotion, through feeling, intuition, and through action, willpower, taking physical actions. That is how the force of consciousness expresses itself in three distinct ways. And that's how you create your reality, through thought, emotion, and action. And that's how you gain your personal power, by controlling your reality. How do you control your reality? Very simple. Is this the Book of Wisdom? This is not the Book of Wisdom. This is the Book of Symbolism, the brand new book, only available on my website. So here it is. Here it is, people. This is not the Illuminati. This is not the Illuminati, people. Let me make something clear. Everyone has demonized this symbol, and I think they use this symbol on purpose. Because this symbol unlocks your personal power, and that's what the Illuminati is. The Illuminati are illuminated people. That's ultimately what it means. Illuminated. What is illumination? Light. That's why there's light surrounded around it. Light in the eye. What is the eye? The internal perception. The mind that allows you to perceive information. The internal eye. The person in your mind who thinks. That's the real you. That is the real you. The person in your mind who thinks is truly formless. Okay? The Illuminati are illuminated people. They understand the secrets of the human mind and human consciousness. And other people who do not understand the secrets of the human mind and human consciousness are ignorant, and the people are using the knowledge they know against them. If you know psychology, right? If you know the deepest secrets of psychology, you can then use that against someone to manipulate them. That's how the system works. It runs on information, knowledge, and power. And the power comes through the information. The people who have the most information about how you function have more power. Why? Because they can use you, because they understand you more than you understand yourself. You see? That's what the Illuminati is. The Illuminati are people who understand the secrets of the human mind and how to manipulate the secrets of human consciousness to make them do something and create something in their agenda. You're all creators. This is what you need to understand. That's what consciousness is. Consciousness is a creative force. It creates through thinking, feeling, and acting. The triangle. But that thought, emotion, and action are just three expressions of the one force of consciousness. Thought, feeling, and acting are in fact one actual force. because it's the force of the universe. We're all using the same force. And that's the same force that Yoda uses in Star Wars. In Star Wars, is all talking about the force. That is the force, and that force is running through you right now in the present moment. You have the ability and the free will to direct that force through thought, emotion, and action into a reality. So, the Illuminati is just simply people with a high understanding of consciousness and the human psyche, and how to actually create reality. You think something, you feel, and if you have a feeling towards that thought, you take the action. As soon as you lose feelings to watch this video, you will scroll and take action to find another video you have a feeling for. That is how reality creates. That's how reality unfolds. Okay? So the eye in the triangle is showing you the ultimate state of consciousness to create reality. 1 and 3. There is one eye and 3 points on the triangle. The 3 expressions of consciousness that create reality: thought, emotion, and action. In one, unified. Most people do not have a unified consciousness. They think about creating a business, their emotions feel like watching TikTok, and their actions are eating food. That's divided consciousness. That's the checkered board. That's the Masonic checkered board. Their mind is divided in black and white, different personalities, different ideas, different desires. Their mind is not solidified on one creative project. The mind is divided within duality. Okay? That's what the checkered board is. The checkered board is simply a divided mind. Because this checkered board is all, this whole piece of artwork you see here of the Freemasons is showing you how someone's mind functions. That's the secret. Very simple. Symbols, occult symbols, Freemasonic symbols are basically showing you mind states, how you think. Divided pillars, left and right pillar, sun, moon. Sun is masculine, the masculine mind, and the feminine mind, the conscious and the subconscious. But here, there's an eye in the middle, unifying them in the middle. Unification. Unifying with the true being inside of you. Not being left or right. Not being too masculine, not being too feminine, but unifying the masculine and feminine principles to become a unified consciousness so you can create your reality. The masculine principles symbolized by the sun, and this left pillar symbolizes willpower, your will. Your willpower is very, very, very powerful. Willpower is ultimately everything you create, your will. So this sun represents the masculine forces of the mind, such as willpower, taking physical actions, intelligence, intellect, thinking. That's all the masculine. Then on the right side, you have the feminine qualities of consciousness on this right pillar, symbolizing imagination, emotion, desire, intuition. These are the feminine forces of consciousness. And what happens when a male and a female comes together? They give birth to a new creation called a baby. What happens when you merge your masculine and feminine qualities of consciousness? You merge your willpower, your thought with emotion and action. You give birth to a creation, a baby. The same principle. It's the same principle. Freemasonry is very simple. It's about bettering yourself, working on the temple, and the temple is symbolic for you, for your mind. The stonework of Freemasonry, Freemasonry is about stonework, and that stone is you. You're perfecting a stone, and that stone is your mind. You're perfecting the Temple of Solomon, or you're rebuilding the temple, which is rebuilding yourself, because you are the broken temple. The thing is, your teachings is destroying my life. It's not destroying your life, it's destroying your old view of the world, which will then give birth to a whole new, beautiful life. You have to go through destruction. You have to go through the darkness to see the light. Destruction, creation demands destruction. And it's up to you how you interpret my information. Take it with a pinch of salt. Go and do your own research. I'm not saying everything I'm saying is, take what I say and apply it to your life and see if it helps. But everything I'm telling you here is helping me build myself and build my own reality. But it's very simple. It's about building yourself, because when you create change in your own psyche, you see change in your world. What happens when you start to awaken? You start to think differently. And when you start to awaken and spiritually awake, what happens to your friends? Your friends say, oh, you've changed. You see? So the external world is always mirroring your internal world. If you create change in yourself, you will see a change mirrored outside of you. That is as above, so below. Okay. So, Freemasonry is very simple. It's about yourself. It's about the Temple of Solomon. You're rebuilding the Temple of Solomon. And the Temple of Solomon is an allegory for you. Your mind is the Temple of Solomon. Your body is the Temple of Solomon. So why is it the Freemasons wear this apron, right? So you see the Freemason here wearing this apron. Well, this apron originates from stone masonry. Stonemasons. What are stonemasons? Stonemasons chip away stone, and then they use the stone to put on a building or, wherever. But Freemasonry teaches in metaphors. So this stone, this apron, was worn by the stonemasons to protect themselves from flying chips of stone hitting their genital area. So this is symbolic of doing the Masonic work, perfecting the stone, perfecting your mind. Every day you are either building your mind or building your mind's prison. Every day. You wake up, you're either destroying your mind or either help freeing your mind. You have the option, right? And they also wear this apron on the lower half in the genital areas because you think with every chakra. The chakras are basically spinning energy vortexes. This is what you see here, right? These chakras. You can think with every single chakra. You think with your head. You can think with your heart. You can. These are centers of consciousness. Okay? These are centers. These are each center that you see along your spinal column has a high amount of nerve centers. It's like a nerve center. But that nerve center is then powered by the etheric body. Now, that's very advanced. Not many people understand that. But your body is not just you. You have many subtle vehicles of consciousness, bodies of consciousness, which you'll learn about in the Book of Wisdom, Volume 1. So there is one force in the universe, and that force is emanating through you, manifested in 7 chakras. Anyways, the reason why they wear this apron on the lower half of the body, because it's a reminder to cover up, to stay conscious of their lower self, because this is the lower self, or the lower half of the body, and this is the higher self in the higher part of the body. If you think with your genitals, all you think about is sex and eating. If you think with this lower half of the body, you will only, think about sex, eating, and power. So they wear this to remind themselves to conquer their lower nature, their animalistic state. Because the Mason is aware that they need to build themselves to a higher consciousness, to the higher mind. They need to align their will and mind with the higher mind. Because ultimately, the reason why all of these teachings stem from is because it's preparation for death. This is where all this comes from, okay? You never die. This is the truth. In the daytime, you're in your physical body, and in the nighttime, you're in your astral body, and it's just a massive cycle. So daytime is life, nighttime is death. Wintertime is life. Wintertime is death. Summertime is life. As above, so below. It's just bigger and smaller, right? So, with that being said, you never truly die. You are not the physical body. You are the internal being in your mind who thinks. You are not the thought. You are the one who hears the thought. The thinker. The knower. You are the being inside your mind, not the being outside your mind, which is this physical body. So Masonry is about working with that internal self. Mastering that internal voice, because that is the architect of your reality. The internal dialogue. That is the stone that they're working with. They're chipping away at, they're perfecting, they're smoothing. The inner dialogue. No one pays attention to this. The inner thinker, the being who is thinking in your mind. Who is that being? Who is the person in your head? It's not your body. Your body is acting out the commands of the internal being. So, this is what we have to connect to and master the inner dialogue, the inner thought processes, because the thought is the architect of reality. Thought creates everything. Thought creates everything in the whole universe. The whole universe originates from thought. So Freemasonry is basically about mastering the inner dialogue and working on the inner self, the person in your mind. And the deeper you get to know that inner voice, you start to realize that there are many different vehicles of consciousness. You don't just have a physical body. You have a physical, etheric, astral, and mental and spiritual body. The physical body is just the lowest dimension there is. The physical plane is the lowest dimension there is. Your mind operates above all of them. A thought is just a thought. It has no true form. That thought takes on the body. That thought wraps itself in imagination. So the thought alone is just a thought. But then that thought then wraps itself in something we call astral matter, which is your imagination. The light, the screen in your mind that allows you to vision a specific object. The thought wraps itself in astral forms. That astral form becomes like an emotion in your heart because you want to then take action to generate that mental image you created. Then it turns into a physical reality once you start to take the action to fulfill the desire of that mental image you created. So these are the many different vehicles of the mind. And the mind is not just in the brain. This is the whole wrong thing with science. The mind is not the brain. The brain is just a physical computer to decode the commands of the mind. The mind is not even touching the physical world. The inner dialogue is not in the physical world. The true you is a higher dimensional being. Okay? The inner dialogue. And we're working with that inner dialogue to master it, to ultimately master your reality. So again, Freemasonry is all about cutting stone, but it's not about actual stone. This book by Harry B. Joseph, right? Yeah, I am Harry B. Joseph. I wrote these books myself. This book is my brand new book, the Book of Symbolism. And it's only available on my website. You will not find this book anywhere else. The Book of Symbolism. So, nice to meet you. Welcome. Okay, so, again, what does this represent? The rough stone is a symbol of the self, the unrefined self, the unenlightened aspects of our mind. So the rough stone represents the uncontrolled aspects of our mind. We have many different versions of ourselves in our minds, right? We have a version of ourselves who's perfect. We have a rough version of ourselves that we can become. There's many different things in our mind. But the aim of the Mason is about unifying all of them different personalities into our higher self. It's about learning the secrets of the mind. So this represents the perfected aspects of the mind, and there is also there is no such thing as perfection. We will never actually truly perfect ourselves. But the aim is to be perfect. So the Freemasons show you the checkerboard. I'm ordering all your books this week. Oh, wow, thank you. You will look, your whole life will change. Your whole life will change. Okay. The checkerboard floor. This is symbolizing on a base level. So symbols have a many, many, many different interpretations. So on a very basic level, this checkerboard floor represents duality, how everything is dual, positive, negative, day and night, hot and cold. But the deeper you go into the layers of the symbol reveals the secrets about the human mind. So this is all showing you the mind. Different states of mind. Because that's what the universe is. The universe is one singular consciousness expressed in many different forms, in many different clothes, what we like to call people. Me and you are cut of the same fabric, which is the universal mind experiencing itself. So the mind is the very architect of reality. Life is not happening outside you, it's happening inside your mind. You are a projection of the mind. However, you have the ability to identify with your ego. Your ego is very simply just a false version that your mind, it's a version of yourself that your mind has created through experience, thoughts, words, memories, and traumas, and belief systems. But beyond you, if you turn your mind off, if you stop thinking, then who are you then? That's what we call the universal soul. Everyone is that same substance. When we all turn off our mind, we are all the same substance, the universal soul. But we have the ability to generate an ego, which is our own personal identity. The ego is not inherently evil, but the ego can become bad if you don't tame it. It's the beast. But anyways, the duality represents, very simple, black and white, positive, negative, day and night, the opposites in the physical world. But On a higher level of masonry, it represents a divided mind. The one divided in many. The illusion of the third dimension, of how everything is separate. But in fact, we are all the same substance. We are all the I am. We are all the I, the inner dialogue, the inner voice. Masonry is about working with the internal voice, the thinker in the mind, the true higher dimensional being that you are. Because that higher dimensional being manifests its life forces through you and creates in the physical three-dimensional world. So it's about directing the life forces through you. Now, a big misunderstanding about the world that religion has placed on people. A big misunderstanding, right? People think the world was created. People think the world was created thousands of years ago. It's the biggest lie ever. Step back, remove that belief out your mind just for a second, and realize the truth. The world was not created thousands of years ago. The world is creating now, in the present. It's unfolding now. Creation is unfolding in the present moment. God is thinking reality into existence right now, and you are thinking your reality into existence right now through thought, emotion, and action. You are crystallizing reality now in the present, and you can become a co-creator with the creative force of the universe. But we've been taught the complete opposite because the powers that be in the world do not want you to become a conscious creator. They want you as a slave and a worker. You see, so we have to understand that we are all co-creators of this world. We're all contributing towards the building project of Earth right now. But the elites make you think that the world was created thousands of years ago, and now you're just experiencing it. Now you become an experiencer. You're not an experiencer. You're an experiencer and creator. You mold it. And when you do not understand this, someone else who does understand this will use you to create their agenda. Because they understand this. And look what's happening in the world today. We are creating the agenda of the government. Why? Because we believe their lies. We don't have to, but we choose to. We all have free will. Everything else is just an illusion. Money is an illusion. It's a belief in the mind. Harry, are you a part of Freemasons? I am not. And if I ever do, I will be transparent about that. So this is representing your mind divided. Divided consciousness. Now take a look here. What are the Freemasons trying to show you here? Squares to circles. Square, circles. Geometry. Geometry. Harry, my book came, thanks. It's a pleasure. It's an absolute pleasure. Enjoy the book. Take your time, read through it, enjoy it, read it over and over. You know, I can't wait for you to read this. Was it the third book you got? The three represent alignment, the black and white represents conscious and subconscious. It can represent that, yeah, that's one layer of symbolism. But you got to remember that the symbols don't represent one thing. There are many different layers to the symbols. Many different layers. So it's going from squares to circles. So you have to understand geometry for this. There's different codes to this. A square. Can you measure the surface area of a square? Of course. Very easy. You just measure this side and that side and times it. Right? Very simple. Then you have the surface area of a circle, of a square. But can you do that with a square? No. You can't find the surface area of a circle. It is impossible. You can get very close by using pi and different, different mathematical equations, but you will never exactly find the exact surface area of a circle. So what are the Freemasons trying to show you? Measurable and immeasurable. What you can physically touch and measure down here, the squares, and what you cannot touch and what you cannot measure. And there is a ladder going from what you can measure, the physical world, the squares, up to what you cannot measure, the circles. So this is about the upliftment of the mind. This is about the mind raising from only a physical state of awareness, raising the mind so it can function as a spiritual mind and use the higher dimensions of consciousness, such as imagination, thought. Most people's minds are stuck in the measurable, the squares, limited. They think inside the box. You have to raise your mind and think outside the box. This is what it's about. Raising your mind and using the higher dimensions, which is imagination. You cannot measure imagination. It does not exist in the physical plane. You cannot measure thought. It does not exist in the physical plane. So it's about raising consciousness to actually use the cognitions of the mind. Most people are not using the mind. Climbing in consciousness. We're going from squares to circles, measurable to the immeasurable. Okay? And that's the key. Look at the key. How do you go from the circle, the squares to the circles? You got to go through the woman, the green woman. Who's the green woman? Who is the green woman? The feminine. The feminine aspect of consciousness. You cannot just go from low consciousness to high consciousness. It is impossible. It takes a lot of work. Doing work on your mind is way harder than any labor or work you could possibly imagine. The work on yourself is not easy. And I never will say it's easy. It is very, very, very difficult to change your mind because it is literally programmed. Very difficult. So you have to go through the woman. And what's the woman? The care, the desire. You have to have a desire to climb the ladder. You have to have the love and the care to do so. If you do not have the care, you will not climb the ladder. If you do not have the care to watch this live, you will continue scrolling. You have to come into contact with the feminine, the heart. You have to care to reach the higher consciousness, to take the actions that are necessary to generate that consciousness. That's the key to open the door to the upper room Jesus mentions. Jesus is always talking about the upper room, the kingdom of heaven. This is what it is. It is a higher state of understanding. A higher state of self-mastery. That is what it's all about. So in order to climb the ladder from the immaterial to the material to the spiritual, you have to care. If you do not care, you will not reach that higher level of consciousness. Because why? It takes a lot of self-work. A lot of work. A lot of reprogramming the self. A lot of meditations to gain control over the inner dialogue. A lot of reflection. A lot of sacrifice. Yes, very well said. Very well said, Timon. It takes a lot. It's not easy. Constructing, working on your mind. It's very difficult. And you don't see the benefits for a very long time. But when you do start to see the benefits, the benefits are massive. So this is what it's about. It's you. This is all you. And what are we chasing? We're chasing the I. What's the I? The I is the eye is open. It sees. That's the inner observation, the inner being who observes everything, observes the thoughts, observes everything. But we're chasing a higher I, a higher perception of ourselves by raising consciousness, a higher understanding of what you truly are beyond your human form, which is a higher dimensional being. We're chasing the I. The I is a higher perception of ourselves. Yes, very well said. You see? So this is what this is why if you read symbols, you become very powerful. That's why I wrote a whole book on this, so you can learn this too. Everything I've said and more, you can learn. The Book of Symbolism, the only place it's available is on my bio. revivalofwisdom.com. I just released this November 17th. But it breaks down everything about Freemasonry, of how you can learn this knowledge and gain a higher consciousness. But anyways, if we get this to 50k, I will drop some coupon codes for you all, and we'll carry on. I'll drop some coupon codes so you can save some, some money. And we have worldwide. We have, this is powerful knowledge. Powerful knowledge. What do you think about the Golden Dawn? I have a friend, well, not a friend, but I know him through, he's an Instagram creator, and he went through the Golden Dawn system, and he is a very famous author now. You've probably heard of his stuff. It's called The Serpent Rising. He went through the order of the Golden Dawn, learned about Kundalini and stuff like that. Golden Dawn Society, yeah. How can I buy your book? There's no link in your bio. There should be. There's a link in my bio. Revivalofwisdom.com is the only place you get the Book of Symbolism in English, French, German, Italian, Spanish. Okay, so let's carry on, right? So we've broke this down. You now understand that we're going from squares to circles, which is going from the measurable to the immeasurable, changing the mind from a state of reaction, because this is, okay, the circle cannot be measured, but the square can be measured. So this is the material, this is the spiritual, this is the seen and the unseen. This is the cause, this is the effect. The cause, effect. What does the sun do? The sun causes effect on the earth. This is why there's a sun here. It's showing cause, effect. The sun produces changes in the plants and the nature on the earth, which means as above, so below. The cause is above, the effect is below. So this is talking how to change the inner dialogue of yourself, the inner self, the inner voice, from a reaction mind to a demanding causal mind. Most people live in reaction mind, the square. They're reacting to the world outside of them, when the world outside of them is simply the effect. You cannot change it. It's already affected. It's already manifested. The only thing you can do to change the world is to change the cause. The inner world is the cause, the mind is the cause, the external world's the effect. The inner world is the cause, the external world is the effect. Most people have something bad outside them. I'm not perfect. I'm not saying I've reached the highest level of consciousness. I'm still working on myself, and I'll always say that. But most people are stuck in reaction consciousness, where their mind is just reacting in a state of complaining about the external world. when the mind is the cause. The cause, the mind needs to be a cause and a demand and a command. But that's fine, you know, I was in that state. And I still catch myself now and then being in that state. But we have to train our minds to understand that the outside world is the effect and the internal world is the cause. And we need to raise that ladder towards the causes. Make the mind a powerhouse of control. A powerhouse of control. Okay? Awareness, yeah. Okay. Symbolism. The winding staircase. You can't see the room. Where is it taking you? This is talking about the upper room, climbing to a higher state of mind. But when you're down here, you can't see that room. You don't know what a higher consciousness is. You don't know, like right now, maybe there's some people in here, they don't even understand what even is a higher consciousness. You will never understand until you start to do the work on yourself, until you start to see what it's like to understand yourself. When you understand how you work, you know what to do in every situation. You have the tools to use in life. So this is about climbing the staircase of higher consciousness into the inner room that you can't see. Beyond the curtain. The curtain is the veil. This is about entering in yourself. Walking past these two pillars is about walking into the internal self. It's a journey inward. You have a self outside the mind, this body, and you have a self inside the mind, the inner being, the material and spiritual. That's why you're an individual. You have a dual nature, inner and outer. So when you're walking in between these pillars, you're walking, it's symbolic of walking in your mind, walking in a journey into the self. And we're working with the inner self. This is what Freemasonry is about. But it's a winding staircase, which means you can't see where this staircase is taking you. You don't know what a higher consciousness is, what it's like to be in a higher consciousness or a higher understanding of reality in the self. So you must have faith. Faith, not faith in a God, but faith that the staircase or this journey, this work you're doing on yourself is going to lead you somewhere. You must have willpower. It takes willpower to walk the stairs. You must have care. Faith, will, and care are the three forces that help expand the mind into higher levels of consciousness. So it takes faith, will, and care to walk this staircase, to walk this path, to do the work on the self, to master the self. And a spiral staircase also represents time. It takes time. Time moves in a spiral. Yesterday there was 12 o'clock, but today there's also 12 o'clock. But today is higher than yesterday. So it's just a continuous spiral upwards. Yesterday was 12 o'clock. Today there's 12 o'clock. And we're just going to continue this spiral. This is time. It takes time to walk this staircase. It takes time to reach a higher consciousness. It takes faith, will, care, and time. It's not an overnight process. Okay? So I hope this understands, hopefully you people are taking this on. Darkness to light. This is a massive phrase in Freemasonry, from darkness to light. But what is the darkness? Darkness, you can't see. When the room is dark, your eyes can't see. Symbolizing ignorance. There are parts of yourself that are in darkness. You are not aware of these parts of yourself. Most people are not aware of their imagination and the powers of the imagination. That means it's in darkness. Darkness to light is about becoming conscious of the things inside you, the aspects of yourself that you may not be aware of. Exposing a light. If I turn on a light on something, you expose it. You see it clearly. So Freemasonry is about going within the self and finding the things that you are unaware of and becoming conscious and using them as tools to help you in life. Your imagination is a guiding force to shape your future. Your intuition is also a guiding force. This is the hammer, the Freemasonic hammer. Why do Freemasons use hammers? The hammer, the force. What is your hammer? What is the force that drives you? What is the force? What is the desire in you that makes you go through life? We all have a hammer. My hammer is to help as many people understand themselves as possible. That makes me take my actions. That's the force inside of me that takes action. The reason why I'm on this live is to take action to help people. That's my force. That's my hammer. You have to have a hammer in life. This is a tool. You have to have the hammer. Here's some more secrets. Force, form, very powerful. Not many people understand this one. But like, I could sit here all day and talk about all the different symbols in this, but there's many different symbols that you can go over. Force and form. Okay, so we have hit 50k, by the way. I did promise people earlier, we have hit 50k, that I would give out a coupon code. I did promise people. So I'm going to have to give that coupon code, and then we'll carry on with this, breaking this down for you. Okay? So let me know in the comments if you want a coupon code. Just say the word yes or something. And if I know people want it, then I'll give one out. If not, I'll just carry on. Okay. I'm going to give you a 20% code. In fact, no, I'm not going to give you 20%. I'm going to give you 30% off. Wait, let me just test something. I don't want this to mess up for you. I want to make sure it's working properly. Okay, 2 seconds. Let me just test the website to make sure the code works. I don't want to give it out and then people, don't end up working and then people start, So let me just test it. Okay. 2 seconds, people. You said 50%. I didn't say 50%. I said if we hit 50k likes, I will give a coupon code. And that's what we've hit, 50k likes. I can't give 50%, then that would be pointless. I wish I could, but it's literally, I'd probably lose money. I'm just testing the code out for you. We worship you. I don't want to be worshipped. Please don't worship me. I don't want to be worshipped. I really don't. I'm not here to be worshipped. I'm telling you the power within yourself. But I thank you for that comment. That's nice. It's nice of you to say that. Okay, so it is working. Okay, nice. So the code is working, and the code is, I'm not giving you 20%, I'm going to give you 30%. Let me Do I have a pen? I can write it down for you. The code is light. All caps. That's the code. All caps, capital letters. And you'll save yourself 30%. This is the brand new book of symbolism. You're going to save yourself 30% on the brand new book of symbolism. Is this where 607 Onk gets it from? I don't know. I've been around for a long time talking about this stuff. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know where he gets this information from. Force and form. Here it is. Website name, revivalofwisdom.com. Revivalofwisdom.com, or the link in the bio. No book is going to help you, just meditate. You know, I used to think that exact same thing. But unfortunately, that is I used to think that, but then I realized my ego was keeping me back. The ego wants to say, I don't need anything. I don't need someone else to tell me anything. But then you have to come to a realization that there are people out there with knowledge way beyond what I knew. There are books out there that I need to read. There are people out there with knowledge way beyond mine. And you have to suffocate your ego and let go of that to actually grow. I used to think that exact way. But it depends what you want, you know. You don't have to go down this path. You can just meditate. That's completely fine. You know, it depends what you want, I guess, as well. So you are completely right. You are completely right. Is there a PDF? No PDF. Physical books only. You know, we ship worldwide. What's your fave part of the book? Oh, you know, no one's ever asked me that. You know, that's a very good question. What is my favorite part of the book? I love this part. I love this part. How quick is delivery? Delivery, it depends where you are. UK is around 7 days. US, pretty sure it's about 7 days. It's a print on demand. So basically, an order will go through the website and then it'll go straight to my suppliers. They print it and then they ship it. And then they obviously send you emails with the tracking information and stuff like that. You know. But this is probably my favorite part. Is it UK based? It's not. So the suppliers that I have, they have printing warehouses all around the world. I'm pretty sure they have one in the US, one in the UK. So wherever you are in the world, wherever the order is going to, it goes to the correct warehouse, so it gets shipped in time. That's basically how everything's set up. Because I don't actually stock them all. I mean, I do have quite a lot here. I'll show you. I have quite a lot of them here. These are all Book of Symbolisms. This is what they look like. Explain everything about Freemasonry, pretty much. Everything you can imagine about Freemasonry. That's the first book. That's the second book. This is the brand new one. Which this is the one we're going over today, pretty much. They will be on Amazon in the next, I don't know, 2 weeks, 3 weeks maybe. How can we use the book to live a fulfilling life? That's pretty much, the book teaches you, it's a guide to higher consciousness. It helps you understand and unlock aspects of yourself that you never knew was there. What are the 2 pillars in Freemasonry? Great question. So the first part of this book goes over that for a very long period of time. So the first whole section of the book goes over the Jachin and Boaz pillars, right? The different symbolism. So it basically represents the masculine and feminine forces of consciousness. But it ultimately represents division as well. The number 11 is a dividing number. It's left and right, right? It's left and right. So, have you experienced spiritual psychosis? No. If you met me in person, you would never even realize, because I don't talk about anything to anyone. People who know me don't even understand what I do. I don't talk about, I'm just a normal person. They probably think I'm asleep. Well, just a regular person who's not aware. But, I only talk about this stuff to people who ask me. To my family members, I'm just a regular person. But then obviously if they ask me about this, then I can tell them things. So yeah, in person you would never even know. I'm just a regular guy. I work throughout the day. I make videos. I work on my YouTube. I help my affiliates. I come on live. I help people. I speak to my university students. And then I go to the gym, see some family members, and, I'm just a regular person. But not regular in mindset. Me personally, I don't agree with, making everything your whole personality. That's fine if you do that. That's completely fine. We all have different ways of living and expressing ourselves. But, I don't find I don't want to make this my whole personality. I love to read books in my spare time. I watch a lot of, listen to a lot of audiobooks. I don't really listen to much music. Whenever I'm in the car, I put on an audiobook. And just by doing that alone, you'll gain a lot of information. Just type in Masonic books or esoteric books. You will find so much on YouTube. Just listen to everything, and over a period of time, you'll start to develop a pattern recognition, and you'll start to decipher your own truth. The Bully Slayer was cloned. I see some of his videos today. I don't know. I don't think he's being cloned. I think I don't know. He stayed off the internet for a while. He might have changed and stuff like that. But I love his stuff. How long did it take to change your reality to your desired reality? Good question. For me, it was, I wouldn't say got lucky, because I work very, very hard. I work at least 10 to 11 hours a day most days, but not recently, but before. But for me, there was not many people in this space talking about the things that I do at the time. So for me, it sped up very fast because of that. There's not many people who can give you this information I give you. Well, there's a lot of people who can give you this information, but they're not, well known or outspoken about it, respectively to them. And luckily, my stuff started to gain a lot of attention, and my life changed in a matter of a year. But, you know, it can take longer. For years before that, I was trying many different things. Many, many different things. But whenever you preach about mind control, I realized I'm in a prison of my own thoughts. Yeah, a lot of people live in their own prison. Like I say, every day you wake up, you're either building your mind, you're either building your freedom of your mind or building the prison of your mind. Every day. You're either building your prison or your freedom. How long have you been on this path, Harry? Long since way before 2020. Way before 2020. I was talking about, I can't say the thing on here, but you know, the virus. I was talking about the virus way before 2020. And there may be some people in this live who watched my very first lives. I used to go live all the time. But I was looking into conspiracy theories when I was year 7, year 8. And then I got really deep into like conspiracies 6 years ago. And then after about a year of that, I started to switch into like esotericism. And then for like the past 5 years, since 2020, it's been all esoteric stuff, pretty much. You know, like Masonic, the psyche, human psyche, human consciousness, metaphysics, symbolism. So the last 2 years, it's mainly been symbolism, because I'm obsessed with symbolism at the moment. But yeah. Do you believe in God, Harry? I believe in a form of energy that gives rise to all things, yes. And we are a part of that energy source, that conscious energy. We are an emanation of that. We are cut of the same fabric of that. It is one consciousness clothed in different beings. Harry, you said faith, will, and care and time. Didn't you say time doesn't exist? Can you explain this? You know, time is the present moment. It's an eternal now. But, you know, that's what we call time. The movement of that. I don't believe in a God outside of us. You know, well, God is outside of us, but he's also inside of us. God is everything. I like how you put that. Oh, wow. Thank you. If we visit a Masonic temple, we'll see a lot of these symbols in the building architecture. Oh, yeah, of course. Everywhere. You'll see this everywhere. And look here. This is the gate of Europe. 2 pillars. The gate of Europe, 2 pillars, middle pillar. Here's the gate of Europe again, 2 pillars, middle pillar, with the person in the middle. Here's George Washington, 2 pillars and the middle pillar. You are the middle pillar. You are the middle pillar. You're the middle pillar. You are the balancing pillar between the masculine and feminine. You're trying to combine the 2 pillars, which is the masculine and feminine forces of consciousness. And this is what I say about building yourself. This is the Egyptians telling you the same thing. They're building the middle pillar. They're building the self. They're building the mind. That's what Masonry is all about. You know? So look. Here's the Anunnaki showing you 2 pillars, Jachin and Boaz. And look at the person in the middle pillar, which is balancing the masculine and feminine forces of consciousness, trying to become whole and unified, a unified mind. And he's stepping up, symbolizing raising consciousness. Stepping up to a higher level of understanding. Here's Buddha, same thing. Buddha, Vishnu, Sumerians, Egyptians. Wait on, we still got more. Jesus with the 2 pillars. Egyptians again, they're building the self. This is what it's about. It's about building the mind. Royal Arch of Freemasonry. Knights Templars. It's everywhere. This symbolism is everywhere. It's in every tradition because this is the universal system of constructing the mind. This was way before religion. This is what it was about. It was the religion of the serpent. The serpent used to symbolize this knowledge about the serpent can shed its skin and transform. So it's about transforming the mind. The serpent was the universal symbol of this spiritual journey. What does the G mean? So here, you see the G. It wasn't a religion of the serpent. I wouldn't say religion, but I in my conclusion, you can take this as a pinch of salt. In my conclusion, I think the serpent, found in every religion. It's the Vatican. It was in the Garden of Eden. It's in every religion you can possibly imagine. There's a serpent, and there's serpent symbolism all around the world. I personally think the serpent was the symbol for gnosis, for the well, I don't like calling it religion, but a spiritual system that was universal before religion. It was the wisdom of Kundalini. It was the wisdom of awakening. It was the knowledge of the self. And then I think the serpent got demonized because then religion took over and started to externalize all the spiritual teachings and then following man-made gods and gods in the sky and stuff. But before all of that, I believe that me personally, I believe the serpent was a symbol for the universal spiritual system of knowledge that was before all the religion. That's my interpretation. It's about self-transformation. Yeah. Someone asked about the G. And now they say serpent is Satan. Yeah, very well said. Now everything about the serpent is demonized. And it's crazy to me when you realize, well, everything's inverted nowadays. So, I guess we'll never know, but based on my symbolism studies, that's what I think it is. I could be wrong, but so okay, why didn't you join Freemasonry if you believe their teachings? It's not believing anything. These symbols are self-awakening. It's not. Everything I teach you is not about believing anything. It's about shedding light on what was there, but you just may not be conscious of it. So, for example, the G, this is a Masonic symbol, and the G represents the force of care, the force of love, the heart, the generative principle, the G, the generating force of reality. That is love. The heart generates your reality. You right now are watching this live because you have a care. You care for the information I'm sharing. So that care is allowing you to take the action to generate this experience you're having right now. So in order to go through the Masonic temple and walk the path towards the light, you have to have the G inside of you, the care to walk that path. If you do not have the care, you will not take the action. If you do not have the care to watch this live, you will continue to scroll. G also doesn't have a numerology meaning. Yes, 7. 7. G is 7. And there are 7 cognitions of the mind. So the G is also gnosis. Gnosis about, knowing, gnosis. Gnosis is knowledge gained through direct experience. So you right now, you know you're here. You know, you don't believe you're here, you know it. Instead of believing God, you can get to know God by gnosis, by studying the self, by entering trance-like states of meditations and understanding the self. That's gnosis. And in order to gain gnosis, you must have the G. That's why gnosis begins with a G. Because you must have a care to meditate. If you don't care about gaining a higher consciousness, you won't meditate. If you don't have a care to reach the light, which is just a higher state of understanding, you don't have the G. If you don't have the G inside of you, you will not take the actions to walk up this path, up the mountain. It's a difficult path of self-mastery. So that's the G. It's the driving force of your reality. And if you don't have the G, you won't walk up this hill. You know, so the teachings that I teach is, you know, it's about shedding light on something that was already there. Does the Book of Symbolism teach us how to get the G? Well, yeah, the G is just simply your care. Do you care about gaining information? Or do you not? You either have it or you don't. And you can cultivate it. We do talk about it here, all about the G and different symbolic here. So in order to get off the checkered board and rise towards the light, so we're going from base consciousness to high consciousness, from material to spiritual, in order to do that, you have to go through the woman. And what is she doing? She's caring. She's caring for the little baby. So it's symbolizing, in order to go from low consciousness to high consciousness, you have to care. You have to go through the feminine, the heart. You must have a desire in your heart to truly raise your consciousness. That's why there's a woman here caring for a little baby. You have to go through the feminine to reach a higher consciousness. So anyways, is that why religion is against women? You know, there's so much that goes into that. I believe they don't want us in contact with the feminine energy of consciousness. We're all masculine and feminine. We all have feminine qualities. We all have masculine qualities. They suppress the feminine aspect of consciousness because that's what unites. If we all loved each other, we would be united. They don't want us to love each other because that creates division. And divided people are easier to control. If we all united, we'd all realize we can take over the government. So they destroy the feminine because that's all about caring, nurturing, growing as a community and as humans with the earth, caring for the earth and things, but it's just completely demonized nowadays. And now it's just a masculine-dominated world. But Freemasonry says that the G is geometry or God. It's all the same. God, what is God? God is a creator. How do you create something? Through the G, you have to care. If you don't care about something, you will not create it. If you don't care about the live, you will take action to scroll away until you do find something you care about and you take the action to watch it. So it's about generating reality. God, which is a G, which is about care, creation. Geometry is the same. It's all about creation. The mathematical codes. But it's all to do with the G principle, the generative principle. If that makes sense. So most words with G are all to do with care. Gift. If I gift you something, it's because I care. I have a G. I have a care towards you, and I'm gifting this. Geometry, God, generation, Genesis, all about creation and care. The whole world is built on love, and when you see it, you can never unsee it. The whole world is built on love. All creation is built upon the principle of love. That's why the earth is called hot. Earth is hot. Because the whole world is built through the heart, the love energy. You only take action on what you love. Some people love twisted things. Some people love hurting people. But, you know, we have to purify our love. But, you know.
The Book of Wisdom by Harry B. Joseph has really piqued my interest. It's 119 pages of curated spiritual insight. This book has really piqued my curiosity. And regardless if I believe in everything I read out of here or not, I am just so mesmerized by a lot of these topics. You know, it's all, some of them are controversial. Some of them are based in Christianity. Some are not. But it's just a really insightful book. And I'm super excited to check it all out. If you want to check it out too, I'll link it for you.
Get your copy. Visit bookofwisdom.com.
Hello and welcome to another video, people. Before we start, please like, comment, and subscribe if you wish to see more content. Today we're going to be talking about the mental universe and how everything is mental. This is the #1 law on the Kabbalion. If you've never read that book, it's called The Kabbalion. A very good book. It's the first law because this is the most important thing you need to understand. Is how everything exists within the mind. Behind every single one of these eyes is the same consciousness expressed in different bodies. The mind is what gives perception to what you're experiencing. Behind every single one of these eyes is the exact same consciousness, but the brain that they inhabit is giving them a different perception, a different being, a different body. Now, this is the difference between humans and animals. Humans possess a advanced consciousness, an advanced mind that gives us the ability to be aware of ourselves mentally, physically, and spiritually. We can reflect on ourselves. When a dog looks in the mirror or an animal looks in the mirror, it doesn't know what it's looking at. It doesn't realize it has a consciousness. It can't reflect on itself. It can't say, I want to improve in this area. It doesn't have that consciousness. We have a divine consciousness. Take away the N for divine, and you get with a D, put it with a D, you get divide, because we have a divided two-way consciousness. An animal only has one. However, it's still the same mind. We're all mind. We're all mental. We all exist within the mental plane. Look at this person walking. The body, the brain is sending electrical signals through the 12 cranial nerves, which the 12 disciples that spread the gospel of Jesus, right? You have 12 cranial nerves in your brain. There are 12 disciples which spread the gospel of Jesus. Jesus represents the mind, the intelligence, the invisible intelligence that we all are, the same intelligence, the same exact consciousness, which then sends a command into the brain. Then the brain sends these 12 electrical signals through the 12 cranial nerves to control the rest of the body through the nervous system. This person walking is not, the body is not walking. The mind is telling it to walk. And the brain is it's a supercomputer which is decoding these demands given to it by the mind. Because the pineal gland will have something to do with the ether because the ether is physical and non-physical. The mind is sending the commands through the ether to the pineal gland, which is then getting broken down into electrical codes within the brain and sent throughout the nervous system to control the body. And this is why in the Sims simulation, because the body's the simulation, it's a false reality. It's the fake reality. It's not the real you. You are formless. There is no form, but the third dimension is a dimension within your mind. Matter, mind, light is all a product of your mind. It's all in the mind. Now, this is why The Sims has this green little diamond on top of the head. Because this is you. This is your invisible intelligence controlling the character. Okay? It's controlling the character. And this character is in the world. Your consciousness isn't in the world. The world exists within you, but the body is a vehicle for that realm that you land in. When you have a dream, your mind transcends this body into another body, duplicates your body into another universe, unite, unite is one. We're all one. It's all one universe, expressed in many different ways, infinitely. And the vehicle that you land in is the body to operate in that realm. This is the all-seeing eye, as you see here. The eye, this is all the intelligence. This is the ball of consciousness, God, expressed in different bodies. We're all this same one in different bodies, as you can see here. And this intelligence is expressing infinitely throughout the universe. An infinite universe. There's no beginning, no end. There was no beginning of the universe. There is no end. It's infinite. Always has and always will. But the mind is what gives you the ability to explore the universe, to make perception of it. We are God in disguise. We are God in disguise. We are God in flesh. But the body can become attached to the mind can become attached to the body if the mind is not aware of itself. When the mind is that blinded by matter, and we lack knowledge and understanding of what we truly are, a formless, infinite being, a traveler. This is why Freemasons are called Freemasons. Mason means traveler, free. You're a free traveler because your consciousness is a traveler of the universe. When we lack understanding, our mind bounds to the body because we don't separate the body with our different layers of consciousness. When we separate them and identify that we are mind, body, emotion, you then can apply this knowledge to when you want to astral travel and explore the different realms of your mind, because the mind is the universe. People, this is what we need to understand. The mind is the universe. I am you and you are me. This is the Egyptians showing you this. The Ankh is the symbol of life. This is the one ball of consciousness, mind, giving it the Ankh life to all the different life forms. The cows, the birds, the snakes, and the big Ankh given to the humans, because the humans are the most intelligent. We have the most advanced consciousness. We have the most advanced consciousness. This is why the one is giving a big Ankh to the humans here. Here you see it again. This is not the sun. This is also showing Ankh giving out its life to all things infinitely. And this is the Most High. We are the Most High in disguise. When we strip off the body, we strip off the desires for the physical world, we strip off all of these fake identities that the mind gets attached to. That is God. The universe. You are the universe experiencing itself. I and I. The letter I and the number one is just one line. The letter I is the number one. Because your I am, when you refer to yourself as I, every single one of you who's watching this video refers to yourself as I, which is the one. We are all the one. We are all intelligence. We are all invisible. We are all the one. One is the only number. 1, 2, 3. Everything goes up in ones because there is only one. Doesn't matter how far you go down the line with numbers, all of their numbers are created by one because there is only one. To me and you are the exact same consciousness expressed in different bodies. Mind, cause. There is only one cause. There is only one mind. There is only one being. But because we lack understanding of this, we think we are the bodies. And this causes division because the physical world is the most illusionary world. It's an illusion. It's all an illusion. Now you see with the two, you look with the two eyes, but you see with the inner eye, the mind. Okay, the mind is the mental plane is a shared plane, and it gives perception to what you're looking at. The mind. I'm affecting you when I speak because the mental plane is shared. We all share mind. We all express mind. When I'm speaking to you, I'm affecting you because we are mind. So the words that I'm saying, which are being manifested from my mind, are being manifested through my body into vibration, is affecting you. I'm affecting you with what I'm saying. And these words are having an effect on your mind because we're all mind. This is why you need to be careful what you're listening to, music and all sorts. Because music can also create thought loops within your mind. Because the chorus, we shouldn't be listening to choruses. Choruses are loops. And what they're saying in the chorus is being looped. And this can create thought loops within your mind. Go and listen to an old song that you used to listen to about 5 years ago, 10 years ago, 20 years ago. Go and listen to an old song, and you guess what? You will get nostalgia. Why will you get nostalgia? Because that song will trigger the thoughts that you were thinking in that time of listening to that song. So songs with choruses create thought loops, and they reprogram your subconscious mind. It's important why music is very powerful. Mine and mind, same word. See, language is the truth, people. This is why I use language in all of my presentations, especially the English language. It's riddled with occult truth. I is my me. I, you, and me are I, one. We are not the name, we are I. Every single one of you is I because we are all the one, all mind. Now, the only thing that is truly mine is my mind. When you say something is mine, it's an illusion. It's not yours. The only thing that is mine is mind, my mind. Okay? It's my mind. It's the only thing. It's the same word, mine and mind. Like I said before, everything's one. Hot and cold is different degrees of the same thing, of the one substance, of degrees. The 7 colors are different frequencies of the one white light. Everything is one. There is only one. We are all one. Everything is one. Hot, cold, day, night. It's the same degree of one, which is mind. The mind's perception is what's giving it, labeling it hot or cold. The mind's perception of colors is what is giving it red or purple, hot or cold. There is only mind. The mind gives things perception. There is only one, that is mind. The conscious and the subconscious mind. The male and the female, these are married. The subconscious mind is your hidden part of the mind. Okay, it's hidden. You can access it through different meditations and Reiki teachings, and dreams are manifestations of your subconscious. This is how you know mind and matter are one, because your mind creates matter in dreams. Your subconscious manifests everything in a dream, in the astral realms. The conscious is what you're conscious of, what you're consciously thinking of. So me, I am conscious that I am speaking into this mic and creating this video. My subconscious mind is the hidden part of the mind, which is speaking to my heart, telling it to beat. It's telling my food to digest. It's regulating all my blood. It's doing everything in my body without me being conscious of it. Without me being conscious. The subconscious is the feminine. The conscious is the male. The Bible, of course. Proverbs 12:4. Helpful, not helpful, an excellent wife is the crown of her husband, but she who brings shame is like rottenness in his bones. In the same way, husbands should love their wives as their own bodies. He who loves his wife loves himself. You can take that physically, you can take that literally, or you can take it metaphysically. See, the Bible's written in such a way where you can take it as your level of realization. He who loves his wife loves himself. If you love your subconscious, if you love yourself, you speak good about yourself, because your subconscious takes everything literally. If you say, I hate you to someone, your subconscious does not know the difference between me and someone else. It only thinks me, me, me. Why? Because mind is the only thing that exists. You are mind, I am mind. If I say, I hate you, you're saying that to yourself. Your subconscious picks that up and says, I hate myself. And that's telling your subconscious that's what you want. Because your subconscious manifests 90% of your behavior. The programs within your subconscious. Tying your shoelace is a program. You don't need to be conscious of it. You can just do it because it's a program. It's deeply interwoven in the subconscious. Driving your car, texting on your phone. You don't have to think about what letter. You just do it because you know where the letters are. It's a program. Therefore, if you look after your subconscious, they are a married couple. It's your wife. Your subconscious is your wife. And it manifests 90% of your daily basis thought patterns, actions, behaviors, emotions, all the things that you all the trauma that you've experienced is stored within your subconscious, which is affecting you. So let's say you were in a car crash 10 years ago, and you had a really traumatic event, you really hurt yourself, and you had a very, very, very strong emotion that you felt of pain. That will still affect you today. And why? Because it will manifest into your behavior. How? Well, you'll be cautious of what cars to go in and who. You'll be cautious because of that event that stood within your subconscious, because of that feeling you felt was so painful and so strong. It's still manifesting into your behavior today. For example, you won't go in certain cars, you won't go with certain drivers. The subconscious stores everything, all your memories, the programs, and everything. So if you trick the subconscious, that's how you manifest your life. If you trick the subconscious, you already have something. And therefore it will manifest into your life, into your behavior, thoughts, and actions. This is why the golden rule is to treat others like you want to be treated. Because I am you and you are me. We are all subconscious. We all have subconscious. Whatever I do to you, I do to me. Because my subconscious picks that up and thinks I'm speaking to me. Mind is very powerful. Whatever I do to you, I do to me. Treat others like you want to be treated. The golden rule. That is the only rule we need in this realm, in the universe. If everyone understood this rule and how the subconscious works and how karma works, we'd live in heaven on earth, the Garden of Eden, the golden age. As a man thinketh in his heart, so is he. Proverbs 23:7. Where your heart is, there will be your treasure. Your heart's the emotions. This is the storehouse of emotions. It is where you feel emotions. You have to let your emotions move through you, not become you. You can't let your emotions become you. Or except be like the sky and let them pass through you. Be like the clouds and the stars passing over. Let them pass through you. Do not let them become you. And this is how emotions can take over your mind. We are driven by, when a man is driven by emotions, he has no self to control. You must control the mind, because the mind can be corrupted. Because your thoughts are electrical in the brain. Your thoughts come from the mental plane. So how the mind works is that you place your attentions on something in the mind, and infinite information just flows in. Think about it. When you think of a certain topic, as soon as you think of that topic, information comes flying into your mind. Different ideas, ping, ping, ping. It's all connected. It's why we call it a mindset, because your mind sets itself to frequencies. And when we think of something, we tap into that frequency, and just the universe, the mind, the mental plane just flows in information based on that frequency and that thought. The universe is just information. All of the information out there, nothing is new. It's all there. You just have to tap into it. You can tap into these different thoughts, and it's all there. Everything already exists within the mental plane. You don't think anything. You receive thoughts. We all share the mental plane. We affect each other. I'm affecting you. Listening to me is affecting your mental plane, your mind. The physical plane is the lowest plane. It's the world of effect. Everything you see in the physical plane is the effect of mind. Like I said, the person walking is the effect of their mind telling the body to walk. The physical plane is the lowest dimension of your mind. Mother Earth, we are in a mother. We're in the womb still. The Earth is feminine. It looks after you. It provides you with food, for free. It grows on trees with water. It's Mother Earth. It's the womb. The dome above your head is your mother's belly. Okay? Is your mother's belly. You're in the womb still. You're forever in the womb because your mind's constantly expanding. Because when the baby's mind figures out that there is a reality outside of its mother, it starts to hear the people on outside of its mother, what does it do? It figures a way out of the mother, and it becomes born again in the water, in a hospital, into the other world. It's the same with our minds. When our minds figure out there is other worlds beyond this physical, we explore them. The astral plane, for example. You figure a way out of the body. Because when you're the firmament, look at the word firmament, meant at the end. Firm is firm, something strong, something like a rock is firm. If your mind is firm like a rock, you will be stuck under the firmament. So, for example, people who are very programmed and can't think outside the box, they have a firm mind and they'll be stuck under the firmament because your mind is the only thing that's keeping you under the firmament. It's the only thing. When you're doomed, doom is dome. This is the dome, which is your head. Your head is the dome. Above your head, above the earth is the dome, the ethereal barrier. But that's just an external manifestation of your head. You don't leave the earth, you leave your body to leave the earth. Because your body is the earth. It's a dimension within your mind. So when you're doomed, you're domed. Your reality is your level of realization. You realize something, or when you have an idea, the mind, in the EYE or I, same thing, mind, it's all mind. Reality is your level of realization. You realize there's other worlds. That's your reality. Your perception's your reality. Mind in Latin is mens. Jesus was known as the fisher of men, which is the fisher of minds. He was fishing minds worthy of knowing the higher truth, the deeper occult knowledge. Jesus figured out that we are all God. And he got killed for it because in that age they were trying to suppress this information. Jesus figured out he was God because we are all God, every single one of you, and they killed him because we're all mind. We are not the body. We're the invisible intelligence, which is God. But you are not God if your mind is attached to this physical world, to the worldly pleasures. If you master your mind and travel the depths of your mind, that is God. Mental and men. Look at the word mental. It has men in it. Men in the Bible means mind. Here you see Masonic. The Masonic symbol with the eye, the mind. Looking over, everything is the one. Everything comes from the one. All the lines coming off it. Giving its life to all of the life forms. Down here, on the bottom, you have duality, black and white. Up here, you have singularity. One and the two. Unification and division. The lower self is divided into the left and the right. So the Bible even says, I forgot what verse it is, but it says, it's better to go through life with one eye than to have two and be cast into the fiery abyss of hell. I'm not sure what verse it is, but you can research it yourself. It's better to go through life with one eye, to be unified consciousness, dimension. No brainer. No brainer. The language tells you the truth, people. Dimension. The dimensions are in your mind. Entertainment. Entertain the mind. Disappointment. It's all in the mind. Environment. The environment that you are in is a product of your mind. Within, rearrange spells high twin. Within is your mind, and your external world is mirrored from the decisions you make in your mind. Advertisement, commitment, it's all meant, it's all mind. Everything is mind. Everything. So, this is important. The collective thoughts and collective beliefs. The collective, because we all share the mental plane. And because of this is why we are in a weakened state of consciousness at the moment. Because the collective thoughts and the collective minds overall are asleep. And they don't believe in anything. You see, everything is true within the mind. You think of something, it is there instantly. You think of a chair, it's there in your mind. You think of anything, it's there instantly. So everything's true within the mind. Anything can happen in the mind. Anything can happen on the physical plane if the collective consciousness, the collective minds, believe it to be true. This is why back in the days, in the ancient days, you look at all the old world stuff, you see all this crazy technology, and it's because as a collective, as humanity back then, they believed that they had much more open minds. Therefore, the things manifested in the physical world were a lot more out of the box, so to say, compared to today. For example, magic is not as powerful today because the masses don't believe in it. It's still powerful, don't get me wrong. But if the masses believed, or if everyone knew magic could be real, because it is, anything's real in the mind, it would be a lot more powerful. You see? So and what they're trying to do is create a hive mind worldwide. They're trying to make one religion, an external God. What happens when you worship something external? You give energy to it, because where attention goes, energy flows. Where your mind gives attention to, energy goes there. And when we all believe in external gods and give our worship and our power to these external things, we all give energy to it, which will manifest as a demon in the astral planes. It's a hive mind. They're trying to make a hive mind to summon our energy. Trying to summon our energy. And it through mind, through collective thoughts, the hive mind. They want one religion, one government, one currency, one belief system. And that will create a hive mind, which will limit our consciousness, which will limit what we can do in the physical world. Because if everyone doesn't believe in certain things, it cannot happen, because it's all in mind. Mind is so powerful. I am you and you are me. I hope you all enjoyed this video, people. If you haven't already, join the Wisdom Academy. The Wisdom Academy, we have many occult lectures just like this one. Also, we have just launched Mindwave Hub. If you want genuine frequencies, genuine binaural beats, because the ones on YouTube, the ones on Spotify, Apple Music, they're all tuned to A440 hertz, which shuts down the right hemisphere of the brain. If you want to gain access to your true consciousness, your mind, you need to balance the two hemispheres and balance the chakras. You can do that externally by listening to binaural beats. If you want true frequencies, true binaural beats to hemisync the chakras, hemisync the brain, to gain access to the different dimensions of your mind, well, you can gain access anyway, but it's going to help you if you're trying to learn this. Join Mindwave Hub. The link will be in the description. Listen to the binaural beats, meditate to them, listen to when you go to sleep. They'll massively benefit you. Thank you all, people. Hope you had an amazing, lesson. Hope you learned a lot. And please subscribe. God bless you all.
bookofwisdom.com. Visit today.
The scariest thing about having your first out-of-body experience and leaving your body is the realization that you have after. You realize everything you've been told about yourself, reality, the earth, what you're doing here on earth is a complete, utter lie. Your self-belief of what reality is and what you are is completely shattered. You now fully understand that you are more than your physical body that you inhabit. My first out-of-body experience happened a few years ago, but before all of that, I remember being a child, going to bed and closing my eyes, and I remember as a child feeling like I was floating above my body and moving. And maybe subconsciously this has led me into knowing intuitively that there is more to reality, and I've gone down this path of esotericism, occultism, consciousness. Maybe that has led me to this, I don't know, but I've always had this subconscious intuition in my mind that there's more to reality than what we've been told. And maybe it came from having these experiences as a child. And I'm pretty sure some people in the comments will also have that experience, feeling like you're floating when you close your eyes in bed as a child. I remember this very vividly. But a few years ago, I had my first out-of-body experience, and it completely shattered everything. And it confirmed to me that I am eternal, and there is so much more to the self, to consciousness. I then realized after my first out-of-body experience that our self is not just here in the physical dimension, it's existing in every dimension there is in the universe. However, our mind is focused primarily on this physical time space. When your mind is totally giving its attention and time to this particular time space, it locks in the mind or consciousness into that particular body of consciousness, such as the physical body, right? But for example, let's say you have a daydream and your full focus isn't in the present moment and your environment that you're in physically. Your mind kind of wanders off into a daydream, what we like to call it. That again is shifting time space. Your consciousness is 40% here in the physical plane, because your body's there, but then the other 60% is in this daydream, this imagination. So you're shifting time space, and what an out-of-body experience does is allow your mind to reduce that attention to the physical body and access attention to this altered body or dimension of consciousness. So I'm going to give you the story of my first out-of-body experience, because I know when I was researching this, I was always looking for personal stories about someone's out-of-body experience, and there's not many out there, to be honest with you. Well, based off my research, I couldn't find many. You find a few, but I'm going to give you my experience of my first out-of-body experience that happened a few years ago. It was early in the morning. I kept on waking up and falling asleep to my alarms. I went back to sleep after waking up for like the third time in the morning. When I fell back to sleep, that is when I had my out-of-body experience. It's also good to mention that I have been listening before that about podcasts, books about out-of-body experiences, astral projection, and things along them lines. So this was stored in my subconscious, this topic. And I had a desire in my heart to actually experience this for myself. Long story short, I went back to sleep early in the morning because I kept on waking up, and it began with this tingling sensation, a high energy sensation. It was like bursting, intense, high frequency energy. My attention was no longer in the time space of my body, but my attention shifted into this energy body, which I now understand. I didn't understand at the time properly, but I now understand that as my consciousness started to feel like it was being pulled upwards, right now, our time space, our attention is in our body, and you feel all the data of the senses, right? And that's what I'm feeling right now. That's what you're feeling right now. But imagine that was completely stripped. My attention was no longer feeling the sensations of my body because my body kind of just dissolved as I fell back to sleep. So this was a natural out-of-body experience. I didn't force it. I didn't meditate. I didn't do anything. This was just a natural out-of-body experience that I had. And a lot of people get these that I've read about. So my attention started to feel like I was being pulled upwards, and I no longer felt my body, but I felt this intense energy, frequency, sensation all around my body. It felt like this, it felt like illuminating energy that's moving very, very, very fast. So my conscious awareness was now shifting. I now understand. My whole body faded into this sensation. My whole mind faded into this energy sensation, this tingling free. It was very, very intense. I was not feeling my normal senses anymore, only this energy. This energy was also pulling me up. The more I was lifted up, the more intense the frequency became. So think of it like just a frequency resonator, how it just goes up and down, up and down. But then imagine the frequency resonator just going higher and higher and higher frequencies, and it would just get more and more and more intense. The energy was moving faster. This tingling was faster and faster and faster as I was being pulled up. Part of my mind began to fear this. My arms and legs grew very tense. I started to tense up because at this moment in time of the experience, I was very vaguely conscious. I was half there, half not. And as I was being pulled up, my physical body started to tense. And this is again when I started to feel my body again. But then I remembered what I heard out of body experiences is that you have to submit to the process. If you try and force an out-of-body experience, it will never happen, because an out-of-body experience is not truly out of body. What we're trying to do is trying to find a needle in a haystack. If you're trying to find a needle in a haystack, you don't go rummaging through the haystack to find the needle. What you do is you burn the haystack and then the needle reveals itself. It's the same with an out-of-body experience. We dissolve the senses of the body, so the body falls asleep, but the mind stays awake. As soon as I let go of this fear and I let go of the tensations in my body, I started perceiving through another state in this energy body, but I didn't see my body. It was just like perceiving and seeing, but no body, like a camera. When you look at a camera view, you don't see what the camera looks like. You're just seeing through the camera. It's the same as that. I had no form, but I was just seeing. I was just like a floating eyeball, seeing into this altered state of consciousness. I was just seeing. I first saw my street outside my house with lots and lots of people walking on the street, but I could not see the people directly. Everything was black and green. The background was black, but I couldn't see the people. I could just see a glow of light around the people, like an egg shape. They were just walking on either side of the road, other directions. I could just see more and more people moving faster and faster and faster. I didn't realize then, but then I did start to realize later on in my journey that that was more than likely the etheric plane that I saw. The etheric plane is the plane of life force and vitality and electromagnetic auras. So that was my awareness shifting from physical into then the etheric plane, the plane of life force and energy. Now, the etheric plane is very, very, very difficult to actually access consciously. The etheric plane acts as a bridge between the physical body and the astral body. To actually access the etheric plane alone is very, very, very difficult, and only certain trained individuals can do that. The etheric plane is not really a conscious plane where you can stay there and be conscious. It acts as a bridge between the physical and the astral plane. I could see the glowing auras around people moving along the pavement. The people moved faster and faster until the scene started to just dissolve as these people were just moving faster and faster. It was not very clear at first, but I subconsciously knew that I was having an out-of-body experience. This is when I really started to realize that I'm being shot out my body. When I realized this, I submitted even more. I started to just let go. The more and more I let go, I kind of like split through a veil, and everything became super clear. Before, in the etheric plane that I think it was, the ethereal plane, things weren't very clear. I could only just see glowing auras. However, as I split through the veil of the etheric, this bridge, this place that I was going to, I then split and everything just came super, super clear. I was floating in the sky. I subconsciously knew that I was having an out-of-body experience when I realized this. As I was still being lifted upwards, I then split through the layer where everything just suddenly became super clear. But then I was awake, fully conscious, but I was not in my body. I was just like a camera in the sky. I had no body, no form. I could just see. When I entered this plane, there was some sort of voice guiding me through this whole process. It was a male voice, and it was basically guiding me where I was going. It was telling me what I can do here. This voice was pretty much saying, you can fly, you can think things into reality, you can do this, you can do that. While he was saying this voice, there was no being around me, but I felt a presence of another being. But this voice was just speaking to me mentally. Like, you can't hear it, but I just knew what it was saying. It was so weird to describe. It was like telepathy. You couldn't hear it, but I just knew what it was saying. But it was a male voice. It's so hard to describe. I still could not see any form of myself. I was not seeing my astral body or any shape. I was just perceiving a point of awareness like a floating eye, like I said earlier. While this voice spoke to me, I saw fractal patterns as he was saying, you can do this, you can do that. And while he said, you can fly, I remember just seeing this line like splitting and creating fractals. It was like this black line that was just splitting off into duality, creating fractals. But then my physical body just went through this line, split, and then split into fractals again. So strange, very difficult to explain because it's four-dimensional. To explain it in physical language, it's very difficult to actually explain what was going on. So as he was saying what you can do, I was seeing these fractals dividing and then creating fractals. When he says you can think things into reality or something along them lines, my awareness just did a full 360 as if I did a backwards flip. I had no conscious control over this. That's something that you later develop as you keep having these out-of-body experiences. Your first out-of-body experience, you probably won't be able to control what's going on, but you will have an out-of-body experience if you seek them. I could see all around as I rotated. I looked all the way down and then back to my original angle and point of awareness. During that rotation, when I started to turn upwards to do the backflip, I looked up and it kind of looked like the sun in the sky. It was very dark and gloomy. Now I know that was more than likely the lower astral plane because very dark and gloomy. And it was very kind of dense there. I looked up and I could see this. It was like the sun, but it was white, pure white light. And it was shining down over the astral plane. And that was the only light in that place. That's why it was so dark and gloomy there. And I then realized in that particular state, at that time, I thought that was God. I don't know what it was. Maybe it was, maybe it wasn't. Maybe it's the light of the higher mental plane shining through into the astral. But I looked up at it and I realized that was God. That was the source. That was the higher dimension beyond the astral plane, which is the mental plane. The higher astral planes and then the mental planes, the planes of thought. Then once I saw that, I was in complete shock. As I rotated backwards even more, I then get the view of seeing down, completely down, like a bird's eye view. And I could see like an old medieval gloomy town. It was dark, almost night, with very little light. The only light present was the light from above. The town was old-fashioned, gloomy, misty. I looked over it from above. Then the experience began to fade. I don't remember anything after that process. But I'll be honest with you, the process of leaving my body for the first time was extremely intense. The frequency, the energy were overwhelming but powerful. Letting go and choosing to have no fear was the key to that experience. Just to give you a little bit more wisdom on what I actually experienced now, what I realized what was happening, I now understand that the voice that I was hearing was not an external being guiding me. It was actually a higher aspect of myself, a part of my own consciousness that is not focused in the time space of the physical world. My physical mind is focused here in this timeline, but once I exited this timeline and focused elsewhere, the higher part of myself guided me towards that experience. This higher version of ourselves that we call the higher self is a higher dimensional being, but we're just unconscious of it. This being exists beyond our ordinary thinking mind. Our self exists everywhere in the universe, and we can unlock higher versions of ourselves as we progress on our journey of awakening and self-realization. Because let's say right now, only 10% of your awareness is actually in the physical plane. Science tells you that 90% of you is actually in your subconscious mind. 10% of your awareness is your conscious mind. So there's 90% of you that your conscious mind is not aware of. But our conscious mind becomes so addicted with the physical world and distracted with the physical world, it just gets totally locked in with the physical. And we never pay attention to the hidden aspects of ourselves, the unconscious aspects of ourselves. And that's why everyone in the esoteric and occult space talks about gnosis, seeking knowledge of self. Gnosis is not knowledge, it's knowledge of self obtained through direct experience. So gnosis is about rediscovering who you truly are. And another bit of wisdom that I could give you from this is that the observer is the same observer that is observing this video right now. You're watching this video, but who is the one seeing the screen? Who is the one seeing the screen of your reality, of what you call life? There is an inner witness consciousness within you who experiences and observes your thoughts, emotions, and actions, experiences and observes the screen you call reality. And that witness also witnesses your dreams. When you shift your awareness from your time space of this body into your dreams, that same witness is witnessing your dreams. So when you meditate, connecting with this witness aspect of our consciousness really does help to excel the process of having an out-of-body experience. Because a lot of people have out-of-body experiences, but they don't understand what's actually going on. They don't understand the nature of it. But it's all mental. You move mentally in that dimension. You create mentally in that dimension. The same that you do in this dimension,